never held a funeral for that big part of me that died. I need to put these thoughts to rest. I need to find a peace of mind. I need to peace my mind. Find a peace of mind to rest in. Need to find someone to confide in. And let the rest in. Need to start resting. Needless to say, I couldn't hide. Thinking grown men shouldn't cry. Had I known then what I know now, had I thought now what I knew then, I might still be human with all the little stupid fixins. As I fixins and vixens, Vic souls, stitch clothes for the characters they played and switch roles. Nail me to the cross-dress, the holy cloth costs less. I toss less if I still had you soft rest to rest my head on. Since you've been gone, or recalled my issues with problems and hate, but I can't exactly remember the model or make. Now glass bottles breaking my death grip. I'm about to take the next quick exit and end this head trip. My bed stripped of his blankets, comforters, pillows, and sheets, but I might have to peel off all my skin to remove your scent in order to sleep. I had my highs and lows. When on top, I let you peek out over my nose, sitting on my shoulders. And I suppose if I had a backbone, you might still be here. My skin is filthy from my lows when you weren't there. But to keep from feeling guilty, I collected the dirt, kept it piling up. Now Mr. Feel Nothing, Mr. Feel Nothing saves his tears inside of a cup, and he drinks, and he forgets that he's an asshole. Jealous of his ghost and doubts he even has a soul. My secret pledges got my inner demons gossiping. I'm a ghostwriter for the horrorcore lyrics my personal monsters sing. I'm sitting in a stranger's tub with all my clothes on, shivering, considering the dangers of love. They get half of what I have to give, if that. It's all about the packaging. They're distracted by the gift wrap. Predictable, easy to manipulate. They're foreshadow puppets, and I'm waiting for this string to break. The pillars that once held up my halfway house have been taken out. I'm in my last days now. There's a change coming soon. I just want to crawl back into my mother's womb. I need a comfort zone, but obviously I need to find another home to call my own and always return to. And I want it to be you. I sit and stare, zone out. I think a lot and never sleep. Create memories to remember, and then I forget to eat. Went to the street you used to live on, stared at the bedroom window of your old home with puppy eyes, waiting for God to throw me a bone. I'd settle for one more goodbye kiss. While I settled for less, I'm unsettled at best, sulking while abandoning settlements, insulting my companion's intelligence, conversing with baby talk, practicing mind games, rehearsing with playful thoughts. The way we fought that made my blood bubble, then turned cold when you made me walk through rain and mud puddles on a dirt road that left me so messy. Forget me not, I've got more mud to sling. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad
darkness. Then came the strangers. They were a race as old as time itself. They had mastered the ultimate technology, the ability. They had mastered the ultimate technology, the ability to alter physical reality by will alone. They called this ability tuning. But they were dying. Their civilization was in decline. And so they abandoned their world, seeking a cure for their own mortality. Their endless journey brought them to a small blue world in the farthest corner of the galaxy. Our world.
I be blasting precise when I'm rashing on mics. I'll make you feel my pain like the passion of Christ. Knowledge and wisdom bear birth to infinite children, attaining four Muslim wives and numerous slave women. The snake is cold, it'll take your soul. I'm worth my height in silk and my weight in gold. I eat pussies like you, no that's a lie. I don't eat anything that bleed for 7 days and don't die. You'll get strangled to death when I mangle your flesh. I'm the angel of death, taking your last breath. Cremate your corpse till it's nothing but ashes. Then put you on my pipe that's used to smoke crack with, forgetful of death. Well, now you're reminded, I'll split your fucking head until you're open-minded. Who would listen to you? I'll be dissing your crew when I return like Christ to kill the Christians and Jews. Conquer your land, kill the men and rape the women, burn your churches, build Islamic schools to teach the children. Tie your camel whether you're sick or on a journey. I draw heat like the sun at high noon to surely burn thee. Declare a jihad till the war booty spoils and the maidens of paradise anoint me with oils. Return you to the essence, hope you studied your lessons, cause I love death more than you love your worldly possessions.
Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just a laugh out shot, them a leave you with casket. Move with that 12-gauge fully automatic. Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just Just a laugh bomb shot them and leave you with casket. Move with that red for the fully automatic. They're coming from the west, they're coming from the south. You are on the double it big like Green's mouth. Then you know what back it is really all about. Never diss me deep, never diss me road. Then you just might pick up with me gun in your mouth. Just a laugh bomb shot them and leave you with casket. Move with that red for the fully automatic.
The law, y'all corny motherfuckers sound repetitive. It's safe to say I'm the smartest man that's ever lived. I am negative, I will kill a relative. Real competitive, raised with the devil's kids. Look in the barrel of the pistol where the metal is. Let me show you where my sickle and my shovel is. I created death, I know you pray in jest. To live after you no longer in your own flesh. I gave the world my only son it could build from. 2,000 years later, you still dumb. As a small child, I mastered all I had found. I searched around for more, and I'm bored now.
They're coming from the west, they're coming from the south. You are what me novel it big like Green's mouth. Then you know what back it is really all about. Never diss me deep, never diss me road. Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just a laugh bomb shot them and leave you with casket. Move with that 12 gauge fully automatic. Blood of flow, blood of flow. Just a laugh bomb shot them and leave you with casket. Move with that red for the fully automatic.
Hey, it's Ryan.
Yeah, darkness. Yeah, darkness, pressure. I bring the pressure. Hey, yo, check it on, darkness. Clowns in the room, clowns found in their tombs. 4 pounds on the waist. Anybody can get hit with the tooth. Anybody can be found and made food. My dinner plate, never full. It's winter, I need to stop. Then snooze with the semi. Wake me up like a lion, I'm hungry. Shit gets deadly, I don't shy away from bloodshedding. Yeah, the dark god. The way I see shit is I win, you lose. I ascend, you get bruised. I'm on the offense, you don't wanna see my mood. Night breed beast, I rhyme the same way I feast. I get confined, break bars, make scars. Get found by the Dark Lord. Turn your face into some West Side gun, or burn your place into some red sidewalks. If you know what I mean, Mr. Fluoride Bars. Your whole ride's the same way she talks. Keep your eye on the shark, keep your mouth on the stalk. To rhyme like this, you would have to be a god. Darkness, yeah, dark. My team, we bring the pressure. My team, we click with weapons. Click up with the venom. Rip to shreds with the 7. Roll like gremlins, rob your business. Stop the talking, that's for the women. Darkness, the dark god. Yeah. Taking out targets. Hey yo, check it on. Taking out targets, out now. Darkness, real CEO, Aloe Music. You know what we do. Yeah, let's get it.
What's going on, y'all? Looks like we lost a lot of fans. Hey, sayonara, suckers. You know, it is what it is, man. Bless you guys for being out here with me, man. We got 8 people watching. That's what it is, man. Thank you guys, man. Bless you guys for being out here, man. But yeah, let's go. Let's get this shit. Jihad unit. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we're bringing to you some controversial subjects, my friends. And, as the namesake of the show basically suggests to you this evening, we talk about how we've been programmed, how to see through the programming that has come to us. We had a very controversial guest on last time, and we're going to continue to bring more controversial guests on the cutting edge of theology, mythicism, technology, political science, conspiracy theories. And this one went to the heart of some of the most, you know, uh, critical themes in terms of conspiracies. Every time you come across conspiracies, or conspiracy theories, a subject that you'll see a lot by those who espouse conspiracies or truthers or QAnon movement or any of these various movements and themes, you'll notice the indelible use of the Bible and its theology in order to make points, to form opinions, and all of that type of thing. Bless you, Destroyer. Bless you, Maskless Face. Thank you, man. Yeah, thank you, man. Killer show last time. Yeah, I lost a lot of fans after the last show. The Wednesday show is usually, the audience is a little bit light. We got like 20 to 30 people in here, but today it's far less. I would think that the recent attacks got me very yeah, I need to talk to Snafu Snaps. Yeah, hopefully Snafu will be here. These people bounce around. But yeah, man, we got attacked, Swiss cheesed up really. you know, um but yeah, man, bless you guys, man, for being here. We're gonna play some of the recap of some of the things that happened there, because it seemed like we were attacked by a lot of Christians. A lot of the Christian communities that we used to debate with started attacking us for no reason. So I just don't understand. You can have somebody on who's critical of the Bible and the Quran, but you can't have them attack Christianity. They can attack Islam all they want because, you know, obviously Islam, it has nothing to do with Christianity, but 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 if you turn the tables on them and you tell them and you say you want to criticize Christianity, well, they'll say you can't criticize Christianity because you're also criticizing Islam if you criticize Christianity. That seems ridiculous. Why wouldn't Muslims call themselves Christians, or why wouldn't Christians call themselves Jews if all of them if all of what they're saying is true? If Christianity is nothing but the fulfillment of Judaism and Islam is nothing but a continuation of the Christian message, then why wouldn't you know it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you be able to criticize Islam but you wouldn't be able to criticize Christianity, as a Muslim? That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. That makes absolutely no fucking sense whatsoever. But yeah, the fact that you know they're afraid two or three times to debate at all, it suggests that they don't even know what the topic is, that they don't even remember what my name is. Is excellent. It is really excellent. It's really just really amazing, but yeah, man, bless you guys, man, for being out here with me. And oh, what's up, Cecil? Yeah, I see you out here, man. Here, hold on, I was about to play this video, but yeah, what's up, man?
What's going on, dude?
What's popping?
I was just sitting here with my mom talking about what we're gonna have for dinner tomorrow night. But there was one thing that I wanted to point out, man, is like I don't know if you noticed my stance when I came in with Mr. Green. I'm actually rather critical of him because I've heard a lot of different things about him. And like, sure, he's a historian, he's a researcher or whatever, like it's just this is another topic of conversation that me and my family have had. It's like, we kind of live out in the country. There's a lot of really hardcore, like older people, conservatives or whatever you want to call it, where it's like you're either a Christian or they don't really want to associate with you, And I grew up being a little bit more open-minded than that. I get along with Muslims, I get along with Hindus. I prefer to just, like I said, be spiritual and non-religious. Yeah, and three-legged turtles, mom. But listen, one thing that I wanted to point out is when Mr. Green and Trad were debating, Trad was trying to talk about spirituality, and Tom Green didn't seem to understand the difference between like religion and spirituality, or he kept on calling religion spirituality, and spirituality is something that has like a broad meaning to it. There's a lot of different things that people will define as spirituality, but it's definitely not organized religion. Okay, it doesn't involve a certain building and a certain book and stuff like that. I mean, some people see it as that definition, but I don't. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like because for a religious purist, they would almost want it that way. They would want you to identify religion as spirituality. And that's why he gets attacked a lot too, is because he's looking at it from the viewpoint of the religious purist. So when he's attacking the argument, he's actually attacking it on their own terms. So that's also rare though, that because they wouldn't because a religious purist wouldn't accept any form of spirituality as religion, you know. So right at the outset, he's disposing of that. And then I see him get popped for using pagan art, for his logo and stuff like that, or espousing Norse mythology, or saying that white people should have went back to the Viking age or should have stayed that way, because he's not an advocate of going back either, to some back but traditional preservation cultural society. He wants to go back to preserve the traditions. So I think that it's interesting to see like the whole side, because yeah, he doesn't see any form of spirituality as religion. But I mean, ultimately what Trad is talking about is religious traditions. So those people who follow those religious traditions, they wouldn't necessarily see what they're practicing as spirituality either. They
Right.
would say that's the OG religion. What the fuck you talking about? You're saying that we're just doing some spiritual shit? Get the fuck out of town. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's
Right.
interesting, because he came back at him. He said, well, what tradition are you trying to preserve? And if I had Trad here, we'd go off of that. What's going on, JG? We'd go off of that whole thing. But yeah.
I'm sure he'll be around.
Oh yeah, he'll be around. Although I don't know what happened to his channel. I think his channel got. I think he either nuked his channel or he took it down or some shit. But yeah, some shit. I remember him talking about how he lost a lot of subscribers, and that's what happened to me too. I lost a lot of subscribers just for having Adam Green on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing is like it's like my subscriber count went like up and then down and then up again. You know what I'm saying? And then that's kind of what the pattern is. It's like, oh shit. It's like, we got the controversial issues. And then fucking man, the whole night I was getting attacked. Almost the entire night. The entire time I had Adam Green on, I was getting attacked. One or two or three attacks. I counted 3 of them, but there's probably a lot more on the interwebs. You know what I'm saying?
That's some good advice there, JG.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got this. Just a jiggly twiggly man. Is that an ass or tits? This is so weird, but this got like a necklace. I thought it was like a necklace or some shit.
Nipple is brass. Yeah.
Lord, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we got this right here. Just a recap of what's going on. Yeah, that's a nice ass for real. But yeah, let's check this out.
Because obviously they have very powerful allies, or else they wouldn't be in the position that they're in. For example, right?
Let's play a game.
Is the historical homeland of the Jews. They begrudgingly backed Israel's creation. And now we're going to have to back that play for, I don't know, another 1,000 years.
Please help me.
Well, yeah, he is. My buddy See-Through-It-All's clipped him up where he says that like they're the new Sanhedrin, they're the new Pharisees. He's like, the Orthodox priests, they even look like the Pharisees. We're the new chosen people. We're the true Israel. It's just like, dude, you're such a wannabe Jew.
Why must the United States support Israel indefinitely?
Yeah, too bad Jay Dyer's a little bitch coward. But
no matter what they do.
Upside down.
I try to trigger the Christians, and then they all kvetch about me, and then it reaches more Christians, and they wake up.
All these people that want me to debate them. What's that about? What's the topic?
There's some people who can interpret the Bible in the correct way, and there are some people who are interpreting the Bible in the wrong way. Correct?
Like this machine lies guy. What's the point of debate? Like,
why do you think there's such a vacuum of secularists that can't make an argument for a conservative position without appealing to ... to a religious position?
British monarchy, like many other royal families, claim ancestral heritage from Jerusalem, in particular the house.
Robert Sepper.
Because he has to be real. Like, okay, circular logic.
Well, we should go to the guy who made up this argument, see what he believes. He was a Swedenborg. This guy Immanuel Kant, who made up this precept argument. He was he believed in a guy who basically worshipped the devil. You know what I mean? So,
according to the Bible, this dynastic succession would culminate in the Messiah.
Because secularists can't fill that vacuum. They can't make an argument. Pragmatism isn't a meta-ethical position.
A great king of this lineage who would reign on the throne of Israel and establish his rule over all nations.
Left, they're all communist and woke and LGBTQ and anti-white. So there's neither side.
Now, again, I'm not arguing for Kabbalah. I'm just pointing out as an example that rabbinic Judaism is not a monolithic Unitarian.
It is in this context that the events of World War I, such as the Balfour Declaration given to Lord Rothschild, should be considered.
Jesus is a midrash, which is like basically a Kabbalistic deception, is what it is. So Jay Dyer knows this, apparently.
Yes, and he's studied under a Marxist scholar. He studied in the Marxist tradition. He admitted that too. So he's
Rothschild, incidentally, means red shield, and the lens through which global geopolitical actions of nations that maintain a high degree of Masonic leadership, such as the United States and Great Britain, should be viewed.
I disagree. Actually, based on the early days of Christianity, there were already rabbinical debates before Christianity and rabbinic Judaism completely parted ways, where you even have people like famous rabbis like Rabbi Akiva, for example, admitting that there is multiplicity in some sense in the Godhead. This is
you can actually develop a model of pragmatism that not only permits, but advocates for communism or wokeness.
And we connected that to the idea of Edom as well, because Rome is in Talmudic literature and our Jewish literature is referred to as Edom, Edom being also Esav, right? Yaakov and Esav are these twins in the Torah, and Esav is called Edom, the red one. And when our sages refer to Rome, the Roman Empire, they refer to the Roman Empire as Edom, the Red Empire.
So that's the whole point, dude. The whole point is, what is it you're trying to accomplish?
And we saw that as well, that in Russian history, of course, red is a very prominent color, whether it's the Soviet Union, whether it's Red Square, the Red Army, and so on. That color red, that idea of being Edom, plays an important role in Russian history, more to Iran, the Russia-Iran connection. And we talked more about the war of Gog and Magog, which in Ezekiel, in Yechezkel, right, there's this like end of days scenario, and this figure named Gog, who's the president, the leader of Magog, plays a role. And we try to talk about who is Magog, where is Magog? And according to the most ancient sources, Magog is basically what was then called Scythia, which is that area around the Black Sea, that Crimea and the Caucasus region, and kind of like that part of Eastern Europe, let's say what's today like Ukraine, and that entity that existed back then. So that whole area was referred to as Magog.
The admissions of Jewish scholarship are to our position nowadays. We are in the Jewish Gospels, the story of the Jewish Christ notes, for example, just from the example from the
actually right there.
Daniel 7.
These people seem to think, the
Judeo-Christian psyop of Jesus Christ and the Jays are all conspiring to control the narratives.
Even the characters, Plato and Aristotle, nobody even knows. They're more skeptical that these people exist than anybody like Paul or Jesus or anybody like that.
And that's why they formulated a man in God's image, even though that's completely contradictory to the Jewish traditions. So it's a Jewish psyop to promote the Messiah that they reject.
There's even less evidence of these people, of like Socrates and Plato and Aristotle and Alexander the Great or any of these people. The only way we know about them is because you have all these scrolls written by these Jesuit guys, and then you go, here the fuck we go again. How do we trust what the fuck these people say ever?
Very complex psyop.
And I thank God. Like, I have a completely different caliber of horrible people trying to kill me now. So,
and Abrahamism, basically.
Do you think that kind of dynamic is being engineered, or do you think it's a product of circumstances? You think it's engineered?
I've experienced the engineering because it's how I'm pigeonholed. I'm stuck.
I've experienced systematic racism. It's funny, he's rejecting wokeness. And the same argument is like, I know there's a conspiracy because I've experienced it myself.
You can't hit people with the truth directly. You gotta leave breadcrumbs, to get them out of the motherfucking cave so that they can find their way out on their own.
He's literally turning into a woke black chick.
Because to the truth, we are not possessors. We're just a witness.
People don't know this, but probably the single largest individual financier of the American Revolution was a Jew named Haim Solomon. So Haim Solomon probably, from any individual, gave more money for the cause, and probably the United States wouldn't even exist and without him.
Freedom prevails. I just want to do what I want without these Christian, Israeli psyops
such as
controlling
the
everything.
Knights Templar, Rosicrucians, and Freemasons, which base their nomenclature.
The truth is a living truth. You can only lead people to the truth. You can't teach anybody the truth. You don't own that shit. You're not it. You know what I mean?
Why?
All reduces to will to power.
I did to go to a ritual. She was a Thelemite.
Whoever can do it better. Whoever's arbitrary goals and their ability to infiltrate systems, control systems, use media, use academia, use spokespeople, use the military, use funding, use Congress, all of the arms of manipulation, all of the apparatuses you have.
This turned out to be a Gnostic mass.
They're just doing it better.
Woman is in her 40s or 50s. She has a relationship with the priest, and this is an open relationship thing that's going on. And
if it's just their arbitrary goal to control and do psyops and control the world, are you saying you want to control the world?
We witnessed this Gnostic mass. The crescendo is at the end. The woman is totally nude.
And if you're saying no one should control the world, well, now you have a ethical position to defend, which you don't have one to defend. You can't defend it.
With her legs open on the altar. I didn't.
To you, it's just obvious and emotional. Well, I just don't
go up and they make out with her. I just had such an uncomfortable feeling.
Nationalists, people that know about Zionism, because I don't worship the God of Israel and believe in covenants and the Torah is the word of God, I'm an antichrist. So I'm not, they monopolize that side and the other side monopolizes the other side.
And I couldn't really put my finger on it because I thought I was in favor of a lot of this stuff.
No. Oh, no, Adam.
Years or so, we've been consistently polarizing across the left and right divide. Every time both sides have gotten more extreme, more and more people in the center identify as politically
Adam's playing monkey in the middle. Who cares, dude?
Actually, is that deception? Because eventually Jacob deceived his father so that he could get the inheritance that was owed to Esau.
What are we going to do about it?
And this great deception is what formed the rift between the Canaanites and the Israelites.
Who cares, dude? Even if that was true, which it's not.
Oh yeah. And that's part of part 1 He's got a whole nother part 2 shit where he kept going with that shit. But yeah, they had that's some of this shit. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and play the whole hour and a half where this motherfucker talked about me. It's just not, it's not gonna happen today. Maybe on Saturday, tune in on Saturday and I'll go over it. But yeah,
Well, I just wanted to bring up real quick. YouTube is a leftist platform. It's owned by them. There's quite a bit of those people here. There's different rackets going on, mental health rackets and stuff like that on here. So I mean, it kind of comes with the territory. People like this, you try to pin them down about what they believe, and they just get real slippery and slide through your fingers. But they'll endlessly criticize you on what you do. Anyway.
Well, I just think that's the whole game here, because these guys are professional like YouTubers, doodlers, or whatever the fuck they do. So this is literally their whole job. Whereas I gotta go and try to get some money and do other shit with my life and all that stuff. These people, this is really their job, their number one program. So they get these people whereas it's their job to draw people and to talk about people, and they're literally making a living off of having a fucking YouTube show or being doodlers and all this type of stuff. Whereas, if I waste my time attacking some fucking doodler or some other people or something like that, it's going to take time away from me reading philosophy or theology, or writing the books I need to write, or doing the fucking shit I need to get my money or some shit to figure out what the fuck's going on with my family or my fucking life. It's just gonna be a huge motherfucking distraction, and that's how they got my boy Croco out here, attacking Owen Benjamin, spending years while they dox him and do all this type of stuff, attacking his family and all that stuff, when he could have been just focusing on his research and doing all this stuff, because obviously these people have nothing to lose in the fight when you attack them, so they're just going to keep on doing their little attacks. You know what I mean? So look, for a fucking hour and a half, this dude just going on, just, he's got my show on the screen. 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 45 minutes. He's got Hard Hat on the screen now, making fun of poor Hard Hat. Hard Hat's just some Canadian dude. He's just gonna start making fun of Hard Hat. This is retarded. 51 minutes in, he's still got my show up. An hour in, he's still got my show up. See, look, this motherfucker came and talked about my show for an hour. Some dude with 12K subscribers. After he gave this whole rant about how he doesn't know my name, he doesn't want to debate me. He wouldn't even know what the topic would be if he did try to debate me. But he's got an hour of programming about my show. Some guy with motherfucking 12K subscribers. It's incredible. Incredible. Jim Bob call. Jim Bob's been calling me out, and I got and that's not all. I got Jim Bob here. I also got well Jim Bob called this show out for an hour, tried to attack Adam Green for an hour and me for an hour, taking my name, using my name as a reference point. Essentially his entire argument was that why should I have Adam Green on my show to attack Christianity, when he wasn't exclusively attacking Christianity? He was attacking all Abrahamic religions, including Islam. I was having him on my show to have a discussion about these topics. Oh, I see you, Tommy, here. And
not just Abrahamic, he also attacked JG's hobby skateboarding.
He attacked spiritualism. He attacked all forms of spiritual practice. Yeah, he's feeling pressed.
But it was a nice, healthy, open-minded attack, though.
Nah, I think he was kind of. I mean, he wasn't a bastard, but he was definitely
being fair. He was being fair.
But he was being kind of cynical. Like, who was the one kid, the Culture Society Preservation? he kind of played some games with him a little bit. Like, he would take chances of like letting the quiet go to get conveniently confused. I saw some strategy going on.
I mean, I don't 100% like the guy, and I remember his first broadcast.
I hate it.
In fact, I don't even 50% like the guy, but he does bring some good points to the table. Just saying.
And you did kind of try. No, sir, you know my friend, and he knows you, and that makes us friends. Right?
And that was
well. Here's the thing.
That was kind of my main point. Is that look, we can have a discussion on these things, or it's important to know that just because I theologically disagree with his position, that I could still understand that Jews, Christians, and Muslims are being duped to a certain extent, using each other's religions as a ploy to run that game on them. Whether or not I follow any theological range of beliefs, there has been considerable, shifts, in the history of those three religions. So
and
I agree.
Did you like how I shut his whole thing down, where I don't care about what they ridicule me or what they think of my religion? He's the first step in open season on Abrahamic religion people. Like, this is society that's going to start heading in the direction of fuck those religions. We got a one world religion now, and you can't be your old religion.
Oh, I think he's an anti-Semitical honeypot. I think the two operations that I brought up, Pogo and
what does that mean, dude?
He's got his finger on the pulse of America to see how much of us there's other people like him, but he's probably a more prominent one to try to see how much of America is woke to the Jays and thinks that the Jays are the root of all evil, which they're not, but he's like trying to you can have some serious problems just for associating with the guy, just like our friend Machine here has already experienced. Which is why I was very critical of him the moment that I even started talking to him.
Well, I just think that the takeaway from that I didn't challenge him on anything he presented. First of all, I'm not there debating the guy. It's an interview about a very controversial figure, somebody who has a lot more experience on YouTube and in the conspiracy theories circuit than I do. So I'm just presenting the views, to take a look at what the
what is he trying to do?
Did Jim Bob go through the whole thing and critique?
One more time,
Ralph Nader, The Machine Never Blinks. Dope. Yeah, that looks dope as fuck. Hell
oh
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
See, my issue with Jim Bob is he decided to quit doing panels at a time that he left a lot of people hanging on some issues, and now to have him going through your thing.
Well, it's obvious that it's the Owen Benjamin because this guy.
There we go. What is Jim Bob? Let's think about it.
Yeah,
he's a bracket off of Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, because it worked because he had a shameful interaction with Owen Benjamin where they did this gay ops for a long time, pretending like he attacked his family. Everybody knows damn well that nobody attacked anybody's family.
Totally all fake and gay.
Yeah, and they ran this totally strange when he used to be part of the bear community. So of course, when I used to be friends with Croco, and then they went on, they removed him from the Crucible community. This guy called me and told me, hey, I saw you in the chat. They removed me from the fucking Crucible community, and they're running this fucking gay ops here with Owen Benjamin and Jim Bob, pretending like, they're attacking Owen Benjamin again. So now Adam Green has this Owen Benjamin guy on his show. He recently had him on his show, actually. He recently had Owen Benjamin on his show.
So it's all a work. It's all a work of audience. Let's think about it. It's all a work of audience. No?
Yeah, he thought like I'm trying to get into Adam Green's audience, which is not even true. Like me and Adam Green share 0% of the audience. The reason is because I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. You know,
I'm gonna say
open.
20% of the audience is shared at least.
Well, I don't know. If I had 20% of Adam Green's audience, there'd be more than 30
No,
people.
not you. I'm saying Owen Benjamin and Adam Green.
Oh yeah. If they had
At least 20. I'm gonna say like more like 40 to 60. And then Jim Bob's completely created off Owen Benjamin. Like if you watched Jim Bob, I never even really watched him that much, but his first streams were like Bertaria add-ons in his car outside his jewelry shop or wherever the fuck he was. And then until he got a studio, it's just, I mean, if you've been watching this shit over a year or two, it's not that hard to tell what's going on.
Overall, he's mostly just a hipster wordsmith. Like, he likes to take people down big, complicated word directions when you could simplify the subject that he's on.
Well, yeah, that's the whole deal with the debates. It's weaponizing intellect and words and whatever,
That's
word
why I like to
wizardry
keep
and you know.
I like to keep it simple. Like when I came in on Adam, I was like, look, man, it's whatever it is, but are you saying I can't religious anymore? That's the only thing I'm looking out for, is who's saying that.
I'm not even saying there's not a cause for it. Like, I mean, I think
Dude,
it's happening somewhat organically for this reason, but
I
it's
just watched
clearly
the
a
thing
manipulated
yesterday.
deal.
Like the way they say we're hackable humans.
else he
I
talking
just watched
about? Yo, this fucker's here right now. But yeah, man, hop up and debate if you want to,
I
man.
I
can't
just
believe
watched
you talk so much shit online and then not even come on, not even come there.
You get him here. He's like Tommy Wizardry level, literally. Get him
Look,
in.
I ain't even mad at the dude.
I know.
But I'm
By
just
the way,
saying.
I
ain't getting bald as
didn't even
shit.
watch. I didn't even watch your attack that you did, Jim Bob. So, you know, if you want to have a fresh conversation about these topics, go ahead and click the link and I'll remove my panel and, you know, we'll have a good time.
If I have anything against Jim Bob, it's how often he sat on the CBO panel and acted like they were teaching him something.
pussy.
Like you should be teaching them, Jim Bob. They're nitwits.
Here, hold on.
Yeah,
Here,
but
hold on.
You
Jim
got a
Bob, here,
room
hold
with a
on,
mic and a
guys.
screen, no?
Here, hold on, guys.
He looks like he should be wearing a small little hat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I see your comments here. I see you talking about me. You don't know my name and you don't know what the debate topics are, but you're commenting on my show, watching screen recording my fucking show. You're a fucking joke, dude. The only joke you're writing is about yourself. I mean, you can't even click the link and come on the stage to talk to the Machine Lives when I was featured on your show. You know what I mean? As a philosopher. I'm saying, right. Yeah, CBO. Yeah, we shut down that fucking bitch ass operation too. We shut down Chalk Body Outline too. Cocksucker. Cock boy hotline. Yeah, exactly, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I got you on that shit, man. I mean, I can't believe, you know what I mean, right? That, you know, you're gonna talk all that stuff and you can't even hop up. I mean, it is what it is. Hostile.
I still say I said more.
I didn't even watch the tape you made about me. I don't care enough.
The best part about the Adam Green visit was when Truther Cop went up to him on his same old shit that he comes at people with, and he was just like, nah, deflected, swatted, get that out of here.
And he's not the only channel that was attacking the Machine Lives on that fucking moment. There's also this fucking clown, this fucking albino bitch right here was attacking me. Paul Unslaved with this fucking fat piece of shit retard, fucking EBT, enslaved by tortillas.
Enslaved by Tom.
Yo, let me say something real quick. Paul said he's banged dudes in jail. Like the dude's a booty bandit.
Yeah, he's a.
He was only in
switching.
county. How is he fucking
I'm
in
not
jail?
lying
He was
here.
only in county.
Well, I seen him
EBT's
come on.
alright, by the way.
Well, I seen him come on to Mitchell there, so I don't know, man.
He does always
Something's
talk
going
about getting in the same room together.
Yeah, something's going on there. But yeah, Jim Bob's too much of a coward to debate the machine lives. You guys saw it here live, man. Yo,
What
you
is
should
there to
stop
debate?
streaming. You should
Wait, I
stop
thought you
streaming
guys-
just like Chalk Body Outline.
I thought you guys have debated before.
I know, man. Yeah. Look at this. Yeah,
I do
and
agree with him. I don't know what there is to debate.
Wow.
The same way when Adam's coming at religious people, I'm like, what are you trying to debate? Like,
I don't know.
do you
I don't
think you're
know.
going to
I don't
talk
know.
us out of our faith?
That'll be on Saturday. You made an hour-long video, and you don't know the debate topic. You made an hour-long fucking video, retard, and you don't know the fucking debate topic.
And then Hardhead
Jim
came
Bob,
on
you
my
kinda-
show, and I made him sound gay because of the way he told Adam
bro.
with another guy.
That looks like a cool book, JG.
Yo,
Cool
debate
book,
what?
bro.
You still don't know the debate topic, bro. Yo, he still doesn't know the debate topic. Why don't you ask yourself what the debate topic is? In the hour-long video you made that I never watched. I mean, I just saw you talking about me for a whole hour. You don't know what debate topic is. For a whole hour, you put my face on the screen and you had 0 disagreements with me. Maybe you can figure out what disagreement you had about me so you can post a debate topic so you can debate it. If you have 0 disagreements with me, then it's not a problem. We agree on everything then, sir. Have a nice day. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I don't think anybody's up here would be aggressive toward Jim Bob if you want to come up. I haven't vocally interacted with him in a while since he stopped doing panels.
So the video where you talked about me was about secularism not providing foundation for traditionalism. So the video you made where you talked about me, you said the machine LARPs and all that stuff. It had nothing to do about me.
Ooh, I like that. Machine LARPs. I like that.
It had nothing to do about me, dude. Imagine that. Dumb motherfucker. What a dumb motherfucker, bro. So he just made a video twisting my name up, making all these insinuations about how I worked with Adam Green, where I interviewed him, about how he disagrees with my worldview, and he can't even think of a debate topic that he disagrees with me on. What a dumb, cowardly motherfucker. Cowardly motherfucker, dude.
It's all a system work because it's all a shared audience, though. That's the truth.
Cowardly shit, bro. Cowardly shit, bro. Scam.
I could talk to him about he could come up. I could talk to him about my.
You're not a debater. Come debate me on whether the Jews made up Christianity. Come on. Come debate me on that. I think
the Christianity was converting Jews, though. So
well, I'll debate Adam Green's position. I'll take a devil's advocate on his position, and I'll defeat his argument. I'll defeat Christianity that way. Come on.
Adam Green looks like he needs to be in a Mountain Dew commercial.
Don't fucking play around, Jim Bob. You know what the fuck the topic is, brother. You're afraid to debate. I mean, that's what's going on. You know, it's hilarious, dude.
Jim Bob,
I
you're
just
looking
like
weak,
you guys
bro.
be all intellectual street talking.
All you gotta do
like,
is
don't fuck around.
No,
you guys are learned individuals talking that street game. Come correct, Jim Bob. Bring your thesis.
Come correct, bitch.
Bring that thesis to our. Bring your intellectual property and represent.
Your thesis, nigga. Bring your thesis, bitch.
My neighborhood is a much more downtrodden state of disarray than your neighborhood.
Little hat, little dick. That's all I got to say.
Fox made by Dim Bob.
Rim job.
I saw your mother last night. She performed fellatio forthwith and with no explanation.
Rim jobbed by Dim Bob again. Oh God. Oh God. I guess we can't get an honest debate here, huh? Or how about when you were watching the show, kvetching now about Adam Green being on the show? You could have clicked the link because it was an open panel. Instead, you sat there and screen recorded it like a bitch, and then watched it later on your show. It's passive
Jim
aggressive.
Bob, don't let Truther Cop come at you. Did you get to the Truther Cop segment where he did the same thing he came at me about Handsome Truth? Handsome Truth? Are you associated with Handsome Truth? He's like, no.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He didn't call out the Crucible for having Adam Green on. He forgot to do that. Oh! Didn't you? Didn't you remember if they agreed with your worldview before you had them on? Before you had them on your show? Didn't you care if they agreed with your worldview?
Green bean.
Oh! Now you don't care if he's on. But before it's, oh, you're a Muslim and he agrees with Christianity. So if you disagree, or if you agree with Adam Green, that means you're disagreeing with Islam too. Ha ha ha! Gotcha, machine lies. Gotcha, machine lies. You're a
Adam
stupid
Green
bitch.
looks like he wants to snap into a Slim Jim with those dark brown glasses on.
Yeah, just because somebody, no. Every time somebody attacks Christianity, they don't also attack Islam by proxy. No,
No, they
not,
usually
that's
don't
not how it
because you
works.
guys
That's not how
go
it works.
jihad.
That's
Like
not how it works.
Christians aren't, Christians aren't doing the hella hella boom thing. So we do get made fun of more. Paul Enslaved doesn't even make fun of Muslims like he does Christians.
Oh no! Did you guys understand? Oh my God!
What do you think, JG? Does Adam Green look like he would get sponsored by like Burton Snowboards?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you
just
don't
like
snowboard, do you?
Andrew Wilson.
JG?
Andrew Wilson was ball washing Adam Green, and your boy Jay Dyer was ball washing Alexander Dugan. Let's not forget about those optics. Satanists eating dinner with the Satanists.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
We need to
Well,
love
we
the
got
Satan.
we got bigger fish to fry with this fucking people with these ball and slave.
Matthew for Snap. What a low self-esteem.
Okay, so I don't know where exactly they went at me, but yeah, they got this fat bitch tractor fucking mechanic started calling me a fucking the machine fried or something. They always change the last name. It's like the machine something.
We all play with names. We all play with names.
Yeah, it's like some stupid thing where they change the names or whatever. But yeah, they they got we'll look at Jim Bob on Saturday. We'll have a special episode for Jim Bob and this attack right here. I gotta find exactly where they started attacking me. Because they
Our
started
poll, all the past bears do. Hoax War, you can tell Hoax War secretly still yearns for Jim Bob or for Owen. All the ex-bears, even Truther Cop, you can see that glimmer, that history. Like, take me back. That's why they don't change their names off of bear names. They keep the bear name. It's narcissistic abuse. The way they go back to Paul Enslaved, like Jack Talcott will always go back to Paul Enslaved. They'll go back to Big Bear. Like I said, when I first subbed to Jim Bob, first saw his post talking about cult problems, I was like, is he talking about me and Paul?
Hilarious. I just think this is hilarious because they had they tried to say that EBT like slammed trad culture, and all he did was he fucking debated whether anthropology like whether anthropological studies can be trusted because they follow a liberal dogma. And like that was literally
I
what
say
they
no.
and I would say that Enslaved by Truth successfully didn't failed to successfully prove that that they do follow some sort of liberal dogma or whatever, that you should just throw them the fuck out. Knowledge about other people's cultures that they understood from a scientific way. And then this dude clips it up and with the slow bitch white horse, slow boy whiteboard, whatever that loser is, right? Tries to clip this shit up and then put it up and say that I want that we lost a debate. This dumb fat motherfucker is literally sitting on Paul Enslaved's panel while saying he's in a StreamYard prison experiment. How does that make any fucking sense? You yourself are in the experiment. You know what I mean? Like StreamYard prison experiment that you say that is going on. Like you're such a little bitch, dude. Teaming up with these people. That's how these cocksuckers are. With Toilet Bowl Earth and Enslaved by Truth, teaming up with these cocksuckers and then telling me that I shouldn't be
Cucking up to those uncircumcised Philistines over at the Unslaved
working
Cult.
with who? I shouldn't be working with who? It's like, who gives a fuck what you think?
He said yesterday, I corrected him. He was talking about something wrong about Satan. Lucifer thought he was an individual. And I came on like he was an individual. He was the most perfect creation of God. His fallacy was thinking he would be God. And he called me a Luciferian for saying that. I was like, no, that's me being a Christian for saying that.
Yeah, this guy's Jim Bob's a faggot. I can't believe he couldn't even.
Well, he's married and has a kid.
I can't believe he couldn't even
He's a
come up
politician.
here and defend his views. He used to be a bear. I mean, dude, you ball washed Owen Benjamin for years, and now you're telling me just because I had him on my show one time, and they all push back against my views that I'm not challenging anyone.
Notice how no one hates Brogo.
He's just playing a character. That's all it is. He's playing a character.
I used to hate
Kind of seems like
I-
everyone is, though, aren't they, JJ?
Yeah, that's the thing is I have controversial figures on, and these
No,
cocksuckers.
Arpol. I
loop
explained
and
what I did to
I'll
you.
elaborate
talking
on that.
about conspiracy theories from 20 fucking years ago. They're already
I'd
old.
like to hear that
And pretending
elaboration.
like they're going to be challenging anyone anytime soon on anything that matters when they can't come out with the base level shit, the motherfucking shit about the Bible, about how it's being used to control people. You can't even admit that from the first stage. You want to pretend like the whole world is against the Bible, that nobody's ever used the Bible for evil. You're a dumb cocksucker. There's no fucking way to get through your thick head anything of relevance that matters at this fucking particular stage. I'm sorry.
That's some redneck shit right there.
I always cite Gary Oldman from Book of Eli.
So
it's not a book, it's a weapon! You can make it say anything you want and they'll follow it!
That's a good point, Tommy.
So that's
that book is also why I'm not controlled by it.
So that's two of these cocksuckers. Enslaved by Truth. We got Enslaved by Truth on deck. We got Jim Bob on deck. Let's go to Toilet Bowl Earth. We got Toilet Bowl Earth on deck too. You know what I mean? Of course.
Get them in here. They're in here.
Poop deck. Am I right?
Of
Hank
course,
would
all
laugh at
these
that.
cocksuckers had to hit. See, while I was talking to Adam Green about the Bible, these cocksuckers were busy
JG in some office
night.
building? What the fuck?
Why does JG look like he's disarming a bomb?
I kept these motherfuckers busy all night and all day.
Why does he look like he's performing surgery?
JG's in an office with Jake the asshole.
Why does he look like he's playing Operation?
And where is this? Oh yeah, here we go.
You reading Mad Magazine?
Yeah, a lot of other people. Yeah, thank you, Provo. A lot of other people enjoyed that stream too. That's what we're looking at now. About how many enjoyers. You know what I mean? This guy enjoyed it a lot. This character, Toilet Bowl Earth, he loved the stream. You know what I mean? See,
Provo, you should transition into Paul Bear.
he's got it on the screen right now. With this, the world hates Jesus Christ panel. So they got my shit on.
Oh, he's got the Talcott.
Everybody's watching my shit. You know, Toilet Bowl Earth's watching my shit. Fucking, I got Enslaved by Truth bitching about my shit at Paul Unslaved, participating in StreamYard Prison Experiment with his own loving soul. And then we got motherfucking Made by Rim Job bitching.
Made by SpongeBob.
Doesn't even know the fucking debate topic still. Makes an hour-long video about how he disagrees with me. He can't even fucking find what the debate topic is.
Oh, Provo.
Shoving him in the Yaga.
I'm telling you, every book you read, Ted Kaczynski's in there.
Well, don't you know, JG? Like, Ted Kaczynski is like the new, Mr. Mustache to the liberals because he actually calls them out for their shit accurately. And any motherfucker that I've ever been able to talk to, one of them I've ever talked to about them, it's always, well, he bombed people. So, yeah, dude, he also fucking, I don't know, dude. I wasn't there. What I know was what was written in his manifesto, which he says liberals are suffering from hypersensitivity due to overexposure to technology. Okay. And I've lived around these people my whole life, and I can agree with that. Yes, that is actually what's happening. Okay.
But everybody calls liberals out. It's just whether they're competent to it in the moment or not. Because liberals are fucking stupid.
I saw somebody talking about liberals the other day, and he says they're just aggressive and they have no wisdom. He said they're just overly aggressive and they have no wisdom at all.
Yeah. Did you see
No
them?
logic
Like
and wisdom.
they would make cars and people stop and make them say Black Lives Matter, and then still trash their shit after they said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not emotionally intelligent. They're just wing nuts.
They're not they're not logical. They're not rational. They're like
lack of self-awareness,
Yep. And when Rittenhouse fired 3 shots into that crowd, he only hit abusers, domestic abusers, and pedos.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, every person he shot was either a domestic abuser or a pedo.
They do the Paul and Slave. They try to get you riled up, and then when you get riled up, they feel like they won, but it's like you didn't win.
Yep.
That's their whole angle. That's how pathetic it is. They just try to get you
Where is this at? Is this
offended.
happening in real life?
What are you saying?
Is this happening in real life, or is this all online? I'm just curious.
What are you talking about?
These interaction with these radical liberals.
Dude, it's called Antifa. It's called
I'm saying in real. Okay, I understand that, Tommy. I'm saying
okay,
in real life.
Kyle,
street,
the
street,
Kyle
street
Rittenhouse
occurrences.
situation, right?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I actually am a lifelong resident of the West Coast. So I've actually had to work with these people, and I live kind of in a semi-rural area now, but let's just call it purple or whatever.
Yeah.
And so
purple.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am a unwilling subject matter expert on liberal society.
I get it's real. I mean, I do get it's real. So it's like people in the workplace with you. But and you're on the West Coast there.
Dude, they're here now, man.
The
liberals are where I'm at
How
now.
much of it's programming?
Bucket Food, try and go with what I'm saying. I know he was highly accurate from the hip on his ass and cleared a rare jam that required the forward assist when an AR will rarely ever need a forward assist, and he used it that night. But you get my point. He could have just fired blindly into that crowd, probably would have hit various miscreants. But yeah, Cecil, whenever I moved to the Midwest from the East Coast, I could tell like how different I was, that I've got a good grasp of what that whole West Coast liberalism is about.
Yeah, but with Kaczynski, he makes a good point that that conservatives and liberals are really they're both closet liberals. In the
Conservatives
modern
have been
age.
slowly gentrified into a left. Yeah, they only
Yeah,
give
yeah,
ground.
like
They don't take any ground back.
yeah, if you look up what the conservatives like Jim Bob really are now, they want everything that a neoliberal would want. They're basically neoliberals plus Christianity. So they've given a considerable amount of ground, for almost anything other than, but on almost every single issue, they're liberals. They've gone on drugs. They've gone left on almost every single issue, on environmentalism, on wars. A lot of them are anti-war at this point, or they believe that the wars are being fought for somebody else because they're truthers or some sort of thing, a part of the QAnon movement or something like that. So there's all sorts of these divide. The shift has been moved, and that's the thing that they don't really understand, is that Jim Bob is really just a closet liberal. He wants to make his own Christian utopia, fantasy Christian utopia, where you could have liberalism and Christianity coexisting on the same soil. But the problem is that liberalism and modernism and secularism is what disbanded those Christian traditions. So,
Right.
how do they keep the technology, but also keep the Christian traditions? It seems like there's no both ways for them. That's why they're having trouble addressing some of the basic arguments that we're leveling against them, is because Islam comes from a time where you don't need secular enlightenment philosophy in order to uphold the worldview, because Islam never reached the enlightenment. And that's kind of the issue I was getting into with Adam Green. They don't want me to touch on that issue with the atheists. They don't want me to touch on that issue with the conservative Christians. Why? Because on both sides, it implodes their fundamental way of thinking.
So the thing about the right is they're all about military and the freedom and doing your duty, all that. But we all agree the military is one of the most socialist organizations, but it's like a conservative-minded socialism, where it's like I think the perfect society is where everyone's conservative-minded with liberal benefits for conservative-minded people that aren't using them as much or stressing them.
That's called National Socialism.
But the community has to have the conservative mindedness, because it's still, all politics aside, your community is the people that make it up.
Jawohl, mein comrade.
Because like in Venezuela, if you're a leftist in Venezuela, you're a Christian that's against abortion, but you feed the hungry, all that jazz. Like even left and right changes according to what country you're partaking in.
Damn, was that Soul Reed? You showed his face.
Yeah, like blue eyes, four
Groundbreaking,
blue eyes and a
groundbreaking
brown eye
moment.
down here.
Destroyer is one of two people that are going to remain blocked.
Oh, now we got an agent.
And Hard Hat, you should be visible the next time you come on my show to get berated for your faggotry.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Yo, what's going on, Omar? What's
Yeah,
up?
yeah, man. Yeah, yeah.
What's up, guys? Do I sound right, or should I put on the headphones?
Some of the work is over.
Yeah. How's everything? I think what he meant that he wants the socially conservative, but liberal programs like free healthcare, like free education, things of that nature. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, not even necessarily free, but like the best benefits that the society would be disciplined in using. Like they wouldn't just be resting on unemployment, but it'd be there to give that boost if they did fall off, because they'd be a conservative-minded society.
But don't you think a healthy society and an educated society is a successful society?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you don't want sick people walking around or uneducated people walking around. You understand?
Well, I'm the type where I don't want laws to dictate. I want everybody, like, if there was an abortion clinic on every block, that's fine. I want a society that doesn't use them, as they all have a gun and they're not shooting each other wrongfully.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you. See, I'm liberal-minded. I live in New York City, but I'm socially conservative because I'm a Muslim. So there are certain things that I'm willing to tolerate, like hospital care, education, like things. But when it comes to family and things of that nature, I think that should be left to the family to decide what they want.
Yeah.
Is that right or wrong?
No, I think the freedom of the individual is what saves society. Like, give each individual the chance to do their free way, and in the long run, that's what works.
Yeah, you can't dictate what my child learns in school. Or, well,
And shout to the Muslims, they've made a bigger stance against boards of education over these books and stuff. And
yeah,
yeah.
Because they're all against that. I mean, nobody wants. They asked to opt out. They won't let even opt out. They're like, no, you got to let him learn that. No, he doesn't have to learn that. Oh, she. You understand?
Yeah.
Because when we were growing up, we used to have to stay on a waiver for sex education. Remember when we were young? The parents had to sign a waiver.
And there was like 2 days of it where they separated the girls and the boys.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't that much. But now, no, you have to learn all these pronouns. You know, we don't want to get the machine.
It's too much now. It's way too much.
It's too much. They're pushing. They're suffocating the people. You understand? And
Dude, they're in the library right now. They're where
Yeah,
I'm at right now. And
they're
every time I'm in here, they just I'll get that side eye and you'll overhear them saying shit.
You know, but let's use like
They're just punks, punk ass bitches.
In 2015, I never heard of this shit. I swear to God, I never heard of anything like that until after 2016. I was like, "What is that?" And then when I got on YouTube in 2020 and all that stuff, then I started realizing that there is this thing of confusion.
And they used the stay homes they knew kids would just be home on their phone or tablet all day. And they were just feeding this BS like over all waves and media at them.
Yeah.
Set up programming.
It's like we're going backwards, right? I mean, we're supposed to. Why are we confused about the sexuality of men and women that we have to debate it on schools? Why? It doesn't make no sense.
Yep.
Right or wrong? I mean, it doesn't make no sense. I have.
There was a time for confusion. It was called college, keg party, and you worked it out.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to see me smack one of them right now? I'm gonna smack one up right now. You want to see it?
Are they Antifa?
You want to see me smack one up?
Yeah.
Omar?
Yeah. I want to see.
Yeah? All right.
Yeah.
Look alive, folks.
Not literally. Don't literally
No,
assault.
no. That's TOS. That's a...
JG, these guys are corny.
In
Smack
case
them
this
up.
is
Let us see it on camera.
Himself, he's not with himself.
FPSU.
Yeah.
Smack it up, flip it, rub it down.
Whip it, smack it.
So, you know, Machine, I had Adam Green on my channel like twice. One of the interviews, I didn't even put it on because I was so scared. Because all this oversight of what people could say, what people could do, you don't have to agree with somebody 100%, but let the people talk. You understand? I mean, if people could cut off their fucking.
All right, here we go. Get ready. Get ready.
The reason I think conservatives are leaning left and slowly and everything, I've always said that we're just naturally wired
They're
as
bought,
people.
man. They're all bought. They're cowards. They're bought, Tom. That's
No,
all it is. They're bought, man. They're pussies that are bought.
We're wired as people to build toward the end times, and it's through discipline and restraint that we stall that. Like whenever we say all that evil needs is for good men to do nothing, that's what I think it is we're just wired to carry out this end game over time, and we're deciding when the end of the world is.
Yeah.
That opening scene in Boondock Saints, it was pretty dope, dude. That was one of the best scenes in the whole fucking movie.
Is that the movie with the guy from fucking Lord of the Rings?
And Daryl Dixon.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was that one dude from that zombie series.
Yeah,
Elijah. What's his name?
Daryl
Man?
Dixon.
Elijah.
It's not MJD. It's not the one.
But I hated the sequel.
I always get that mixed up. My fault.
The sequel was just a bunch of, hey, remember when we did this in the first one? Remember when we said something like
that
this
was
in the first
because
one?
the first movie.
Here they go. Here they go. Here they go.
What is it?
Here they go
First
again.
person view. First person view.
Oh man.
We're gonna look at
The
JG's
fucking,
facial
the-
reaction as he smacks somebody up.
No, don't do
The
that.
trans woman in here, man.
What's his
Always
name?
getting people problems, getting people attitude. I just want to smack the shit out of them, but then I'm getting locked up. I'm in a fucking
No,
library.
don't say that, brother. Machine.
Mouse to mouse.
That's TOS, guys. Stop.
These dudes get away with everything, man.
Yeah.
They're protected.
Because YouTube could use that against the channel. I mean, even
Yeah.
you joke, we know you're joking, but if somebody just tape the shit and take it someplace else.
JG doesn't have a channel.
No,
Oh
no,
yeah,
this-
he does, doesn't he?
Yeah, but the machine does. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The whole idea is that we have to understand that there's a lot of divisiveness going in the country, and we have a lot in common than we are really apart. The only people dividing us is the media and certain people who benefit politically or monetary. You understand? To create this tribalism within Americans, or the flyovers, or the coastal cities, or the urban against rural, or against this conservative against liberals. No, everybody loves their family, everybody loves their country, and people should not push their lifestyle or their view or even their religion on other people. I don't have no right like to walk around and say, "Yo, you heard about Islam? I think you should be a Muslim there, Jim." Huh? Yeah, you understand? But this is the whole idea. It is. I mean, I got put I'm starting to hear myself twice. So you have the idea of live and let's live like we used to. I mean, where we should tolerate each other as Americans. Do I sound corny or what, guys? We should
No,
tolerate.
but what you're saying is how they're watering. That's why they're watering down the country with all these
Tribal,
people.
Yeah,
No, they're letting in all the outsiders through the border because those people don't have a mind for what you're saying.
Yeah, but those people, if we had laws, this is the failure of our legislature. We don't have no government. The government is no longer doing its job as a legislators. They could legislate they could legislate in 5 minutes, and you could have legal immigration. I agree with you. I'm an immigrant, but I don't want.
This is going back to what I was saying about a conservative minded. As these people come in, if we didn't have any laws, the people like you and me, we still have a mind for, I'm not going to trash the city I'm in. I'm not going to get all disgruntled and go against. You'd still carry out your day to day. These people aren't going to give a fuck.
Yeah, but even conservative politicians are not really doing their fucking job. I'm going to be honest with you. They just doing their 5-minute viral moment just to be on Fox News in the evening.
Right. And forget the political side. I was just using that as the example. Like that American mindset is what these people won't have. They don't have any culture or history to it. They don't care. They're just here now.
But you know that mostly our natives are fucking in the cities up and burning them down, right?
The African American, yeah.
yeah,
Because I know a lot of Mexicans here in my barrio, they came from Mexico, they wanted to be in this, they appreciate this, and then
they work,
there's
they work hard. The
right, and then there's African Americans that were born and raised here, and they've only been told, "Oh, it's all against you," and they're fucking it up.
Well, the victimization shit, I don't like it. I'm gonna agree with that. I don't like the sense of victimization of people.
Well, they got that. It's
Yeah,
promoted.
we don't want no open borders. I agree with you on that. But this is the government's fault. The government is not. The problem is not they're not doing it. If Congress went home right now and stood 1 year, the country would be okay. They didn't show up in Washington. Just show up once a year to do the budget and go back home to their towns and villages, wherever the fuck they are. Nothing will change. America will be safe and will be less headache, less problem, and less new laws and less new BS because they have so much time. They're always thinking about these new laws, how to take our freedoms away. You understand?
I've talked to older guys that said they believe that's what it was supposed to be. Like when you say go do their thing and then go home.
That's it once a year.
Everybody was supposed to take their turn on that because you're not going to disrupt the country you live in, and you're not going to be career. You're just going to take your turn in Congress and the Senate, then go.
I just want to say I pretty much agree with both of what you guys are talking about, and I want to just add this onto it. And like I know Jim Bob's in the chat, and like I
Fucking fence sitting neurojack. Let's hear it.
yeah. So look, with the way things are going with all this technology, they're talking about manipulating genetics. They're talking about basically being able to put thoughts in your head, which they already can with the technology they have now. So, you know, as a Christian, we should be concerned about preserving whatever free will we do have, because that's kind of like what Christianity is all about, right? So,
Not only that, go ahead.
you know, it's like we're getting to the point where politics is basically going to be irrelevant. And it's just like, I don't understand why Christians wouldn't want to, you know, let's like at least entertain the idea of like, are we really just going to like, do we think that we're really going to be able to control the future
No,
with the way
you're
tech is
gonna
going?
lose properly. You've been given the signs of the end times.
Right.
And this is what
Well,
I'm going to talk about in this week's
but
LARP
is it
church.
fatalism? But is it fatalism? And
No,
you know,
no.
how do we interpret the
It's
book of Revelation, all that shit? Like
Listen.
this shit does matter. You know what I mean? Like
You're
how we
going
look
to
at things.
Christian, and when it comes for you, you're going to run or hide or face it, but you're not going to fight back.
Well, but that's the thing is, do we as Christians have the duty to say, hey, you know, people are being, you know, manipulated, and whether they agree with us about Christianity or not, you know, isn't it kind of on us to kind of, you know,
No,
go
'cause
against people destroying human
Christians,
beings?
you're going against their free will to either be manipulated or go against it. That's like an
Well, but if
individual.
you give them the choice, isn't that helping them?
But do you
Everyone has the choice. If I have to still tell adults in this day and age that everything is a choice.
But are you saying everybody has an equal amount of spiritual discernment? Obviously not.
Christians
No, I'm saying I mean, all we can do is spread the good word and let
Yeah,
our
but-
laws come as it comes.
But the Christians don't really have control of this country. It just there's a little
Absolutely,
group,
we don't
there's
have control.
there's a
That's
little
exactly right.
group here. There is a little group that's out with the letter J. They have manipulated the evangelist Christian and being Zionist. Let's be honest with each other.
No, it's all three Abrahamic religions have been
Yeah, no, but
manipulated.
those who control the levers of power are not the Christians. They're not 100% Christians. If you look at the cabinet of Joe Biden, the main cabinets are the J brothers. You know. Who
Well,
hold
but that's
up
the thing is we give them power because we don't act. That's my point. Like we don't
because
do anything
you're
about
fooled. You're
You're
fooled by the
never going
churches.
to.
The churches are more Zionist than Christian. They call them Zionist Christians. That's what it is.
Neurojack.
They had
You
this
know
belief.
you're in the end game, dude. Stop Jack Talcotting. Stop trying to fix do what you
Well,
can in your AO.
so Christians should just like lay down and just accept our fate, that things are
Not
just
lay
going to continue
down.
this
Do you
way.
not believe Revelations? Do you say the Bible is
Well, let's
lying
talk
to you?
about that. That's the whole point I'm getting at. Let's talk
Okay,
about
do
how
you
we
think you're
wait.
gonna
Let me finish a
change
fucking
that?
sentence, dude. Wait a second. Look, how
But
do we interpret?
we've had this
Just shut up.
conversation before.
Listen, how do we interpret Book of Revelation? That
What
is
does
the
it mean?
question.
What does it say? I mean, just give me a short idea, because I don't know. What does
It just gives the signs so you'll know the end times are coming. When you see these signs, that generation most likely will not die.
wasn't Revelation like a dream? This guy was on psychedelic. I mean, it was weird. I read it about the guy was high as fuck. He was psychedelic. What's this called? That drug is
Well,
called?
some people say that Book of
I think he was
Revelation
on.
is.
Whoever wrote it was on a psychedelic. The way he
Some
wrote with
people say that Book of
with the 12
Revelations.
horns, the 5
Some
eyes,
people,
the 6
some people say
tongues.
Some people say Book of Revelations is a history of what happened before with Solomon, and other people say it's it's prophecy, and we have to do it because we can't fight
It's
against it, so we just
prophecy
accept it.
because there's things that haven't happened yet, and it's not we have to do it. And
Well,
the powers that
that's one
shouldn't be are not using it to carry out the end of the world. It's
Well,
just what is.
But okay, let's talk about where did that interpretation come from? Because from what I've seen, it sounds like it came from the Kabbalah, not from Christians.
You've been on the internet too long, man.
How do you know? Have you read the Kabbalah?
No, but I hear all this John Thomas stuff and all these people with the narrative right now.
If the people running the world believe in that, you don't think that's important to know what they believe?
I believe in it.
Okay, so
And I
just ignore
see it with my own eyes day
so
after
ignore
day.
what other people believe because you believe something. So just ignore everybody else and just keep your head down.
I've heard them out, but that's not going to change my faith. And I see these like there's things that have always happened. There's always been plagues. There's always been rumors of wars and wars. But now significant things are coming, like the third temple in Jerusalem, the cashless society that can.
Are you a Zionist?
Feedback on myself.
Are you a Christian
All right,
Zionist?
Tom. 20-second
a
bash
Zionist.
on John Thomas. Go, Tom. 20-second bash. Go.
I'm not gonna bash the dude. I've already bashed him about the Christian Motorcycle Goldwing Club snatching his wife off of him. I'd like to go find them, fucking retrieve her, do an extraction on that Goldwing gang. But no, the dude's just confused. I wish he'd post up these passages I need to check before LARP church so I can talk to
So
him.
when human beings start getting genetically manipulated, we just say, well, that's what the Zionists wanted.
That's happening. This thing we don't want. This thing we don't want poked with is not a V word. It is manipulating the genetics of your body.
That's some basic.
think it's all mental
We've already
manipulation.
been genetically manipulated for quite a while. I mean, this is not contested among people who actually study genetics. So this is not like something new. This is a long time in action, dude.
Well, that's what was going on in the days of Noah, right?
Well, so what the fuck? So Christians should just accept it and just say, well, I'm just going to go to work and I'm just going to go.
No, you
support the
should
peace system
Christian. You should Christian as much as you can, and that's more than man's
Okay,
law,
well,
more
let's
than work
define
law.
what Christian as much as you can means then. If that's your argument. I mean, this is not personal, by the way, Tommy. I'm trying to get through this. So
I'm not taking it personal. I feel like you've got this. I'm trying to find this one thing I can say to you, and I feel like it's going to open your brain up to everything you've been questioning and stuff.
No, I appreciate it. But
All right, well, think about that, Tom. We want to hear it, Tom. Think about it.
So do you think Christians have any right to debate about what it means to be a Christian in times like this?
I think between Christians, yes, but then outwardly, like I was with Adam Green, it's just all we can do is stand on our thing and be our
Well,
thing.
but this is the thing is, it seems that most Christians don't want to have that debate, dude. I mean, I'm 30-something years old, and I've been trying since I was about 5 years old to ask these questions, and I can tell you about 99% of Christians don't want to talk about the shit, dude.
And that's their lukewarmness to be, or maybe they're just not big on the information exchange. We have to respect their free will. But I mean, it is what
to
it
whatever
is.
degree they actually have free will.
Right.
Which is what
Well, we have free will. But how do I say this? You should come to LARP Church Sunday. I don't usually panel, but if you show up, I'll have you up. And like with John Thomas, I need to find out what to look into because I'm not going to have it off the cuff right now. But yeah, there's a level of like I can hear like the activism in you, and you just don't have to. It
I'm,
doesn't
I'm
have to be.
saying, I'm saying if we just want to sit by and do nothing, that's fine. But like, let's just be real about it instead of just like making up some
Well,
bullshit excuse for it. That's all I'm saying.
the do nothing is in a sense of what you've been conditioned through your report card grades, your job performance, your resume. Being a Christian is not as much of that, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what the real questions are, and anybody can debate these things if they want to. It's not for Jim Bob to figure out what the debate question is. Far too late for it to
Call back to the JB.
actually take place. But yeah, for example, the revelations, you know, you could look at the revelations, you can look at what time period it was coming on, you could look at how it was revealed, the method in which it was revealed. Obviously, the time period in which it was revealed, it's referring to a future revelation that will take place. This is the conventional understanding of it. It's referring to an apocalypse. Now, an apocalypse could refer to what is happening at the end of the world, but it doesn't always have to. An apocalypse could very well refer to the time period that people are in, how the values of that time period, how the culture of that time period will be turned upside down 180 degrees from where it is today. Okay, one could speak about an apocalypse in those terms. One could also speak about the event itself, how this event was revealed to John. Okay, now this is important because it tells us that the angel of the Lord, or Jesus himself, came to this person and started revelating to him, and this person was then able to see these visions because of what the Jesus angel had implanted. And furthermore, this angel exists on each church. The angel visits him about the various churches and shows him about the various churches that keep God's commandments and about how they'll fare in the days to come. Finally, there's John himself. Who is John himself? You know, who is the figure of John? You know, do we even know who the fuck John is? John who? It's not John the Baptist that we're talking about. You know, so already we're not referring to John the Baptist. We're referring to a different John. Which John is it? Is it John Zebedee, you know, who was a disciple of Jesus? You know, is it John the Apostle, who's a mysterious figure who was there at the cross and with Saint Mary beholding the crucifixion of Jesus? Or is it still another more mysterious figure? We don't even know which John it was. You know what I'm saying?
But that reminds me, you reminded me, I wanted to touch on the significance to these times is when Revelation says that men will be proud and lovers of the self. That wasn't referring to the world. That it was talking about the church. The church people would be proud and lovers of themselves. And it said that when we all see these plagues and wars and things going on, it says the entire world will be aware of it as the world is connected now. You know news before the news gets the news out. And that's the same way it says the entire world will have the preaching of the gospel, just like missionaries and the internet are technically doing at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely there's lots of predictions in the Bible, and you know, I will be the first to say that I think it's a very important book. But I'm just saying, when certain people ask questions, and of course, you know, people like Adam Green are willing to entertain these questions, but people like Jim Bob, whose whole life story it is to defend these values in these books, they can't even talk about it. You know, they can't even
That's his
talk about
hipster
it.
showing. He's a bit of a hipster, but
But that
we
seems
gotta learn.
that seems totally implausible. How could one person who has no business even talking about these things concern their whole life and work with it, and somebody else who literally bases their whole life and commandments with it, with following this thing can't even speak about it or defend it in public. I mean, that
I
is just
just
a fucking
picture
shame.
Jim Bob Christianing around like Jay and Silent Bob in the cast of Clerks.
Yeah,
That's
and they
the
had to,
vibe
and they
that's
had
where
to,
he preached got.
and they had to, they had to make an hour-long video about it because they're such pussies. So hurt about what I said about Adam Green, on what I said with Adam Green. They got to make a fucking a hour-long video about some channel that nobody even knows about called The Machine Lives to talk about their findings about it. And then even then, a guy I debated for 2 hours called the Resident Sleeper that is on there saying that I'm a mythicist. This dumb, fat, fucking buffoon couldn't even open his fucking ears big enough, wide enough to get the pussy out of his ears because his mind has been
So
fucked so bad to even
how much
understand that what the fuck is this, like what the fuck my position is after debating me for 2 hours, and I'm supposed to come up with a debate question for these fucking lunatics.
how much
I mean,
how much
could
you
you
think I would
imagine?
have
I
to
mean, could you imagine?
how much
And
do you think I'd have to
they're still saying that, and they're still saying that Islam is Gnosticism.
well, how much do you think I'd have to throw Jim Bob to spend a show reviewing my stuff in whatever context he wants just to get 12,000
Oh, you
eyeballs on my channel?
you don't pay them money. You actually have to piss them off with ideas.
We've got common enemies. He doesn't like Paul either. You don't like Paul. See, there's a good neutral ground to start from. He doesn't like
You
Paul.
got to
We
figure
don't
it
like.
out. Yeah, you don't have a meta-ethical foundation either. You can't rely on a precept argument from Kant, you know what I mean, and Jay Dyer, you know what I mean? That's not gonna work. You know, you have no meta-ethical foundation. You have philosophy from the Greeks, and that's your foundation. Pagan philosophy. It's pagan shit that is your foundation. It's not Christian shit. Nothing in the Bible that you can point to counts as your foundation, Jim Bob. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
Jesus. That's the point. It was
They don't
nothing
point.
but
They don't point to
Jews.
Jesus.
It
They don't
was
point to the
Jews,
logos. They don't point
pagans,
to any of
and
that stuff. They
it was
point to
Jews,
all this
pagans, and
nonsense.
Greeks, and
They
the
point to
Messiah
all
makes
this
all the
nonsense.
difference.
I told them 18 times I'll clear the whole panel just to have him on and just talk about what disagreements he has. This guy does not disagree with me on one single thing. Making videos saying my name. It's hilarious. You don't even disagree with me on a single thing. I can't even believe it.
Then
You
where's
know,
the debate?
that's the problem.
Why would he come up?
Jessica Jane, if Destroyer ever wants unblocked, you supporting her is not helpful.
Yeah, look, I mean, the thing about Christianity is, look, it's all of it, it really boils down to your interpretation. And, you know, when I talk to some Christians like Posh and even Jim Bob, right? Like they say, well, you need to go to the church and they help you interpret it, but it doesn't reflect on your salvation, right? And then also, you know, people who aren't even Christians, it seems, have a path to salvation as well, right? So if it's not based on knowledge and it's based on your heart, okay, got that. Now let's move past that. Now, how do we interpret the rest of it about how we, what works inform our faith, and how does our faith inform our works, right? Like that, to me, that's what I find interesting, and that's what I'm trying to like get people to get into. And look, I understand that, you know, maybe it'll take many years to get there, and people say, well, why does it matter? Well, it matters because look, you know, faith without works is dead, right? So like we have to kind of have a measuring stick of how we measure what we're doing with our life, right? And
But you're not to tell the left hand what the right hand is doing, so that's going to be between you and God anyway.
okay, sure, but do we also don't just sit here and do nothing in the interim, right?
So what you've been asking, I think, is just what you need to find, and you don't have to worry about
Well,
anybody
all
else.
I know is I grew up in the South, and I watched a lot of young guys get up and go kill a bunch of innocent people for no fucking reason, right? And also, I see them getting tricked into believing a bunch of shit that doesn't make any fucking sense and has nothing to do with Christianity, in my opinion, right? So, you know, maybe that's my problem, sure, but I don't like to see that shit, and
Well,
I just don't
that
understand like
sounds
why is
like
it so hard to
you might be
see.
wrapped up in a philosophical aspect then.
Well,
That's
every
that's the
single
new
Christian
world order, bro.
They're
every single
all operating on their free will, and it's not on you to. I mean, you can make an effort if you know them and can talk to them or whatever, but the world's going to do what the world's going to do.
Sure. Well, I also don't think that we should just be defeatists and say, well, the world has fallen, therefore I have no work to do. I mean, that just
I'm not a
ridiculous.
defeatist. That's where we're narrowing it down. I'm not being a defeatist, but you need to be more stoic of what you can affect and what you can't affect. Even that prayer, give us the wisdom to know the difference.
Sure. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if you quite understand what I'm saying. But
I do. It's just, I also agree with you. It's hard to wake up every day and remember the conclusion we're at without, like, look at Talcott. Every day I tell him he can't end wars.
Come
God
on
needs
up.
wars to happen.
Come on up, Jim Bob.
And
Come
every
on
day he
up.
wakes up and he says, I'm going to end wars.
The panel.
well, I mean, look, that's an admirable thing, and I think that I don't think that Christians should try to end war per se, because I don't think that war is evil in and of itself
No,
or
it's
anything like that,
amoral.
right?
Yeah, war is amoral. There's good cause to go to war against Small Mustache. Various.
Right, but as technology gets, I mean, let's put it this way: 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, I'm sure a bunch of people went off to war for a bunch of bullshit reasons. Now we have mass media with CGI and all this other bullshit, so it's a lot easier to justify a bullshit reason if you want to send people into a meat grinder. I think that's a fucking problem, personally. Right?
We'll wait till they're all marching on Israel and yada yada. Revelation stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, I think that the whole J thing and the Israel thing is a cover for something a lot more,
No, Israel's been Israel ever since that biblical time up till
Israel
now.
doesn't exist in a physical form, as far as I know. in the
No,
Bible. I don't know
you
what you're
got that
talking about.
toilet bowl earth stuff going. There is the Israel that is the body of Christ, but that city is still in that context in a lot of the Bible.
Yeah,
That's why
well,
the
I mean,
third temple. That's why the
well,
third
look, dude,
temple will be in
you
Jerusalem.
agree with a lot of Hasidic and Zionist Jews, as far as I mean, that you don't. I
No,
don't.
Zionists agree with
This is
me because my religion was here first.
This is what Destroyer suggested me, that I should like sing Jim Bob a little song so that he can come up to the panel. Let's try it. Let's see if that works.
Jim Bob, if you drop the filters, if you lost the Snapchat with the Snapchat loss and said, "Yeah, I'm not going to use them because maybe like it's too cool now." If you want to know how to get it back, I can help you get it back. I still use them.
Okay, I'm gonna sing a special song for Made by Jim Bob. This is a special Machine Lies production for Made by Jim Bob. So you can come up here and I wish I had my guitar and my banjo so I could go banjo kazooie on y'all motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? But nah, I just got me, myself, and I right here. But yeah, man. I cleared my panel here, man. Oh shit, there's no link. Man, tell me there's no motherfucking link out here, man. How the fuck is this shit gonna happen with no link? Yo, man, I ain't got no link out here. That's retarded. I didn't have the link up. How come y'all didn't tell me there's no link up here the whole time, man? That's so stupid. Yo, my bad, man. I was walking in Nebraska with my ball up in the plane, and I knew Louisiana. I'll be coming right home again. Ding 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 ding. I was made by Jim Bob in a stormy day, but I knew I was going back home again. Do 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 do. Yo, come on, Jimbo. Come on, dog. Let's go. Puss out again. Yo. What is my gift? I don't even understand what this means. What is my gift? My gift is pissing off Cretans, philosophers with the bumper sticker philosophy that they borrowed from Jay Dyer. Come on, brother. Espousing pagan philosophy. The precept argument. Hey, no pressure, Jim Bob. Yeah, I feel you, man. Hey, man. Well, if you're watching this for entertainment, I sure do understand, man. It's no worries, man. Bless you, man. Thanks for being up here in the audience, anyways, man. But yeah, Jim Bob don't want to debate, man. That's what it is.
Hey, man, it's probably not even him. It's probably just some chatbot or some troll that changed his name by one letter and is laughing at the fact that you think it's him or some shit, dude. Just, you know.
What's wrong with pagan philosophy? It's not Christian philosophy. That's what's wrong with it. It's not Christian.
Come on, Jim Bob, debate Muhammad. Why are you scared, man?
Non-Christian meta ethics to defend Christian values. How does that one work?
I liked your song though. It was pretty good.
Oh, I just got that off the top of my head. I don't even know what I was doing. But yeah.
You should have used your mad rapping skills, bro. Destroyed his
yeah. Oh, I could pull that out. We gotta do a diss song. I gotta do a diss. No, we gotta have a rap battle with Toilet Bowl Earth. I don't know why he won't come and battle me. He's too much of a coward. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, so many people, man, they're afraid to battle the boy, the machine lies, man. I guess I just could sit in my room playing with my toys alone for so long. Nobody wants to come and play in the sandbox. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right, Mr. Miner. Muslims are not pagans. They're not pagans, but Christians follow pagan philosophy. Don't they, Jim Bob? You would know about that, Jim Bob. He's either cooking, cleaning, or watching the kids. Yeah. Yeah, maybe he is. You know, that's cool, man. You know, it's cool, man, brother. It's all good. And, you know, Jim Bob did feature me on his show, you know. So, man, peace to Jim Bob, you know, man. Whatever. It is what it is, man. Yeah, but Hank's not afraid, man. Hank's not afraid of me at all. You know, Hank's.
I just got kicked off twice. Did Trad delete his account?
Maybe it got shot down. Who knows? Dude, you're not allowed to stand up for white tradition. That's like
Muhammad?
Freaking yeah. No, that's like fucking, you know, bad
Questions for Muhammad. Do you know anything about that? No, it's all good.
Wait, what was it? Wait, what was that, JG?
Did Trad delete his account, his YouTube account?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. He didn't come out here yet, so I didn't really figure it out, you know. But yeah, you know, yeah, yeah, genetic fallacy is when you criticize where the argument came from. Like say an argument comes from Adam Green, you criticize that it came from Adam Green, or because somebody espouses a naturalistic or atheistic belief system instead of challenging the point they made. So you commit the genetic fallacy all the time. You must know what it is then, Jim Bob. You committed the genetic fallacy when you made your critique. like, are you that stupid? Maybe you don't know what the genetic fallacy is.
Isn't
Jim
that another
Bob.
way? Sorry, isn't that another way of saying straw man?
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, essentially. I mean, they use it and they can't, and they accuse you of doing it. You know what I'm saying, right? And that's really what it is, you know. And I'm not gonna waste my time talking about that nonsense that you either did criticize or didn't criticize, where you're using the same genetic fallacy now to criticize what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I mean, that's hilarious, dude. Maybe you should read up on the genetic fallacy, Dim Bob. Since you're so well versed, you can't even come up and debate, but you want to put fallacies in the chat. But you have nothing to debate. You want to debate me from a chat box, dude? It's fucking retarded. I mean, right? It is what it is, man. You know. Hey, Dim Bob, you want to debate from a chat box? I thought you didn't want to debate. You just want to be entertained. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Why don't you say it directly? Yeah, why don't you say it directly? I mean, it's weird. I come on his show, I add credence to his views. You know, he can't even come up on my show. I mean, that's how these people act. You know, I did two whole debut, two whole. I mean, I did my debate debut on fucking Andrew Wilson's channel. He can't even come up on my show to talk about any of the points he disagrees with me with. You know what I mean? I mean, these people are fucking pussies. You know, I mean, that's what it is. You know what I mean? That's all it is. You know what I mean? Pussies. Don't debate me from a chat. Okay, buddy. You know, if you want to be entertained, then sit down and be entertained and have a good time. Okay. All right. You know. But don't come up here and try to say, oh, he's gonna swing and say, oh, somebody did a fallacy and all that stuff. We're not debating right now. I'm just issuing statements. You're telling me somebody did a fallacy. I'm not in a debate right now. I never made a point at you. You're telling me I committed a genetic fallacy. Come on, buddy. You know. And meanwhile, you're committing one by saying, oh, such and such argument came from Adam Green, and therefore it's false. You know, such and such argument came from this worldview, and therefore it's false. And what's the argument? You can't even repeat the argument back. You don't even have a point of contention or a point of debate. You just want to sit and bitch in a chat room, act like a fucking faggot. That's all it is, buddy. That's all it is. Look, now he hates Muslims. You heard it here first, folks. Yo, if you got Muslims, if a Muslim guy works for this for this guy at McDonald's, go spit in this dude's burger so he can know. So he can know. All the Muslims around the world, this is what Jim Bob thinks of you. What a faggot. Imagine if I came up here and said, oh, Christians are liars. Christians are just liars. You know, I'd lose my good reputation and name because I'm calling people, I'm holding false witness against people who never did anything wrong. What a faggot. You know what I'm saying, right? What a faggot.
Yeah, he's just toying with you. Just
Man, he's a little bitch.
keep it moving. He's saying you have female ears now. He's just trying to get a rise out of you, talking shit.
As you're too much of a bitch to hop up on the panel, but I have female ears. Oh my god. Oh, maybe maybe I should ban you like he did in his chat. Look at this female ears, bro. Let me show you the female ears, bro. Let me show you the female ears. They time me out in his chat because they can't even listen.
There you go, time him out.
Pussies, bro. Pussy, bro. Bro, what a pussy, bro. Don't make me time you out, Jim Bob. You better be nice down there in the chat, little faggot. You little bitch. Hey, Jim Bob, you want to say another? Yeah, you're showing your true colors, bro. You're showing your true colors. You're getting butthurt, bro. You get throwing little insults and stuff. What a little faggot, bro. What a little faggot. Scared. You scared, dog? What happened to you, Jim Bob? You scared, dog? Oh my god. Oh, Jim Bob, calling names in the chat. We thought you were better than that, Jim Bob.
Yo, does my avatar offend you, Muhammad?
Not at the moment. But yeah,
Yeah, Tarek, shut up. Stop being a bitch. Fucking control freak over here.
Yeah, but yeah, he banned me in his chat, and they can't even listen to what the fuck the deal is. They're too pussy to hear what the deal is. I'm saying too fucking pussy to hear the deal is, and now everybody else got female ears. Oh no. Yeah, you
Talking
better
shit from the dark because they can't
you
show
better
their
be
face.
nice. You could go ahead and be entertained in the chat, but don't act like a little bitch, or I will fucking kick you out of the chat, you little faggot. Just like you did in your chat. You didn't want to hear me out. So go ahead and sit there and be entertained. Fuck face. It's like some sort of crazy misinformation campaign. You dox Rusty. You dox Rusty Smackleford.
Who cares?
Yeah, you're little bitch ass cocksuckers who go to your church with Deacon Ananias. We're talking about my wife. You remember that? You little bitch ass Jim Bob faggot.
He said you attract doxers. I'm the doxer, right?
I don't even know what that means. Attracts doxers.
Yeah, EBT's first name Skylar, right? We all know that. He's still
Yeah, I
mad
know.
about that shit.
I know. How many angles you gonna try tonight, Jim Bob? Yeah, dude. Yo, Jim Bob is psyop Bob, bro. I can't believe this shit, bro. This fucking dude is straight up running gay ops with Owen Benjamin. I don't think Jim Bob knows anything about JG. I don't think he was referring to JG. I don't even think that shit.
He said the machine lies attracts doxers. So who's the doxer? Is he getting at me with the whole Skylar shit?
Skylar? What? What are they talking about? EBT? Yo, they love EBT, man. They love
Yeah, Jim
EBT.
Bob he's just having fun, man. This dude's just trolling.
What's wrong? Yo. Yeah, yeah. Now you don't know anybody, huh? Now you don't know anybody. That's hilarious.
All right,
Oh,
Muhammad,
well.
do me a favor. Stop feeding into this shit, man. Plowing your head. Come on.
Well, that's it. That's it. That's all I really had today. I had the panel. I had just I mean this is really what it is. If nobody's gonna hop on the panel, I mean I really don't know where to go from here. I'm just gonna play some videos, do some shit. I might hop on some other panels. I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, I mean, I guess people are too afraid. They want to come and do their whole spiel, and we're gonna watch their sad little critiques very soon on this show. We're gonna do a show on Saturday. Dim Bob creates his own Doodle Bob creates his own fantasy Christian utopia, and that's what we're gonna discuss. Some of the recent attacks made by Jim Bob and Enslaved by Truth, channels that they've always had way more subscribers than I've had. I came up through the ranks debating these guys, having questions with these guys, and they can't even sit here and give me the time of day that's necessary to come and unpack some of the points that I'm making. Yet they want to make little quips and videos all day, all fucking day long, make little random accusations as well, yeah, exactly. Kingdom of God, that's what you believe in. You believe in a fantasy fucking Christian nationalist utopia plus technology, some shit that's never gonna fucking happen in your life, you dumb bitch. You believe in fantasy utopia of Christian nationalism. That's what you believe in. You believe in a fantasy. You believe in a fantasy world. It's not gonna happen.
It's a bunch of freaking drunk rednecks that have a stranglehold on a storybook that's gone through a couple of freaking translations that they don't even understand themselves, but they know they need to beat their children in the head with it and tell them, believe this shit or I'm going to disown you. All right. Yeah. And then maybe somewhere there's some Christian scholars that actually live in a city and have gone to a college. I'll go hang out with them. Not some babbling idiot that can't even understand or trying to interpret shit with all the these, thous, thys, and theins that are involved. Like half the Bibles aren't even written modern English. And now you've got these versions that are coming out where it says in them their red letters that is Jesus' word. And he said, thou shalt obey all law enforcement agents in your community, or else you're going against God's will. But wait, this isn't a control mechanism, though. Okay, don't read into it too much. Right? We're not using this shit to control people. This is God's will. This is the way it's supposed to be. Okay. I'll still not be gay, and I'll still try my best to follow the 10 commandments, only because I have found examples of the 10 commandments in other religions that I have studied, which is something that Christians are not very good at. They're not very good at studying other religions. They just want to focus tunnel vision on their book and their shit. I mean, I have friends that they're Christians. Some of them are cool people, but they're not like Bible Nazis. Just saying.
Jim Bob is triggered. Oh well, it's sad.
Soul Reed, what's up, man?
I don't think that's Soul Reed. Oh no, that is Soul Reed. Yeah.
My bad. I'm just fucking with my avatar name. Oh, not a whole lot. Just listen to this nonsense. What's up, Cecil? What are you looking at?
I'm just trying to catch up on some projects that I've been.
MSNBC?
Yeah.
On what? You playing Tetris?
Nah, man. Nah. You know, I've been playing these freaking like it's like gaming apps that actually pay you money. Like you can cash out in like Amazon gift cards. And Black Friday is coming up, so I'm gonna spend some of that shit. But
So it's like taking surveys.
no,
Type
I
of
mean
thing,
you can
basically.
there's
Same idea, right?
there's like misplay. There are a lot of commercials actually involved, like little 30-second commercials, some of which are interesting, but there's like misplay, money cash, cash giraffe, the commercials on like Instagram, you know. And so there's a couple of games where it's like play this amount, they'll give you the points that convert into like cash money.
Wait, what? Wait, what game is this?
There's these whoops. There's these freaking apps that you can get now. Solitaire or some of them I don't really like solitaire, but you can actually play games, and I mean it works out to about like $1 an hour, really, you know, but there's free games and they try to like get you to spend money on them. Hardcore gamers call them freemium. And so it's a free game, you don't spend any money on it. And then you can like buy boosts and all this shit in game for money, but I don't spend any money on the game. I spend zero money on the game, right? And it's like the more time you invest or the better you are at the game, it'll cash you out in points, and then you can exchange the points for actual real money. It's just whatever, dude. I live in a small town. It's hard to, my side hustles are weak. I admit it, you know. But whatever. At least I'm not sitting staring at a fucking screen making no money on a game that I spent money on. But you know, whatever, man.
That's what Jim Bob's doing right now. He's sitting staring at a screen and not making no money, and he's watching Cecil going, holy shit, this guy's boring. Why the fuck you watching it then, dude? Like, you're the one sitting here watching, paying contribution to shit. Like, you must think it's pretty entertaining because you're sitting there watching it and commenting in the live chat like a little bitch.
I can go to sleep.
He's on salary, bro. Come on. He's salarized.
What happened?
I said Jim Bob's on salary. He's always getting paid for it.
Oh yeah.
Machine, do you know what JIDF is? JIDF?
No.
It's the J Internet Defense Force. The Israel actually has like an internet, like a cyber I don't know if you want to call it like a PR or a reputation management division that's solely on the internet. If you look up pictures of these guys being presented medals, you can clearly see that a lot of them need help with their shopping list because their heads are shaped like turnips and shit. And like, yeah, Hank might even be a member of the. Anyway, my point is it kind of reminds me of like Jim Bob's caliber of type of person. You know, you just sit on the internet and freaking control Wikipedia pages and edit Wikipedia about shit to adjust to your narrative or whatever. I don't know, man. I don't have time to spend on people like this.
Oh shit. Talpiot in the house. Pyramid 7 knows things deep. seated framework of intellectual instability. Fucking chasms. Fucking chasms be opening up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Jim Bob's a liberal.
Oh yeah.
It
Liberal.
seems like
He's a liberal. He's a man following a liberal ideology, espousing a pagan philosophy. And where does Christianity fit into it? I'm trying to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure it out. But we're all trying to figure out something here, you know. Is you got Greek philosophy and modern liberal lifestyle, you know, where you don't follow any church, you don't go you don't follow the rules of any church. You know, you live in the US. You follow democratic laws and institutions. Okay. And you espouse pagan philosophy from all of these thinkers like Plato.
Jim Bob complies. Jim Bob complies.
Complies.
Did you scare him away, JG? Did you go out there and like beat your chest like a gorilla and they just ran?
Who's that? Oh, the trans woman?
Yeah, or I don't know who. I don't know whoever you were talking about earlier. I'm not exactly sure about.
Nah, they were going already, but I'm really trying not to. I'm really working on my patience down here. I'm trying not to knock somebody out or smack anybody.
There you go.
I should get out of here. That's what I should do. I should leave El Paso.
For steers and queers, Texas.
Yeah, we going train hopping in the spring if my wife doesn't come back. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
JG, you gotta shoot yourself on one of those train videos. Robin brought it up. She thinks they're faking CIA ops.
Well, she's just a troll trying to. Robin's a fake person, so I don't care about anything she's saying. If you watch my videos, you'll see little hints that it's my shit. You'll see dick in her buns in certain videos, so keep an eye out for that.
So like, how about
What do you mean you see dick in her buns?
Get on panel. Just don't acknowledge their existence. Like I'm on my phone, I can't see any of the chat. I'm not. I don't care. You know?
I mean, dude, I was live on the Machine Live, hopping the train a couple times, showing you guys what I'm doing. Right.
Right.
Yeah, Jim Bob getting Swiss cheesed up in this chat, man. Jim Bob, you got to be funnier than that, man. These guys are quipping back at you like very fast. Like no wit in this chat room. Like it's crazy. It's like they be quipping at you, son. You getting Swiss cheesed up in this chat room. It's bad. I think JG fell out there, but yeah.
Sorry, man. These Jews keep kicking me off.
Now,
the machine never blinks. The machine's on to me.
Yo, Jim Bob's jokes are not even funny anymore. He's just making like lewd sexual jokes at this point. I don't know. He's fantasizing things. He's fantasizing sexual things.
Hey, Jim Bob, I had sex with your wife. Soul Reed's got it.
What is that a picture of? Is that a Lego man?
Seinfeld.
It's Jerry.
No, I'm talking about the little face he's got. It's like a little Lego man. It's like a little Lego emoji. That's interesting. I didn't know that those were available. But yeah, man. I don't know who the fuck keeps hitting me up on Discord, man. These Discord notifications are fucking retarded.
I don't even Discord, man. I heard
Yeah.
that it has a bunch of like exploits in it. Like if you
Oh
have
yeah.
it, it
That
makes
shit
it easy.
run. That shit's the most perfect spy tool known to man. Like,
Right.
I can't even believe it's crazy. Like,
Yeah.
like it's just a bunch of hidden motherfuckers. You don't know who anybody is. I mean, it's fucking crazy. It's like fucking musical chairs with your mind. You know, it's like fucking insane. Yeah, it actually makes no sense at all. There's no rhyme and reason why you would need to have anonymous conversations with hundreds of people. You know, like, what the fuck? Like, what is the fucking point? You know what I mean? I mean, I think it's worked like in my favor and also against me. I actually don't even know if it's actually working for me at all at this point. The Discord just has information about what I'm doing, like about my intellectual parameters. Like, I mean, it's not useful to
It's
me.
just more
So why the fuck?
refeed. It's just, you think about it, it's just more refeed to weaponize against you. Not that it's all bad, but it's. I would say, like, in theory, all the platforms are agented in some way, and then the data is going to be used and refed and weaponized against you psychologically. It doesn't mean it's weaponized against you, but it's going to be used. I don't know.
Yo,
Should have
Muhammad,
thought.
I might clip some of your videos and put up a video on my account, like me hopping trains on your account. Make a little quick edit. Give you a shout
Oh,
out
you
or
actually
something.
did it? You did it live, JG?
Yeah, a couple times.
No shit. I was just stirring up drama because it was kind of dead. But yeah, dude, I mean, I don't know. Were we not going to be real about all this information's weaponized and there's people whether they know they're weaponizing it or not, it's just like, I think it's such a work that the truth is, there's no way it can't be that way by ignorance or by, by, I guess, maniacally doing it. But does that make any sense?
Yes.
No sense. Makes no sense, man.
Well, I just think the anonymous kind of feature there has got to be a way to corral people, and it's the same thing in these live chats. People can pop up as different people. It's the same mechanism apparently in the Discord where you could pop up as different people, change your name, have multiple accounts, so as to say, like, anybody could be multiple people doing anything. You could be somebody else. Somebody could be somebody appearing under a different name. So you
Yeah,
think
and
it's
they
somebody
know
else.
they know all your weaknesses already, so it's like popping up as a different account and then playing on you. So
Exactly.
it doesn't have to all be data. It could be literally
Yeah,
someone
so there's
popping up under different avatars, right?
yeah. So that's kind of the main kind of thing there. And then having people in my community, I mean, I would have them in my community. They could have two different accounts, be in different people's communities, have different names, be taking pictures of my shit, and even directing the conversations in my community so that certain people in my community will say things, will make remarks against other people in my community, threaten them, threaten to dox them, do other stuff. And that's kind of, like, we had Jim Bob come and make that kind of allegation towards me or whatever here, and I don't even understand what that is. It's like people alleging that people dox, and they had that whole situation with the Monograph fellow. You know, this person is a serial doxer. You know, was had appeared on the Flow State channel in order to stop some of the critiques of him. He said he's gonna dox everybody, you know, and all that stuff. So, you know,
Yeah, that guy is a fucking weirdo, man. He's got a video of him with crazy mask. He's got like this young girl with a pig mask on. He's like groping her hair, like he's feeling her hair, and then he's like jerking off with the umbrella. He's got an umbrella in his hair, and he busts a nut with the umbrella. It's fucking weird.
It's a little excessive there, I would say.
I'm glad I don't even know who you're talking about. This shit goes way too deep. And not
What is
even
the
in
video?
like not even in Discord's machine lies. Like I think like if you have a YouTube channel and you're getting it and you get comments on it, you could be getting multiple. You know what I'm saying? Like, say it's one person with like multiple sock accounts, just commenting even on your YouTube channel. Say you have a small YouTube channel, and then like they know they're psychologically, you know, like it kind of goes endless levels. Not that I'm trying to like spread a bunch of paranoia, but I think it's wise to be able to notice something, to be able to notice that this type of fuckery happens. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, you know, it's like I'm just over here. I just got off work. I'm just trying to hang out and talk to this guy about some philosophy stuff, or like, you know, like you should. There shouldn't be like backlash. Like, you know, this guy over here, he decided to have this one guy on his channel. I don't have any control over that. I'm just over here trying to like bounce ideas. Like, what do you guys think about what's going on in current events? Blah blah. You know, like they can't like try to guilt by association type shit. Like, come on, man.
I agree. It's stupid. And then like people clip people like out of context. Like it's like fucking so weaponized. Like I guess I'm just preaching to like what people should be seeing as an audience. Like you gotta think about the factors of like you know where
Yeah, they're trying to psych you out.
Yeah, exactly.
They're trying to psych you out and just fuck with your anxiety. You know, it's an anxiety game.
Yeah, and this isn't Jim Bob's chat where you get kicked out for asking too many tough questions. Sorry, Jim Bob. You're just gonna have to deal with the questions, or you're free to leave. You know what I mean? I'm not banning anybody, and I'm not taking away anybody's thing, and it is what it is, man. You know, the thing is that I mean, it's like she said. At least try to respond to some of what they're saying. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to purposefully evade, the questions that you're being asked, and then not even try to, not even try to address what you came up here trying to address. I mean, let's just be honest. You made an entire hour-long video. I mean, you're telling me I don't know what the video's about. At least you know what it's about. You can come and explain it, or you could come and correct the, anyways.
Hey, so what do you do for work, man?
You talking to me?
No, I know what you do, Cecil. So Reed, what do you do for work?
Oh, okay.
JJ, you talking to me? Hello?
Come on, man. What's up with these fucking games right
I've
here?
been playing poker online for like the last few years. I used to play live. I was a salesman. Actually, I had like a corporate job for a while. But I'm kind of living bare men, dude. I don't know. It's been a crazy awakening for me. Pretty real person. But yeah. I get paid by the CIA to agent online. How about you?
So you are an agent.
No, I'm definitely not. But I feel like there are. Like Snafu Snaps, you know, like I feel like everyone's kind of agent. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how real I can get on here. I feel like these panels, like of what I watch of them and what I've seen, it's like I kind of have a bigger picture of it all. Since it was like go inside and fucking isolate. Is that I think there was a set amount of people ready to be influencers, and I think there's a way that could be compartmentalized that they don't even know they're working for the state, so to say. So like when Snafu says POGO, like privately owned government operated, it's just like it could just be YouTube donations and whatever content you put out and you're getting paid for. You don't even know you're an agent, but you're pushing a material and you're kind of pushing a mind warp. You know what I'm saying?
I
What's
totally
Jesse
agree.
referring to here? Or you guys know what he's
But see, that's what they do, man.
I don't know. Does that make any sense? Sorry, you echoed back on it.
Shit makes sense. Police will try to make you look like you're an informant just so they put heat on you. Like a guy like me, the police could.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's
easily. You take like
unacceptable.
whatever you put a profile together. Yeah, he's like, oh, he's traveled state to state, blah blah blah. Call you a you know. I get what you're saying. But yeah, I think that's how it all works for sure, and I think it's happening online, 100%. And I think a lot of it is highly agented for sure. Like I'm gonna say about 80% plus agented. Everything you see.
If you're not a conformist, you know, if you're not a brain dead motherfucker that just believes whatever is on freaking mainstream media or whatever, and you actually have like an opinion that doesn't conform or whatever, there are people who are afraid of that. Okay, for whatever reason, because it's like you dare not be a part of their vision of what is normal, and feel there are people who feel threatened by your nonconformity. So I don't think it's unsafe to say, I mean, like, for example, I'm on a cell phone, we're all on computers. There's YouTube probably has like a security force or a police force, just like Craigslist has or whatever, that's trying to watch for people who are doing things illegal, right?
Be very afraid.
You know, and well, no, I'll tell you right now, if they're not doing that, they probably are fucking up somehow.
Exactly. That's the point is like if this isn't happening, then they're fucking stupid. So like,
right,
you'd be an idiot not to think that this isn't happening. Like, of course it's happening.
So then,
and of course the shift is happening. Like,
you have to pivot from that position to, you know, what is the definition of what a criminal is and what isn't, you know, like what, you know, or and there's a lot of like investigating people for pre-crime and shit like that, which is completely and totally illegal, but people still do it. You know, oh well, this guy thinks like this. He you know, he might do that. You know, there's all kinds of bullshit. The world's full of useless people that will do anything for, especially now with shit getting so expensive. You know, we're going through inflation and all this bullshit. The world is full of useless people that you can give them gift cards or whatever and tell them lies about people and just be like, yeah, we need to watch this guy because you never know when things might get out of control at any moment. Dude, fear is a useful tool, you know, and you could, yeah. Anyway, there's probably
that guy Brian O'Shea, that's a prime example. Like that dude's a straight up snitch. And he got in trouble. This dude Brian O'Shea that's around these panels, and he just fed into the police, you know. Like, where it's like if I was in his situation, I wouldn't snitch. I won't even, you know, I wouldn't tell them shit.
I
but
don't
O'Shea, that's what they do.
Like you want to know things about me? I can tell you what my plan is for life and everything, and I've got short-term goals and everything. But at the same time, I don't think it's unreasonable to think, that there's probably people watching just to make sure shit doesn't pop off or whatever. I'm just some fucking blue-collar working stiff that's over here trying to bounce some ideas off of people who seem like they're intelligent.
Well, I think this monograph guy, I think he got kind of cornered, so he became a snitch. So he's doxing people, and he's doing snitch things because he fucked up. He got caught up doing some dumb shit.
Oh,
so now we got these guys around. Now it's like, oh shit, this dude's around. Then you got O'Shea's around, and it's like, oh fuck, man, like you got real snitches around.
There definitely are those type of people in society that are just like so fucking stupid that they got caught doing something they weren't supposed to, and they're hyper dumb, and so then they're like, oh well, they talked about it in 1984 in the book, in George Orwell's book. These finger pointers that'll point the finger at somebody else don't care, would stab their own mama in the fucking back to try to dig themselves out of the shit they got into because of their stupidity. And whatever. I mean, I don't need to do that. But whatever.
I'm just observing, man. I see how Paul fucks with this dude O'Shea. I see how Paul fucks with Snafu. I see how they all fuck with him, and it's just like, all right. I just learned what Paul really is. Like I just figured out what Paul, as a person, what kind of person he is. He's a booty bandit. Like the dude fucks dudes, and then you got O'Shea. He's a snitch, and they're all together. And then you got Verily, that's like a fucking ex-porn star that has no integrity. She's just trash. It's just snitches run with snitches.
JG, you ever seen the Jerry Springer
The optics
show?
are high. The optics are high.
You ever seen the Jerry Springer show?
Of course, man.
Yeah. A lot of these dudes like Paul and shit, they're like attention whores, and they wish they had their own little talk show and they could stir up the drama and they could be popular. And look, dude, I guess there's nothing wrong with having dreams of being popular and all that kind of stuff. Not the kind of thing I'm into. But I mean, you want to be an attention whore, it's a personality type. Whatever. Whatever. That's your thing, cool, man. But like, just understand when you come around knocking on my door trying to start shit with me, you're just not gonna get the response that you thought. I proved that with TBE when he was over here. Are you a freaking pedo, dude? And I'm like, oh, well, they said on this one website you're a fucking okay, bro. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but do you see how hard they're mobbing down on you?
Dude,
because they really want you to. They want to destroy you. They don't give a shit about you.
They thought that they were going to get a response, like they knew what they were talking about, like they knew the future, like they knew me and all this shit. And I just looked at him like, dude, you're just dumb. Like your entire approach is dumb.
Yeah, but if you take 10 steps back, you're like, oh shit, these dudes are really mobbing down on me. Like these dudes really don't fuck with me. They're hating on me.
Only a dumb person would respond to something like that. Like JG, I went to the bathroom the other day and somebody wrote on the fucking wall that you eat babies, dude. Come on, bro, respond to me. You have little baby fucking barbecues and shit. Come on, man, get mad.
Yo. And how do you kill these people? You just ignore them. You abandon them. You just abandon these people. You don't react to them, and that's what kills them.
Okay.
Been dealing with this shit since fucking 2005, 06, man. This whole skate shit.
Like I will never freaking look at this son of a bitch. And that, what happened to all them? What happened to CBO? What happened to TV? They don't even show their face in. Like, I punked you by doing absolutely nothing. Like, you're just dumb, dude. I have no respect for you. And a lot of these people, that's like their death throes of, I need drama, I need to have attention, I need something, I need relevance. That's what.
Well, that's the cancel. That's the cancel culture. This is where this cancel culture is coming in.
You know,
People just want to fucking they just want to destroy you, you know. And then they claim they're Christians, and they're just out here psychotic as fuck, just trying to, you know,
I mean,
bob down on your psyche.
There are good people out in the world that claim to be Christians, man. I'm not trying to talk shit about the entire fucking religion. It's just.
But these specific Christians that are in these panels are they're just cancel culture fucks, you know?
I wouldn't even know, like, just because somebody says that they are something doesn't mean that it's real, even. Like, okay, you said that you're this, you said that you're that. That's one thing I learned by studying leftists, is they're very into identity politics and, like, identity reinforce. I don't know even know what you want to call it. Like when I talk to Tommy, when people call Tommy a troll, and he's like, "Well, I don't really think that I'm a troll." Well, but you don't understand. I'm calling you one. That's how I perceive you. Do you understand? And he's just like, "Well, I don't really think that I'm trolling. I'm just like, dude, I've ran into so many people that react the exact same way as him. Oh, I was just fucking with you because otherwise everything's boring. No, you can have a normal civil conversation with somebody about a topic. You don't have to come around and talk. Oh, well, I was just testing you, bro. Like fucking CBO and shit. Oh, I was just
exactly. Yeah.
I was just trying to see if you were cool enough to be in my cool group. Like, bro, I never tried to be in your little group. I would just
that's
over there.
That's gaslighting, man. That's like, this is what people do, man. Nobody's real. A lot of these guys aren't real, and they just fucking double down, man. They can't stop doubling down.
I gotta correct Cecil because I've
hold on before he goes. I gotta say this. I feel like people get gaslit into gaslighting people, and that's kind of how the system works on the internet. But that's all I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
But Cecil, my reply.
Well, I've been doing it for years, man. I've been getting gaslit. Hold on. I've been getting gaslit for years, and I just gaslight people right back. And then people are like, "Oh, he's a gaslighter." It's like, nah, man, you drew first blood. I'm coming right back with the same medicine.
Exactly. And then
you know what
then it's like a ever feeding thing, right? So I think there is an organic thing about that, JJ.
The whole world. But yeah, my reply is always, I can verb troll. I possess the ability to troll. I am not a troll. Now, Cecil, every time you'd say I'm in the wrong, I would need to know each individual situation and probably explain a lot of what JG just said he does. I don't start none, but I finish a lot.
All I was saying is that when people call you a troll or say that you're trolling, a lot of the time your response is to say something about your perception of your own identity, which is, I don't really think I'm a troll. And okay,
no, I just told you what I said, and I get your perception thing where you're all having our experience trapped in our little monkey skulls looking out. But I'm not a troll if you actually listen to my words and my take on things. I just make self-defense look like assault, and I make conversation look like obnoxious, pretentious, arrogant. I'm a Sigma male. Sue me.
Well, that's an excuse that a lot of trolls use for their bad behavior, though.
It's not an excuse. It's why you probably have the perception you have. Like our poll perceives today of me cucking Nepal, but what it was is I did my quad annual visit to remind him, like, Joker and Batman don't kill each other because they want to do this. Now, Snafu, I'll bury Snafu. I'll bury Tourette, metaphysically, of course. But and Paul, I don't want Paul's channel gone because it is half of my content to go against Paul.
Snafu sounds like a really hardcore autist.
No, he's worse. He's insane. Wizard, are you going to do the small mustache, comb your hair over flat, slick it over, give the hi with the spear hand, hello, like bring it up from the side, spear hand above your forehead. Please. Yeah, I like the chaplain nod. I like how he does the chaplain nod. But you got to bring that stash in, bro. You got to trim that stash in from the sides. Oh,
yeah, my fault, Muhammad. The Jews keep kicking me off.
It's all good. What's up with this comment here? It says Tommy Cuck today.
yeah, I was half explaining it. I just made a visit to my enemy without spurging because his people were failing him, and he was like, "You guys just leaving me hanging up here." And so I came up. I was like, "Let's cook a little. Let's talk crypto or whatever." Because I had to recognize when I floored him. I gotta recognize when I hit him too hard. He's recently privated the original channel and shit. I'm like, come on, man, it's not that bad. Let's talk stuff. It's happened many times. Wizard will vouch when he can go vocal again, or he'll give the chaplain nod. There's been lots of seasons I go back over. We're cordial, and then we'll get heated again. Don't worry, we'll get heated again.
Well, Paul, he's been on some bullshit the last couple days.
Always.
I'm
He's
just
always
observing,
been on
man.
some
I go in
bullshit.
there observing, and he's over dramatic, and then he's saying, like, dude, fuck Sky's in jail, and then he's saying, oh, that's not my type. He said that about somebody, and he's like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. So the truth, yo, is shining with Paul right now. Optics are high.
And so, Jake, what would the CIA be paying me for? These filter uses? These meme edits? Like the comedy? Is that whenever I made Wizard an actual word warlock that could be like comedy, 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 and then I lose my shit laughing? Is that what the agents are fucking paying me for?
Well, Wizard's
I
an
don't
agent.
care about
My
Talcott's
buddy,
feelings. When did I bring up Talcott's feelings?
my buddy's a big
Oh,
time
I forgot.
hacker, and he got into Wiz's account, and Wiz is a fucking agent.
Who's a hacker?
My buddy.
I think it's so manipulated that you wouldn't even know you're an agent. Like if you're getting paid by some unknown source, you're gonna keep doing what you're doing to get paid at this day and age. I'm saying since
Well, and like
post
I've been
2020.
You're getting
saying,
enabled.
Think about
why
it. I mean, just think
why
about
would
it.
they put us on a why would they put us on a pay grade when we're tripping each other up for free and for the law? And what are we even trying to accomplish that we're tripping each other up over? Do you think Paul's actually mobilizing
Well, true, and then
against
you got
the
to start
government?
looking at the bigger picture.
And they're observing
Oh, I
us.
say big picture.
And they're realizing, hey, Tom, he's got a mind. Soul Reed's got a mind. JG's still got a mind. Cecil's
And I
got a mind.
can't not see big picture. I'm
They're
forced
watching.
to see big picture.
No, I'm not saying you're not. I think you are.
Some
And I
of this
mean,
does have to do with like a lot of liberals are involved in like the quote unquote mental health community. You know, like a lot of it does have to do with the mental
Okay.
health and bullshit. Fuck those people, dude.
And listen, Snafu has called me a PDF for over a year, but do you know why he's on my radar for real? Because he just reported my channel because I was showing my property on my stream, and he reported it.
Snafu?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
And
trying to cancel you,
I
man.
got the receipts. I got the receipts
Cancel
of him
Tommy.
bragging about it.
So they really reported your channel. You know exactly who did it.
Yeah, because my live stream got taken down because I was like showing my gun constantly and like cocking it to make the bullets fly out. And he reported it while he was in my backstage. I was trying to bring him up, telling him to cam up, and he was reporting the channel in real time, and it dropped. And they didn't give me a strike, so I guess I could repost it just as a video and not even have to edit it. But yeah, he went over to Paul, bragged that he had reported it, and since Arpol told me about it, I went over and made sure I got a screen grab of it.
So like I was saying, the snitches run with the snitches. So they got their gang.
And even Paul was like, "Oh, snap!"
They're the canceled. Like these guys are fucking down bad.
And a lot of the Unslavia are in the chat. And I perform on all these panels as if everyone's watching me all the time. because
if they
I
shut
think it was 10.
if they shut me
Tinsel.
down, if they shut me down for my train hopping shit, do you think I'm gonna go around trying to fucking cancel these train hoppers that are putting shit on YouTube? You get what I'm
No,
saying?
I'm just gonna go
That's the
on.
route
I'm
these
not
people
gonna
are taking.
hypocrisize. Yeah. But I had Tinsel talking to me back when the hoax war shit was going on. I had Tinsel talking to me in the comments, and he was like, "Well, how do you know I'm not just gonna go back and tell hoax?" And I said, "I'm chatting with you like he's reading this." And they like paused. They like didn't know. I was like, "Yeah, I'm on top of this shit, motherfucker."
I'll tell you guys right now. I'll be coming through those episodes. I don't watch that motherfucking show, but the minute you guys start talking about me on that motherfucking show, I'm gonna watch you guys talk about me on that show. So you guys better make sure you shut the fuck up, because the thing
Which
is
show?
that, huh?
Which show?
I'm talking about Paul Enslaved. Every time
Yeah.
they put my little name on the show, they put my little they put my wife's name up on the show. I've been seeing you guys put my name, my wife's name up on the show. I seen you guys do that. Some of y'all come back up in my chat, wondering what the fuck happened to your ranch, or what the fuck happened to any of that, or why I'm not treating you the same way again.
Well, I always hear people say "speak of the devil" when I show up. I swear I have a holy timing of turning channels on or showing up right when it's something I need to hear or see.
Which can be fed to you like
Yeah,
in
why
ways you
don't
don't
you?
even
Why don't
know,
you?
dude. Through the technology, like you could get a notification that like
No, I don't get notifications.
no, but
I'm
it could be
saying,
like I'm just saying it's happening. It's almost happening on a supernatural level, like some of the shit.
no,
I'm
I
just
know it is, man. The same way I was about to feed Cynthia some Christian truth that one day, our stream got dropped and my internet dropped out irregularly. The bill was paid. I didn't have any kind of brownout or anything. My neighbor's internet stayed fine, and my internet was down. I had to walk to a bar with Wi-Fi to see if my bill was paid, which it was. And I think it was literally because of where me and Cynthia were going with the Jesus talk. And it's the same way. I'll drop online right when I need to see something for my content that I'm doing spiritual warfare with, or something I need to know. I'll come in for it, or somebody will at least inform me. And I think it is like a higher up assistant.
it's like beyond ones and zeros. I see what you're saying. I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff that could be ones and zeros and algorithm fed, and I think a lot of it is, and I think there's a lot of fake synchronicities. But
Well, all through my
but I
life,
do
this has
think there is
happened.
some shit that's like it is kind of supernatural how it
Well,
happens.
this is the community that says there is no coincidence. So what would they tell me it is if they're going to call my bullshit on this, you know?
It's true. That's true. That's so. I mean, we've kind of reached the point where you don't know. I still stand by it's 80% agented, but I don't know.
It's like you don't know until you do.
So then you got to question what's it for? Because it's obviously all for something. Like everything, all of this is obviously for something. Like,
Are you a religious person?
yeah, I would define religious. Do I believe in God? Yes, I believe in
Well,
God.
I say I'm a Christian, and when you say what all this is for, I say it's because my treasures are not of this world. I'm working for something.
Yeah, that's why I call it the virus, the spiritual enlightenment. It's the corona, and it goes to the sun, and it goes to this area we can't talk about. We can't talk about where
No, we
religions
can
can't.
talk
We
about
can't
it.
openly like speak about this stuff on these
Oh,
panels.
you mean on the platform?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I mean, we
come to my
probably
channel.
can. This is, I don't know. I mean, can we? Can we
Come to
really
my
break it
channel.
down? Because
Come to my
it kills
channel.
a lot of,
Come
it
to my
kills a
channel
lot
from
of,
our church. I talk about whatever the fuck I want.
well, it kills a lot of content is what happens. If you
Right,
really
but it's
go there,
my
if you
channel.
really speak openly about it on a panel and like people discuss it intelligently, it's like, it's not allowed.
Well,
I am watching the chat today, as I usually don't watch the chat, but yeah, Anafe, I mean, the thing is that, I dare any of you motherfuckers to come up here and say the type of shit y'all were saying about me and my wife on the Paul and Slave channel. Come up and say it to me right now.
I got those receipts for Flow State. I'm still working on it.
I dare you to come up here and say that, either on the panel or in my chat. Go ahead. You know what I'm saying, right? I've seen a lot of people had a lot of stuff to say, including the Paul and Slave fella. They got nothing to say when they come up on my show. They got nothing to say. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying, right? That's why I don't respect any of these people. You know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead, guys.
I'm just getting ready to go to Wendy's. Run these coupons before they get outdated. Oh, but guys, if religion is so fake and bullshit, why are we suppressed from talking about it, you think? Especially those Abrahamic ones. Why do they want the Abrahamic ones at each other's throats? If religion is just made up for control, why aren't they letting us talk about it? Why did they take the 3 Abrahamics and get them at each other's throats? Like, why are they using the revelations process for if you guys are right about their ritualistically carrying out revelations, why are they using the revelations process if it's just bullshit?
Because it's a psyop against people who believe in it.
But it's that religion that keeps me seeing through the psyop that I can't be controlled.
I guess. I mean, maybe you're just a strong-minded person. Not everybody who believes that is, or believes in that is.
That's true.
You still got somebody standing up at a pulpit telling people how to live their lives.
Not ordering, but suggesting, giving guidance, and not a female. And if it's a church I'll go to, it's probably not a female. A lot of strong roles for women in the church. It's not behind the pulpit. Just one of them testosterone things, man. You understand.
It's a break away from paganism, because there used to be before organized religion, the transition from paganism into organized religion, there were actually priestesses.
Right, and even with organized religion, like when Christianity came about and the Jesus thing happening, that was pagans and Jews and whatever the Greeks were doing around the Mediterranean, and that's why all the early Christians were converted that. It's like, of course they're converted pagans and Jews because that's what they were. Same way some Muslims get converted, some Christians get converted to other things, but not Wiccans. Nobody gives a fuck about those Wiccans. Take it back to Hot Topic, ladies.
Yeah, I feel that. Most of the Wiccans that I've met, honestly, I get the impression they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
They just seek oppression. So they're like, I'll be a Wiccan, so I get oppressed. I can say I'm oppressed for being a Wiccan.
Yeah. Like, for all intents and purposes, you might as well just be an agnostic.
Well, I don't know, because Wiccans, they do the druid, the white magic, and the
nature worship shit. I mean,
yeah, green man type crap, high priestess, like you were saying, do the circle.
I'm spiritual, but I don't really have a deity type shit.
No, you remember that movie, The Craft? They like to do shit like that. Sometimes they fuck themselves over with it. Like I said, I had a married couple friends that were pagan Wiccans, and she put a fucking tarot thing on me. It took me over a decade to lose that curse. Had to realize that's what it was first, and then fucking get rid of it. Just tailing me everywhere. It's like when I was leaving for the military, she told me like a description of a girl to be wary of. And that description of girl, like even whenever I wasn't thinking about it and forgot about it, that physical description of girl has pursued and fucked me like over and over again in life until I dropped it. I don't mean fuck like the fun way. Like even the chick that ghosted me on a surgery table was that description. It was nuts. And if anybody's gonna say bullshit, it better not be from this community. Fucking plate planet people.
Why is everybody calling this a community now? I don't understand that shit.
I call it that sarcastically because we're
A
not
community of what? Like
we're familiar with the channels and the people we're interacting with, and we're in our own little corner.
Because it's all the same. Because it's all the same. It's all the same audience, Machine.
Yeah, basically.
It's all the same audience, give or take, expand it 20 or 30%. And then like it gets pulled in and they get run. I mean, that's how the algorithm works.
And you
at
go
least
out to YouTube and further channels and ask them if they know any of our channels, and nobody's going to know who the fuck we are.
exactly. So it's mainly fed. It's fed and it's
but there's not that many showrunners. So what importance does my show, Talcott show, Paul and Slave show?
doesn't, but there was showrunners. There was showrunners, right? Like your showrunners are like John Levi, like all the areas, Tartaria, Flatter.
I'm talking about like okay.
Faking gay from there, like you know what I mean?
Hold on, focus here, guys. Focus, okay? Because it's like the one thing I was saying is about the community. You were saying about the community, right? So the community, right, is like these people. It's the same audience, you said, right? So it's the same.
I'm saying it's trickled down through the showrunners, which I was like, and it's not even showrunners. It's just brackets. It's like left or right. It's like Tartaria or
I'm saying the main brackets. I'm saying the main brackets in this community, right, are like my show, Paul's show, maybe a little Tommy show.
Anyone that's hosting, look at it this way: YouTube is school, and we're all hosting a clique, but people are like no one's married. Some people are married to their clique, but a lot of the audience just goes to any given live, and then they'll decide.
But I want you to notice this, Tommy. You're one of the show runners for this quote unquote community, right? I'm one of the show runners for this quote unquote community. Me and you have similar audiences. We have like 50 or 60 people in our audience, give or take.
They like you, they hate me. Yeah.
No, because there's different people in your chat than there are in my chat. You know what I'm saying?
But there are some overlappers,
Yeah, but it's not like all the same. Like when I go to Talcott's chat, there's some overlappers, but it's not all the same. So like I just feel like what is with the 4 or 5 showrunners like me, you, Talcott, We Are Awake.
I'd say me, you, Talcott, Benton, Paul, and Ian, and I might still be forgetting somebody. No disrespect if I am.
Maybe Steve and London.
Steve, London. And then even as a showrunner, some of those names I named, I'm like, I'm over. I'm done with.
Flow State. So you can count those people. You can count those people on your hands. There's like 10 people. What about those 10 motherfuckers that fit all these cocksuckers into these brackets? What about them is similar? I can almost find nothing similar about all those people.
Did we go live? Like, listen, not to condescend the audience, but I've watched over the year and a half. Some people are just looking for whoever's live and they'll go there. They just want the live interaction.
Yeah, CBO fell off. I think he got demonetized or some shit.
But he was one, and it's ever recycling. I mean, the internet's been around a while. I'm saying this system of process has been happening for at least a good 10 years.
Yeah, but this interaction live thing is new. Panels are relatively new.
That's true.
And
but
so
the same application has happened. Like it's the ranks.
Yeah, but
it's like all these categories, and you run through your fucking online
But these
truther
people
deal.
that are going to every channel, they just want that. It is the new social. Like, I don't go out and chill with
But
people.
you get what I'm saying though? Do you get what I'm saying though? Like, is the psyop from the people who are the chatters, or is it from the people who are like those showrunners? Because those
Both.
those
psyop.
those 8 or 9 people we just mentioned, they seem to have
Listen,
almost nothing in common. Like, I don't
the
have anything in common
psyop
with
is
Alcott
the
or any.
psyop is multi-generational that we were born into. This psyop in the community is just a LARP. It's a LARP unless you're up to something that has any weight to it, and I don't know of any of us that are.
What would make somebody like Jim Bob descend on this community? And then
Well, that's from a bigger bracket. That's from an Owen Benjamin bracket who's like kicked off. He's like the Alex Jones of the whatever.
And here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this person entered into my bracket because I brought Adam Green on, and he's in the Owen Benjamin bracket already. So then
I mean,
he's like, yeah,
it's word of mouth
he's
too.
like, I need to attack the machine lives because he might be falling into this Owen Benjamin community, and I need to go and discredit him before it blossoms into that.
Well, and it's like a subject that was hot. It's also a hot. Sorry.
Yeah, it was religious, and JB's religious. He's a Christ bro.
That fell into his category, clearly.
Yeah. Like I said, I wish he'd throw some of my stuff out to react to.
Let's get this going here so we can get even more hatred. We're already being trolled by Jim Bob. Let's get trolled by the Bears too. You know, that way we
bring it on. Xenoverse community.
Hey, Mr. Machine, is it cool if I give you my 2 cents on what I think's going on?
Yeah, of course.
So I originally heard about CBO, Reagan Keeley, and I think one other channel from this dude named Matthew McKinley.
Yeah, let's not forget about the Matt bracket. Good point, Cecil.
Yeah. There's this dude, Matthew McKinley. He runs a channel called Quantum of Conscience. Okay?
Oh.
I never.
And he's also a connection to Owen Benjamin. Like Owen Benjamin was calling him out. Like
talking about Owen Benjamin. Okay. I never.
No, I'm saying Owen Benjamin was shouting out Quantum.
Okay, but let me just say, I never searched him out. His channel just appeared in my suggested videos one day on YouTube.
Same
algorithm.
And then, which by the way, some of these things are like selected for different people. You know, I'm sure people
the algorithm
can just go here, go watch this. We're talking about a leftist platform again. Okay. And then, so me personally, I think this is all just some bullshit little mental health racket, observational nonsense, trying to freaking talk to people about various things. Because let me tell you what, I've heard people that IRL talk about things that I've done on here, and I've never told anybody about my internet activities. I don't even have.
CBO is the one that outed you on that stuff.
No, but here's a question I'm asking. See, Provo Kid said CBO opened the door for a lot of people. What I'm asking is, open the door to what?
He's
calling out the agency. He kind of did.
You know, but like open the door to what? To like being trolled online, to like starting a live show, to like talking to these people, these specific people on the panel, like.
His older stuff, which I didn't follow him for that long. I already figured it all out, and then I found CBO and these guys.
Audience. I don't know. I got a good portion of my audience from other places, so I don't know.
Hey, let me just close on this because I gotta get out of here. I can't take my phone with me.
Because who did Paul and Slave get his audience from? He got his audience from Jesse, didn't he? So
no, he got his audience because he got interviewed by Brian with High Impact Flicks and a number of channels before I even found him. But all I wanted to say is
who's High Impact? Who's High Impact Flicks?
He's like a
see,
mainstream truther, dude.
yeah.
Yeah,
See, High Impact Flicks has been interviewed by Adam Green.
Right.
Well.
So listen, I just want to say on my exit, Cecil's paranoia and speculation is warranted, but this really is just the algo, not just going off of your interests and what you click, but people you communicate and hang out with here. I feel like I've gone on to somebody's live, and when I show up, people show up like the algo was like, oh, this guy is here watching this. Let's tell these people he interacts with they might want to watch that too.
Yeah, which is it's like little mini bracketed hive minds, which of course it only could be if you're watching the same shit.
Yeah, bro.
All right.
Anyway,
Catch you next time.
Go get your grant money somewhere, and yeah.
Cecil.
Yeah, I wonder what the quantum of conscious guy is about. At all.
Yeah, and then
he's got some good shit, man. I mean,
this girl called Reagan Keeley. She has a channel called Transform in the Darkness. I caught her red-handed in emails trying to refer me over to online mental health institutions. Okay, so I know what that is what this shit is about. The moment you start pulling the real truth out on these people, you start getting called paranoid. That's generally how it works, So anyway, truthers are all autists. And like, if you don't like to lie and being a habitual liar, you're an autist, and we need to watch those autistic people. And so, dude, I don't give a shit anymore. I'm just here trying to freaking spend my time however I want. Anyway, rant over.
well, how you got to explain that? How do you know of these personal emails?
I don't.
So how do you know that she referred you? You can't make a statement like that without
that was the I can't make a statement. Let me ask you a question, bro. Why do you care?
Well, because you made it. Because I'm curious. Because I know Reagan and I know Matt. That's where I found Reagan.
I want to manipulate the system for my benefits. So I'm.
Oh, but hold on, Hank. That's a good question, Cecil. Come on.
How do I
You
know?
can't just say like you're acting like like it telepathically, or do you know by? How do you know? You hacked into her emails. Like, how do you know?
No, I'm sorry. I should be labeling everything that's coming out of my mouth as my theory. My theory.
Okay. All right. Well, that makes a big difference because otherwise you're spreading like kind of insanity. Like, let's get real here.
So here's.
I'm not calling you insane, but that's what they need to be addressed. Just say something like that.
I'm just gonna sound like a psychiatrist, and I'm gonna retract my statement.
Well, you're saying someone referred you to psychiatrists for mental health online shit, and like what are you basing that premise off of?
He asked her
That
what
was
her
the question.
email
That's all it was.
and then the person on the other side of the line was talking like a psychiatrist, kind of like you are right now.
It's a genuine question.
Dude, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I just don't care. That's my official stance on all of it. I don't give a fuck. Okay, my life is going to take the direction that I want it to
strong
take.
statement to make, man.
Period.
Okay, we can move on.
Yeah.
We got no one to move on to. It's me and you, Cecil. Come on.
Okay, I could talk. So
No, Cecil, I thought you brought up some good points. I think I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I think maybe you're connecting synchronicities, quote unquote, which seem like magic through these fucking screens. I mean, I think there's a lot of tomfuckery going on with them.
I don't know anything about magic, bro. I just read some books about some stuff somewhere, and I'm just,
All right, so you're seeing psychological plays going on. I see what you're saying.
Peace to the wizard who's
I do. I can relate to what you're saying.
Hey, Tommy, I have my own tarot set. Chibi tarot I got from Walmart.
Yeah, these cats are in the chat, and
I'll just make the broad statement that, you know, it appears to me that I've heard a bunch of things that I wasn't supposed to hear, and you know, my hearing is a lot better than I let on, and you know, but like I don't need to give anybody proof. Nobody has the right to question me about shit. I'm gonna believe what I want to believe, and that's it. Nobody's
No,
gonna tell me otherwise.
I honestly see what you're saying. Like, I needed to know, like, on what level, I guess. But I can relate to what you're saying. I really can. No, I'm being genuine. It's just it's hard to break down. Like, I think I don't think it's an out of line question to, like, an out of line conversation to, like, try and break down what's going on with YouTube and with these fucking screens. I mean, it's clearly something. It's clearly something. Like, we all went inside in 2020 to get on our screens. Like, go inside. Like, this is like the bigger ploy going down, and it's hard to deny. I mean, that's like almost impossible to deny.
Yo, I didn't mean to give a wrong impression to anybody who's in the live chat. I do want you guys to be here. I'm just you know, interested in who's here. I mean, I don't usually look at the chat, but yeah, I'm interested in who's here. But yeah, I was just talking about, you know, it seemed like people fit into certain people or communities and things, and you know, obviously we had an interesting show last time with Adam Green. You know, none of none of the fans from Adam Green are in my chat right now, but yeah, you know, I mean, I just don't even know who's usually up here. I was just making a comment as to who's here, and earlier I was talking about certain people who are talking about me at the Paul Enslaved in the chat room. But yeah, I was just making people aware that I know what they say about me in the other people's chat rooms because I look at the information. I don't do it all the time, but I look often enough to see that people do talk about me a lot. So I check it out from time to time by what do you call it? Combing through the episode, just kind of like going fast so I could see what's on the screen the whole time and see if there's little chats and stuff that come up, see if my name comes up in those, or see if there's any of the people on the panel that might have things to say about me. I go ahead and check it out. But yeah, I was just commenting on that. But yeah, you guys are welcome to be here, you know. Rebonding moment. Oh yeah, I did. I did see that rebonding moment. Yeah. Yeah, but I think it was just you know, I think Benton's just quite a friendly guy, and he just kind of, you know, gets in there. He feels ingratiated towards Chalk Body Outline and his whole community, so he has that kind of thing. No, I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, I'm looking at Quantum of Consciousness.
I mean, I watched his stuff for like entertainment for a little while. And I clipped a couple of his videos, and a couple of times I re-uploaded some stuff that I kind of thought like, okay, right here he might know something. But then it's like he started talking about how he like has all these cats in his house and how he like wipes up their piss. And okay, bro, you're in crazy town somewhere. You're an old man with cats. Okay, bye now. Okay, like I'm sorry. You know,
But that's like part of the act, bro. He's like a parable wizard. I mean, come on, you know exactly what I'm saying. He teaches in parables, just like the vast majority of these fucking truthers do. I mean, like, what are you gonna say?
Well, I don't really think that this is like the truther community.
Yeah, I don't mean it, but you know, I mean, you know what I'm saying. Like with these certain dudes like him, it's very parable and it's very underlying, and it speaks to many levels, and it's like that's how it's meant to be taken. That's why you can only watch so much of them. It's like you watch.
So this is a community. Some people here are interested in the truth. Some. And there are other people here who have other agendas, and that's just all there is to it.
I agree.
This is like the truther community, bro. You know, like this is where all the truth drops are happening. Like, nah. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm a
like
nerd of
washed up
it. I've only used the system to my benefit, and that's what I'm here for.
You get your benefits, Hank?
At work, I want to use the machines that read my mind to manipulate the universe into a state I wanted to be in, and it's working pretty well, actually.
So you're really God?
No, in some sense, sure, but not the root mind. So
you feel like you're tapping into the ether or the man-made ether or whatever ether
absolutely.
it is.
Yes,
Okay.
I am tapping into man-made ether. Yes.
Well, you bring up a good point.
Cool story, bro.
It is.
I mean, it is the ether, Cecil.
Is that EBT, man? It sounds like EBT, like just trying to change his voice a little bit.
Fortunately not.
I know that goes on. I know there's people who come in here who like change their voice and all this shit. It's like the battle of the arrogant government workers vying for control of, you know, what retard who they get to pull their strings or, you know, observe or what. It's like, okay, dude, go away. I'm just a dishwasher. You know, I'm just going over there. Like, go away, dude. For all you know, I'm acting shit. Like, fucking ridiculous.
Pretty good answer, brother.
When are you gonna move up to cook?
You know what, Hank? I actually do know how to cook, and I have cooked at several different restaurants in the Seattle area. But see, the problem is there's a lot of really lazy people in the world who are like cocky and arrogant and they think that they're above dishwashing, or they don't want to do dishwashing, or, you know, so on and so forth. So I don't care. I just view it as just like job security, and it's kind of like therapeutic, and it gives me a lot of time to think, and apparently I'm really good at it. So it's like, whatever, dude. I'm going to be cooking tomorrow. I'm going to be cooking Thanksgiving dinner for my mother tomorrow.
I got you. That's why I refuse to go into management at the moment, because I don't have enough. I guess I do not have enough mind writing throughput to make it not to be a crap incompatible job. So once I get the mind writing throughput up, then I may decide that managing is worth my time. But right now, I can.
Let me answer your question like more thoroughly, though. Okay, so restauranting is kind of like a job that you have in an interim position to kind of like go while you're trying to go get like other education. Okay, so I tried to go to college when I was living in the Seattle area, but the brainwashed liberals are so into their politics that it's like they will deny you an education unless you sync up with their politics. Okay, like, and I got tired of it. And right wingers can be like this shit too. Like, if you're not a part of their church, they act like you're some fucking alien from another planet a lot of the time. Okay, so I feel like I'm gonna go somewhere else, and you know, but there are differences in the two groups, though. Okay, I like I said, I follow the 10 Commandments. I'm not gay. I believe in following the law, so on and so forth. So I feel like I'll make more headway with those people and tell them, like, I'm very sorry. I didn't have a choice about where I was born. Unfortunately, I was born on the left coast, but I'm all over that. That was just a phase of my life. So now I want to come over here and be a productive member of your society and get a better education. And, you know, I did 5 semesters at a welding school while I was up there, you know. But in the meantime, you know, like I said, all the good reasons for washing dishes and shit, and you know, I mean, I'm like that guy from that one superhero movie, the Shoveler or whatever. I can't remember the name of that movie, but like I'm like really good at washing dishes, and everybody who ever like I've ever worked with told me like, you know, yeah, Hank is like that one mutant from the X-Men where he's like freaking actually has like freaking superpowers and like the whole universe is like contained inside of his mind and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I had to train that up. So kind of I had to train that up.
Yeah, this is quite ridiculous. In terms of just the fact that I could just turn on a live stream with nobody. Jesse, you were muted right there. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah, I think he's talking to somebody else. But yeah. Oh, okay.
He's on the phone.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of what is going on here. Is kind of there's a lot of people watching. You know, I could
I think
just
his
turn on
dog's
a
been
live.
calling him saying about the food he made him.
I could turn on a live stream. Is like 60 people watching. There's really nothing. There's no subjects. There's no nothing. You know. So that's a fascinating aspect of what's going on in terms of just that as a fact that I could literally just turn this on. There's no nothing. There's nothing going on, and like Jim Bob will just show up and just start attacking me. Like what the fuck? It's like what the fuck is like I don't really actually understand the mechanism of what's being brought forward here. You know what I mean? Because I used to watch that show on TV. You know, so if I could just create a show and just have the other shows come and watch my show, that seems pretty retarded. And I've only done like 20 episodes. So that actually doesn't actually
That's
you know
pretty
what I
cool,
mean?
actually. That you
It's a
you're only 20 episodes in, and you got
it's a mystery.
everyone else watching your show.
Yeah, TML.
What's the mystery?
Oh, it's about how I read other people's thoughts on the web. So basically, they just post them for me. Then I use my eyes and ears on it. I think you can do that. So
That makes sense.
Yeah, I just had a phone call. I was just booking somebody, or someone contacted me to book somebody, and we were just talking about, you know, we're creating, stop paying the taxes, creating breakaway civilizations, and you know, and I was telling him because, you know, we can't become them to replace them. A lot of people have in their minds, oh, we need to like stop them and execute them and all this kind of bullshit, right? But that's just becoming them, and then the cycle repeats, right? So
yeah.
you know, it's a matter of being better, doing better, and just turning off the taps. Don't give them the money for the wars. Don't give them the money for gender studies in Africa. Don't give them the money for all this bullshit ways that they're stealing the money from the people, right? I stopped paying taxes a long time ago. I only pay the sales taxes. Obviously, I can't get away from that when I buy things, but you know, we've got to start focusing on, you know, putting the monies in the right directions and starving them out. And I think that that's the best way to, you know, kind of win this war.
That's a way to do it. The thing is, they can just print the money. So I'd rather attack them where it hurts. The info war. That's where they really hurt. Like who's really doing the most damage right now? I would say is Overlord DVD with his constant railing on Hollywood and their failures.
But they control the platforms, so it makes it hard.
But not just that, like they promote the ones that they want and the other ones get down in the algorithms. But when you're saying the InfoWars is so convoluted. It's so everybody's got their opinion. Everybody's bearing false witness on another. No, not many people actually have firsthand knowledge of people, but they just repeat all this information. So everything is divided. Everything is distracted. You know, it's really hard to disseminate the real information from all the bullshit out there. You know, that's, you know, it's great to like share, and that's what we do on our show, is the best information we can. But really the info war, it's right now, it's gangbuster in every single direction. It's hard for people to even know what is true and what is bullshit.
Yeah, there's a reason I call on myself of a chaos god. So that's why I can have an advantage, a well-needed advantage for this.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if you look at whatever, you know, or I guess there is a lot of people talking about a type of a psyop that's going on, and really it's hard for them to actually look at the education, because those same people, it seems like they will always eat processed foods and always just look at the lowest common denominator of the media and all that type of stuff. And they don't really look up books. They just scroll through their phones. So that's kind of the problem here, is that, you know, there's a lot of people who have issues. The problems seem very routine. The solutions seem all too simple, and yet nobody wants to follow them. You know, because I think, like, you know, like I'm actually a little bit tired of arguing with people, because it seems like, you know, what needs to be done is actually very fucking simple. You know, and people just don't want to take the effort to do it, and mainly because it's like the education and the like what's being offered in terms of just what's already there is too simple. You know, it's too fucking simple to just go along with whatever's happening. You know,
And people are afraid of the unknown as well.
yeah, and as much as people want to bitch about what's happening, they don't want to give it up. That is the problem.
Comfort
You know,
zone.
it's a major fucking comfort zone, and they know, like, at the other end is like a sweet, like harmonious, like amazing life, but like you're just gonna have to like struggle a little bit, and they know that's true. They know that's real, and it's the same thing with this like devil's bargain shit with the technology. You know, I mean, it's crazy. It's like people will not give up the simple thing, because it's like they're like, it's too much of a convenience, you know, because they're like, we can't make this shit ourselves. It's gonna be too hard. Like, we'll need too many people. We'll need too much of like people to work together. And it's easy to get people to work together. It's fucking okay. I'm not saying it's easy. It's simple, but not easy. If you can get what I mean.
Yes.
You know, it's simple. I mean, the mechanics of it is simple, but it's not easy to do. Whereas what we have is we have something that's easy to do, but not simple. It's complex. You know, and that's why I always say that that technology is, you know, it forces the complexification of, you know, of means. You know, you know, the complexification of means to like one end. You know, whereas it's like nature, it's like nature. You could use nature. You know, you could use something from nature for like a million different things. That's almost like the like efficiency of nature. You know, is that one natural object could be used to make like so much different shit. You know, whereas like a machine, you can only do like one fucking thing with it. You know, whereas like if what you end up with is converting nature that does everything into machines that do only one thing, then you get a bunch of like end products, like end goals, without anything to put into it. Like, for what? Like that's the thing is like,
unless you read the manual, then you can probably make the machine do a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
Okay, Sparta.
You're so funny, Hank.
Hey, real quick though, machine. I just wanted to say that you have really awesome cover art on all your videos. Like whatever the thumbnail. I really like your art, or your choice in art rather.
Yeah, it's just random. I just get random images from the internet. But yeah, yeah.
I saw a comment there, and someone said, "Obviously, I pay property tax." Why? Obviously, I'm not sure how that someone would know me well enough to say something like that. First of all, I've never paid any property tax. I've never, since I had 30 years ago, I had some student loans. It's the only time I've ever owed a bank. I don't have any loans. I don't owe anybody anything. I'm always been, one of those type of people that just pay for what I have and, not try to owe anybody anything. Right. I've never owed the government. I've never owed any of this shit. Right. So
I think he meant like if you're paying rent, obviously your rent is eventually going towards the owner's property tax.
Maybe Jesse's couch surfing. I don't know. Maybe he's not paying.
Which would be a legitimate point. It was Provo's comment.
The only thing for sure in life is death and taxes.
Yeah,
True statement, Cecil.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. Like in Canada, if it would be different, you know what I mean? I have no idea, But yeah, yeah, I know I used to have family that lived in Alberta, Canada.
That's where I live.
Yeah, yeah, no, my ex-wife's brother used to live there, and yes, it's interesting. Yeah, not my current wife now, although she's pretty much trying to become my ex-wife too because she just ghosted me on the phone. But yeah, it is what it is. And yeah, so I get like a lot of people from all over the country, Canada especially. I had family from Canada, family from England as well. So yeah, man. Definitely, if I could think of any two countries maybe close to this country I'd want to move to, maybe I think of Canada or England, just because of the language. There'd be no language barrier, there'd be a lot of the style of governance and stuff would be the same. But then again, I don't know that much about those countries. I know quite a lot about Great Britain because I've studied history. So I know a little bit about Britain, way more than I do about Canada. If it was about Canada, I almost know not that much about Canadian history, and I'm pretty sure not that many people really do either.
I have an idea. You can go on Pine Creek's show, and he'll probably tell you all about it.
Is he
bring your
also
religion there too? He's a Canadian immigrant to America, so he probably has lots of stories to tell you.
Yeah, I've been on his show. I don't think I got a fair treatment on his show. You know what I mean? He made a little clip about me. I think it was rather dishonest. See, everybody loves to make little clips about me. But yeah, man. This guy Pine Creek, he made a little short about me a long time ago. When I went on his show, calling me the Muslim Snoop Dogg. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said the Muslim Snoop Dogg. He said, yeah, I think it said something like Muslim Snoop Dogg believes in Ganesha or something like that. I think that was his little quip against me.
For some reason, he never clips me, even though I've been on it quite a bit. But I guess he doesn't have anything.
Oh, really? I was only on there once. one fucking time. I told him I'll never go on your stupid fucking show again. You make this dishonest clip, so I'm gonna do a takedown of him.
Oh,
show
good.
the entire I'm gonna show the clip that
Yeah,
I'm
warm
gonna
up his
show
cold heart.
I'm gonna show the entire performance that I did on Pine Creek, and then show how he dishonestly made this short clip on me. I think I think the next attack I'm gonna do is gonna be on Made by Jim Bob this Saturday. So you guys look out for that. I'll watch Made by Jim Bob's little video that he made about me and go see what he's yapping about, because he came in my chat rather hostile today. So we'll see what happens.
Pine Creek,
Either that or
17.9
everywhere
thousand
clone.
subscribers.
He's got how many, Jesse?
17.9 thousand.
I
Is that the
guess,
Pine Creek?
yeah.
Would
Yeah,
that be
yeah.
that one? Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, Pine Creek, Muslim Snoop Dogg. Yeah, it's funny.
But I think I've been on the show like 6 times. He didn't clip me a single time because he
Yeah.
pretty much couldn't
Well-
trip me, which means he doesn't have content.
Well, no, there wasn't any trip at all. He just clipped one part of me where I was talking about something, then another part of our dialogue where I was talking about something completely different, spliced them together and acted like it was a one coherent statement that I made. I was like, this is fucking dishonest. I was like, I'm talking about 2 different points in each of these little clips. He jumps to the end of the video and acts like I made a point I made that I never made. You know what I mean? Talking about I told people that if I told them to prove atheism.
Oh, yeah, that would get him.
Yeah, he said he can't. And I said, well, you're asking me to prove something, and what you believe is unproven. You're holding your thing as a standard, and then he said, well, that's philosophy, and I don't do that. I just use science. So then later I got him to use philosophy, and I said, wait, I thought you don't do philosophy. And here you are rapping about epistemology and hemming and hawing about this and that. And I said, you don't do philosophy, you do science. So why are you talking about philosophy? So I had him cornered. And then he goes and makes this whole point. I had him totally cornered. And he got so angry, he made a clip about me the next day. I can't believe it.
This is hilarious. I mean, if I get this software upgrade done quick, I may clip it myself because that would totally cheese him off. Clip it and send it to you to play it. Oh.
Yeah, philosophy is for nerds.
Yes, it is. But I like it still.
Yeah, the type of nerds that created capitalism, for example.
Flow State of Resident Jock.
Well said.
It's like, right.
Because, like I said, man, they're pseudo-intellectual scripted attention wars, and you're actually like a real philosopher that can actually like back your shit up. Which is why they're gonna call you crazy and keep you in the dark and talk shit about you and attack you and all this shit. Because that's what people like that do for fun or grant money or whatever.
Well, keep attacking me. I'm doing research on me, so I need you to look closely. Because I'll miss something.
Yeah, but this is the nerd who invented capitalism right here is Locke. John Locke.
Yeah, John Locke and Adam Smith helped quite a bit. And so did, ironically, Marx and also Max Weber. So, but yeah, Marx helped quite a bit in inventing capitalism. I think he even coined the term.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very astute history there, Hank. Thank you for that. You know, definitely. Yeah, it's exactly how he said. Marx developed the theories of capitalism because he focused in on this labor, on the term of labor, which is one of the fundamental aspects of the theory. You know, he had his own notion of work and what work entails. And also we could talk to Brother Talcott about that because he recently came out as a supporter of international workers of the world. You know, so I don't know if you know, so he's got that whole thing under his belt is that he actually doesn't support capitalism at all. And you know, capitalism is a modern system. It's a liberal system. That's why I'm interested to know why people like Jim Bob and all these people, they support parliamentary democracy. They support liberal capitalism, you know, which is a theory it's leftover from classical liberalism. But they think that we should go way back beyond or before the Renaissance to go to a classical theological state, you know, of affairs. Go back to the beginning, you know, to the old traditions. So I say, how is that plausible?
Yeah, so I'm a Unitarian Universalist. I say lean forward. We could probably build something better than capitalism. So
yeah, they're moving on way beyond capitalism at this stage because they've noticed that large scale technologies don't support capitalistic enterprises. They support a more what do they call it? Corporate socialism. You know?
yeah,
Yeah, that's what they
which is
have
one of
now.
the reasons we need to end copyright so we can compete with China properly. Because China doesn't have copyright in their borders.
Yeah, this is the real shit right here for JG, you know. But yeah, man, absolutely.
Yeah. The thing about copyright is that it's data is not a limited resource. You can just copy the bit pattern over and over and over again to run a hard drive space, which we have more hard drive space than we can fill up practically.
Oh my goodness, I'm feeling so paranoid. I think I'll pass out and sleep, which, you know, something that a lot of paranoid people don't do.
Alright, make sure you leave the camera on for everyone can see it.
No, that's weird as fuck, man.
Oh, well, bro, that's just like your opinion and stuff.
You don't think it's weird to sleep on camera?
Not at all.
It keeps
Dude, let me tell you what. Unlike some people around here, at least there's proof that I do sleep.
Yeah, there's no proof that I sleep.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Yes. I'll give you proof that I sleep. Right over there, three different
hold
alarm
on. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to start like a whole thing or whatever, dude. I was, you know.
Yeah, three different alarm clocks back there right now. I need to decommission one, but three different alarm clocks so I can make sure I always get up at the right time for my shifts, especially when doing split shifts.
Like, do you have like the time like all laid out, like what time it is all the way around the world and stuff like
Negative. I used the PC for that.
that? Okay.
It's just redundancy. Two of them have batteries in it. Another one can do other tricks, but I barely use it for. But if I didn't sleep, why would I need 3 alarm clocks? Or even one?
Dude, I used to sleep through like ambulances and shit. There were so many like crime and car crashes in my neighborhood.
So, did you vote in the most recent election?
Hell no. Got less important things to
I can't hear that at all. Can you guys hear that?
A little bit.
It's very low.
Yeah, I can't
It's
hear it
not
at
that
all.
much.
What do you do to earn a living?
You mean work? To hell with the kind of work you have to do to earn a living. All it does is fill the bellies of the pigs who exploit us. Hey, look at me. I'm making it. I may live badly, but at least I don't have to work to do it. What would it take for you to get a job? Hey, I'll get a job when I hear the true call. You know, the true call. I know when I hear it.
Anything else you want to know?
Yeah, there's something else. To all you workers out there, every single commodity you produce is a piece of your own death.
Yeah, I remember that scene. That scene is the shit. But yeah, I love what he says where he's like, "Oh, yeah, I'll get a job when I hear the true call." I think that's the shit. I'm like, yeah, the true call. He's like, the true call. He's like, what's the true call? It's like, I don't know. Like, I'll know when I hear it. Like he doesn't explain that shit, but he's like the true call. Everybody knows the true call is like, I'll know when I hear it.
Yep.
That's the shit. But yeah.
Yeah, Gen X Jeff says it's from Slacker.
Yep, that's right. It's from the movie Slacker by Richard Linklater. It's an excellent film. He also made the film Waking Life. Excellent film. Those two films, Slacker and Waking Life, are like based on each other. You know, he made Slacker before he made Waking Life, but it's the same concept. You know, the same kind of concept he made for the film. It's a fascinating film about different storylines that are connected, but they're not part of a coherent storyline. So there's different stories that are all interconnected, but they don't form a single storyline. It's an interesting concept. It's like
now it's meta now. Congratulations, you made the post truth.
Exactly. It was post truth. Stories that were connected but not part of the same storyline. Interesting concept. Right? A stage of modern art. You know what I mean? For sure. Yeah. Sounds like sounds like my videos. He had a second video too that he made on the Jim Bob situation. You know, funny shit, you know, where this cat goes on essentially just insulting me. We'll check it out for a second. Let's see what it is. Because I actually haven't seen the whole part of this yet. So let me go ahead and put this on. And I'm gonna play these again next time, you know, before I watch the Jim Bob video and see the attack, because of course we're celebrating the fact that these people even had the the time and the energy to come and talk to us at all.
Yeah, it's been a few hours. You can just play the clips again. The panel shuffled, so. You can play Neurojack's clips again.
Wait, what was that, Hank? What did you say?
You can play Neurojack's clips again since the panel shuffled since the last time you played them.
Oh yeah, no, but this is a different clip actually. But yeah,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is part 2 of the clip I played earlier. So here's part 2 here. But yeah,
begin offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only.
Oh yeah, and he did. And this is a leftover from Trad Culture's whole thing about the medical science. You know, it seems Jim Bob is a liberal in that he accepts medical science. You know, he doesn't reject medical science. You know, he thinks it's a great improvement on the human species, but he rejects NASA. He thinks NASA is a big psyop. So I don't know. He's very nitpicky about what he accepts from modern science and modern secularism. What the fruits are of those things, whenever he wants to. So it's just very interesting. But he rejects other parts of it, of modernism, of secularism.
Yeah, since I'm a New Age religion, Unitarian Universalism, I can accept science and be completely consistent.
Yeah.
His approved curriculum be taught.
I'm not trying to be mean.
Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine.
You're on a Muslim-run channel, right?
Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed.
So Islam is very terrestrial. Islam is very embedded and intertwined with the laws in the places that they're in. How is it that Christianity is the psyop? And then what's Islam?
Guy says Islam is terrestrial.
I feel so oppressed right now, the machine.
Like dinosaurs? Like I don't even get it. Like terrestrial.
It's a Muslim-run channel. I feel so oppressed. It's like, oh, the rockets are falling on top of me. Oh no. Oh, I better put my hard hat on.
But do you see what I'm talking about here? About like, because you say that you're something, you're a Muslim, I'm a white person, he automatically thinks that he knows everything about your philosophy and yourself and your perception of yourself.
Yeah, that seems a little bit trippy. Like how does that even entail what I would think about Christianity? Because there's over 1 billion Muslims in the world, and they all have different views on Christianity, let alone Islam. They all practice Islam differently. That's obvious, but it should be clear to anyone that they have very different views and education about what it means to be a Christian, or they probably would, anybody who has a single fucking brain cell in their head and doesn't have fucking peanuts rattling around up there would probably understand that. I mean,
no, Jim Bob's right. All Muslims are not the same person. That's why they're all named Muhammad, even though canonically that's not true.
Right.
That petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer. Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information.
If to get into it, you'd have to actually debunk Islam from the perspective of debunking Christianity, because Islam is informed by Christianity.
John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently...
So see, I haven't even seen his stupid fucking attack, and I can already tell that it's full of nonsense, non sequiturs, and shit like that. Because how the fuck does that follow that you can't criticize Christianity without criticizing Islam? Has he never seen an Islam versus Christianity debate? Or I don't even understand that. I guess he doesn't even understand how this could be possible.
David Wood exists. Or you can wake up Jay Smith if David Wood's too triggering because he's a psychopath. So Islam and Christianity are not the same.
Yeah, they're not the same, buddy. Yeah, so you can't. You don't have to. Criticize Islam every time you criticize Christianity, or vice versa, or anything like that. It doesn't even the proposition doesn't even make sense.
The third leading cause of death in America,
where the main guy, the host of the show, is Muslim.
Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception.
And you didn't get any of these arguments from
loudmouth machine lies.
NASA, which was started by Nazis, Freemasons, and Satanists, has been obsessed with both Pleiades and Orion ever since the Apollo moon missions.
You like that loudmouth machine lies?
Yeah, you're not loudmouth. You're quiet. We have to bump up your audio. Your longmouth machine lies because your show goes on all damn day.
Yeah.
According to hundreds of alien abductees, that is where most aliens claim to be from. Two different factions, one to help liberate humanity and the other to enslave us. It is the oldest story on Earth. Good versus evil, the darkness and the light. The white hat were written about casually in 1874 by Abraham Lincoln. A few years later, the Smithsonian Institute began confiscating giant mummies and skeletons. 10. The Federal Reserve banking conspiracy was hatched on Jekyll Island between the Rothschild banking dynasty and the Rockefeller family, whose cabin there was known as Mound Cottage and said to have been built upon a sacrificial altar. These powerful families worked together to hide the truth of our mysterious past, and they built a modern society with poison to keep us dumb and lies to keep us confused. The Rothschild dynasty and the
Jim
Federal Reserve
Bob's a
banking system
denialist.
funded all
He can't
sides of the
accept
First
truth.
and Second World Wars.
He's a denialist.
Paved the way for the creation of the United Nations in
Yeah, Jim Bob's a
1945.
denier.
Funded by the Rockefellers, the UN was the beginning of today's de facto world government. The Nuremberg trials resulted with only 12 sentenced to death and 7 sent to prison. The majority were allowed to professionally continue their criminal activities.
Adam Green is trashing your belief structure, dude.
Nazis who were tried for medical experiments involving cruelty and murder were later brought into Big Pharma through Operation Paperclip. And in it,
Indirectly. Don't you have any obligation to counter him on anything he said?
entire team of Nazi rocket scientists. Nazi eugenics program stemmed from organizations in America funded by the Rockefeller Foundation.
It's just insanity. Like given like really fast like wheels underneath it to go as fast as it wants, because it's just like, how the fuck is that possible that I have to attack Adam Green for attacking Christianity, because attacking Christianity is the same as attacking Islam, but you can attack Islam anytime you want, because Islam and Christianity are not the same. That's really that. I mean, can you wrap your head around that? Like, that's fucking amazing. So you can attack any religion you want to. The New Age religion, you can attack Jews, you can attack Muslims, you can attack pagan motherfuckers, you can attack motherfuckers that go unga bunga in the fucking forest. You can attack any fucking body you want, but you can't attack Christianity, because to do that would be to undermine the one thing that gives you metaphysical grounding in reality. How the fuck does that follow at all? At all?
Yeah, but it's backwards though, because Jesus, Yeshua came here to say you do not need a religion to destroy religion, and they make a religion out of him. So they do the exact same thing that he came to destroy, and then they inverted it, and now all of a sudden worshiping him and making a religion out of it. It's bizarro world, man.
That's why it would at least follow if you said like the Catholic, like where you said like, no, this is a universal faith. But these guys don't say that. They say that their church is one among many churches and religions, and that their church is the correct religion. So that seems to be completely crazy. It's one thing if you say that. If you say, no, I follow a universal declaration of faith, for all mankind, and if somebody asks you what religion that is, and you just say religion, like maybe you didn't hear me correctly. It's a universal declaration for all fucking mankind. You know what I mean? Like not like one religion. You know what I mean? So like anybody who actually follows the religion, and that's why when he got into it with Trad, it was so confusing, because he kept asking Trad. He said, yes, traditional culture preservation. What tradition do you want to preserve? Because because Trad was saying that it's not religion that these people follow. They follow a set of spiritual rites. So he's trying to make the distinction between religion and spirituality, but the people who follow those traditions don't call what they follow a tradition or a religion. You know, they call it the one universal declaration for all fucking mankind. No matter where you go, they'll say, this is the tribe. What tribe? They'll be like, the fucking human tribe. You know what I'm saying, right? You know, that's what the fuck they're gonna tell you. You know what I mean? You know, it's interesting. You know, but yeah, you know, I mean, it's crazy. But yeah, check it out. Anna Faye's really digging JG's words out here. But yeah, man, bless.
He keeps it real.
Yeah, for sure. But Anna Faye, I think Anna Faye might be feeling some kind of way about JG finally coming around to that, you know, to give JG the love, you know, that he deserves, you know what I mean, from Anna Faye, because Anna Faye, come on. Anna Faye show JG some love, you know what I mean?
TML the matchmaker.
Yeah, you know, infiltrators and liars are everywhere. That's right, Truth to Cop.
Watch out, boys, she'll chew you up. Oh, she's a leader.
Your mic is real brutal, man.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, it was a little staticky. It was a little.
But he got this. Every group, why is this guy sleeping on cam? Ascending Ancient, are you new here? Are you new here? I think you're new. Yeah, but
So what,
yeah,
what happens is that he streams him sleeping on cam on his stream, and he makes way more money than we do.
Yeah,
No,
what is
this is free content.
Yeah, let's take that as a business proposal then.
Exclusive.
You need to cut me out of that. You got it.
Yeah, loudmouth machine lies. That was funny, man. I love the name on this you know, Nuremberg, the American eugenics movement, its influence abroad, and it says by Bessie Blackburn. Tell me if you guys think that's a made up name, Bessie Blackburn. That looks made up as hell.
Yeah, I think
and its
so.
offshoots.
Right, Bessie. Right, Hank.
I know damn well my
it was
name and
revealed-
Joe Cool's name is made up.
Yeah. What the hell? This looks like Adam Green right here. What the fuck? This is crazy. Yeah.
That many high-ranking Nazis believed they were in contact with an alien race known as the Aryans,
The machine bows down.
the same mythical race that allegedly
What? So just change the last.
So this guy made a video. That's him actually making this and trying to knock you in from this video, or I'm not following. How is this
No.
happening with him saying stuff about you?
Oh, this somebody edited the clips of every time
okay.
he talked about me into one video. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Neurojack that just compiled every time he said my name into like one video. So it'd just be like fast. But yeah.
created Hinduism as it is known today. While many Hindu scholars dismiss the claim, the Nazis believed it. It is why they adopted the popular Hindu swastika. They also studied the Vedas, and their most
That's
classified
not where
project, the Bell, had the
the
same
machine
design
lies.
as the Vimana spacecraft described in these ancient texts.
Folders flying.
Pause that
It's
for
like
a sec.
in
Wait,
So so guys come on to to the missing link, and he's a Native American, and his story is where Hitler adopted the flag was from. It was from them and their cultures, not from these Aryans. I've had another guy that said that these guys obviously follow the Aryans, but the way they stole it was because they had this Native American that was brought over to Germany at that time, and it was their war flag, and it's like one of their war flags for this Native American culture, and it comes from the Big Dipper in the north, the east, the south, and the west. In the 4 seasons, that's the Big Dipper comes, and it makes that swastika, and that's where they've had their flag from. So he came on into, he's Adrian the Realist on TikTok, fascinating guy, very smart. And he's trying to bring back the swastika, but bring back his flag, right? And they brought it in Canada on Canada Day. They were going to get arrested at the time, and some Jewish guy that used to be in the Canadian military just woke up and felt that he needed to go to, Canada Day, the celebration. This was this last Canada Day on July 1st. And he just woke up, he needed to go there. So went all the way across country, shows up. And then once they had the flag, they were going to arrest these people for bringing the swastika flag out on Canada Day. But this ex-military, Canadian military guys went and stopped it, and they were allowed to do their ceremony. Didn't know anything about the ceremony that was going to go on, but he just had a dream that he had to go there. And then it ended up working out that, he stopped them from being arrested, from being allowed to use their flag as their ceremony there on Canada Day. Like, just a fascinating story.
Also, the swastika is in the official Unicode standard. It's in the Unicode standard. So if you want to erase it, then give up already. It's already on your computer.
Swastika.
Yes. And I think Sending Ancient's got an interesting comment. In China, found proof a certain tribe of Native Americans migrated from ancient China. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, they may have came from that region in Tibet. Wouldn't that be fascinating? I mean, I don't even know. That would be a fascinating history. Yeah, if they actually came from that region. Man, yeah, because I've also heard it be connected to the Bon. If you look at the Bon religion of Tibet, if you look at BON, it's called Bon religion, of Tibet.
Final? Yeah, Bon means final in, I think, Japanese, right?
Yeah, they have that same
symbol. Yeah.
Yeah, they have that same symbol. Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, if you're an anime watcher, Ichigo had that symbol on his sword when he was doing his final fight against Aizen in the Deicide arc.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but yeah.
I don't know if you want to show that TML on, and I'll read it out afterwards. But this buddy just sent me this about all the different swastikas of all the different areas of the world that use it.
Yeah, I've seen that one too.
And so it says Poland, Navajo, Tibet, Peru,
and it's the same with it's the same with the 2 triangles symbol with the Jew star. There's many different cultures around the world that used it. And if you actually look at it, it is just kind of a pretty I mean, you could see how somebody would put that together, like just geometrically. It just seems like a very common shape. I mean, you could see a lot of symbols going that way. If you just, it's not highly specific or anything. But yeah. Let's see if I could stop this for real quick and then show this real quick, because this is the symbol in the Tibetan. They have this religion here. BON, Bon.
Where the Bon came from?
No, where the Bon Kai came from.
It says it's from the Himalayan regions. So yeah, I mean this is literally where Nachikita is, you know. But yeah, it says that it was a but yeah, this is the symbol right here. They have this symbol.
Hmm.
So it kind of looks kind of like a swastika.
Not kind of, totally.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. But I think it's I think the problem is that it's either sideways or different direction or something like that. I don't know.
It says left facing, but
yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah, these on this picture, they're all kind of right facing. I see the left. Why left would be a little different.
I don't know. You know, but geometrically, I mean, you could see how somebody would make that symbol, you know, because it'd be like a spinning to imply that the square is spinning. So it's a symbol for circling the square again. The square and the circle.
What's fascinating, I'm just looking at this picture, the one that you said that you've seen, and then the bottom right, they have one in Israel. It's a little bit altered, I think it is, but I don't know if you want to put that on. That one
Did you ever
is
see the Supreme Court of Israel, Jesse?
No.
Oh my God. The Supreme Court of Israel has like this giant pyramid with the eye on it.
No. The Illuminati eye.
It does. It's almost comical. It's almost comical if I could find it, you know. But yeah, they have a giant one right in the middle, and of course the Baha'i Temple. Have you ever seen the Baha'i Temple?
No.
But yeah, let me see if I could pull this up. But yeah, there's a huge Baha'i Temple in Israel, and that's where they say they're gonna headquarter. Or I seen like a huge. But yeah, you see this, Jesse? You see this, Jesse? Isn't this funny?
It's really Supreme Court.
It's popping out like of the top, like of
Oh,
like
on the top, it's got the pyramid there. Yeah.
yeah, and
It's
it's
green too.
It's got 13 levels on it too. You know, I'm pretty sure it's got like the levels there too to signify.
Oh, I should draw a comic about that. Oh my, that's good material. I can
But
see
yeah,
a compound comic right
it's
there.
literally like
Yeah, draw that.
sticking out of the top of the building like a triangle, you know, and then it's got it's fascinating, you know.
Sounds like a good comic there, Hank.
Yeah, all I need to do is just draw that with the limitism symbol in there.
Here's a close up of it. But yeah, fascinating structure there, right placed right in the middle of the Supreme Court of Israel.
Well, that's what they do with all these monuments, these obelisks, and and these all the different symbolism that comes in all of it. It's really, they're just, drawing energy from these different symbols and making it, with vibrate with certain numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, have you ever heard Cream by Wu-Tang Clan, Jesse?
Maybe a long time ago.
What type of music do you listen to, Jesse?
Dance hall.
Dance hall, yeah. Yeah, dance hall is the shit. Yeah.
Since 18, probably. Before so my very first concert I ever went to was in grade 4. It was the Kiss concert. And my sister was in grade 8 and she had to take me to it. And then in grade 5, that's when I got into like the hip hop and we started break dancing, bringing cardboard to school in grade 5 and grade 6, grade 7. So all throughout junior high school. it was mostly rap that I listened to, and hip hop and rap and stuff. And
Yeah,
then
in the early
I know about
2000s, that was when dancehall took off. You remember
so
that? Where it was like Sean Price was the guy. Where
Sean
it was
Paul.
all.
Sean
Yeah,
Paul.
Sean Paul. Yeah, Sean Paul was the guy. Sean Price is one of my favorite rappers of all time. Rest in peace, Sean Price. One of the greatest rappers to ever, pick up a mic. But yeah, Sean Paul, where he had that "Give Me the Light."
Give Me the Light, yeah.
That was the
Shabba Ranks was just before him. Shabba was kind of going mainstream before that. But for me, I started strictly dancehall probably in 1990. And then by the time 2000, once it started getting a little bit more mainstream, I started to listen to a little bit of techno and, going to like raves and things like that. So most of my music literacy is just dancehall and electronic music and stuff. Those are the two musics that I listen to like 99% of the time that I listen to music is either of those two genres.
I think he changed directions when he came back in. It's funny. But yeah. Oh shit, I think I muted Cecil, but yeah. I'll unmute him because he's awake now. But yeah. Oh shit, there we go.
Shaka Ron.
Shaka Ron.
Shaka Ron.
Shaka Khan.
Shabba Ranks.
Yeah,
I got one gold tooth. I'm Shabba Ranks. Yeah, this there was a rapper who made a song called Shabba Ranks. Where he said, I got one gold tooth. I'm Shabba Ranks. That was his song. I think it was ASAP Ferg. Or yeah, man. ASAP Ferg. Yeah, they had ASAP Ferg had a song called The Hood Pope. Man, that was such a weird song. I don't know how to feel about that song, but yeah. I think maybe I'll open the show with that song. Since all the Christians are pissed at me anyways, I'll open the show with Hood Pope. Show everybody down the Hood Pope. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. But yeah, the Hood Pope by ASAP Ferg. But the thing with Sean Paul is I could never figure out if he was actually like, is he black? Like how does that make sense? Like where he's from Jamaica, but he looks like a white guy. I was so confused. Like, what is that?
There are light-skinned people that, live in Jamaica that speak patois. And, one of my really close friends, he's half Lebanese and half Scottish. And his dad looks, he's like the Lebanese part. They grew up in Jamaica. And so have lots of like property and stuff. We're going there in December, staying at their property, big 10-bedroom house on the beach. But he speaks to his dad. You never look. He's 88 years old, and he'll be like, yeah, man, and speaking like patois and stuff. So it's really funny because he's like light skinned, right? So,
but those people also run the country. I noticed that. That's what's weird.
His brother was the president or whatever at one point. My buddy's dad, his brother was.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. So when you say that, it's interesting because he's one of the light-skinned guys that was running the country there at one point.
Yeah, I noticed that when they had the political struggles going on. I was like, oh wait, this is interesting because those guys are obviously different race.
Oh, they're property owners. They're property owners, right? It's the wealthy. They control all the countries, whether they're visible doing it or they're doing it behind the scenes. That's just how the countries are run.
I gotta play this for a second because my battery.
I'm out. Thanks so much.
Oh, you got to run, Jesse. Okay, yeah. Have a blessed one, and yeah, thank you for joining again.
Yeah, thanks for the companionship, everybody.
Yeah, you definitely livened it up out here. It was going to shit. But yeah, bless. Yeah, bless. Thank
Okay,
you.
bye, everyone. May the source be with y'all.
Yeah,
Peace.
thank you, brother. Yeah, man. Yeah. May the force be with you, my friend. And definitely talk to you soon. A Voyager, Star Voyager, Jesse Howe of the Missing Link. You know what I mean? So, it's not every day you get greeted and by a Star Voyager. So consider yourselves. Oh,
Looks like the Machine Lives has kicked himself from the panel again. Oh well, I mean, I'm hosting to the time being.
Are you automatically taking over for Machine Lies?
I don't have the control panel, but might as well run the show since I'm still talking. He's not talking at the moment, so I don't actually have any controls, but I can still talk. So I don't see Snafu here, but we need to talk Snafu. So you run around on the panels and like you're the emperor of the internet, and you tell everyone what to do. Don't go here, don't go there, cupcake here, cupcake there. But you don't have a value proposition to go with it. So what I need you to explain, Snafu Snaps, is why should we listen to you? What's in it for us if we do a damn thing you say? Especially
I heard EBT talking about Snafu Snaps like a long time ago. It was right around the time he was trying to talk about having like a truth or talent show or something like that, and I guess I didn't make the connection or whatever, dude. But whatever, it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. So yeah, we need a value proposition for why we should do what you say. That PDF hunting and the witch hunting hasn't gone well for you. You haven't caught any PDFs, and when a witch shows up, you don't know what to do. It's like a dog who caught a car. After you caught me, you don't really have anything to say. You ask me to show my toys to you. I always showed them on flow state. So why don't you just show them again? You can look them up on your phone. You can find them. So what's the point of me showing you my toys again if you already saw them? It's no point. Plus, it's usually off topic. It's the one day that we're talking about vibrators and stuff. So you got lucky then. So unless someone wants to talk about those again, there's no point. So Flow State has a clip for you. You just watch that over and over again until it becomes relevant.
I don't know, man. Sounds a little shady.
Yeah, I'm a little shady. I'm wearing a hat. That's the point.
You wearing a pointy hat?
It's really not that pointy. Not, I wouldn't say it's pointy.
All right. I guess we're safe then.
No, I'm safe then.
Okay.
So move along. Let's go Thanksgiving advice. How to get for Thanksgiving tomorrow. I guess it's for me. It's today because of time zone differences. You have to be careful what you don't want to eat. You don't want to fill yourself on bread and breading. You want to get the good stuff. You want to target probably the raspberry sauce. You want to target the sauce, and you want to target the turkey.
It's cranberry sauce, bro.
Cranberry sauce. Yeah, I forgot. But yeah, you want to get the cranberry sauce, whatever sauce. It tastes really good. It's not expensive, but still, it's probably the best thing that they bring out. Then next, you want to go for
While
the
many
turkey.
Hindu scholars dismissed the claim, the Nazis believed it. It is why they adopted the popular Hindu swastika. They also studied the Vedas, and their most classified project, the Bell, had the same design as the Vimana spacecraft described in these ancient texts.
Folders flying. It's like fold.
In 1971, a young Klaus Schwab, son of a Nazi nuclear scientist, was placed as the head of what is now known as the World Economic Forum.
Type of Christianity. And in fact, they came up with the Trinity a lot at the Council of Nicaea, which was heavily influenced by Alexandrian Christians, i.e. Alexandrian Jews.
Even though
That
pluralism.
these trade routes that opened up between China and India and on into the West are what eventually destroyed Rome.
Okay.
And the reason why eventually these trade routes eventually destroyed Rome is because these trade routes opened the path and gateway for the cynics, for the Eastern religions and principles that were brought into the West.
Sounds more like a machine LARPs.
And so you had these people that had migrated over, and they came in and they brought great challenge to the spiritual fundamental that was prevailing in Rome.
If Christianity, this is an entailment, if Christianity is a psyop and none of it's true and it's all used for control.
However, the indiscreet conversion they did without having any kind of understanding or faith, rather produced an adverse effect, the influx of pagan customs into the church.
Then Islam would be an extension of the psyop because Islam shares and borrows very large foundational bricks of Christianity. An argument that Islam has Gnostic roots.
Those who were tainted with polytheism of Rome looked as if they had converted, but in actuality it wasn't easy for them to get rid of the religious rites and institutions of worshiping the sun, the moon.
So see, there's at least two debate proposals right there. You know, is does going after Christianity entail going after Islam, because you know Islam has foundational bricks in it that are laid down from Christian teachings. And then also step two would be, you know, does Islam have Gnostic roots? So each of those could be separate debate propositions, you know, or you could take them on in the same debate. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I mean, honestly.
Okay, I'll debate this.
But to pretend like there is no debate proposition, I mean, that's ludicrous. You know, that's cowardice. You know? But yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I'll debate on the feminist side that Islam does have Gnostic roots. And we'll start
you want to start that up? Yeah, we could do that.
Let's do it right now.
Well, let this video play and then we'll get
let's do the video.
Let's give Jim Bob an example of a debate so he'll know what one is, so that we can so that we could, you know what I'm saying? You hear what I'm saying. But yeah, give me a second here.
And the stars, and various gods and goddesses, which they had worshipped since their forefathers.
Nobody countered it. And so, and we invited people to counter it.
Since the war began, Israel Bonds stands strong with Israel in the war against the enemies of the Jewish people.
But that's what's interesting, is that could it be that even though we can track Islam back to Gnosticism, is it possible that Gnosticism today, the way it's infected Christianity, like the way people borrow and do all this like Christ consciousness bullshit.
We are proud to announce that Israel Bonds has reached $50 billion in worldwide investments since inception. We also reached $1 billion investments since the war began.
So the whole earth, no such thing as a Quran only Muslim. That's a taqiyya cope they use when they want to reject hadith. Okay.
It wasn't the Messianic era, and things got bad, turned really bad again. The Greeks first, and then, the Persians first, and then the Greeks, and then the Romans. And so by the time you get to the Roman era, people realized that this isn't it. And those prophecies would have probably been reinterpreted as, no, it wasn't it. They must have been talking about a future messianic age, because clearly this was not the messianic age.
You can't reject the hadiths. Or they just reject hadiths that they don't want to tangle with and defend. Is that the case? Not sure.
At the end of the Second Temple era, there was a huge messianic fervor, not among the Sadducees who didn't accept Mashiach, but by then the Pharisees and the Essenes.
There's an underlying spirit there. And the spirit, if we're to be really harsh about it, would just be the Antichrist spirit. But if we're to be a little more charitable, it would be the revolutionary, rebellious spirit.
So at the end of the Second Temple now, there's this huge messianic fervor among Pharisees, Essenes, Zealots, and others. And that's why Josephus, who was alive at the time and is an eyewitness and is our best eyewitness source,
rebellious spirit to authority, the rebellious spirit to that there is a hierarchy and there are longstanding traditions. There are things that even you're born into and you have to figure out if they're coherent or true or not.
We have two great eyewitnesses to the Second Temple era, which is Josephus and Philo. And so they're not so accepted in the Orthodox world, but as a historical text, they're fantastic to understand what Judaism was like 2,000 years ago.
The role of Kabbalah in the development of a lot of Jewish and Christian religious forms is something that we see starting in the Middle Ages.
Christians accept the Torah, right? They call it the Old Testament. So they're also Zionists because Christians do believe that God gave the land to the Jewish people. I mean, if it wasn't for that, there would be no Jesus, right? Jesus was a Jew who lived in Judea. So like without their whole religion would collapse.
And we tend to think of Jewish mysticism as a secret.
Don't be fooled. There are huge numbers of these Zionists in our leadership in every area, mainly politics, law, where they can operate as change agents.
What's going on. And Philo as well, we've mentioned him before. He describes very beautifully Judaism. Some people call him the first Torah commentator, really, even though he wrote in Greek. But he was a Jew. And Josephus is the other one, who was this Jew who kind of was a traitor and turned Roman and lived out the rest of his life.
I need Nancy McMonarch to come to LARP Church. I'll straighten her out on her Adam Green Day issues.
Okay, should I start now?
Say when.
So, yeah. So, Islam does have Gnostic roots. Let's go to the main reasons. So,
Islam, hold on. Let me make this. Does Islam have Gnostic roots? Because we're doing a demonstration for Jim Bob. So, does Islam have Gnostic? Because he's saying that he doesn't even know what the debate proposition is, even though he said it himself. So I don't even understand why he's having trouble finding out the debate proposition, which he himself proposed. But yeah, I don't know. Does Islam have Gnostic roots? Okay, go ahead.
Before you guys get into that, let me square up with the chat here. I have gaydar for two reasons. I used to use gay men to find good drugs, and as we all know, I don't want to be typecast as a straight. All right, proceed.
Good move.
I'll make this banner too, because this is going to happen So we'll have that banner too. For any time that Illumitami wants to go after the chat, we got Illumitami versus chat. That happens quite a bit, you know what I mean? So we'll just throw that up, But yeah, does Islam have Gnostic roots? Let's go.
Yeah, I've been in the affirmative. So Islam does have Gnostic roots because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, has had revelation from the angel Gabriel.
Oh shit!
Woo!
That's a stickler right there. The angel, when the angel Gabriel shows up, it's like awkward.
You're either honored or dead.
Yeah. And of course, we know the prophet didn't die for quite a while because he has ministry for, I think, a couple of decades at least. But yeah, he has ministry for years. So he wasn't struck down by the angel Gabriel, and just as the Gnostics did, said the pretty much he had to say the stories again, the biblical stories again, because the Gabriel pretty much said to him that they're not quite accurate. So he made some changes to the events of the Bible before he presented them. But the angel Gabriel helped him write down what the changes were that were revealed to him, because, as we know, the prophet was not literate himself, so he had to have divine aid. And one of the things that were changed was there was no just tri-omni trinity. But you know who else said there was no tri-omni trinity thing? The Gnostics said that. And Islam made the most progressive culture, they were discovering the stars and naming them during the so-called Dark Ages.
Mhm.
They had the knowledge at the time.
Yep.
Now close that opening statement.
If you did
That
science
was
in the
some
Dark
good
Ages,
points.
the church would kill you.
That was some good points. So if you guys are just now joining us, we're entering a debate on does Islam have Gnostic roots? And Hank gave many salient points in favor. He first cited the angel Gabriel. He also cited many different factors. He cited that that Islam rejects the Trinity, as do some Gnostic sects. He also was so he made some salient points there, in terms of Islam and Gnosticism. But I think that ultimately, we have to look at chronology. And I'm going to begin my opening statement with looking at the historical data that we have. First of all, Gnostics, starting in the 2nd century, this is well before the advent of the Prophet Muhammad. This is in 2nd century AD. You could read such writings as Saint Irenaeus against heresies, other topics and themes, which suggests to us that Gnosticism was well underway way before Islam. Now you look at the region where Islam was born, and you look at different Gnostic groups. Well, it's not a wide-ranging opinion among Gnostic groups that they rejected the Trinity. Basically, the Trinity was, there's no Trinity in St. Paul's writings. So where does the Trinity come up? Well, the Trinity comes up with the Athanasius, with Saint Athanasius, in 325. So we need not concern ourselves with that. But we also have in the what was I gonna say? In the 7th century, you have the influence of Nabateans, around the area of Arabia. You have certain Nabateans in the prophet's family. Nabateans are not considered Gnostics. They're considered a Christian heresy. So most of the I think that Islam would be considered something in the line of that and not in the line of Gnosticism. Hank also mentioned the signs of knowledge, that Islam was a civilization that brought forth a lot of knowledge and stuff. Well, one could make the same argument today with all of the knowledge of astronomy that Western civilization has given us. Wouldn't that make it the the most Gnostic institution on earth, because it's given us all of this knowledge about the universe, physics, astronomy, calculus. It's expanded on what the Muslims discovered in the medieval ages, whereas they were even using some of the Greek mathematicians and some of the Roman theorists to develop their theories. But yeah, anyways, I'll pass it back over to Hank to refute some of my points there.
So your first point is Gnosticism started before Islam. Of course it did. Other people had revelations before Muhammad was born, and people have had revelations since. Well, maybe some people disagree on it, but we know that there's people claiming to have revelations, and there's nothing stop God from giving revelations to more people. The Vidians and the Arabian not considered Gnostics. I have had to research that. And Islam using Greek mathematicians? Well, of course they would. The Greeks got their calculations right. They just needed to do them again and check. So why not use the stuff that's already right?
I didn't hear what you said at the end there.
Yeah, Islam used bunch of Greek mathematics. So
Right.
of course it would. All you need to do is run the numbers again, double check the work, and if they're right, then just give them credit.
Yeah, but okay, and I guess we could open it up here, because we're gonna go into this back and forth here, and I know that Hank espouses, and we're just doing a demonstration here. But see, we did 2 opening statements there on this whole topic, and we're just guesstimating and theorizing and really freestyling, a whole debate. If we could do this freestyle, then imagine what anyone could do with a little bit of preparation. That's incredible. To say that you've proposed a topic and you don't even know what the subject is, or you don't even know what the topic proposed is. Hell, you don't even know. You don't even remember the guy's channel that you've been talking about. You don't even remember anything. You don't even know what anybody knows anymore. You don't even know if I'm Muslim anymore. In the same clip, this guy claims I'm a Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Gnostic. It's getting a little ridiculous at this point. I'm like all religions. I'm like every man and no man at this point. But yeah. Go on. Hank, I think you were you were talking about the
Greek mathematics, yes.
Well, the knowledge. I think it's interesting because a lot of the scientists, a lot of those scientists,
like
for
Pythagoras.
example, no, I'm talking about the ones during the Islamic age. Like you have algorithmy and
yeah,
and any of these scientists, some of them have interesting ideas about theology. Ibn Sina, a lot of people considered Ibn Sina, who brought Neoplatonism and some of these types of theories and ideas into the Arabic world, to be a apostate. So it's fascinating that a lot of the Greek sciences and math were eventually rejected in the Islamic world. That's why the Islamic world, never had a as they say, they never reached the Enlightenment. As they say, they never had that critical stage in civilization where they developed technology and and international trade and these types of things. You know, and the
Yeah,
reason was
yes, they did. They were the middlemen, the literally middlemen between India and Europe. They were middlemen. They had lots of trade.
right.
The Prophet Muhammad himself was one of those merchant traders.
No, I know, but I'm talking about on the scale of the British Empire. I'm talking about colonialism.
Yeah, they didn't do much colonialism. Yes.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So I'm saying that the colonial aspect is only unveiled through the technology they had. And the technology is only unveiled through the science. And the science is only unveiled through the Enlightenment. You know?
Yeah.
So what is the Enlightenment based on? It's based on, you know, what I'm talking about. These Greek and Plato and Aristotle, basically that was rejected in the Islamic world, but then they had a renaissance, back to the classical period, you know, in the 16th century in Europe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think I forgot to name those islands because Islam does have some colonialism. I forgot the name of that whole island thing. I need to look that up. The Obama's father's from it. I forget the name of the whole island chain.
Well, shit, I'm even interested in that. But yeah, you guys, you guys get the idea there. That's just a sample of what we're doing out here. But yeah, I'll let Hank look up those islands and stuff. But yeah, see, there's an example. I mean, I don't even know how long that was. I'll have to go back on the video and check it out. But yeah, see, this is an example. And we can do the other proposition too. What's the other proposition?
Yeah, I was talking about the Philippines. The Philippines. Islam has.
The Philippines.
Yeah, they colonized the Philippines quite a bit.
Ah. Yeah, the Philippines.
Nancy, not to take your special feeling away, but I'm trying to make LARP church a regularly occurring thing.
Oh,
that's good.
But yeah, for you and Neuro, I'll probably have you both come up on panel, even though it wasn't going to be a regular panel thing. Neuro had a lot of questions tonight. Nancy threw a lot at Adam Green that he wasn't going to say anything to. But I'm confident I can nail most of it. Shit, if she can remember and wants to come up tonight, I can probably hit most of it. Like the reason our God had to come down and catch a crucifixion, it's not just for the cleansing blood of the Lamb for our sins, but also think about it like cops can't mace people until they've been maced. So God's not going to put us through things in life that he can't say, hey, man, I took that crucifixion thing. It's all good. Me too. You'll be fine. That's why I'm not worried about if there's a rapture or not. Because, the Christians have to go through tribulation, maybe die in it, whatever.
So are you talking about the demiurge god or the monad god?
I don't know. I'm just salt of the earth about it.
Oh, okay. Because the monad god wouldn't need to necessarily do that because he could just retcon the universe. I really couldn't say whenever, but you could just change the timeline like it's a line. So
yeah, but we got free will, so he's like there's a lot of stuff he won't do because we have free will, and that's the same reason that this is the Lucifer's world, but Lucifer still has to go ask permission sometimes to do stuff, and I'll let him because test, trial, tribulation, all that.
If we have free will, why is YouTube trying to block our ads? Ad blocks. If we have free will, why is YouTube trying to block our ad block?
Because YouTube is tyrannical and we have the free will to not rely on YouTube. That's why I was asking Ian tonight. I asked Ian if you were leaving YouTube between like Rumble and Odyssey, which would you pick? I'm already on Odyssey, but I think Rumble would be my first pick.
I would say both because you could they can replicate each other, or you can if you stream you could just shoot the stream to both of them.
Well, and I think Rumble and Odyssey both just do their own streaming because they don't have an issue with it the way YouTube does. YouTube has an issue with it because they never intended for us to be doing this, and now they have to work it in and try and make money. If Paul does a 13-hour stream, they can't throw ads in that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I don't know what half of that means, Earl Pipe. That's my thing with the what are they called? What have we been calling the ortho bros? Like EBT and TBE, they go way in depth and way intricate on this stuff where I'm like, I don't think I have to get that deep. I try hard enough at like the 10 Commandments and
By the way, I'm releasing a tape of them arguing on my show. It's gonna be fascinating because part of it, you're actually part of it too. You want to see, Tommy?
Yeah, sure.
Because that's the same episode where Drew comes up as Drew Berger comes up as the puppet.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and I tried to look up the channel, the name,
That
the
night was
video.
so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I tried to look up the name of the video where the fucking
Go.
where the fucking where Bach Precision says that he got his channel demonetized for pulling a gun out on my stream. Interesting.
Wait. Whose channel got demonetized?
That's what Bach said about Chalk Body Outline.
Who said it about CBO?
His former a guy who used to work with him, who's got a lot of interesting information on him.
So because CBO pulled it out on his stream, he got demonetized?
No, because he pulled it out on my stream. That's what he said.
Was he restreaming you?
I don't know.
See, I know I've pulled, me, Drew, and Paul have all pulled guns.
I don't even know. I don't even know if that's what actually happened or if his channel is even demonetized. I actually have no idea.
Well, this is what happened. Like, over on Steve's channel, we all pulled out rifles one night and we're showing off each other's rifles.
Yeah, so nothing happens, actually.
It's if somebody reports it, and Snafu reported mine.
So I think somebody might have reported him because I think he's got like a lot of, from what I've seen, it is that when this guy came and started attacking me, a bunch of people hit me up he's done like these little attack pieces on, and we're like, we have all this information on Drew Berger, and I'm like,
me too.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, man. I like EBT was.
So I think he made a lot of enemies or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's an asshole.
Yeah, he made a lot of enemies out here.
Maybe I'll call him Snitch Foo. Report to be able to because someone showed their piece. Come on.
Snitch Foo Fats. And I finally found the video and grabbed it offline today of the time Snafu tried to interview people on rights and freedoms, and he walks right up on a fucking drug deal. And they awkwardly like separate and look away and like throw their hands in the air. Like you see him do the handoff real quick as Snafu's approaching. And he's oblivious to it. He's like, oh, this is America, I guess. You see, people can't talk. Can't talk. It's like, dude, they were doing a drug deal in the parking lot.
So what? Them do it.
Yeah, but he was oblivious to it, trying to
When you
trying to
go around
interview.
asking why Christians catch so much shit, this is
Hallelujah,
why.
praise
You
Jesus.
guys are being a bunch
Hallelujah.
of shitbags.
Hallelujah. What on earth did I just walk into? Hallelujah, praise Jesus. Hallelujah.
Are you sarcastically hallelujahing your own fucking God?
No. Absolutely
Oh,
not.
so that's how you worship. That's your real praise?
Hallelujah.
I mean, I think he's into economics and not science. But yeah, I was gonna talk to him about science,
And what's funny is
we didn't really
people
get to
show
it.
their
But
stupidity.
yeah, what's going on with you, bub, man? How you doing today, man?
Oh, I thought Machine Lies was actually talking. Cynthia thinks that that's a costume.
Doing good.
She thinks somebody's wearing that.
No, but
She's not actually talking, but look out.
But listen to the voice, though. The voice is
Yeah, it's
unmistakable.
definitely him.
Yeah,
you didn't even have to prove that he was in the living room or the timing of it all. You can hear his voice in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jumbo
Until I
said
came
Machine Lies
up
never
here
stops talking. So
and
which one
heard
is it?
me crying like a bitch.
Now, see, he doesn't care that we know that's him.
Shit
He
right
cares
now,
that he told Jack Talcott he gave a kid up for adoption.
Everybody's
of that pup.
entitled. I mean, the thing with this is that it's not. I don't know because these guys.
I got those receipts.
These guys, Toilet Bowl Earth and Enslaved by Truth, they were extra sensitive about even people finding out that it was him that's Bubs when it's obviously him.
And
But they were
he's
like,
the one.
We're like, that's not him. Wasn't that
And
weird
he's-
that they try to defend?
And Drew's the one that shares the Bubs Hub, I don't know what you say, community post and gets them all liking. And Drew's the one that's always like, Bubs is on fire. And yeah, it's obvious, man.
I know it's not really my stream, I'm just I'm just broadcasting to you what would be a normal conversation, a saloon, the saloon doors, swinging saloon doors, double swinging motherfucking saloon doors, and anybody can walk through. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is,
They call him Barkeep.
EBT doxed Illuma Tommy, and I did a virtual tour of his shit box.
Yeah, I know.
Litter box is better than his place.
Yeah, there was a lot of doxing, dangerous activity going on earlier. People were telling us where they live, telling each other where they live. I highly dissuade people from telling people where the fuck they live or anywhere, close. I know everybody knows I live near Detroit and shit, but I don't think people should be telling people exactly where they live or trying to start conflicts on here, because the controllers of these mediums, they are aware that we're using it, to try to find each other and stuff. So, whoever, the internet is the government. So I want to really fuck with telling people, in public view, what you're going to do,
I'm
Real.
already being shadow banned right now. I just found that out.
In our poll, I
Trad
don't
Culture
mean to toot my
Preservation
own
Society
horn,
is shadow banned like a motherfucker.
but people were asking if I was using a voice filter for Cletus Musk on the Machine Lies pre-show. Beat.
So this is how good doxing does. Tommy's right here. It didn't matter. It didn't make any difference, did it, Tommy?
Oh, my address is out there, but yeah, it doesn't make a difference because everybody knows I stay strapped. Even if I wasn't on YouTube, I just live in an area where you should stay strapped, which is every area if you're watching the news.
So pretty much no one's gonna visit Tommy except for maybe me and Benton. So it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah. And I'm probably gonna fire one up later just in the time I went to Wendy's just now. I've met 2 more homeless people and gave them reasons to back me up when shit pops off. And then a guy on a bike found me like studying some more burn up books and various shit. And I don't know if any of you heard whenever I found that place with the solar plans, for no reason under the railroad track overpass with burn up shit, I found a fucking solar connector. And there's like, that's probably the same person. But
That's
why?
what it is, guys. Illumitami's building up a fucking army of feral goblins to rise up out of the sewers at night.
Or at least back me up whenever shit's popping off. Because I met this dude at Wendy's named Joker, and he was very susceptible. Like, he had fucking half of his face had like Jester or Insane Clown Posse tattoos on it. And he was wearing really baggy dress pants, really baggy dress shirt with a baggy fucking stoop coat over it. And he was just like, even a dude that hard, he was like crazy out here, man. I was like, yeah, if you don't get hit by a car or shot, we'll probably see the
Yo,
end of the world
Destroyer
together.
said this shit about you.
Oh, I'm not
Yo,
even gonna read it. Destroyer's irrelevant to me. She's a fucking
that's
psycho.
funny as hell. She said Illumitami spams his address to bait people to so you can use stand your
That's
ground law.
not it at all. No. It was to show
That's
Snafu
fucking
Snaps
Rambo
that
shit.
it
That
was
would
to
be
show
Rambo shit.
it was to show Snafu Snaps that it was said, it's on a video, and every time I said, "What's my address?" with all your people watching me, he still couldn't say
Yo,
it.
I hope not, dude. That's funny comment though. But it says just a matter of time until something bad happens when he does that shit.
She's a
She's
psycho
funny
to the
as
bit.
hell.
And it just shows how stupid everybody is that they don't realize my address still stands where it is.
And you can get how do people send you gifts? They need to get the right apartment number 2 or something.
No, I said there's an easy way to send me stuff. You don't.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Reddington, he was a homeless guy getting a little refuge in Wendy's. He was talking to me while I was at the desk. Got to share some gospel with him because I was digging him, man. He was like, we were something about sides came up because he was like, there's a war gonna come out here. Said, yeah, I heard there's already Russian and China militia laying low for whenever the economy crashes. And he gave me a weird look. I was like, what war are you talking about? Like, I was like, remember this vest, so I'm on your side. And then he goes, oh, I already know what side I'm on because I didn't pick a side. The side picked me. I was like, I like that, dude. I like that. So I got his alignment whenever I'm out there, and the Asian dude I got some food for, K, he'll be looking for me.
So seriously, do you have an Amazon or eBay wish list or something?
I'm always getting dog food off Amazon.
Oh, okay.
If you really want to send me something, email me. I don't know if you're joking or not. I don't know if you're fucking with me.
Oh, okay. But I sent something to Chris, so.
Okay. No, I was
Wait,
using my coupons bucket food.
What are we-
Montegraph is a prevalent YouTuber that no matter what any of us say about him, he booms numbers. He gets easy 500 viewers a live stream. He'll stream for like an hour and a half, get 500 viewers.
Damn.
And he just sits the way you saw him on Flow State. He just sits at his table looking at his computer monitor like that, and he just responds to the chat.
Yeah, my camera's mounted on my monitor as well as my.
But you guys had some similar theories about cryptocurrency, wasn't that right?
Yeah, that's why I go to his channel because he talks about all the stuff I've been
Yeah,
talking about.
because he and you said the same exact. You guys were on the same exact angle on the cryptocurrency. About the Ripple and the XRP.
Yep.
He said the same exact shit to me. I mean, he didn't say it to me, but he said it on the show Flow State, and I was thinking, holy shit, I've heard this said to my face before.
Were you there when I popped in?
I don't think I was there when you were, or I mean, I think I saw the whole thing, or I don't know if I saw the whole thing, but
So when I wrapped up the first LARP church, I had heard during LARP church that he was hosting Monograph, and when I wrapped up, I went over there and I dropped in. I said,
what is
yeah,
what is LARP church?
it's just my not church I'm doing on Sundays where I'm just gonna try and do it. So you're welcome to come too. It's gonna be like a little bit of Bible stuff, a little bit of current community stuff, but it's like
But you're doing
relatively
this as a stream online.
yeah. I did one
Okay.
Sunday, and I'm gonna try and do it consecutively on Sundays. Because even if I have to switch to free StreamYard, it would still have enough hours to keep LARP Church going. But yeah, all this stuff with Neurojack and how with no ego, I feel like I'm answering a lot more Christian direction questions than I hear people answering. I'm just gonna try and fill that void, and not in a toilet bowl earth way. But yeah, I had super chatted something about XRP and Ripple to Monograph during one of his shows, and Carl and one of Carl's lackeys was there, and they both jumped on me about it, and we started like bickering in the chat, and then Monograph's wrenches banned me, and Monograph was like, "Oh, hold on," because I'd done like super chatted him and stuff. He's like, "No, I think those fellas were just having a little thing out." He's like, "Don't block anybody. Don't block anybody." So then the next time I came back, he was really nice to me. But Monograph's cool. We're both challenged with the same creeper challenges and shit, and I'm not gonna dox him, but for the longest time I believed to be like in walking distance of him, but he says he's not in Colorado anymore.
Yeah,
But
Destroyer
somebody
says thanks for the shout out in your community post.
Oh, Destroyer, I probably like you more than that. Look within, douchebag. Oh, let's just say. Fuck, man, was it about Monograph?
Yeah, I'm wondering about this Monograph fellow. I heard if you say his name 3 times, he'll appear. Like, so I'm just trying to like fucking see if
He's
he'll
doing his own
show up.
stream right now.
Huh?
Here's the thing, Gary. Thomas Schoenberger and that other guy, bald,
I hope that
bald
he
guy.
jumps on the panel here. But yeah, I would
Yeah,
like
now
for him.
Monograph doesn't go to many panels. That's why I was surprised that Flow State had him.
Yeah, Flow State Big and Monograph is streaming right now on his channel, so probably won't be
Right,
here.
but Flow State managed to get Monograph and then waste it. Like stupid questions. Like if Flow State doesn't know he's on a globe and that nuclear bombs are real, I don't know why he's having people on his panel. He needs to.
He knows it's a ball. Yes.
He's an idiot. I'm gonna show his receipts that he was trying to egg me on to talk about Machine Lie's fucking marriage. He says it didn't happen. He says I'm making it up in my memory. No, I got those receipts. I found them.
Yeah, that's why. I checked Flow State when he said Paul and Steve should went off the stream when he was talking that woman that probably on crack. I say no. You want to leave that. You want to say on stream so you have the conversation on record. So I checked him on that.
Yeah, I try and do everything. Reddington, no one is blocked except Destroyer and Look Within and a bunch of spam emails. But yeah, this is what shows Snafu off. Like Snafu will go against Paul, go against me, go against Monograph, and then he doesn't know how to keep that up. He's got to cuck to Paul. Sometimes he tries to cuck to me. And then if he's against Paul, he'll say, "Oh, Monograph's gonna go after Paul." And then as soon as he's cool with Paul again, it's like, "Oh, Monograph's still a pedo." Yeah, I can't stand Snafu. He's insane. I hate him more when he was being compliant. That day on Benton, I was like, man, I like it better whenever you're against me.
I don't know what's the one. I don't know if I want him to comply or want him angry at me. Probably it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because he doesn't have credibility.
Right. I just wish he'd shut up. That's what I said on Rage Monday. It's like no one wants to sue you, but you should just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut up and read a book.
One of those hardback things, got a stack of pages between it.
Well, I like Snafu and Smith, but the way they were coming at
She doesn't have my number, Gary. Neither does Truth or Flop. Nobody's got my number, Gary.
The way they were coming at me on that Adam Green panel was just too heinous. You know, they were just coming right at me, coming straight out of left field. Smith and Snafu were just coming straight out of left field, question after question, just a barrage of fucking avalanche of fucking questions. And I was just like, okay, dude, you can't just sit here and have 21 questions and 21 statements and answer your own fucking questions. Why the fuck are you even talking?
DeFango, that was his name, Earl. Thanks. Yeah, DeFango and Schoenberger also say that they were Q. Here's my problem. Q is still functioning, and these three guys that say they were Q obviously aren't doing Q. I don't mean phone number, Gary. I know the figure of speech. She's got my number. She's going to pull my card, right, Gary? She doesn't. She just talks a lot. Lost in her own fucking bullshit. Lost in her own sauce. And she forgets I'll pull up some old Bentons where she used to suck me off from the chat. That's right, everybody. Destroyer's trying to suck me off from the chat even before I knew it was a female.
Is this your card?
Which card is it?
It's
No, I'm a king
Ace
of
of
swords.
Cups. No?
No, I'm a king of swords.
Damn it.
Yeah, man, that's what I was gonna say, Earl Pipe. Like fucking Monograph versus Rakita Law. That's what shows you he's bigger than any of us. You know, that he'd be openly going at Rakita Law, and I believe him that he's had those people's phone numbers, like a congresswoman and shit. It's like not everybody can acquire that shit, but it is possible. But Hank, we need to pick a day that's convenient for you. I'm not saying this in a Unslavia context. I just want to devote like an hour or two a week where we just cook and see what we can do with no predetermined subject.
I won't guarantee that much, but we can totally find something.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be consistent as long as there's a way we can link up and be like, hey, you want to do it this day, this week, or whatever.
Let me drop you the email in the back chat, and then you can use it.
My email's in my description. Just hit my email.
Uh-huh.
I hate having to copy stuff from the back chat.
Oh, okay, I'll use your email in the description so you can have my email.
Yep, that's why it's there. So people just reach out. Oh man, I'm still trying to remember what I brain flaked a minute ago. I hate that. Like my brain still keeps cranking at it, even when we move on. Yeah, Earl, it's weird, man. Like I know Schoenberger, he did get into my email when all that shit was going down, and luckily I heard Sewertown talking about how that's how him and Hoax used to do. Like Hoax would go bad cop, Schoenberger would go good cop in the email. But in my case, we never really went that far. Like he really was supportive in the email and then just dropped off the closer I got to flexing on Hoax. But that's what I'm saying, guys. Besides the fact we're not really juggling much weight on these streets past what weight we mentally put on it. I see YA. I see MA. I cover my ass. I threw that young girlfriend meth stuff out, so there's nothing else for me to cover except watching my words and my actions in real time. And I don't bait people as much as people think. I'm just that reactionary that I can capitalize on things quick enough. People will think I bait people. Like, nope, just improvising off the fucking current events. I don't day trade at all. Day trading is a good way to lose money if you don't know what you're doing. I'm good at getting in early and holding. Like I was buying Tesla at $50 a share when I was homeless. Sold around 12 to 1500.
Plus, day trading costs a lot of money.
Yeah, it costs a lot of money, especially now when the market is all functioning off the algorithms of the market makers manipulating the whole market. And they're trying to transfer that game over to crypto, and they're not failing at it. But I'm so early on XRP and XLM that it's like, let them do what they want. It moons when it moons. Gotta spend it before I am required to have some transhumanist mark. Yeah, you can tell they're manipulating it because sectors that aren't even related, their graphs can match up and like overlap their graphs. Like those sectors aren't even related and their graphs are doing the same thing. Because it's like a video game. You're given the algorithm, you say we have this much money to short and buy, and this is the levels we need to keep it below or above, and algorithm will go to work. And you can do that with crypto. You can teach your crypto bot. You can say, crypto, I want to buy at these prices and sell at these prices. It'll sit there and do it.
Yes.
Yeah, I got your email, huh?
Copy.
But yeah, I still don't even day trade with the crypto bot because the only crypto I have is crypto I want to hold. And I actually regret some of my stocks I've sold recently to stay in my positions of paying bills and not going back to the job force. Not sure if there's jobs to go get if I needed to either.
Oh yeah, you get a logistics job right now. They're going peak, so you can totally get a seasonal job. But the next
Well,
month,
there's a lot of job ads out there for hiring that aren't really a job. That's how. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. It's all beast system. Like there's a lot of job ads out there just to make the market look like the Fed wants it to look. The Fed wants more people out of work so they can manipulate the inflation, deflation, blah blah blah.
in fact, a lot of corporations put job ads to research competition.
Yep.
A lot of them put job ads to make themselves look healthier.
Yeah, and whenever I was in college, me and my friend applied for a townhouse place near the school, and we got turned down. Not only did we get turned down, but when we were filing the applications and paying the application fees, I was like, hey, I got this on my record. It's going to drop off in about 3 or 4 months, but I got this on my record. Do you think it'll keep us out? She's like, I don't know. We'll just have to see. Sure enough, we go back. She's like, yeah, that thing on your record kept you out. I was like, then why did we pay the fucking application fees? And then it dawned on me, they could have no vacancy and still just sit there and take application fees and not say that there's no vacancy.
Yep.
It's a fucking racket, man.
Maybe Donald Trump taught them that. I don't know.
I mean, except for the business stuff he's pulled with business people, he's not really the most diabolical guy. He really does like America. He is Zionist, and I mean, he's playing his role. But all the scammy stuff he's done has been business related. And when I was in high school, my favorite Playboy model, Karen McDougal, she fucked Donald Trump. And she said after she fucked him, he tried to give her money. And she was like, "Oh no, no, I just wanted to fuck Donald Trump. It's not like that, you know. I'm not a prostitute." So like, yeah, maybe he's a little skeezy, but maybe he thought that was like, yeah, why would this woman fuck me if I wasn't gonna pay her? Um, so yeah, I've never heard of him out just doing scandalous stuff to innocent people.
It would be cool if he was more diabolical. Then he could probably beat Joe Biden.
Which Joe Biden? Which Joe Biden are you referring to?
The walking corpse one.
Well, one of them's right-handed with a tattoo and a type of signature, and the other one's left-handed with no tattoo and a different type of signature. But both of them are allegedly acting on behalf of Obama's third term.
Yeah, the walking corpse one.
Yeah. Dead man walking. Yeah, man, this Ripple XRP thing, it's a big deal, man. Like, I got in on it and followed the conspiracies, but now this far into it, I'm like, wow. Like, I even kind of doubted myself, like it was a wild goose chase. All signs point to it's the new money. Nancy, how have you not added cranberry sauce into everything on the plate at Thanksgiving? How has it not happened by accident? And I just eat peanut butter right out of the jar as I prepare for what may come in the economy and the future of dystopia, Biff fighting in the streets and shit. Who's Jesse?
Yeah, I think I mean, I don't want Nancy to get mad at me, but I've never had cranberry sauce. Maybe I should go get some of that.
Yeah, dude. It just pops out of the can, comes out like kind of like Jello.
I think it's halal. You double check it.
Yeah, I've never ate that before, but that sounds delicious.
It is.
Peanut
I mean,
butter.
you drink cranberry juice, right?
Peanut butter and cranberry sauce sandwich. Wow.
Yeah, it's cranberry. It's like cranberry juice, but it's a gelatin mode of the can.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some kind of recipe to make it, but even the generic stuff with no berries, it's just like a gritty Jello. It's still delicious.
Yeah, that was my top of my list for Thanksgiving stuff to eat. Then after that, the turkey, and just stay away from the bread. It's just filling.
Am I the only one that prefers their various bird meats just a tad dry? Like if the Thanksgiving turkey's been in the fridge a day or two, I think it's even better. I like it.
I agree with you.
Yeah. Kind of leans toward the jerky, kind of. Don't get me wrong, that hot, fresh turkey on Thanksgiving Day is delicious as well. But once it gets dry, I'm like, yep, I'll take that. God, I do prefer to read Nancy. I mean, she can come up for questions, but God, any Fran Drescher is gonna. I'd have to take it in small doses. And even like Larry the Cable Guy. When I came out to Colorado and Larry the Cable Guy was booming back in the day with the whole group, like the Jeff Foxworthy crew, I was like, I grew up around these motherfuckers and I can't stand sit and listen to this shit as entertainment. It's like every other motherfucker in West Virginia sounds like that. I was over it.
Wasn't
Jeez,
me.
got a sweet
That
ass.
was Tommy.
Huh?
The
smacking sound.
Yeah, that wasn't me. That was Tommy.
No, I'm smacking my dog. It's funny because he's half pit bull, so like you can be really rough with him and it doesn't bother him. He likes it. But if he's in trouble, it can be like half that pressure and he'll cringe back or yipe because he knows he's in trouble. Like I used to.
It's now called the Doggy Task Force on you now.
No, I was gonna call it. I think he needs it called because his dog's always whining in the background like something's wrong.
Oh
But,
yeah.
But no, I used to.
In a freaking city, and all kinds of nuts ball stuff's going on.
I used to like punt a ball for him in this field, and he'd go chasing it. And one time he leaned in and tried to bite it as I was going to kick it, and I full on football punted him up under the chin. Didn't phase him a bit. He was like, "Okay, where's the ball?" And he was like, still waiting on the ball. Couldn't believe it. And he's not even the big blockhead type. Like, I don't have a lot of light. Like, he's half border collie, and I full punted him up under the chin and didn't phase him. Imagine them Michael Vick, big old blockhead looking. Let me get this other light on. Oh, now he's like I was trying to chill. Like, imagine the Michael Vick blockhead type pit bulls and what little effect you'd have on them if they were really motivated. My elementary school guidance counselor had one, and he came out like it had pinned a stray dog in the yard by the neck, and he ran out and said he had to beat his own pit bull with a baseball bat like repeatedly to get it to let go of this stray dog that it had pinned down. Rest in peace, Mr. Day. He actually died. He was kayaking, and he got pinned like against a tree, like he was rolled over. His kayak was like rolled over, and while he was under, he got pinned against a underwater tree or something. Couldn't get out.
That's definitely a very cute dog. For
yeah,
sure.
man. And he's 13. I'm getting into helicopter dad mode where everything that happens, I immediately like spurg out and check like the vet MD stuff online. Like the other day had kind of a bloody snot come out of one nostril after he'd been lethargic a couple days. And I was immediately like, oh my God, he's got a cancer tumor. And no, I think he was just sick because I got it too the next 2 days. Because now he seems all right. But I spent a couple days just cramming my head full of what if it's cancer tumor? What if it's all this other stuff coming up with it?
But yeah, I'm gonna need to take a nap. The Machine Lives will probably be streamed by the time I get back up anyway. So,
well, I'll be here for until it goes to about 9 hours. So yeah, perhaps I will. If you just take a nap, yeah, I will be here when you get back. But yeah, thank you for joining, Hank, and it's always a pleasure talking to you. And yeah, definitely. We're gonna have more debates, mock debates, and maybe some real ones. We got to think of some more topics. But that was a quick demonstration we did for Jim Bob, and we also talked about certain other themes relating to a lot of topics there. Bless you, Hank, for joining, and you have a restful evening, man.
Yep.
Hank puts all the same pictures up on his wall that I have.
Yeah. Yeah, Hank's a real good friend, for sure, man. Honestly, yeah, very much more reliable than a lot of people I had in my life, for sure, but yeah, blessings to Hank. And yeah, he's got a lot of different, he's a multifaceted individual for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, he cracks me up, man. Like that stream I was watching, he held that book up and he said, forget what he said, like he like destroys everything or something. He's like, who has the book? I do. See, I have the knowledge. Some shit like that. I'll have to go back and find it again. It was cracking me up.
Yeah, I was presenting information in my Discordianism special, and he had a book written by I'm pretty sure it was Margot Adler. That was Alfred Adler's daughter. She wrote a book on like witchcraft, and he just happened to have it.
Oh yeah, that was it. That's the time I was talking
Oh yeah,
about.
oh yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, he's kind of right here. Straight up, man. Yeah, man.
And even I
Yeah,
have
drawing down the moon is what the book is called. Yeah, that's right.
well, and I think I've
Drawing
showed
down the
you-
moon.
Even I have my dog's coughing like a person. He eats a lot of grass. Even I have 21 Lessons of Merlin. Pretty good book.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, some of it's a little complicated in the direction of Wiccan pagan shit, but take it a little slow. It makes sense. It's like about the lessons he's giving Lancelot or whoever. Who is it that pulls the sword out of the rock? Not Lancelot.
Arthur.
Arthur, yeah, it's about him giving Arthur his lessons and stuff. And it does have like the way to do some spells and crap, but I don't do them, of course. And it does give the specifics of what to have, where to go, what to say, when to say it. I mean, shit, in my mind, that stuff's real, or my God wouldn't have commanded me not to fuck with it. And I have seen the effects of it, not just in the way that girl gave me a tarot curse for a while, but she even told me many a times they had tried to do binding spells with some of their good friends in a group and it would backfire, and now they're all separated and will never be friends or together again. She was wanting to be ultimately a high priestess. Is there any reason you shoot for 9 hours, or you just do it to do it?
It's just as long as I can go with the storage capabilities that I have.
Okay.
For it to be very convenient for me to just download the episode in one click and just move on with my life.
Right. Do you use the free StreamYard?
No, I use a paid for one.
So you do have some StreamYard storage then?
Yeah, because I'm allowed to have like 10 people up here. So
Yeah.
You pay like per year for it. I'm pretty sure.
And I'm
but yeah.
paying by the month because I'm making the community like even though I have the money for it, I would be fine with the free one. So I'm making the fans keep paying the monthly to show me I'm doing good enough to keep doing it. Like a principle thing. And I do believe you can get the approval for ad revenue and super chats are separate. So this 500 subs, 3,000 watch hours, that is just to get super chats turned on and memberships. So that's all I'm really shooting for. And then if I can get cleared for ad revenue, which I doubt, then more power to them. But as far as giving YouTube their chunk, it's like I don't care. Yeah, JG be doing them squats. I don't know. That looks more like that's not the worst ass in the world, but that is more of a like she probably just eats right and gets a little bit of exercise. You see these girls nowadays, these Instagram girls, they're giving themselves like steroid asses and then still going to get like ass implants after they have like some kind of steroid ass. No, sending agent, I think they just take the cut to take the cut. But I agree, I'm not the one with the platform. I don't have a team of programmers and whatever you need to have this platform running. So they deserve their cut. All we're doing is showing up and filling their hard drives and servers with traffic. But they need us to bring the eyes for their ad revenue to keep going. It's a symbiotic thing. But yeah, the tag, like my God already said, give unto Caesar what's Caesar's, give unto YouTube what's YouTube's, and we shouldn't be so hung up on money to be all bitching about them making theirs. Like it's like I hold against Paul. It's like Paul keeps talking about how he makes these stacks every month, but he took all the proceeds from Talstock and has yet to pay Jack Talcott for Talstock. It's not honorable. Demonstrable. There went machine line. So guys, this Cletus Musk Machine Lies pre-show, the re-edit, it's coming out pretty sweet. Pretty awesome. Still not done, but it's gonna be badass. Let's see if I can bring up a little part. I don't know if I've ever played any sneak peeks. Let me find a good part with. Oh yeah. Okay, so if you guys remember, whenever I did the different song parts, I was just doing it by ear. Whenever I imitated "Boys Are Back in Town" and Madonna's 4 Seconds, whenever I went to put the music in, oh my God, it was right on time. And where it starts to get off time, I stop doing it and go back to talking anyway. Let me see if you guys will be able to hear it. I'll go to those parts just for sneak preview. And I threw Rick whenever I talk about boys for the summer getting sacrificed to the floor. I threw in the Rick Moranis part from Ghostbusters. See, I don't know if my volume makes you guys hear it better. Crank it up here. Whenever I start it, just give me a 1 if you can hear it.
Woo! We got 7 minutes, boy. We got 7 minutes till Discordianism auto hoax in the matrix. Oops. Hope y'all turn out for that. He usually does some thinking over there, them boys. Sometimes you gotta let them get out of their system. And if the boys are gonna fight, you better let them. Ain't that how you hairless monkeys sing it? And if the boys wanna fight, you better let them. I hate that song. I hate that song. It's annoying to me, man. Balls and back and down, balls and back and down, balls. That's a gay song where we come from. They all cheering them summertime boys is back in. They think it's fine when boys stop by for the summer. For the summer. When boys stop by for the galactic summer, we sacrifice them to the mighty slaw. Many summertime boys know what it is to be devoured in the depths of the floor that day, I can assure you. What it was roasted in the depths of the floor that day, I can tell you. So send your summertime boys. We'll sacrifice them to the slaw. This I can assure you. Now you see my white trash persona was amused. Merely a hex, a trick. Foolish humans. I'm just distracting you. While the real world of the Ward story, it mounts, but we are vaccinated this time. with the classics.
And then here's the other part.
As in the remaining moments of your speech, I highly recommend Madonna's 4 minutes. Do the marchy, breaky, roll out as you hear the horn. Do some marchy, breaky, roll out. And if you can get Nick Cannon on those drum lines. God damn it, what is it? No, I don't want to update right now. Always in the worst time. I don't want to update right now. Jesus.
Like, it really was an update thing that popped up, but I took an Abercrombie and Fitch ad and gave them all alien faces to make it look like he had some membership to like a gay alien porn site. Oh, but yeah, there's a lot of edits in this thing, man. It's gonna be good.
Yo, Neuro Jack, what's up?
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing?
Something Neuro.
Pretty good. Yo, did you see the reaction from Jim Bob there? He was in the chat earlier. Did you see
Yeah,
all
no,
that
I
shit?
saw. I seen almost the whole thing. Yeah, I think I seen like everything except for like maybe 5 minutes. So yeah, I watched pretty much the whole thing.
He never came up.
Yeah. No, I did come up earlier. I was up there.
No, Jimbo never did.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't know. I've been trying to stay amicable with all those guys that as much as I can, but the truth is like I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's like you can't. It's like they can question you, but then if you question them, it's like they take it personal. I mean, that's how I feel about it. You know, it's like I just don't really get. I mean, I can suspect all day long, whatever, but it is very strange to me. It's like his reaction to me is just, it's just weird. It's like he obviously, you know, made jokes about you and shit like that, but then it's like you're sitting there like giving him a taste of his own medicine, and he's just like upset about it. You know what I mean? So, and like I think that for me, like I think I posed some really poignant questions, like I always try to. I mean, maybe I'm full of shit, and I'm fine if someone says, "Oh, your questions are stupid," or "This is stupid." Like I'm fine with that. Like just explain to me what you think, and then I'll move on with it. But I take the subject matter very seriously, you know, or I wouldn't be up here talking about the shit, you know. I mean, we all have better shit to do, right?
Are you free Sunday evening to come to LARP Church? Because I think we can make some headway.
Sunday. I might be free on Sunday.
Yo, what about going through some of this Corinthians? I'm down to do that.
Right now?
Like right now?
No, I'm talking about on the LARP Church. You know, that would be a perfect setting for.
That's a good idea, actually.
If you want to send me passages, I can look into it. I'm kind of trying to organize a thing. Like Jack Talcott, Provo Kid, and EBT, they are somehow attached to tarot card decks. So this Sunday I'm going to try and do a thing on like why that's not remotely biblical or why you shouldn't be fucking with this stuff. But if depending on where you want to go with Corinthians, it's very doable probably. At least some week, if not Sunday.
Well, we could do anything. We could do one verse.
Okay.
You know, we could do a 919 for LARP Church. It is LARP to the maximum, you know, because he literally says, you know, you got to be a Jew with the Jew, a Roman with the Romans. You know, that's the definition of LARPing, isn't it?
Maybe impostering. Because I mean, I'm Goyim. I know I'm Goyim. Aren't we all Goyim if we're not small hat?
Well, it's more sophisticated than just imposturing. It's a sophisticated LARP, is it not? It's like, hey,
okay,
let me go, because what he says next is, he says, I became one as unto the law, so I could win those that are under the law, and then I became as one as not unto the law, so I could win those who are not of the law. So it's like, oh shit. So he's just doing it for a greater purpose. You know what I mean?
Right. And when I call it LARP Church, it's to not put myself, like I say, it's a LARP church. I'm a not pastor, and this is a not sermon, so I don't like overstep my possible
Sounds
wrongness.
like quantum of conscious, not Nilk. Not Nilk.
I
You know,
like
I
that
like
dude. I
quantum of
haven't watched
conscious.
him in a long time. I like that dude.
I like quantum of conscious. I don't get why like so many people like make him out to be this like big evil guy. I mean, maybe there's some evidence of that, but I
No,
mean, the stuff that I've
it's
seen is like not really that convincing to me.
from what I can see of the toilet bowls and the EBTs and the Drews, they're just gonna take that abrasive stance against whoever.
Well, no, to
Well,
me
they're
personally, I think it's more than that. Personally, I think they're going after anybody who says something that affects whatever their worldview is, which is not very clear to me. So
Yeah, because I say I'm a Christian, they say they're Christians, and they do not
that's
want
what I
to.
mean. It's like they're sitting here attacking Christians, and it's like I'm
I'll
questioning
oblige
Christians, and
them.
they're like, you can't question Christians, but you can attack them all day long. It's like, okay, I guess so. I mean,
And that's why I used to say it's funny how the Muslim and the Satan worshiper are like two of my most cordial associates that I get along with around here. And I don't mean
well,
Gen X
when
Jeff,
I
I
was
mean,
when I was being threatened with being doxxed and stuff, I mean, I'm not going to mention names, but people that I really respected and trusted are basically sitting there like saying something to the effect of, well, you know, as a Christian, you should just expect that that's just part of being a part of a Christian nation or something like that. And I'm like, okay.
I don't even know what happened, but I have seen them get like up in your grill about that. Like they're trying to deem you were the one that had a problem with it, and they're trying to like counter or come at you, like beefing on you.
Yeah, and
But
like
that's how they do.
I didn't like go and say, oh, these guys did something illegal. What I said was like they're basically saying something in like a, you know, very intelligent way to say, well, I'm not going to do it, but I hope someone will, and I think someone should dox and swat you. It's like, okay, I mean, you know, that's like something that a lawyer would do where they say something, or someone or a cop would do where they just say something
Yeah,
in the technical way that's not illegal, but it makes you
that's
second
what
guess your
Paul
next
does.
step.
Yeah. Okay, I remember when Moose had broken off from being Paul's producer, Paul brought up Moose's hotel website, showed his family and the address of the hotel, and they did have it on the hotel site, but it's like none of us were going to it. And Paul brought it up, and he's like, "Now I'm not saying anybody should go to this hotel and fuck with Moose." The same way he was like, "I'm not saying anybody
Well,
should
and look, here's
unsub
the
from
thing,
Tom's channel."
and here's the thing, like, you know, I watched when Owen Benjamin did that stuff to Jim Bob, and I don't know if it was real or not, but like if that's
Knowing
enough,
Owen, it was probably
if
real.
that's enough to make Jim Bob worried that Owen's basically saying, I'm not saying that you should, but wink wink nod nod, you know, this
Yeah.
guy is causing a problem for us. It's like, okay, I mean, then I would figure that, and also Andrew as well, like they've had people literally dox and swat them, or at least Andrew said he has.
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
I'm
you
like,
saw that Tim Pool
so,
shit where it happened like every day for like 3 weeks. Tim Pool was getting swatted, and they're out in the rural
well,
country.
yeah. And the thing is like people, and then all these people, like you would not believe how many people in the chats of all these things are like, nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about you. Oh, and by the way, you know, your wife is like this. And by the way, I think you work at this. And it's like, so on the one that like literally the same people who are like talking about my personal life in the chat are also saying, nobody gives a fuck about you. It's like, well, you're talking about me, but nobody gives a fuck about me. So which one is it?
This
Right. It's
is,
like,
well, I'm trying to teach you that, Neurojack. This is why I just leave my address doxed, and you just have to evolve with this time we live in, because now everybody can technically do that double speak, because it is the information era. So we need to start living like your information is just known, and just live like you would if everyone knew where you live.
yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole thing is like, so everybody's just comfortable with it now, but then when it happens, when it gets used against somebody, they have a problem with it. But when somebody says, I don't want that shit done to me, then you're a bitch because you don't want it done to you. So to me, it's like this double standard everybody just fucks around
Well,
with.
that's,
Like what they did to Machine Lies, where they're like,
but
oh,
if
you can't question me about my motivations, but then if you do, I'm going to go drag you and your wife through the mud and try to make you guys look bad in front of like 1,000 people. You know what I mean?
No, truth or flop, Tim Pool was not staged. He has security cameras. The sheriff's department did show up. They are required to, even though they were getting tired of it and they knew nothing would come of it. They have to go through the procedure because it's a call. It was not staged because why would Tim Pool want to fucking interrupt his show over and over? And the guests that show up are like inconvenienced by it. But that's why you're failing in this whole thing that you're trying to do. You were never trying to do. I can never keep track of stuff. But no, Neurojack is what I'm saying is if you live like your information is out there and you live ready for it to be out there, you won't say you don't want it to happen to you. You'll just like my address is doxed. Big fucking deal.
Yeah,
I
well,
only
when you have like a kid at home at your house and shit, and people say, we might send cops to your house and kick that
yeah,
shit
it's
in with
fucked up, ain't it?
M16s in your face, it's a little bit of a different.
Yeah, I even had London Man say he's gonna call the Denver police and tell them I'm a black guy with guns. And a little contradictory, hypocritical being as he's a black dude in the UK with no guns. But yeah, man, I know what he's saying when he says that.
Well, and
But
it's actually deeper than that. Let me give you a little bit more like why I take it so personal. Like some of these dudes are saying they used to be in like black magic occult groups, and they're like hanging out with like very prominent people in this whole like Christian thing, and
Yep.
then it's like so that's fine, and then them doing what they're doing is fine, and they're like Jim Bob saw me on Posh Redneck in live time, and then Toilet Bowl Earth is back in his chat talking this shit about machine lies, and it's like so obviously Jim Bob knows that Toilet Bowl Earth is like bare minimum a liar, and then a troll, and they know EBT is not
a
what he
drunkard.
presents himself to be.
Yeah.
They know that other people like I'm not gonna name, are in these black magic occult shit, and now they're like hanging out with like their ringleader guy, and it's like you guys are fine with that, but then
Are
like
you
if I question like theological shit that's been going on for like 2,500 years, I'm the asshole. It's like, come on, dude.
Yeah, man,
It's like
they're just punks, but I don't want you to over embellish their threat. As far as black magic and witchcraft people, if they don't have a hold of like a chunk of your hair or something like off of your body, like your nail
I'm
clippings,
not even worried about
I
that.
don't
The
what it-
point is like as Christians, like I said on Pasha's thing, it's like, dude, if we can't keep our own house clean, why should we expect that we should be in charge of shit? And like
Well, this
maybe
is
that's
what I
why
was.
maybe that's why the Jews are running shit because
This is why.
they know how
No,
to
don't
use
say that.
people.
Don't say that. This is what I was telling you about. You have to cover your own ass first and get this Talcott save the world shit out of your head because you can't. You can't. Like, there's gonna be a lot of alleged CINOs that go to hell. They think they're Christians right now. Even I question myself. Like, you never know until that day. You can try your best. You can act on your conviction and your faith, but none of us are going to know till that day. Because even the Bible says they'll cry out, "We did this in your name, Lord. We said
Sure.
this."
Well, it's not even about saving the world. It's not really about that to me. It's like, I'm here with a limited amount of time. What are we here to do? Like, we here just to like LARP as
That's
a
your free
Christian and
will.
then keep our head down or what? I mean,
That's up to you. And if there's a banding together you want to do, then you need to find like-minded people from that. I would look for where you feel led. Like, I don't want to go out and search these remnants of homeless camps. I don't want to go out and investigate the things I'm coming across, but I feel led to do it. Like, I didn't necessarily want to stay on this panel verse this long, but I feel led to do it.
Yeah, same for me. And that's why like I don't go after and like try to attack these guys. I'm saying like as a Christian, like I have my own standards and maybe you guys have your own as well, but it's like if we can't even talk about it, then we just might as well forget about Christian nationalism. We might as well forget about trying to, hold our own priest accountable. It's like that's what I'm saying is like
Now,
where's the line? Where do
now
we
don't
stop?
forget
Where do
the
we
way
stop?
the way we related was on that Baptist personal relationship with God. Now, you should interact with the body of Christ, but you should not be seeking Christian nationalism because Revelation says that's going to go away and you need to come to
Sure, of
terms.
course. Yeah, I mean, everything's going to go away eventually. I mean, whether you're atheist or not or whatever. I mean, it's
No, I mean,
it's
in your
all transient.
lifetime, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, whether it is or not, I can't control it. But the thing is like, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just kind of disagree that I think that
Listen to
that
that.
it
Look at
doesn't matter, you
Snafu
know.
3. There's Snafu 3 in the chat. That little bitch Mars.
Like, let me put it this way: when I think of Christian nationalism, it's very different than the versions I'm hearing from other people. I think that nation is a technical term. It doesn't necessarily mean what it means now, right?
Yeah, like the Zulu nation, African Bambata. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tribe. It's a fucking tribe. I look at it as a tribal thing more than like a whatever. But the truth is, like, I don't really get accepted by the tribe, and whether
I
I'm a
don't
Christian or whether I'm a white guy or whether I'm a whatever, it's a Southerner or Baptist, I don't get accepted by the tribe. And I saw like Jimbo kind of making fun of that, like, oh, Adam doesn't fit in with anybody. He doesn't fit in with the white guys. He doesn't fit in with this.
Stop, Neurojack. This just makes you look weak. I don't need to fit in with them. You don't need to fit in with them. You need your personal relationship
No,
with God.
but that's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm set on my personal relationship with God. I'm not worried about it anymore. Now I got to decide what I'm going to do to serve my fellow man, right?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We both know you can't do everything. So I think when you find where you're being led, you're not gonna feel that urgency. You'll have more of a like,
Well,
like
look, dude, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to tell you something. I'm seeing Christians misleading other Christians, and I have a
yeah,
fucking
end
problem with
time.
that. I have a
Great
problem with it.
delusion, end times. Now, like I tell Jack, yeah,
But
war
what I'm
sucks.
saying is,
What?
I'm not
You're
gonna.
not letting me finish now. I tell Jack, war sucks. I'm telling you, people misleading each other sucks. This is all there's going to be moving forward.
Okay, well, does that mean we just let it go?
I'm not saying you let it go, but I'm saying know what you can do about it, know what you can't, and then stoic out. Now, my problem with Mars is like Snafu, he can get straightened out and even see me come up here and try and like support him, and he'll just revert. Next day is like the new day. He's like a puppy. He wakes up, next day is the new day. And he's just getting wrecked on every panel he goes around trying to spur his little Marsy logic thing.
You're irrational and unreasonable. Why would I want your help? I don't believe in help anyways.
Oh, you don't. I know you don't believe in help. That's why.
Yeah, what's the definition
your
of help?
saint of a mom is
Help is
struggling,
to
and
make
you're sitting in your truck
help is
going
to
to
make
panel.
something easier. Right?
No, help is to assist. Doesn't
Help
necessarily.
is to make something easier. That's the definition of help. Can we agree upon that?
It depends on what make easier is.
Well, if you're
Like
assisting, you're making something a task easier for someone else, right?
in one way or another. Like
All right. Well, I've never
when my
asked for your
dog
help.
dies.
So if you're involving yourself with me,
oh, I'm not.
In order to help me, you're forcing your help upon me because I don't want your help.
Well,
I deny your offer for help.
The only reason I
never
offered
asked
you
for your help.
Right,
Right.
but you were.
Right. If you want to cooperate, you can cooperate.
No,
But
don't
you have
ever.
no superiority over me.
Well,
and you
that's
have
the
no
way
right.
you're looking at it.
You have no right to help me.
I took you trying to square up with me and call me a coward and say I'm going to shoot you when you don't have any grounds to make those claims. I took that as a cry for help. And
It's
whenever
all on
nobody,
record, Tommy.
and when
You can
nobody,
put this narrative all you want, but you're refusing the truth because you're a liar, a deceiver, and a fraud.
right, except I'm already timelined. I've already timelined your narrative, and you just won't accept it.
Show it then. Show the timeline.
I have nothing with you, right?
Well,
There was no
yeah, you do.
concern with you.
There's something here, buddy.
The very first thing that was here was you telling me to meet you somewhere.
If there's nothing with me, then keep my fucking name from vibrating the fucking back of your throat.
Mitch, Mitchell, Mitch, Gimp, Mitchell. There was never
Correct.
anything with us until you saying meet you on
No.
Colfax.
I said I would meet you to buy you a cup of coffee. In
Well,
public,
it doesn't matter
because I'm not
that
going
was
to your
the
house
first thing.
in private where you can claim you're scared for your life and justify the use of
See,
your
this
gun.
is your spur. You're
because you've
looping.
made that threat multiple times and it's on record with me. All right?
No, not to you.
It's
You're
on
taking
record,
something
buddy.
you heard. You're
It's
taking
on
something
record.
you heard. Don't interrupt me, Mitchell. I'm already pissed. You're making me redo this
Well,
on
then
Machine Live channel.
accept the facts. Be willing to
Yes,
look at it.
accept the facts. You came at me, buddy. I had no
Show
business
it.
with you.
Show it.
You just said it, and you didn't offer me a
No,
coffee.
I never said it. All I've ever done is offer to buy you a cup of coffee, you weak ass bitch.
What for?
Because you said to come to your place.
See,
And what
there
that
I got you. I
insinuates
never
is
said
that
to
you
come to
would be
my
scared
place.
for your life
Listen,
and justify the
listen.
use of your guns. It's the same threat you made to
No,
multiple people
you're
on the same
lying.
platform.
Listen. The only reason I said come here was because you told me to meet you on Colfax. See how your timeline's fucked up?
No,
just leave it
show
at that.
my
Keep it
timeline's
simple.
fucked up.
Keep
I
it
will never
simple.
believe you. Why would I believe you? Show my
Why
timeline's
would I
fucked
tell
up.
you to come
I
here?
already know.
Why would I want you to come
objectively
here?
It's not. But
Why
if you can
would I
prove
want
that
you to
I'm
come
wrong,
here?
If you can prove that I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear the evidence and I'll correct
No,
the record.
I proved it right here. I have no reason to want you to
How
come
did you
or
prove it
anybody to
here?
come to my house.
Your anecdotal evidence isn't proof by any means.
See, Truther Cop is showing how stupid he is. Yes, because Truther Cop, detective, because he was challenging me to come to Colfax, a street very known for hood thrown down, that's when I was like, Mitchell, if you got something to talk about, just
I
come
told
here.
you I would meet you at Dutch Brothers on Colfax
I
and
have
Lodge
no
to buy you a
reason to
cup of
meet
coffee
you.
in
No, you
public
never said a
on
coffee because
fucking neutral
Colfax
ground where
is
you
a
can't claim
throwdown
you're
spot.
scared for
I'm
your
not going to
life
have this
and
conversation.
fucking justify use of your gun.
No,
It's the
that's
same
not how
threat
I
you've made
operate.
over and over and over again
To who?
to multiple people on this
Yeah,
platform.
see, this is why you're bearing false witness on me. Because
No.
each of those people were a different context that you're not aware of, and it's none of your
I
business.
don't give a fuck about the context. It's the same
Oh
threat
no, do you give
over
a
and
fuck
over
that
again.
those? Do you give a fuck that those were none of your business and not
Yeah, I
between
didn't
me
say
and
they
you?
were my business.
Well, then
You
you're
asked me
wrong
who,
about
I
them,
didn't
Mitchell, and you
mention.
look
I
like a
said
little
multiple
30
people.
boy.
You made the same threat over and over again.
No, I have not. You're a
Yes,
liar.
and you did to me, and that's how I responded. Now
No,
show
I
my
never
timeline's
threatened
fucked
you
up.
because I
Now
have no
show my
interaction
timeline's
with you.
fucked up, or you're an intentional liar.
No, you have to show me
All
why
you
I
gotta
was
do is show
threatening
2
you.
screenshots.
No, you have to show me why I was threatening you when you're like
All
the
you gotta do
buzzing
is
of
show 2
flies to me.
screenshots. Show that I said I'd meet you on Colfax.
I
Which was
don't have
never
to
a threat.
show
I
shit
offered to
because
buy you
you're the
coffee
one making a
before
claim.
you tried to get me to come to your house.
Yeah, because that's why I told you to come here, because you said go to Colfax.
No.
How simple is that?
Now show it.
No, it's obvious.
I can't show that that's not true. You would have to show that that's true.
You would have to show why I would want to meet up with you. Yeah, Mitchell, I got no reason to
why
meet
have
up
you
with
been
you.
coming after me? Because you said I called you a pedophile. That's why, and that was a lie too.
You have been calling me a pedophile.
No, I haven't.
You have, Smith has, Paul has.
Show it. Show it.
No, I don't care to show it. I just
I
know
said
it.
I don't even believe the story. I don't even think the story's real.
Right, and then you were
I think you're a
accusing
fucking
me of.
lying ass bitch. Right? Now show that I said you're a pedophile.
No, you're right. You're right. You've corrected me. That was your thing you were saying is that I did it for clout. I was just trying to get attention. Yeah, that's not true.
Cheers.
But I have no reason to meet up. And if I did meet up with you, Mitchell, you are very punchable. I would not shoot you.
You keep saying that you're gonna beat me up, right? Okay.
If
So what?
if you were really coming at me all aggressive and wanting to meet up, yeah, I'd defend
I'm not
myself.
coming at you aggressive. I offered to buy you a cup of coffee.
No,
You
that's not how
delusional
it went
fucktard.
down. And I wouldn't have bought an Uber to go to Colfax just for a coffee.
I can meet you wherever you want, buddy.
I
Meet
would
me
have
at
made you a
house.
coffee here and saw what your problem was.
No,
See if
I won't ever go to
would have
your
wanted to
fucking
meet your
house, you
dog and
creepy ass motherfucker.
see, then fuck off with that JG.
I don't
flipping
want
shit.
your help. I don't want to be your friend. I don't need your support.
I don't want to be your friend. I don't
I'm not
want
here to
friends,
make an alliance,
but
right?
you
I'm here for the
seem
fucking truth,
like
to
you
serve the
seem
truth.
now. You seemed like you're not in a good spot, and I spent a whole time
No,
on the
that's
Teen Live
your own
panel trying
fucking
to see.
delusion. You seem like you're in a much worse spot than I am.
I'm fine if you
All right, well then
depart
don't
from.
fucking worry about me and stop
You're
trying to
the
fucking
one
rape
that's
your fucking help
fucking.
on me.
Okay, now tonight you were in the chat talking that coward shit. I'm not the one coming after you. This is
You
why
did.
you're not as logical as you
And
think.
that's why I offered to meet you in public on neutral ground.
No,
to prove
no,
you're a
no.
fucking coward,
Before the
because I'm not
offer,
going to
I've
come to your
never.
house where you can
I'm
be
not gonna
scared for
do
your
this.
life
Luke.
and
I'm
use
not
your
gonna
gun.
do this.
That's
Luke.
all that's ever fucking
It was gonna
happened.
be Death
You can
Wish
twist all
or
these narratives
Maxwell
all you
House,
want,
Gary Baxter.
but it doesn't fucking change the facts of the matter that are on record.
Truther Cop, I've never invited your loser punk ass Truther Cop. I got new receipts coming on your ass. Kick rocks. And you will be shown coming up
Right,
here on
and
this
now
panel
fucking Nero
coming
Jack
at me
ran,
about
and you'll
that
call
girl.
me a fucking a deflector and distractor, and you'll
No,
come up
no,
here and try and
no,
buddy up with Tommy
no, I'm not
again, while
deflecting.
you go through the
Mitchell,
same
we're
fucking
good.
loops over and over
Mitchell,
again.
I'm
Come to my
good.
church, come to my
I'm good
channel,
on your
donate to
loop,
me.
Mitchell.
I'm a fucking truther.
I'm not a truther. I speak truth. I don't
No,
truthio.
you
I
don't
don't
speak truth.
truther.
At best,
Yeah, I do.
you give your perception of truth, which is disgustingly flawed.
Why are you still up here coming at me, you spurgy little bitch? I said we're good. If you're good on your coffee bullshit, I'm
You
done
came
with
at
your
me,
loop.
Tommy. Once again,
No,
I
I
didn't mention your
didn't.
name.
But if
You
that's what
started
you
the
think,
conversation
if that's what
with
you
me
want to
with
think,
my problem with
if
Mars
that's
is
what you want to think, then
right.
take it.
My
Peace
problem
be
with
with you.
Mars is
Hold on it. Truth or Cop, this is why Destroyer is blocked and you're soon to follow once I don't have to see you react to me wrecking your ass with receipts in the future, like I'll do Flow State. But this is all you do, Truth or Cop. You're just hopping on bandwagons. And just like you went at Adam Green, all you do is see something happen, and then hey, what's your association? What's your association? And he said nothing, and you were like, oh, Piggy, though. Piggy, you sold his merchandise, right, Piggy? No. Yeah, it was like 5 years ago. He was like 2 years of talking to him. No, I'm not blocking you, Truth or Cop. I want to see you squirm whenever I show you the fool you make of yourself on Adam Green, and when you came at me up here about that girl, tried to act like you didn't come up aggressive. It's like you and Flow State both just set yourselves up. No one is blocked, Gary Baxter, and blocking is not censorship. They're still free to talk to everybody. I'm just sick of their fucking loop. I don't need to hear it. I'll block who the fuck I want, just like people block me. I don't know about them, Truth or Cop. I didn't know what GDL was when you were grilling me about it with Destroyer, chasing me from panel to panel from the chat, not coming up on the panel. I didn't know what GDL was. Not perma-blocked, but every time I unblock her, she just does the same shit again. Guys, you forgot that there's really no weight to this shit. It is real life. There's really no weight to it. And look at the weight you guys build for yourselves. But then when I'm trying to counter, like the young girl or the meth thing, you're like, why you get all mad, Tom? Oh, I don't know. You guys are kind of mad now. What do you mean? Why am I talking, Truth or Cop? I wasn't going around saying GDL. You're the one that was.
This is
You're the
actually
one that was.
the first time that like my panel's been this like, for a long time, the panels were
And I don't know what
popping.
HT is either.
There used to be like 10 people up on the panel and shit. Like everybody must be around on somebody.
I was feeling you at the beginning too when it was like 9 of us because I hadn't chatted yet, and I was like, "There's only," because when you said something, I was like, "There's only 9," but it built up. You had like 74 at the peak, I think.
Yeah, that was the real truth. When we had 9 people in here, it felt like we were all like, like in the basement. You know what I mean? Like it was like, oh shit, this is like,
Yeah.
it's got that down home Thanksgiving feeling. Yeah, for real.
And that's why, and I've learned this from other panels as well. I just start out with an intro song or two and give people time to get asses in the seats, get the notification if they're gonna get it. Yeah. And then once I start, I just don't really reference the numbers because I got Paul throwing numbers at me as it is, and I try not to think about it. Yeah, there's probably a lot of people traveling. Peace be to them if they are. That traveling can be a bitch.
Sorry, I just couldn't. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Understood. Understandable. I
No, I couldn't listen to that.
make self-defense sound like assault.
Yeah, I mean, I have conversations with my brother and my family that goes like that, and it's just like, that's why I don't do it. It's just, I don't want
And
to do it.
I'm hardened to it. That's just like, I know people get disrupted or downed by it, but I just feel like I'm talking and I'm just
No, I know. I'm not.
needing the energy of the over talking. Once somebody starts over talking, I oblige it and just
No, I get
counter
it. It's
them.
just, just don't. I don't.
And you probably can't tell, but in the moment, I am actively trying to figure out a way to like bring it back down and get back to the back and forth.
No, I get it. It's but that's what I'm saying is like it seems that that's what. Look, dude. I mean, I know that you don't get my motivation, and that's fine. But like, this is what
No,
I'm
I
trying to
think
get
I
at. It's
do.
like,
I'm just
yeah,
trying to
no.
figure out, I'm trying to navigate to get deeper to what is bothering you. And if I can find the answer, I want to give it to you. I'm not really
Sure.
frustrated with you.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no,
trying.
no, no. I understand. I appreciate. I need the pushback. So that's not the thing. The thing is this. It's like Christians can't even keep their own house in order, and then they can't keep their community's house in order, and then they can't keep their nation's house in order. But then they're here telling other Christians how they should be living their life, and I just find it kind of just fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? Like it just seems like a lot of people have opinions about everybody else, but then they don't want to actually go and do something. And like I'm not saying like heal the world, tika molam, but it's like fuck, dude, are we here to like tear each other down as Christians, as human
So
beings? Like what the
is
fuck is
what
the
it
point of
is
that?
that that's just people. And so whether we're Christians or Muslims or whatever, we're all challenged with not
Yeah,
doing
but
that.
look, dude, I was talking to somebody. I'm not going to mention who they are because they pretty much left our community at this point. But it's like they were questioning me along the way that you are too, and I don't mind. I like it. I don't even care what people think about me. Whatever, it's beside the point to me. But the thing is, like, it's like they don't. I hold Christians to a higher standard. If we're supposed to be Christian, and I'm not saying like I'm not
No,
even
I get
saying that
you.
you don't make mistakes. What I'm saying is like
Right.
your personal problems and your public life are different things. If you're going out there publicly telling other people this is what you should be doing, and I want to take over the government and tell them and use that as a tool to tell you what you can and cannot do, it's like, well, let's back that up for a second. Let's try to figure out where you're coming from, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, because
Well, hold on.
I'm someone.
Go ahead and say
I'm not going to
initial.
say any names right
Okay,
now,
so
but
it's not me. Like, I don't
no, I'm
know
not
who
talking about you. I'm not. This is not
right, but
directed towards you.
whoever's saying anybody should do a thing, I think this community is kind of on that free will, and Christians are on that free will tip. That's why Jesus
Well,
was
they
like, I
say
hope you choose this way.
well, that's exactly my point. I mean, the thing is Christianity is all about fucking free will. So if you ain't got that, you really ain't Christian because it has to be of your own volition, right? The weight of your heart is going to be weighed, right? So that's based on the way you live your life. It's the guilt you carry, whether you have done serious harm or not, but also it can all be forgiven, but there's no like real measure that's being given of like how we know that, and we probably can't know that, right? But my point is overall is just like I'm someone who was very interested in politics. I'm very interested in history, and the more I looked at those two subject matter and philosophy and all that, but and ethics and of course religion as well, right? And you start blending all these things together, and it's like I don't think there's a problem with Christians having power. I don't think there's a problem with Christians trying to have their own nation. I don't think there's a problem with them trying to
Well,
build stronger
I
families and stuff like that. What I'm saying is though, it's like we can't even get people to tell us how they're interpreting the Bible. So
but we
you can't even
can.
do that. You can't even do that. But then you're sitting here trying to make political prescriptions for people about what position they should take on this issue or that issue. And
Well, let's
and
just
I'm all
drop
for
those
that.
people.
But say
Let's
what?
just drop those people because if you come Sunday and talk to me about stuff, I don't want to get into the murk of like just drop the guys that are doing that and let's not even leave that confusion in and retry what you're trying to do with my context because this is kind of like where my science side can come in because I will tell people how I'm interpreting and I am open to people suggesting I may or may not be right about something. This is what I think we're supposed to be doing.
Exactly right. I agree with you on that point. That's what I'm saying is like we should be, and see that I think that is a Baptist thing because like I think Baptists are the only Christians I've ever known that are like open to discussion on these topics. I don't think I've ever met a large number of any other denomination that's like willing to engage in this level
Yeah.
of discussion about how do we interpret the Bible? What does it mean beyond our personal relationship? You know what I
And
mean?
I
Like
am
beyond our personal
seeing
relationship, what else? Like that's
I
what I'm
am
saying, right?
seeing that, like especially getting this mix of people in the panel verse. I am seeing how that varies because my problem with the guy you're probably talking about is that I finally found out, oh, you've been in this for like 3 years. You've been checking that book out, this faith out for 3 years. Now you're trying to beat people over the head about it. Like that's when I was like, oh, now I'm gonna take a stand on him.
Yeah, and, well,
'Cause
and it's just and it's obviously much larger than just one or two people. It's like this whole giant network of people that are like, going from all the way from a politician all the way down to like very small channels like this to like even in my real life, like I know people like this. It's like, you know, why, it's like they want to. This is degenerate. This is not. This is not degenerate. This is. It's like they and again, I'm not saying that they're wrong, but what I'm saying is like, how do you really ground all those claims? It's like if you really wanted to start grounding every single claim that people are making about such things,
so
let's talk about throwing rocks in glass houses. Let's just start there,
here's
right? Like
here's
obviously, we all are going to be doing that.
here's where I think you're running into something I used to do because you are interested in politics, you are interested in religion, all this stuff. And before you know it, you don't notice that you're like swinging back around to, oh, it's so obvious there should be a way that we can all agree is like the way to fix all this and and you forget that, like, oh, no, there's still Pauline slaves out there, there's still TBEs, EBTs. And so you really do just have to kind of keep your house in order. Like Jordan Peterson said, you need to clean your damn room first and keep that shit done and then see what you can manage to do and find those people. Like I feel like you and I and maybe some others like Machine and people, maybe we are finding that group that are on that page with it. Because I watched TBE be cool with that crew and watched that fall off the same way it fell off with me and you. And so maybe we are slowly going wheat from the chaff or and peace to them if they link up and they progress logically and work together the way they are. I'm not saying that difference is better and worse, but we do need to find who we fit in, get in to fit in or whatever, you know. I mean, I'm okay. I've been separated from society by God himself so long. I'm kind of reluctant when he tries to show me ways back. I'm like, oh no, you separated me. I'm good. I like just panel verse association and being alone. Uh, I've lived. My cup ranneth over with social life for many years. I could live the rest of mine pretty hermit style. But if there are plans and things to be called to, I'll do it. Uh, fourth quarter, on in overtime. You know how it is.
Yeah, yeah. No, I get what you're saying, and I'm just sorry. I'm listening to you, and I'm reading this dude Fraudum Grower, which is probably CBO or one of these other dudes, and he's like, "Neuro's a bitch. You're what is all?"
No, that's just Mitchell.
Oh, okay, okay. Neuro's a
And that's
bitch.
funny
Okay, got it.
because for a couple days
Yeah, it's just
Fraudum Grower. Fraudum Grower gives me destroyer vibes.
It's no worries. It's Mitchell. Yeah. Yeah, Mitchell's happy to talk about his views. He just hops on the panel. So
No,
yeah,
it's all good. I mean, I'm not even offended. I'm literally not sure what I'm reading, so whatever, you know. I'm like really confused.
Reddington. That's a question for LARP Church Sundays, man. It's not that I don't think I will. It's we're not that judge, you know? It's like I'm doing everything. I'm trying my hardest. I see the signs that uh I've been blessed. I've been rescued. I have that interaction with my God, but just it's like not making a promise to a business partner because you're just not sure if that shipment's going to come through or something. There's things out of my hand. It's like until I hear Jesus vouch for me as the highest priest of Christianity, I'm just not making that claim because we know many will be like, "But Lord, we did this in your name. We did this for your favor." And like, turn away. I know you not. Man, but I know calling another man daddy at that dude's age, just proud to be Paul Jr. That's weird.
Who are you talking about? Sorry.
That's Wizard calling another man father. Calling him like as old as Wizard is, he calls himself Paul Jr.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah,
weird. Yeah, these people
Mitchell,
are all.
I always get behind the integrity of a guy that's got like multiple sock accounts that they don't own up to. At least most of Carl's have Carl injected into them.
Yeah,
And
well,
me
that's
and
the thing is
Carl are
like,
cool people.
you know, like that's the thing is like, I just don't understand what's the deal with all those people. It's like, dude, I don't have the energy to go create sock accounts and troll people like 24/7 hours a day and speak cryptically. Like, just speak plainly. Like, just tell me what you're trying to say. Like, I can't. I'm trying to make out what these people are saying and like, just
No,
speak
that was
plainly. You know, like, what the fuck? Not you. I'm talking about
no. I was about
all
to.
these people in the chat. It's like they just say
Well,
Yeah.
Fraudum,
shit cryptically and shit.
Grower. I mean, I just thought that was really
Chad's like,
funny. Even though I know Freedom Grower and I respect Freedom Grower as a person because
he's a nice guy. I don't know how much I respect him. He's flip
well,
flopped to that cult a
so
lot over my time.
I mean, everybody just basically just gets my respect until they don't. I mean, it is
Okay,
what it
that's fair.
is, you know. So
That's
so yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
and
I'm
that's
not
what it is.
offended. I just don't understand. I just don't get it. I mean, it's like you call me like
Yeah, it's a mockery. It's a
whatever.
mockery of Dick.
Well, in
It's
Neurojack,
a mockery
imagine
of Freedom Grower Dick. But yeah, the Freedom Grower, he's been on panel before. I mean, I find Freedom Grower to be hilarious in my opinion. You know, yeah, see, look within those. Dick is the shit. Yeah, he's funny. He's funny to me, you know. Wizard, I like Wizard a lot. Right. Wizard's the
I
shit.
don't hate Wizard. I don't hate him, but I have to stand against him the way I don't hate Paul. But when they say certain things, I'm like, no, I can't let that slide
Well,
without a response. Because
yeah,
let
I
me
don't
say
hate.
something for Wizard. Let me say something for Wizard. If you guys watch Conspiranotti trailer and let it go into that secret track, Wizard is worried about me when I was missing, and he was like, "What's up with Tommy?" And he's like trying to get details and get to the bottom of the shit, but not the way Cynthia was like calling the Denver police when I just didn't show up on YouTube. I think that was a little much. But yeah, I mean, I don't think Wizard is evil, but there's stuff I don't think. Like when me and Neurojack are talking about this sharing interpretation and working it out, I think well, they're shooting again. I think Wizard should get down on that as well, because sometimes he drops
No,
stuff I
exactly
don't
that.
agree with.
No, that's why I mean, look, here's what I'm trying to say. It's like, what are we doing here online? For me, I got involved with Jim Bob and because I've
He
thought about this
comes up
stuff
here, but he can't talk. But he
I
can't
thought about
talk.
this stuff for a long time, and then obviously a lot of these people have thought about these topics for a long time, but then they don't want to actually jump in and
quick nod.
What's up, Wiz? Wiz knows more about the Bible than almost anybody I've ever met. I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
that's the thing. He can recite a lot of the Bible, but sometimes when he recites it, I'm like, I don't know if that's the right interpretation or right context right now.
Well, but at least he's
Well,
willing to engage if you engage
yeah,
with
that's
him.
what we
So I
can talk
respect
about.
that.
But the thing with Wizard is we encounter each other a lot in places where we won't get that conversation out. That's why I'm trying to reserve this place now.
Well, and look, here's
How
the
long
thing
is I like this challenge of the mime thing, but I wonder how long he's gonna do it.
Well, and here's the other thing. It's like, I'm willing to take Christians to task. I know for sure Machine Lies is willing to take Muslims to task when they thinks that they're being deceived, and it's like, like why shouldn't we try to hold our brothers accountable, right? Like, and not saying like tear them down kind of way. I'm talking about let's constructively try to build
You're
a
saying
society that
iron
we.
sharpens iron?
Why don't I heard people talk about that recently, and I don't know.
We're talking about that. This is iron sharpens iron, is challenging each other, but not to rip each other's heads off, but it's like in karate. You got to spar. You're not trying to beat each other up, but you're keeping each other in training and on point.
Well, look, yeah, exactly. Look, here's the thing. A lot of Christianity is boils down to like it's amazing how many Christians, like, their whole worldview says, well, the Holy Spirit's going to guide me to my interpretation. And I accept that, but like, okay, so how do we know that it's the Holy Spirit guiding you? See, now we're back to square one again, right?
That's the discernment. That is the discernment. It's tricky.
Exactly right.
That's like that Ava girl from the Thorpes. She interviewed me one time. Regretfully, a lot of her stuff she took down, but she asked me like, did you have a spiritual time on when you were doing meth? And I said no. I always avoided that because if you think a meth buzz is being spiritual, then the devil will just keep you meth buzzed all the way to hell. Like, it's not good feelings that let you know you're on track all the time. Or the devil would just blowjob you to hell.
Sorry, I didn't understand exactly what you're getting at there because I was
Well,
reading
I mean, some of my best messages from God have usually been in a Job-like sense of like, you can't get much more rock bottom. Do you get what you're learning yet, or do you need more God smacks? And I mean, don't get me wrong. I know when I'm getting a blessing, but if you only communicate through blessings, if you only pray when things get bad and then don't pray when things are good, you're probably effing up along the way somewhere.
Well, yeah, and here's the other thing is like if we do take evil seriously, like I know Machine Lies take evil very seriously. I know you do as well. As far as I could tell, it's like it's like, okay, so how do we combat evil? What is the best way to combat evil? And people
You
say,
let
well,
God do it for you. You just try and be good and let God do the battle.
yeah, I like
I'll
Charlie
think it's
Chaplin.
worked
Charlie
out all
Chaplin
right.
is a legend, but he was a little bit of a dark-hearted
He's
person.
a bit of the thing, I think. I think me and Wizard even had a conversation months and months ago where I asked him, like, wasn't he tied to the thing in some way, the small mustache? Or associated?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And
Well,
and
listen,
it.
Do you know why? And I know I'm breaking the rules talking as the chaplain. Do you know why Hitler truly went after the small hats like that? Because Martin Luther wrote about the small hat thing, and Hitler read it and was like, okay, I'll go right out and take out as many small hats as I can.
Well, actually, I think it's a little more complicated than that. I think you're correct partially, but also I think that well, I mean, when I read Mein Kampf, and I haven't read the whole thing through, but I've skimmed, a good portion of it, multiple times.
Clip that.
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
know why, but Tommy kind of looks more like Borat for some reason.
Who is it?
Borat. He said.
Oh, Borat. Very nice.
No,
So
actually,
excited.
it's funny you mentioned that. I think Borat and that movie Bruno are like some of the biggest like psyops in movies I've ever seen. But let me say this about me, Mr. Mustache. When you read that book, he blames his fellow. Thank you. He blames his fellow white people more than he blamed the Jays.
Strictly for my Wiggins.
He didn't say he said, I go to the work at the factory. I met all these people on the battlefield. These people just go along to get along. They have no ability to look at the situation that they're in and change the situation that they're in. So I'll go and change the situation for them. He blamed the people around him just as much as he blamed the Jays.
Great success. I find you, Pamela. Very nice. I don't know how to get the forehead shit to change. Hold on. I got it. I'm doing it all jank. Boop. Hold on. We'll get this together. Let's go higher. Need to go higher. It's gonna say, very nice. Fuck. This clip fucking sucks. Hold on, let me fuck with this.
So, anyways, I think he blamed his fellow whites just as much as he blamed himself, and also, obviously, he had some occultist beliefs about, in my opinion, I think he had some beliefs about the bloodlines of.
Are you talking about Hitler still, or John?
Yep. I'm talking about Hitler. Yeah.
I know they were definitely on some cult tip because this is how they had psychics to be contacted about the technology we're probably harnessing and question. Oh, let them question what that is.
And that's the other thing is like, that's why I put those clips together and added in those clips about esoteric Hitlerism, because if this is what we're basing our whole modern life on, and they're saying that they're getting this from entities that aren't human, that's a fucking problem, in my opinion. How is that Christian?
Well,
where does Christianity align with that? It doesn't.
Because
unless somebody knows something I don't.
It's because the entities are displaying themselves as other dimensional, which technically, like other dimensional or extraterrestrial, technically Christians wouldn't necessarily have to shun that. But I believe it's fallen Nephilim, just fronting. Because the planes of existence they operate on, these technologies are just like the buzzing of flies. It's just whatever. Show the monkeys how to harness this. Because they drop down a peg to come interact with us. They operate on higher planes of existence.
Well, I think that you could look at it that way, but since I've been looking into this Orthodox thing, in a way, it seems that they say something like, it's really that that we're very powerful. And so they need to fuck with us to get us from being as powerful as we really are.
What makes you think we're powerful?
Well, this is what I'm just saying. This seems to be what Orthodox Christians kind of believe is like they're messing with us because we do have that spark of divinity,
Well, yeah, that's God's power. We're feeble nothingness. Like that plane of existence they
sure,
step
but it's
down from.
but it's
This
an
is why
aspect of us, though. It's an aspect of us, is what I'm getting at.
Well,
it's
our favor with the God they denied, yes, but we ourselves are not powerful. Like, this is why one angel would just spend a day vanquishing an army of men, because you're like the buzzing of flies to them.
Well, it's like it's like that line from Brad Pitt in the Troy movie, right? He says the gods envy us. He's not talking about like big God. He's talking about anything other than God that's basically immortal. He's saying they envy us because
They envy us because God loves us, and they're like
and he
the
gave us a
servant
gift of
here.
life that's transient so we can learn, but these other beings didn't get that opportunity to grow. They just are what they are, and at
Right.
least we can grow. See what I mean?
And do you not look at them, like, personally, growing up as a gamer and stuff? When I think of like what Michael the Archangel is capable of and how he probably functions, and the fact that the angel of death is, I forget what the name of the saint is that's at God's left hand, but they think that might be the angel of death, and it's not like a scary, horrible thing. It's just that's his job. Like, we all die and he's death. But I forget the name of the guy that was that. Uh, it's gonna kill Wizard until he can fucking
I can't
start
hear you,
talking again.
Wizard, but I would love your take on what we're talking about, because I, like you said, I know you read the Bible a lot more than, definitely more than me, for sure.
Have you set a date on how long you're gonna mime the panels? Can you correspond it? Or are you allowed to write? Well, they technically don't lose. I mean, we have communion. This is how our words get. Like, they're just there at his whim. They're at his command. It's like Michael has overwatched Israel since he started. When the Bible says he started looking out and overwatching Israel, he has been ever since. He's never stopped. Yeah, he's doing the chaplain thing. I just don't know if he can write down the timetable or throw it up on his hands. It's gonna be a challenge to not talk for a long time. And since I
Does that
can,
mean that Wiz is not liking this panel,
no,
or
he's
does that
smiling.
mean?
He's smiling.
Well, what I mean is, like, I don't know anything about Paul, but it seems that Paul doesn't like Machine Lies because of whatever
Paul
reason.
will
So
find
that's
his
what I'm.
beef with everyone eventually.
I
Even
mean,
Wizard went through a phase where he thought he was gonna have to not panel there. And
I don't know anything about Paul personally. I think he's hilarious the few times that I
he
have
can be.
interacted with him, but obviously there's things that people bring up that or whatever. But I just
Or
wonder,
things
like,
that he brings up.
sorry.
Or things that he brings up.
Sure. Well,
Like, I got them receipts. I've got him calling me sitting there with Snafu calling me a PDF, but I've interacted with him for like a little bit less as long as Wizard has. He's doing this thing. Wizard, you got to watch the Reno 911 whenever the mime is doing the cop, and he's like, "Oh, he's doing you, and he like does the nod, he's like nodding his head real fast, and then they beat the shit out of him. Are you doing me, sir? Oh, are you doing me, sir? They beat the shit out of him. Oh, I love Reno. See how this is gonna work. Now it's further away. Can I zoom? Well, I zoom my screen. I can't zoom my. Can't. Okay, we're getting it. We're getting it. We're getting it. And guys, even with a badass computer, I'd still probably do this just to clear up the RAM. If I was gonna use filters, like, why bog one machine down? Shit, this clamp's not tight enough though to hold my
See, I
fucking.
just heard your Appalachian accent. Fielders.
Yeah, and I used to say crick instead of creek. And I didn't know that was the wrong way to say it till I left, and people were like, "Say creek again." And I'm like, "Crick."
Yeah, it's funny when I moved around as a kid, you know, everybody made fun of my accent, which is why I don't have one anymore. So everybody thinks I'm from the Midwest now.
And I never really had one except a few words like that because it just never stuck. That's why I can do it to like mock it or be a character, but I just don't naturally have it. I go to America. Very nice, Pamela.
Well, that's the thing, Destroyer. I mean, it's I can see what you're saying, but the thing is like a lot of people in the chat don't want to jump on the panel and like talk about these subjects. So I mean, people can always jump on and like join the conversation.
That's another reason I'm okay with blocking some people because panel's not blocked. Panel's never blocked. And I did find why everybody was hidden and unhidden. Contrary to EBT's claims, there is 3 lists to find, and they're all in different spots.
So what do you think CBO and EBT and all these dudes are? Somebody said the other day they're Jesuit something or another.
I honestly think they all 3 have faith and believe, and they just are being the type of people they are. Because it took a long time for CBO to even tell me he's a Christian. That's why I have that video where I'm like, yeah, you deny it all the time. You're always turning down the Jesus thing. And after that video, he started going around saying Christ is king, praise God, all that stuff, like obnoxiously. And
I mean, for
so
me, honestly, I don't trust people who say that kind of shit all the time. Like, I
Well,
don't get that, you know?
I do give this community credit that as soon as I expressed my unhappiness with hearing all the praise God in a sarcastic manner, I don't hear people doing it as much anymore. So they probably understood and are reciprocating because it was like Moose and Paul and a couple people, they would just praise God. Like as soon as something bad happened where someone was humiliated or some shit, they'd be like, praise God. And I'm like, this isn't what that phrase should incite, that should, we need to use that
Well, but
more
that's what I'm
consciously.
saying. I mean, this is what I'm trying to get at. It's like people can invoke the name of God for a lot of evil shit, dude. You know what I mean? And they
And
do all the fucking time.
even I've admitted I'm self-policing myself for how much I was on the GD train because this beast system adds a lot of entertainment and encouragement
but
to saying, gee, damn it.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't think that see, that's the thing is like from what I understand of the Bible, that's not what the Bible's talking about when it says taking the Lord's name in vain. I think what it
It's
means is you're
not a
using his
good thing
name.
to say, dude.
Yeah, but I think it's a lot worse when you say God told me to send you young men to into the meat grinder of war because whatever the fuck.
No,
That to me is using the Lord's name in vain.
David was a man after God's own heart, and he rushed ahead of special forces as a 15-year-old boy to be the first to get to those uncircumcised Philistines. War is a very human thing to do. As sure as if
Sure,
somebody
but
comes at me for my life on the street, I got to shoot 'em.
but sending other men to die in the name of God is not
No, they
godly.
signed that line. They agree. They voluntarily go to war.
It's not. I don't think war has historically been voluntary. In
No,
my
to be a
opinion,
soldier is voluntary.
no, it's not.
You sign off. You get
Almost
paid.
almost every, at least in Europe, as far as I understand, is like every aristocracy owes some portion of their male children into that service. And then if you're a
That
serf, you're lucky if you have any choice at all.
usually there's like yeah, you're saying if they don't serve. Hold on, let me cover the Silent Man thing. Yes, you should not pray to God for once. It's very touchy, the once. You should be praying for God's will, and you shouldn't pray in ways that what you want would violate another person's uh, free will. Like you don't want to pray that someone changes their mind to go with you on a thing just because you want them to align with you. You shouldn't pray to be rich just so you can keep up with the neighbors and shit like that. You should pray like JFK was talking. Like, don't pray for easier times. Pray to be stronger men. That kind of logic. And I pray, like, once I say thy kingdom come, thy will be done, I don't really see any reason for the rest. He'll feed me if he wants to feed me. But that, you, God, your thing, that's what I should be desiring. And you shouldn't want to be of God to get into heaven or to stay out of hell. He just wants you to get down because you want to get down.
Exactly right. That's exactly how I see it. I agree with you on that point. I think that that's why I'm so pissed off at Christians, because like they're looking for their reward all the time. Oh, I want a reward for my
Right.
obedience. It's like you're not supposed to expect anything.
Or you're like, I want to do what God has for me to do if he just make this right so I don't have to worry about it. And he's like, no, he's got you onward, like, just, it's like a waiting on God, but he's watching what you're going to do while you wait on him. Because I think I have God's graces because he too will wait till the last minute to do the shit I need him to do. Like, he's a lot like me.
But
Oh, he
say that
trimmed the
last part again.
mustache down. I see you, wizard. You trim that mustache down. He's listening. Now just
Using
be
God for
careful.
once.
Be careful what panels you give that hello spear hand on.
So yeah, is that so using God for once? What does that mean? Like kind of transactional theology,
I
basically,
thought I
like
was
kind of.
nailing it, but he's still pointing at it. I might not have hit it. Ooh, I am the ghost of Thanksgiving purple. It's royal purple for XRP. Man, whenever XRP moons, I can't wait to go find Bear Independent and say, hey, you crybaby fucking brute, how much do you need for your little Caleb house? And just cut the check and flip him the bird
Yeah,
and
it's
drive
funny.
away.
It's funny you bring up Bear Independent. That dude is funny, dude. That I don't know what's up with that guy, but like he's among all those like ex-military YouTubers that I feel are like totally misleading Christians. Like I think that he does a lot of good things from what I see, but just his general attitude about like, first of all, I don't trust Christians that call God Jesus Yeshua. Like to me, that's weird.
No,
Like
he's
I think
calling
that's
God Yah.
yeah, and yeah, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's like it's just I don't
That's
get. It's
the
like they're
Hebrew thing.
Jews or yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
get
the
that.
Hebrew thing.
It's
He's
very bizarre to me.
trying to separate from this false Christian narrative. And I mean, I don't think that's a heresy to I mean, I don't.
Yeah, it's not
When
like I'm not
Machine
saying he's
Lies
like
says
wrong,
when
but
Machine Lies says Allah, I still think of the same God. He's still talking about my God, his God. So Yah, God, Allah, whatever. I mean, like I said, fourth quarter, going in overtime, I'm not really gonna be hung up on things like that anymore.
yeah, I don't know. And again, like I'm not saying he's going to hell for using that. I'm just saying like to me, it's like I see all these like Christian ex-military YouTubers. I think there's maybe one or two that aren't, but it's like in my opinion, I think they're totally kind of misleading
Well,
Christians
you'd have
into
to show
like,
me examples of the mislead. I know
well, I
you
mean,
might
basically they
feel a
say,
way.
well, here's what it is. I'll tell you exactly what it is. They all tell Christians, the government's evil and they're out to get you, and you know
It
you
is.
can't trust the government, and all that is true. But you know what? You should go into the fire. Why are you sitting here complaining about it? Oh, we
He's
can't
not.
fix it. We
Dude,
can't do anything about it.
that guy has herds of goats. He grows food. He's got more people organized than I do. And that's why I'm
I
gonna
get
buy
that, but
him a
what I'm
house
saying
for the
is
Caleb kids that have been
what I'm
touched by assholes.
sure, no, I get it. And I'm not judging him for doing those things. What I'm saying is, you know, why not go why not encourage Christians to go get involved in their local politics, go get
He
involved in the
is.
local churches, go,
He is.
you know,
He
he
is.
is doing that?
Yeah, he suggests that everybody be ready for these things that we see
Well,
approaching.
no. There's a difference between prepping and getting involved now with like the way things are now. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
you're
saying?
not going to
Like,
change beast system. I'm not saying you should go run for office. It's beast system time.
well, you don't have to go run for office to go and start holding people accountable. You don't even need to go to these
Right,
like
you only have to
contrived
do
little
that
meetings
in
and
your
stuff.
AO, your area of operations. That's all you got
Yes,
to do.
correct.
And in
And
our
that's what
case,
I'm talking
that's
about. Yes.
a wider spanning internet thing. So
Well,
you
like
are
no,
technically
like this.
doing it.
I'll give you an example. Like for me, I tell people I think you should go get involved in your local Republican or even Democratic Party, not because you expect
Why?
to change, not because you expect to change
Why?
things,
You don't even have a vote? Why would you get
because
in? Why would you get involved with either of those parties that are
your
private entities
presence.
that are?
I'll tell you why. Because your presence there makes a mark. That's the reason why.
Oh, okay. You mean interacting with those people?
Yeah. Let your
Okay.
name
I
be
thought you were
known.
saying
I'm
feed
not
into that
saying
system.
I'm not no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying your presence. I've been to these events with like local Republicans and stuff like that, and a lot of them were just pure, weak
But that's
people.
how I know it's B system bullshit. Because the guy I
Yeah.
worked with when I was doing that low voltage system, he was on the Republican thing for the candidates, and they came in and they said, whenever it was like the Bernie Sanders year that Trump was first running and stuff, they didn't get to do their delegate vote for the candidate thing. Some guy just came in and said it's gonna be, who's the guy that was smacking the microphone? Not Jeb, the guy with the ham face and the black hair, kind of squishy face. I can never remember his name. But he's the guy that was smacking the mic when on my video where he's like, Jeb is a mess. Jeb is a big fat waste. I can't remember his
Yeah,
name.
no, look, the system's totally corrupt. If you try to go be mayor of your little town, you're going to be blackmailed 6 ways a Sunday. But what I'm
Well,
saying is,
mayor, you could clean up your town at least. But I'm saying
well,
all this like
to a certain degree,
DC,
maybe, but
Senate, Congress stuff.
no, but I no, it's actually gets down to the small level. But my point is just you being there as a Christian, and especially if you can get like whole churches of people to show up to these events and say, as a unified group of people, hey, we're not going to accept homeless drug addicts
Are you
sleeping
unified
next
with a
to
group of
schools.
people?
I'm not.
Then I think you're the defeatist more than what you hear from me. Like you're just kind of Eeyoring it up no matter what I say. And we're gonna keep going. We'll work on it. But it's not defeatist when I'm like, I've accepted we're going into these times, uh, and what my God prophesies, I have to, even if I'm wrong, I have to roll like I believe this is what's happening. Like I've told Jack a million times, either get off the ending wars or stop calling yourself a Jesus guy because he keeps
Well, no,
backing tarot decks and
I get your point there because I say as a Christian, like I'm not
Jeb is a
anti-war,
waste.
but I do understand where he's coming from to say it's not necessary because technically he's correct.
It is necessary.
Technically war wouldn't be necessary.
Not all wars are necessary, but war is necessary. Or we'd all be speaking small mustache.
I do believe that it's not. I don't think that it's man's natural state to just be at war. I think that we've been tricked and hijacked.
But there's some things that once you've reached that type of disagreement, someone's got to go.
Of course, but I'm saying that's not man's natural state to be that way. We've been tricked and manipulated into being that way. But it's not and look, even Flow State, an atheist, says similar
I'm
things to
not
me
tricked or
because
manipulated into anything. I don't vote. I don't do anything I don't want to do. I do whatever my God permits me I want to do.
Yeah,
Within
and
reason
look,
of when I backslide, and he didn't.
many
want me to
hands
do
make light. many hands make a light load is kind of what I'm getting at, right? Like, I'm not saying everybody who's a Christian needs to go get involved, but what I'm saying is take an active role in your AO, as you call it, right? Take an
But
active
are
role
you
in
depressing
shit.
yourself because you need that proof that that's happening? Because all you can do is make sure you're happy with what you do about that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Fraudum grower, aka Mitch, maybe that's a little mirror for yourself. That a lot of people can have a conversation with me and not you, because I'm not what you think I am, and you might be a lot more of what I'm telling you are than you think. I'm 43 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I don't need a job. I was trying to help you because I have that elasticity of my situation. I could have done that. I offered Paul Enslaved this room whenever he didn't know where he was going from that mystery garage back in the day. I offered Benton this room. I offered Jack Talcott this room. I put 2 prostitutes through that room and I didn't even fuck them. And if they had fucking stole another thing, I might have fucking buried them. But I was all ready to go get a chastity belt to wear for those days if I had to.
Why would you tell
Just
people?
to prove I ain't like if I saved some kids and kept some kids here, oh, I'd put a chastity belt on and say, hey, tell me I fucking did anything to these kids. After what snafu and these people put me through, it's got my psyche all fucked up for what I'd do in real life if I was in a situation. Like still in my head like that. And I'm never going to try and help you again, Mitchell. You will have to beg me for help if you need it. You have to try every source first and then beg me if I'm all that's left. You're a punk ass child. And come up and talk to Neurojack. Don't talk to me. I ain't up here to talk to you. I'm at my wit's end with you. And the worst thing is, I used to give Mitch a lot of credit. I used to say he was second to me for the strategy I used against Paul. I'd be like, Mitch is doing what I do. He just needs it cleaned up a little bit. Now he still goes over there and fucking cucks up to him. And it's not like me, Arpol. I go be civil so he doesn't backstage me the whole time. This kid goes over and like, yeah, you're right, Paul. You're right. And you used to nail him, Nick. You used to corner him at every fucking fallacy and contradiction. You fell off. You got soft.
It's been happening the last 2 days. What are you talking about?
I don't really. I barely watch him. I just noticed you were there a couple days.
But that's my point, man. Like you and I have had plenty of conversations. Nero and I have been able to conversate. You know, it's possible. I understand it takes patience. I can be a pain in the ass sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But
because while we have had conversations, you have always had that rando spurg. Like even back in the Peniel late night days.
It's not random. There's explanations for everything. You just
right,
gotta,
but on Peniel, we were literally just sitting there helping him get his poop in a chute together. And then at one point, you finally decided you've had enough, and you're like, your show sucks. I'm sick of this shit. Like, and I started laughing because it was funny. I was just out of nowhere. But I'll never forget that night. It was so.
I doubt it was just out of nowhere. I bet it was after like 60 hours of patiently trying to work with him.
This was back in the day when the first time I ever came on his panel, he started asking me to co-video stuff for him. I was like, Peniel, no. But yeah, it was a lot of that. But you did just like, you were cool, that boom! It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's kind of how I am. But I did spend a lot of time with him, you know, trying to cooperate with him.
See,
but I realized eventually that he is just playing games, you know. So
Destroyer, do you see how you're a female just playing into rooting for your team, acting like I'm the fucking problem? Did you see the real conversation between me and Neuro? I've never seen a real conversation between us because you don't panel like an all-time chatting little broken hoe. And I hope Mitch and Neuro have a great conversation. I'll sit here quietly and toy with my stuff.
Yeah, man.
Find that Jeb is a mess video and bring it up.
What's your beef, Nero? I mean, you say you can't have conversations with people like me. You got a brother like me. What's that mean? I
didn't say
imagine.
you. I didn't say that about you. I said that your conversation with him and with you and Tommy reminded me of like conversations with me and my brother. Is what I said.
Yeah, that's true. That is technically what you said. I interpreted that as.
Can you guys keep it down? You wouldn't understand alloys and compositions.
Fair enough. I got no argument, Nero.
No,
I think we
I'm
can
just
move
saying
forward.
because of my lab background. It was.
Yeah, I wasn't attacking you. I'm just saying I didn't want to hear because I had a conversation with my brother about just like you did this and then you did this and then this happened and then it's like it just goes nowhere. That's what I'm getting at.
No, I get it. Yeah, generally speaking, that's just a constant loop. But luckily, we were able to find some, resolution to whatever problems that Tommy and I have been having for a couple of weeks. So, I'm glad we were able to work it out. Sorry that I ran you off. I enjoy your perspective.
No,
So,
no. It's not personal. Like the only people I have anything personal against are people who've like more or less threatened me. Otherwise, I have nothing personal against anyone. I mean, this is not
right on.
personal for me. I'm trying to focus on the ideas that I'm discussing here, right? Like this is what I want to do, but unfortunately, it seems that people want to drag personal stuff into it, which I don't get. Like I mean, like with you and Tommy, it's different. I guess like to me that makes sense. Like whatever you guys are talking about seems like you guys have legitimate reasons to suspect that one or the other might be doing something nefarious, and just so that makes sense to me. But what I'm saying is like it seems that when you try to go and like talk about foundational things that society is based on, or even just like your family structures are based on, and how people are destroying their own families based on lies that they take for truth. It's just, to me, it's just very disappointing that people don't want to engage in that more. And it's funny, it's like it seems that like I can get through to people who are like left-wing Democrat people who have a family and are just trying to get through their life than I can with like people who are right-wing Christians who agree with me on all these other issues. You get what I'm saying? It's like I can't reach those people because they think they've already figured everything out. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't get
Yeah.
through to somebody who just thinks they fucking know everything already. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So that's what
that's
I'm getting at.
definitely been a challenge, from my perspective, because I'm not very articulate, with things like in the Bible and stuff like that, but it does interest me, and I feel like I can comprehend it fairly well, but I can't speak about it very well. And that leads me to I've really been trying to put forth this argument that, who's really to blame? Is it the people that are deceived or living the lie, or is it the people that know the truth and have failed to communicate that in an appropriate way that's digestible or manageable for people? Because I know when I was first kind of introduced to the truth, or brought out of my delusion, I was essentially angry. I was angry at the world. I was angry that more people weren't interested in learning the truth, and I guess that's where I had to accept that this is devil's playground, and I can't force people to make better decisions, but it's my responsibility to hopefully provide.
What I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to get
No,
this
you're
out real
good.
quick.
Yeah,
What
please.
you're saying right there is boils down basically kind of exactly where I'm coming from, because this is the thing I think as well. Like it is on individuals, like, and this is what I'm saying as a Christian. It's like I see this as a Christian position, but I think that even people like Flow State say similar things, and I don't know Flow State very well. I'm just saying even someone like that who's basically, I guess agnostic or whatever he is,
It's just a
can
cynical
still,
asshole.
yeah, he is. But I'm saying like at least even he can see that like it's probably a mix of both things, but that's the thing is like
I got
you
them
know
answers.
what I see is like a lot of right-wing Christian people, they just hold people maximum accountable for themselves. But then, like you said, it's like when
It's
people do
irrelevant.
find truth, they don't try to circle back and go grab those people and say, hey, you know what? I saw something. I need to help you out. And
It's
then it's
irrelevant.
not only in the knowledge base, but also like with material things and stuff like that, is like try to help people get established and on their feet, you know, and like also like we all have to interact with the system to some degree. And some people are saying, well, don't get a license. And other people say, you know, just go get a corporate job and make a bunch of money and pay your
Can we
taxes. And like,
slam the brakes for a second? Because I'm not trying to sound arrogant. I can explain all this, and I know your issues, but you'll just go on like the filibuster, and it's like, now I got to remember this point. I got to remember this point. And it's like, I want to start with where Mitchell was at with the, like, who's at fault for what, how to understand what, because not everybody can understand the Bible. It's a very complicated thing that can't just be read straight through to get it. Very complicated living book. But Destroyer, to not choose a side is also a choice. And to not choose a side is also playing and probably losing their game. But yeah, Mitchell, it's like a combination. Everyone is at fault. No one is like sinless. Um, but you must seek for what you're searching for. Like knock and the door will open, seek and you will find. That's why you're interested in these biblical conversations, and you will find that discernment if you're asking and seeking. It's like even with faith, God supplies faith, and we must request faith, you know? Who was that? That guy looked like he was gonna be the Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park.
No, I love the Bible conversations. I got this is my Bible from 1841, and I've got another real good one that helps
Like it
me.
was printed in 1841?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's good for this Mandela effect stuff, because mine I think was printed in the 90s and it's still pre-Mandela effect, and them words have changed.
Yeah, and I like trying to use the Strong's Concordance to, understand the meaning, the intention for the words, because it's not what you presume and conjecture generally.
yeah, no,
Sometimes
exactly.
it is, but yeah,
Well,
it's a big
no, and
book.
that's the thing is like, you know, I don't know much about the Cathars or whatever, but like I just read a little short paragraph about them, and I found it very interesting because they said something to the effect of like everybody can make it to heaven and everybody has the ability to go whether you know about Jesus or
Yeah.
not. And like from my understanding of Christianity, you believing in Jesus Christ is not the only way to go to heaven,
No.
right? Like it's not the only like you're
The
not
fallen
condemned to
angels
hell.
believe in Jesus. It's not doing them a lot of good.
Exactly, right? So
Good
there is
point.
something more than that, right? And so, but then like I see all these so many Christians who are just like, well, if you don't accept my version of Christianity, well, it's not that you're going to hell, but just fuck you. And it's like to me that's just like really bizarre, you know? It's like it's just
But
very
that's the thing
strange
I want you
behavior in
to
my
get
opinion.
away from. Like find people that aren't like that and just let it flee your mind. Those aren't the people you need to worry about. They've got
Sure,
their
but
own
but
thing to
but
work
my
out.
point is those kind of people turn people away from the
No,
message of
other people
Christianity.
need to find, you can't pet every cat. You remember that chick crying that she can't pet every cat? Dude, like you will come across the people you can help. If you have faith in God,
Yes, but
He
look,
will
dude, my
put
point is that
you.
if they're turning people, if they're giving people the wrong version of the message,
And you
that
know
you don't
that'll
think that that
happen.
does any damage to them
Of
to
course
somebody?
it does. This is what we're here to discern and navigate. It's almost like
Yes,
the
but my
purpose.
point is, don't you think that we should keep our house clean as Christians and say, hey, you know, you're fucking misrepresenting this
Okay.
message, and I'm
Now,
not okay with that, right?
if they are in your path, like the TBEs, the Jack Talcott's. I've been doing that to Jack Talcott, and I'm proud of how fast he backstages me when I'm just speaking biblical facts to him. And so that, do what you can. Yeah, I agree. Do what you can. Get with your body of Christ group to discern, like, am I overstepping it? Should I keep going? Should I back off? But yeah, and then don't let the rest of the world get you down, because it's only going to get worse.
Well, no, I agree with you. And this thing is like, I'm not really like discouraged as much as I am like, because to me, it's like, I'm just noticing how prevalent it is in this particular community.
I think you're convicted. Yeah, you feel conviction, and I hope we can help you find what you need to do to feel you're acting. That's why I started this LARPer Sunday. I felt like I needed to do something, because I already didn't feel like I was a fisher of men. And then one day I realized, or God reminded me, you go around every panel standing on Jesus, like you're kind of out there fishing. And then
Yeah,
he's
well,
like,
and that's the thing is like, I don't invoke Jesus's name every time I turn around and make a claim. You know what I mean? I'm not hiding behind that.
oh, you're not
Like,
Tim Tebow? You're not Tim Tebow about it?
yeah, well, just what Destroyer said, behaviors speak for themselves, labor are just words. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's my point. It's like, I don't trust when someone just says, well, here's Jesus, therefore you can't question anything I say after this point. Like, to me, that's not,
That's
I
not
mean,
what we're doing. See, this is why I'm like Carl and Destroyer to start paneling, because they misinterpret and then they type, and there's this space between where it's not good communication. They just need to get over whatever it is they want to hide their faces and their voices about, and panel the F up, because they have good minds. They make good points, but this back and forth with the chat, it's not the most efficient communication. Oh, she doesn't know what to do whenever I like gave her some.
Hello
props.
for letting me on. I was interested in your discussion.
Good reason to come up.
Full disclosure, I'm allegedly an agent of chaos paid for by the U.S. government. So,
you're among
yeah,
friends.
Okay, good. But
What are you gonna do?
Falsely accused agents, that's us.
I will make the bold statement, and then perhaps throw the bomb out there, that Christianity is the pinnacle of human religious evolution. Discuss.
I will reply with my loop. Did I loop too much? I've had a 33-degree Mason say the Abrahamic religions are everything that we lost in that original Keepers of the Flame one religion.
Yeah, okay,
world.
you're speaking.
That
You're speaking
all
my
the
language.
major points are still in there. Yeah.
But what is the basic tenet of Christianity? So Adam and Eve get kicked out of the Garden of Evil because they learned the difference between right and wrong, right?
Well, they disobeyed, yeah.
Yeah, which then God said, okay, now you will know suffering, and you have this free will to choose between right and wrong.
And what a ride it's been.
And of course, this whole argument about the whole free will debate. But let's just ignore that for a second. I would argue that us as mammals is sort of the most intelligent species on this planet, and yeah, that's debatable too. But let's just say, for the fact, we are the only species on this planet which we can actually do things which go against evolution. In other words, we don't adapt to our environment; our environment adapts to us. We can do things which are bad for the survival of a species. I mean, we can destroy ourselves, which means in some ways we actually do know the difference between right and wrong. And if I would argue that what Jesus was actually saying, that if you accept that you are a sinner, which I take as you accept that even though you know the difference from right and wrong, we make things, we make bad decisions. None of us are without sin. Then you can have eternal life. Now, what does eternal life actually mean? Eternal life means that I can spend the first half of infinity being a genocidal maniac, and then spend the other half of the only reason why right and wrong exist is because we have a finite lifespan. Because if we live forever, What does right and wrong mean? And I
But
think what
that
Jesus is telling us, we are the gods.
no, that's like Lucifer's delusion, kind of, because
Like I said, controversial
Christianity
point of view.
Christianity is not, oh, I said a prayer, now I can go small mustache and genocide and rape and pillage. That's not what it is. It's like you will seek to be as sinless and you will try your darndest. While you know it's impossible to be a Christ, you will try as hard as you can. You will become a new person compared to like the small mustache objective. And I would conjecture that eternity is like the absence of time. I think time is only for our hairless monkey existence. And once we're in the afterlife, there just isn't time anymore. It'll just be the isness.
I've heard that. I've heard that argument before, but
and I
if
think
we
Chaplin would disagree, but yeah, what's Illumitami? Illumitami, are you making a point that's relatively close to the Orthodox view, or?
I don't know, because I'm not aware of the ortho bro stance. I'm just kind of
Not ortho bro, but just what
ego.
the conventional Christian interpretation of what he just said would be.
Hold on. You're confusing me more. The thing I said was an ortho bro thing, and what he said was ortho bro.
No,
Is that what you're saying?
no. It's just all of your concepts that you mentioned there about evolution and Christianity, about the eternal life, the theme of eternal life, and there's some of the theme there, but
okay,
in
so
terms of
time,
evolution, hold on, Tommy. Isn't evolution a concept that's antithetical to the Bible? Or evolution, because you use the term evolution.
Yeah, I'm not sure
they talk
when I
about
said it or
eternal.
what context.
Yeah, 'cause they talk about eternal life. Because in terms of eternal life that's mentioned in the Bible, would that be evolution? That would just be like just life continued,
No, I mean when your spirit leaves your hairless monkey body and passes on, that's where I think the eternal is. But eternal I use loosely, like however I used evolution, because time is us rotating this fiery star.
I was asking our
watching
friend who
bodies
proposed
decompose.
I was asking our friend Nick, who proposed this whole scheme of evolution in the Bible.
Oh, okay. He said evolution. All right.
Yeah. Tommy,
Well, get on track.
he gave a whole scheme of evolution in the Bible about eternal life.
We have all 420 at some
I just want
point
to
in
say
our life.
something real quick and present an idea that could eternal life actually be death? Because that's forever.
And death isn't really what we think of as death. That's like earlier I was saying the angel of death
that
isn't
goes
as
back to
grim
my
as
original question about the evolution thing, and I'm gonna go ahead and get everybody here for a second. But yeah, you were saying about evolution and the Bible. It's an interesting concept. The first order of business is about evolution itself and how that concept relates to eternal life. Because there is a concept in which the resurrection of Jesus, because he's got the resurrection, and in that resurrection, he dons a second skin. So he becomes the second Adam, so to speak. That's what Paul calls it. He calls Jesus the second Adam. And he also says that he takes on a new body. So I mean, in that, what do you think? Is evolution? Could we think of evolution in the Bible, or what do you think of that concept?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I brought up the term evolution because I mean I know when it comes to religion, there's whole evolution. I'm not a biologist, so I'm not going to get into that. But the one thing, I read this book by Richard Dawkins about God, and one of the questions which he was asked was, okay, so if God is not real, why is it that every civilization which has existed on this planet has had some sort of religious belief? And he kind of gave this flippant answer, and yeah, and I think clearly, what makes us unique as higher functioning mammals is we look up and we can imagine stuff. All of us think, why are we here? Why were we born? What happened to us before we were born? What happens to us after we die? And so I would argue that in terms of evolution, that religion is part of that. And we've gone through many of these, phase. I mean, we used to worship the sun, pyramids, grass, this, we've gone through it. And then let's just talk about Christianity itself. I mean, really, what is it that Christianity is saying? It's you have to absolve your sins. Because the one, the Catholic Church kind of takes it to this extreme that, oh, you're born with sin. But I think we're born with the ability to do right from wrong. We're the only species on this planet which we can murder our own children. We can do things, we can drop atomic bombs, which will definitely not be good for the survival of our species. Whereas my cat, my dog, at some fundamental level, they don't do things that are bad for their own species. I mean, that's just evolution talking. And this idea that, okay, us humans, we know the difference between right and wrong. And to be like Jesus is you choose right. And it's not that you and I will have eternal life, but us as a species could have eternal life. Because in reality, I mean,
But how would that stop people from doing wrong things?
It can't. And that's what it means to be exiled from the Garden of Eden. It's we want to do bad. Bad is good. I mean, as a man, it's like, we want to go.
But I mean, you said that we'll transcend right and wrong, isn't that?
No. We wouldn't transcend right and wrong. We'll accept that we know what right and wrong is.
And it won't affect us because we'll live forever, is what you're saying?
We individually wouldn't live forever, but if I try to do good things, which means that my children will have good things, and then they will procreate and they will pass that on, and really what it's saying is that we are the gods. We are the architects of our own destruction. We are the architects of our own success. And somehow over the last 2,000 years, that's sort of gotten confused. We start talking about non-harm based morality, like, oh, thou shalt not be gay, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that, which really don't mean anything. I mean, let me ask you this. I mean, okay, let me put it another way. If you ask me, do I want infinite life? Absolutely not. I don't, because infinite life would mean nothing to me. It would mean that I am nobody. My finite existence on this planet means between now and about 70 years, hopefully, I can either choose to do bad or I can choose to do good. I try to do good. And then when that expires, it means that my life meant something. Having infinite life means that life means nothing. And I think that's really what Jesus was trying to say. And yeah, that's a little bit of a controversial point of view, but
with respect, I don't think it's controversial. It just doesn't align with much of, at least in Christianity, it just doesn't align with what we actually believe or how we interpret the Bible. Like, I get what you're saying from a Dawkins perspective.
You're right. This is my interpretation of what the Bible says.
Right.
And I'm not trying to convince anybody of this.
Because I am schooled in science while being a Christian, and I understand what evolution is. But through Christianity, I believe that when it was Adam and Eve, there was that direct communication with God. And then Cain and his sons in that first generation after getting booted from the garden, Cain and his sons were making cities and working with metal. And so I think cavemen were created from the fall, where we started better than cavemen and then reduced to that through Cain, and here we are.
No, no, I agree. I don't disagree with it. I mean, look at what we can do. I mean, I also am a scientist. Full disclosure, physicist. I've been doxxed on the internet. You can go find me. But because I say things like this online, and they're like, "Oh, you're a bad person." But I mean, think about this. I mean, 500,000 years ago, what made us human was our ability to control fire. And then in 1945, we were able to create our own star, which of course is a nuclear weapon. And now we have thermonuclear weapons, which is exactly how the sun works. And, we have the ability to end ourselves. And I would argue, I would agree. No, I'm sorry, not argue, agree with you that part of this sort of metaphorical story about being kicked out of the Garden of Eden is that the very fact that we know right from wrong is why we need Christianity to tell us that, yeah, you can do these things, but should you?
Jesus wasn't to tell us right from wrong. Like, there was a change up. It's like Wizard was saying in the back chat about Jesus and the crucifixion was the beginning of Christianity. It's because there was a system and then things happened and they changed how we do things. Like, you used to have to sacrifice animals to repent. Looks like God approved on my offering over my brother's offering. But like now after the Jesus sacrifice, it's changed the system. It's changed how you repent, despite still being fallible monkeys. But that's free will. You have to let the snake in the garden, or it's not free will to just be in a safe padded room.
No, I agree.
But yeah, Jesus was the ultimate cleanse all blood of the lamb. But at the same time, being a cop can't mace you until they've maced that cop so he knows what he's doing. So God came down and went through the most torturous demise that we had at the time.
But in fact, I was on this other channel, We Are Awake TV. Yeah.
I mean, they're my friends, but I know when
they're
to not
they're
talk
cool
my
people,
belief.
and they were saying some stuff which was just demonstrably untrue.
They're dreamers over there.
What would
Yeah,
what would that be? Because I like those guys.
No, I like
them, but they are dreamers. I get what he's saying. I get what he's.
But you're talking about you're coming at it from a scientific perspective. So let
Yes,
us know what you think.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
I know-
there's stuff
I know
which
where
they,
you're at, yeah.
yeah, they said stuff which was demonstrably just not true. I'm like, no, it's like, I mean,
Chinstigator's going somewhere in this community. I see it.
not to bag on them, but it's like, okay, you're denying the very science that allows you to be on the internet to,
I
talk
agree.
about it. Yeah.
I agree.
But I'm really fascinated because I actually think as a science educator and as a scientist by trade, science does a very bad job of teaching non-scientists, these complex ideas, and us scientists have a tendency just to go, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. Of course, being on We Are Awake TV reminded me why sometimes we have to be condescending assholes, because apparently
I like this guy already because
I'm an agent of chaos paid for, and I get my salary from the U.S. government, and because I live in Southern California.
Now I don't like him so much, but hey, be careful out there. Be careful out there.
But what I was trying to say that part of the thing which got me into science was actually religion, because at some point all of us asked this question: who are we? What are we? Why are we here? And I was very envious of these people who said, oh, I go to the church, I go this, they find in the Bible, the Quran, because it gives you very simple answers. And no,
well,
your Bible doesn't explain all of that to me.
Right. And
And then
I've
I came
had
to
to
the
point out,
conclusion that science made this. You know,
but
God made
it's
this.
not one thing you get your faith from, because I've spent earlier this week reminding people, no, it's not just that book, and it's not just praying, and it's not just any one thing. But if you are seeking, it is, and I'm telling you this as a guy that has to openly discern between his science opinion and his religious opinion every debate I get into. You just really will have to find it on your own. Seek and ye shall find, knock and the door will open. But it is hard to reach. Like, I feel like science minded people are doubly challenged because you're already conditioned not to roll with your feels, not to roll with illogical. But faith can't come from provable things. You can't have faith if it's provable. I don't need faith that this internet connects. I know there's satellites. I know there's fiber optics and all that. These people don't all believe that. Some of these people you're going to find don't believe in satellites.
There's no reason why. I mean, so after studying physics, because I mean, that's what got, I studied the very, 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 very small, which is, what are the fundamental building blocks of like what protons are and electrons. And honestly, at some fundamental question, that's almost a philosophical / religious question. What are we made of?
Wait, haven't we broken it down? Haven't we found the
No, we haven't.
Haven't we found the ones and zeros that these core
No,
components break down to?
No, we haven't. And I was
This
trying to
is
explain
a
this.
good question right here by our friend Silver Tongue
Don't say destroyer.
Cavalier. He
Okay.
said, "What standard is science helping humanity if we only made it possible to destroy ourselves?" That's interesting.
That's not all that we've done with science.
Well, that is a good question, which I'll admit at the university I work at, I have colleagues who disagree with me on this because I like to teach fundamental physics, which is physics 1, physics 2, which is I can take a big object and throw it somewhere to cause damage, that there is no law in science, there's no phenomena in science that cannot be weaponized.
Exactly.
And, us humans are notorious of, when it comes to killing each other, we're very creative, but it has good byproducts. The internet was created out of the advent of nuclear war. How are people going to communicate with a decentralized system? GPS, the US invented it during the 70s. These are all defense related applications.
But
Yeah.
Silver Tongue Cavalier, he probably drives a sweet muscle car at one point in his life. Same combustion that we send lead into people's bodies with.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's all forces and balancing of it's all. I don't even want to go there. It makes me spurred. But sir, you have to assist me. I have a Spurg news thing I do here. I'm working on the end all. We're on a globe, like end all, even Discworld people can't deny this. I might have you assist me with some of the details, making that like digestible by some of the
Well,
Discord.
the one thing I will say this, because We Are Awake eventually got to the point where I'm just condescending just because I was explaining that 1 + 1 = 2. I don't know shit. I'm dumb. I don't know anything.
Was Sunkist
Yeah,
there?
that goes to the evolution.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
Oh no! You're allowed to
fuck
swear
you
here. You're allowed to swear here. But yeah, they say that evolution and naturalism seem to contradict each other, because if you had a ability to gain a truth seeking a proposition through your own mental faculties, but your brain is just basically stuff.
Can
It
you share
hasn't
Silver Tongue?
evolved. It hasn't evolved to gain truth seeking propositions or make truth seeking conclusions about the world, or if it does have this capability or this desire or need, how would that be an evolutionary advantage? So it's like evolution didn't evolve you to have to be able to find truths about the world, such as evolution, because of naturalism. Naturalism suggests that your brain and your body and nature is just physical stuff. You know,
It is, but there's also the synapses firing that make you.
and that was, I think it was Alvin Plantinga who thought of that. You know,
But
it's
can you
called
share
evolution.
Silver Tongue's follow-up chat so it's on the screen? I don't forget it. The one about we're making modifications to ourselves. Like those are the same modifications that would be our longer lifespans that will long for death, and death will not come for us. The stuff they're testing with this recent injection is a modification to your genetic makeup, and it's the baseline for how they're doing a lot of their medical advances. Is that I forget the serial number we called it, but I don't want to say it live anyway, you know. Yeah, it's complicated. It's touchy on the moral span. But physicist, resident physicist, what is the percentage chance that CERN does just create a black hole, and would we even have time to notice something that's happening?
Great question. So I was trying to get after We Are Awake TV because, and this is a common misconception, so no big deal, but many of us get CERN confused with what we call it LHC. So CERN is a consortium. CERN is an organization, which actually is the reason why we're right here on the World Wide Web. CERN invented the World Wide Web. Now, the thing which is out over Switzerland, I'm sorry, did I just get We Are Awake to Rage Quit? Is called the Large Hadron Collider. And so as a nuclear physicist, which more colloquially called as a particle physicist, which, we accelerate protons, we smash them into other stuff, is we're actually looking at the very, 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 very small. Can we create a black hole? So when we detonated the first nuclear weapon, mathematically, there was a chance that we could ignite the entire atmosphere on fire. Is there a probability that will happen? Yes. Is the probability so ridiculously low, 0.0000001% chance that it's going to happen? Yes. Can we say that it's not going to happen? Yeah, we can. But the problem with us scientists is we're very matter of fact. If you ask me, is there any probability that we could create a black hole at the Large Hadron Collider? Yes, there is. Is it going to happen? No. Hey, Voy.
The fact that Voy isn't happy to see you scoring points with me.
I have no issue with Voy. But
I do. He's miserable. But yeah, I know the percentage is really low, but I still am asking if a black hole was just here at Earth, would we even realize something happened, or how would that go down?
That would be the end of us.
Right, but would we even notice?
Okay. So if you wanted to live forever, you should throw yourself into a black hole.
So you're not like, it's not like a mega atom crush.
It's complicated, and this is something which our friend Paul here, who is a mod here, had a problem with. You're asking, that's a complicated question. If you want to grab an espresso, we can sit down for a couple of hours and talk about, the speed of light, how light can't escape a singularity, and how light and gravitational time is connected. However, I do tell my students that I'm trying to work on the ability to live forever. And I do believe that if I could throw myself into a black hole, I would live forever. Now, even that's debatable because all of you would perceive me as living forever because time would stop for me. But as Stephen Hawking very famously said, I would be turned into spaghetti.
Right.
But no, Benton did not demolish me. Benton just came on and started shouting at me. And Benton actually said that because he couldn't counter any of my scientific arguments. I have a picture of Johnny Cash. Sorry, you can't see it. Let me move the camera. he said I was culturally appropriating Johnny Cash because apparently, as a second generation American, I am not allowed to respect the men in black.
I will mediate between you and Benton. Of all these people in this community, I can align with him. But
I think Benton was just a little bit.
He's going through some stuff. But can you tell us the chances of the black hole one more time while I
No.
put this
So again, probability. Is there a chance that I would create a black hole? Is there a chance that my little fake Star Trek communicator? Okay. Do you happen to have a thermometer in your room?
No, I just want you. Just tell me the decimals again, and I'm just gonna leave this here.
Okay, so right now it is 72 degrees in my room right now.
All right.
Is there a chance that it's going to get to below freezing in my room? Yes, there is.
Yeah.
The probability of that happening is so low that we're going to say no, you can't. But if you ask me, is there a chance? Yes. So look at your hand right now. So electron orbitals, which encompass what's in your hand, is there a probability that there's an electron in your hand right now that actually is hanging out in Jupiter? Yes, there is. But the probability of that happening is so low that in everyday language we can just say no, it's not going to happen. But unfortunately, us scientists tend to be very matter of fact. Is there no chance that's going to happen? Well, there's a chance that it could happen.
And what I try to tell these guys is, despite the matter of fact, as soon as that new information is confirmed, we'll just turn on a dime. And there it is. Okay, now we can turn on a dime because it's proven and new. But Voy, the fact that you can't discern with your two eyes and a brain that you're on a spinning globe, I can't be offended by your.
Well, Voy, even though as a mod on We Are Awake, apparently Voy had more powers, so he silenced me in the chat because the best way to prove that your point is correct is to silence the opposition.
And with all respect to Ian, the way you get a wrench
I
over
like
there
Ian.
and say,
No,
hello.
I like Ian's
Hello.
Yeah, I like Ian.
I turn down all wrenches because everybody seems to talk like they're on this quest for power. And my power is to just say and watch, like you said, I like to say things and watch them mod me and backstage me and stuff.
No, but I mean, the thing which sort of disappointed me about Ian is because this guy Benton came on and just started shouting at me saying that, apparently because I come from California, I'm somehow a communist and can't
But
have.
you'll learn to love that, man.
And when I pushed back on that, Ian muted me, and then Ian actually threw out there that I apparently am paid by the Department of Defense as an agent of.
Oh, he really went agent that fast? Come on, guys.
And I was like, I wish that was true. I want to see the money.
I mean, we trip each other up for free. Why would the government? I know they burn tax dollars like they would pay us to do this, but yeah, we do this for free. Why would they put us on a payroll? And like any of these guys could keep a secret that they were agents in the first place.
And then I pushed back on Benton and said, I go, okay, if anybody's the agent, I was having a rational conversation with people here.
Well, are you from this country? You sound like you're not from this country.
Yeah, no, I'm from Israel.
Oh, snipe!
Yeah.
Good time to be from
I
Israel.
don't know. Yeah,
that's
where
gonna
I'm from.
trigger the fuck out of panels, man. I love it.
I know, because I just had like somebody who's on the list
Just
of the
gets better and
ADL.
better.
Last time I was on my show, I had somebody who was on the ADL like hit list or whatever. But yeah, it's interesting. But yeah,
no,
Sir, I never request
born in
subs.
Williamsburg,
No, I just
Virginia,
meant-
and I live in California.
No,
I
was
never
thinking,
request
no, I was
subs,
thinking you
sir.
were from the same place that Voy is from. Like
I only met Voy today.
Yeah, because
And
Voy.
honestly, I had no problem with Voy until he made the stupid claim that Benton put me in my place, which, yeah, I mean, if shouting down somebody is putting me in my place, sure, yeah.
There's a novelty to it that, as a new guy, I don't fault you for being like, oh, fuck that guy. But
And to be fair, Benton, his defense was, I have really good interpersonal relationships. I'm the smartest person around, and apparently, he has a live stream 7 days a week, which gets
you
a
gotta
lot of hits.
understand where he's at right
Oh
now.
yeah, I hosted.
And I have a
Friday.
YouTube channel which has 183 subscribers, and I have 0 content.
So while I also don't seek subs really hard, will you watch for me to be live, sir? There's a lot of things we could cook on. And to all the people saying they won't be there, this is you don't want an echo chamber, do you? This guy's not going to agree with me on religion, but we'll shove this globe up your asses until you shut up
So
about it.
wait, so you're from Israel, you live in California, but you want
No, I'm not from Israel. I'm not. I was just making that up.
Oh, damn it! That was so good. That would have been
But I'm
so
a Jew.
perfect.
No, I'm a Jew.
Okay, small hat.
But what
small
if-
hat.
No, because they were like,
okay,
"Oh,
so-
this guy must be a Freemason." I was like, "Yeah, that's true. I am."
But you're a Jew in terms of your ethnicity, not in terms of your religion, right? Or are you religiously Jewish?
Well, it's a long story.
No,
Yeah,
Jew is a
because-
race
because-
and it's a
because of the
religion.
evolution, because your view on the Bible and science, and do you think the Bible is 100%, or do you think
She was really hot, and I married her.
Oh yeah, converted for the ring.
Yeah,
commendable.
okay.
If you love her, commendable. But also, all the Judaism does end in a nothingness anyway. So, physicist, that's totally physicist, man.
You know, I don't actually want to believe that, because, like, I think about those people who were in that, the sub which went down to the Titanic and collapsed, and they didn't experience any. It's just
That's
like,
what I was asking about the black hole. Would the black hole do to the entire planet that sub event where your brain doesn't even have time to register?
I don't know. I really
Okay.
don't know, because we're asking questions. Because it's
Yeah,
kind of a
theoretical.
question, because I mean,
theoretical.
do you remember your life when you were in the womb?
I
So you said you
remember
studied
a bottle.
physics?
No, we don't. Do you remember your life 100 years from ago? No, we don't. And so who's to say that death is any different than just that's it?
No, I think you go on because you would agree energy only changes form, right? It
That's
doesn't.
true. Yeah.
Okay, well, we have electric synapses as part of our being, that we are like some kind of frequency.
Yep.
So I don't think we end.
But what about those people in the Titan? It's, pain takes
No,
what,
they didn't feel pain, right? Because they
13
smashed
milliseconds
before.
to get to our brain. And, we always assume that, either we get sick and, die like bad Klingons without honor because we grow old, or, you get shot, we bleed out, that somehow we would know death. But death can happen like
Yeah.
that.
And what brain was left to even process the nerve pain, because
Exactly.
the brains even went
And so then we
obliterated.
have to ask the question, what does death mean? Do they know? Do those people who went down on that sub know that they're dead?
I think now they do, but I
Do
don't
they?
think they experience any kind of horrificness.
I don't know.
Except the kid that didn't want to go in the first place. He was probably sweating it the whole time.
That's the worst, because he did it because he didn't want to look like a.
He wanted his dad to be happy because his
Yeah,
dad really wanted him to go. He didn't want to go.
I don't know. And even I, as a scientist, when I think about this stuff, it scares me. And I think, and that's when I search for religion, what I was trying to explain, Voy and, all of you who are here, which told me that Benton put me in my place, that, the unknown is scary. And we find different ways to comfort ourselves, because, if God gave us this intelligent brain, people who get chemotherapy for their dogs because they have cancer, those people are sick assholes, because the fact is, though, that dog doesn't, it doesn't know why it's going through this pain to stay alive, but we do. We know that.
I think my dog has put together why we go to the vet, because he doesn't The vet talks
No,
like
but
once they take him back there, he's kind of a hassle, but he knows why we're going.
I mean, chemotherapy is hell, and
It is. And you
and
can not THC. You can CBD dogs now too. They have a canine.
no,
CBD.
and you know, I when I put down my last German Shepherd, it's like he didn't know.
Your wife probably didn't like the German Shepherd, eh?
No, it was me. I didn't make that decision.
Right, but she's small hat German Shepherd.
But you know, the worst thing was when I put down my cat, and you know, because it was like, you know, I told him, he's like, you're allowed to go, and I knew that I was only wanting to keep my cat alive, not for him, but for me. Because the cat didn't know any better. It didn't, you know, us as humans, you know, we want to go on. We want to see our children grow up. We want to see ourselves grow up. You know, you know, we can imagine the future, but you know, these lower functioning mammals, they can't imagine that. And then I think about these people, you know, you know, that guy, the son who was scared to go down the canal. Why was he scared? Because, you know, my life could end. Okay, so he's scared going down there, and then his life just ended without him even knowing his life ended. And then once it ended, what does it matter?
Whoa,
Well,
well, I mean, like, we could like, okay, like, say, like, there's a forest between like me and like that building over there. Well, I could just say, like, let me cut down all the trees on this forest, you know, and build a road so I could just go straight to the fucking building, you know, and I won't have to see like what's hiding behind all these fucking goddamn trees, you know, to get to the fucking building I need to go to. So I'll just build a fucking road through the forest to get to that fucking building. But you still don't know what the fuck's going to happen when you get to the end of that road. You know, anything could still happen, you know. So how do you know the future just because you know more? Or just because you
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Organize the world better. How would you know it's going to happen?
That's
Couldn't
why
you still
we
just
are scared of
die
death.
tomorrow, you know? Yeah.
That's why we're scared of death, because we can imagine the future. Like I can imagine what I'm going to do tomorrow. But you know, my dog, does it imagine what it's going to do tomorrow? No, it doesn't.
No, they don't really know they're gonna die until the day they're
They
actually
don't know.
dying.
Yeah, and
My
but
dog watched a dog get hit by a car and still was oblivious to traffic.
because your dog doesn't know it's a dog. Your dog just thinks that he's a very coordinated mammal, and you are just this uncoordinated beast, which just like runs around like this.
Well, it's like you see those guys, you know, when like the World Trade Center is like blowing up and those people jumping off the side of the building. Like, what are they jumping towards? You know what I mean?
Because
You know,
what
okay,
was going on, that they were like, I'd rather just jump.
So,
It's a good
not to go on
question.
this tangent, but you know, I'm old enough to see 9/11 live, which now I have
No.
students who were like infants when 9/11 happened. And so I made this video about there was a chef which jumped from the building because basically you had to decide, am I going to burn to death or am I going to hit the ground? And every year on the anniversary, I would post that video on my Facebook page. I'm old. I have a Facebook page. And last year, I posted it, and fracking Facebook said, this is offensive. You can't show it. And took down the post.
Beast system.
And I'm just like, this actually happened. Yeah, I have a link to the video, and I'll post it in the back chat.
No,
I'm
everybody,
not-
they're called the Angels because some of them just went into that relaxed free fall, like, yeah, man, I'm settled with it. But I think the eerie thing was there's footage of firefighters and police in the area where they hear them hitting the roof above them, and they were told on the radio that's what it was.
Is this a legitimate claim on the bottom here that you have a $2.3 million house?
I hope so. He's a fucking physicist
I live in
in
California.
California. I mean,
But that's
in
what- but that's what
California,
somebody said
a
that.
2-bedroom
Somebody said
fucking
that
townhouse is gonna be a
you
mil
claimed
plus.
you claimed you have a $2.3 million
I'll say
house.
this. It's not worth $2.3 million.
Exactly.
That's a bunch of bullshit. But
Sir,
yeah, if I sold my house and moved to
sir,
Arkansas, I would live in what they used to call plantations.
this is why they talk shit on me. I live in a Denver barrio where I pay $1,500 a month just for rent
Yeah,
before
no,
internet and electric.
yeah, and
So
our
I
friend is telling us
understand the
that that's not
California.
even expensive. That's not expensive in California. So
Right, but I'm
No, it
saying in
isn't.
Denver, so in California, his 2 point whatever million, yeah, it's probably an average house.
but compared to what, like I'm basically broke, so it would
Well, you're
make
not
sense if
broke
that was
if
a
you
lot.
live in the right place.
No, and I will 100% admit that. So the good thing about California is, despite all the liberals, and they're actually trying to get rid of this, but in the early 80s, we had this, what they call Proposition 13, which means that the tax rate that you pay, you only pay taxes on what you purchased the home for. So as your property value goes up, you don't like start paying more and more tax. So I paid tax on my home when I bought it in 2002. Uh, yeah, I mean, I live in a fancy home, which is not worth, in my opinion, not worth as much as what it would sell for. And it is absolutely true that if California had a tax rate like in Florida, where every year you get, a tax assessor to, there's no freaking way I could pay the property tax on this. But fortunately, in us liberal California, we have this thing called Prop 13, where we only pay the tax on what we bought it for. Not to go into much detail, I did not purchase my home for $2.3 million, but that's how much it is worth now. And you're right. I think it's bullshit, but hey,
So
hey.
I gotta
Cool.
take off. I hope I run into you, and don't let these people get you down. Now that you've established a thing, they're gonna hate on you till
Oh,
you
no, 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 no,
show if you're
no.
gonna be.
Ian took me backstage and said I was scared. I was like, dude, I'm still here.
And but all I
Do I
wanted
look
to say is, religious or not, I don't think the reason people should fear death and why a lot of people don't fear it is because we all know you will die and everyone's got to. So
It is
why
the
be
one
afraid of it?
constant in the universe.
You know,
Every single one of you right now in the chat, you on the panel, you're all going to die.
unless I'm right
Just
that
gonna
we are,
happen.
unless I'm right that we're close enough to my Sky Daddy's return that,
Well, except
Damn.
for me, because I'm gonna go throw myself in a black
I
hole where
think
time
I
is gonna
think
stop.
that'll be my first clip that I release. It'll just be 10 seconds of you just saying that, and then
But it's
well, it's
true.
stoic. It's
It's
stoic.
it's true.
You know,
And the experience of life is death.
yeah,
Don't
that's
fear it.
what gives it value. And the only thing
Death
I'd
is what
fear
gives
death
us
about, like
significance.
if I was falling off a cliff knowing that I had like kids that I could no longer protect and raise and pay, and I didn't know what insurance they had to go on, that's the type of thing I'd fear. But just the act of losing life, no, we shouldn't fear it.
No, it's scary.
I
The
mean,
reason why
cartel scientists can keep you alive for days as they torture you. That's much scarier than dying.
It's funny. Before you go, it's just I never really experienced death before, and I know it's dumb. It sounds stupid, but when my first cat died, I hate cats, but that's another story. Um, I couldn't handle that you once existed and now you don't exist.
Oh, I'm wrestling with my dog every day. I'm a
You
helicopter dad.
existed and now you don't exist, and I couldn't handle it. But now, I mean, I'm fortunate that both my parents are still alive despite my age. I mean, but they're it's just gonna happen, and there'll be a time where myself or my wife, unless we like go on some air crash, that one of us will be gone. My neighbors across the street, their husband, we'll call her the Andersons, Mrs. Anderson, was gone, just gone.
Mhm.
And they're never coming home. And
We've lost
Yeah.
people in this community. Yeah.
But every single one of that's the one universal thing. No matter how much we hate each other, how much we love each other, all of us are going to go through it.
And I keep saying I think we're all going to go through it on the same day at the rate things are going.
Well, that's because I'm, hoping for Armageddon, and we're going to.
Yeah, well, World War III alone, much less any religious prophecy. I mean, just the World War III.
And to be
tendency.
fair, if I was going to go, I want to go in a thermonuclear explosion as long as I can actually see it. But that's a story for another day.
I want to be close enough. I don't even Sarah Connor. I want to just evaporate. You don't want to be the distance of true hell.
Have you
for the longest
seen the
before dying.
thermonuclear explosion? I've only seen
I know.
videos.
Is it
Oh,
true that if you throw the is it true that if you throw the Vault Boy thumb up and close an eye, if it's bigger than your thumb, you need to scoot, and if it's too big compared to your thumb, you're just might as well stay there. You're F. Because that's why the Fallout guy, the logo guy, is throwing the thumb up. Yeah. It's like a rule of thumb for nuclear.
I've never played the Fallout series, but
yeah, well, the logo is just a guy giving
if
a
you
thumbs
want
up.
to dox my real name, I wrote a paper on 6th generation thermonuclear weapons. It's out there. It's been published.
Yeah, some of these people don't believe those exist either. That's why.
Oh my God! Fucking sovereign soul. He said he.
Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started, man. Oh, we're so fucking valley girling right now. Angela, you're
I
right.
was like, dude,
Oh.
thermonuclear weapons, yeah, they make me freaking horny. You can clip that and like put it on the internet. Because I mean, think about it. It's like
Lies look says it all.
humans made a star, and he's like, I
Not
don't believe
amused.
thermonuclear weapons exist. I'm like, okay, they don't exist. Okay, I mean,
Now, some of the footage was fake, but they still exist. I mean, we created extra footage for
and they're fracking
stock and all.
sexy, dude. I
Yeah.
mean, think about it. Humans can make a star. We can burn fracking hydrogen.
Dude,
we can do it.
Fukushima, anyone? Like, it didn't have to be a mushroom cloud to kill people that went down there to make sure the meltdown was whatever.
Yeah,
Like radioactive water was in the ocean.
I'm getting a little bit too excited.
Sir, my next stream is definitely Sunday, which you might appreciate.
Here, let me in the back chat. I'll put my 411. And
oh no, you add me. You just put these people will link it. There's so many wrenches in the chat that are saying, Tom, tell them to go to your channel. They'll link it.
Put your
Angela will link
and
it.
Yeah, and then I'll add you. And you know what? You should invite Benton on the channel to.
I got the keys to his channel, bro. I'll fire his channel up right now and invite you over. And he'll get mad and take him back.
No, Benton rules.
I like him. Yeah. But before I go, will you just tap on your camera and say, "Excuse me, you will have dinosaurs on your dinosaur tour"?
You are going to have dinosaurs on your dinosaur tour.
Now lean into that. Was it Dennis Nedry? Is that no? That was the guy from Seinfeld.
It must go faster. Just so man creates dinosaur. No wait. God creates dinosaur. God kills dinosaurs. Man creates dinosaurs. God kills man.
Yep. Lean into that guy, whatever Goldblum was playing. Lean into that, and we're gonna turn this community around. We're gonna give them some factual truth, and then go with the religious truth on the side.
Anyways.
Sequest out.
Sequest. My God, I'd probably watch that show.
So I wanted, if this is appropriate, if anyone didn't have anything burning, I can hold my thoughts if I need to. But
no,
I want to give a little pushback on the whole death talk, because I personally don't believe in death. You know, like you said, we haven't experienced it. You know, we have experienced the life. And, you know, I think they call it passing on for a reason, you know, passing on maybe to another realm, you know, something beyond our comprehension. And, you know, I, I feel like I've had supernatural experiences. So, you know, I'm sure there are things there that I don't comprehend. And, you know, I just imagine if I'm going to take this sort of leap of faith, I'm going to put it in the idea that, you know, life goes on forever, you know, because I figure we're energetic beings and it's an energetic universe essentially. And I'm no scientist, but you know, I just know that energy doesn't die, it just transforms. So,
Mhm.
you know, I just figure we go into some other form and or maybe, you know, we lose our form altogether, you know, and the spirit goes on, whatever that is, and you know, we'd have to, I guess, describe that. But you know, that's my perspective. So I just wanted to give a little pushback on that.
So I'm kind of old, but so there's a show, The X-Files. Remember?
I don't watch TV. I've seen like maybe 5 movies my whole life.
Yeah, well, the X-Files. And so there's this thing I want to believe. I want to believe. I really do. It'd be nice. But there's no evidence. And I want to believe that the universe is complex, that I do not believe that my consciousness means nothing. I
What
want
about
to.
the evidence of? Sorry to interrupt. Just what do you think about the evidence of, you know, just energy not dying?
Well, I mean, when you say energy not dying, it's like energy, you know, the total energy in the universe cannot be, you know, it's not created or destroyed. Uh, but, you know, one of the things we do in physics are systems. And, you know, within a system, yes, energy can be lost, energy can be gained. I don't know. I really don't know. I
Yeah,
mean, I
I think
don't.
maybe loss is lost based on that metric, you know,
I, I
and
I think
maybe
having life is something really complex. I think it's something really special. Um, but just me thinking that it's special doesn't make it special. Maybe it's not. You know, maybe that's it. We're blinked into existence and we're blinked out of existence. I don't know. I
yeah.
really don't know. You know, and that's why, you know, our friend Benton, who allegedly schooled me, I was like, you know, I come on representing science. Oh, you think you know all the answers? No, I had no freaking idea. I mean, that's the beginning of science. I don't know. I don't know. I want to believe that there's something more, but I need proof. And
Well, it's the methodology that you know,
I
that
can't
you're not making.
accept.
Yeah, you're not making
Really,
any positive claims.
or
So if
negative
you're not,
claims.
Well, yeah,
you
I
are
think I'm
making.
taking the
Yeah, you
same
are making a
stance just from
negative
the other
claim.
perspective, you know. And it's like I think that life goes on. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, TMO. I
No,
think
no,
you're on
no, it's
top.
fine. No, it's fine. Go ahead. It's no
No, I
worries.
yield, man. You finish your thought. I can continue.
No, no, I got you. I got you. Go ahead.
I feel bad, man. How you
No,
doing,
no,
man?
it ain't. No, it ain't shit.
Impulse
I've had
control.
thousands of conversations like this. I'm here to facilitate one for you. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, and I don't want this to be about me or for me at all. I feel like, you know, I just am happy to be able to contribute. And I don't know. I just feel I, I feel like, you know, you don't have any evidence. I sorry, I kind of lost my thought, but I just don't think there's any evidence to support the idea that it's just over. You know, I think that what makes sense to me is, you know, the organic material, you know, would transform, like deteriorate into, some fertilizer to help the plants grow or whatever,
I'm
But
not saying that happens. I don't have any evidence that that happens either. I just don't know. I don't know.
well, like your skin and your blood and all of that, stuff that doesn't last, it's just gonna like turn into dirt basically and help nurture life in that sense. But I think that the consciousness, what we're able to kind of unlock there is going to live on forever, in a sense that maybe that's
Yeah.
where like the idea,
Well,
I've seen some weird things, like white orbs and stuff like that. Maybe that's what that is, just life that has transformed into whatever.
And think about it this way, and this is what has sort of brought me some comfort is, you're made up of protons, neutrons, electrons, and those protons, electrons, and neutrons are as old as the universe. Can we quantify how old the universe is? Yes, we can. We can say that's about 16 billion years old. And the protons, neutrons, and electrons, which make you, same thing which makes me, same thing which makes the camera in front of me, the television screen you're looking at, all this crap behind me, is as old as the universe. And then do we really live? Do we really die? The protons inside of my body are as old as the universe. We are born from stars. We're born from it's only now in this vertex of time that these protons inside of me experience life. And when I expire, these protons don't die. They are just going to rearrange themselves. And, eventually the sun itself is going to swallow this planet. And then the sun itself is going to go supernova. And it's going to spread all of these protons across the universe to make new life, new planets. And so I would argue that we don't really, we're not really born. We don't really die. It's just in this vertex of time we experience life.
But you believe in God, right?
I want to believe in God.
But aren't you a Freemason? No, you have to believe in God to be a Freemason, right?
Well, do I believe in a higher power? Yes. Is that higher power anthropomorphic like us? Like, some I don't know what that God is. I would argue that I don't think us humans who exist in sort of a, technically a 4-dimensional universe, but for simplicity's sake, a 3-dimensional universe, can we experience what God is? No, I don't think so.
Do you know what
God is dimensionless?
Do you know what the purpose of Freemasonry is?
Yeah, I do.
Can you explain it?
No, I don't need to.
Why not?
I'm sorry, are you a Freemason?
No.
No, that's why I'm not going to explain it to you.
So don't you think us non-Freemasons should be concerned that Freemasons have a secret oath and secret belief system that they want to control what the rest of us think and do, without telling us what they think and do?
So I don't mean this as a. So I'm just going to ask you: did you go to college or university?
Well, you're not answering my question, so I'm not going to.
No. I'm asking that question. Not that I'm not an academic elitist. I'm just saying, did you go to? Because generally, fraternal organizations exist at the university college level.
Yeah, I'm aware, but the thing is,
Okay. Are you a member of any of those organizations?
Well, like I said, you're not going to answer my question, so I'm not going to answer yours.
No, because
I mean, it's only
are
fair.
you a Freemason? If you're a Freemason,
I answered that question, which is no.
Yeah, you said no.
But
no.
from what I understand, it seems to be
Yeah,
about
but you don't understand,
it
though.
seems to be something about certain bloodlines should run the world, and other bloodlines shouldn't.
If you're trying to claim that somehow my lineage is important, it's not. It really isn't.
No, I didn't say that, because most Freemasons I know aren't what you claimed that yours is. So
How
that's
many
not what I'm claiming.
Freemasons do you know?
Well, I don't know many personally, but the ones that I have interacted
There you
with.
go.
Okay, so are you implying that there is a certain criteria for membership that has to do
Well,
with the blood
you
bond?
as a non-Freemason are asking me whether I meet the criteria of a Freemason, but you're not a Freemason. So, I mean, that's like, I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to understand what's going on with it. I
Are
mean,
you of the Jewish faith? I mean, I could ask you questions about that. I mean, if you're not, then you're not. I mean, I don't know. Are you a member of Sigma Pi Sigma? That was my fraternal organization when I was in college. You're not a member of it, so like ask it, or that's why I was asking. I mean, if
okay,
you're a member of a fraternal organization, if I ask you questions about it,
I'm not. Yeah, sure. So, I mean, let's move on.
are you scared of Freemasons? I mean, what do you think Freemasons?
Well, I don't know about them because nobody wants to tell me. But what I have heard about it
Then
from
become
people
one.
who claim
Then
not to be
become
one.
Then become one.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, you just got to be initiated. Sorry.
well, that, I mean, you understand why people of, other faiths such as Christianity might find that secret oaths without knowing what you're getting into might be conflicting with my faith, right? So,
Well, I told you as a Jew. I mean, that's pretty open what we believe.
okay, let me ask you
Last
this:
time I checked, your savior was one of us, but
a Freemason,
a Jew. Jesus was a Jew.
What?
He was. Jesus was a Jew. Remember? I mean, he was.
I don't know. I don't know. Not according to Jews. Not according to Christians, and not according to Muslims.
Well, Christians and Muslims don't get to define what our religion is. Just like you don't get to define what Freemasonry is.
Well, hold on. You're talking about Christianity, who's I mean, you're talking about Jesus, who's not part of the Jewish religion. You're calling him a Jew as a non-Christian.
I didn't call him a Jew. I said I was a Jew.
Right. So why do you get to define what other people's religion is? You just said that.
I'm not. No, I'm not. But Nero Jack, can I call you that? You were telling me that as a Freemason, you have to accept. Okay, so
All right, carry on, sir.
No. I'll give you the Wikipedia definition. Yes, we accept that there's a higher power, but how we define that higher power, who knows?
well, somebody knows.
No, I don't think any of us know. Other than, is there something more to the universe than humanity? Yeah, there is. I believe there is. I don't know that there is. I believe that there is.
What do you think that is? Do you think it's consciousness, or?
I don't know. I really don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. But I think the only way where I can get closer to that answer is the pursuit of science. If there is a God, God made this. God wants us to know what this is. God made the stars, made the universe, made the billions of galaxies out there, and God wants us to know about it. And that's what I study. Am I ever going to understand what it is? No, never. But
yeah, well, look, I'm not trying to be adversarial with you. I'm just trying to ask
oh,
questions.
you should be, because I'm really good at that.
Sure. Well, look, here's the thing. You say that you have questioning your faith and all that, but modern science.
No. I
is
never
based.
said I question my faith.
Well, you said you're not sure.
I said I'm searching for faith.
Okay. Well, modern science is literally based on occult practices that are, questionable. So, you don't find any conflict with that at all, or?
So that's what we call a straw man argument. You set up the premise that modern science is based on occult practices, which first you got to define what occult practices is. I define occult as in like mysticism and this, and no, I would 100%.
Do you know what Newton and Descartes said they did to get the revelations that were given to them?
I know that Newton, sort of the father of physics, believed that Christianity was true, also believed that you could cure disease by bleeding oneself, and also said that man would never fly. and I teach Newtonian physics. So what's your point?
Okay. Do you know that Descartes said that he had, mystical experiences that led to his
Great.
insights that
Many people have said they had mystical experiences. I mean, even Oppenheimer said that he had mystical experiences, which I think most of us
well,
know. Father of the
well,
atomic bomb. Big
you sound
freaking
like
deal.
you sound like a big fan of Oppenheimer.
I do. Why?
Are you not a big fan of Oppenheimer?
Are you asking me the question?
Yeah, I am. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
Oppenheimer was
literally
a great physicist. I relate to him in some ways that he was an experimentalist, hated theory, didn't really like mathematics, and struggled with, physics is used to kill people. And I disagree with him. Um, After the bombing of Hiroshima, that I don't think he was responsible for it. Something he would probably disagree with me with. He went to his death believing that he was responsible. But would I say that it's somebody who I look up to? No, he's just a physicist. That's it.
So if humans end up wiping themselves out because of progress as a
Yeah.
general good, who's going to apologize for doing that?
Well, I
Is
guess
it
if they're
just
no human,
collective guilt, or is it?
if we wipe ourselves out, nobody's going to apologize for it, are they? I mean, without humans, all of this discussion is moot. I mean, our whole discussion is based because we're humans talking about this. But if no humans exist,
Well, but see, that's what you're assuming. But you're
I'm
making
not
a lot of
assuming that.
assumptions.
No,
You're
I'm not
making
assuming that.
you're
That's
assuming a lot of that.
okay. So if you claim that I'm assuming it, then you have to corroborate that. How am I assuming that? I mean,
Yeah,
for
I like
example,
this one, because Benton is here in the chat, and you
oh,
did,
Benton.
and you did seem to mention,
Benton is a really good communicator.
well, you did seem to mention this, this one fact about human beings being able to wipe themselves out, because we know
Yeah,
the
we can do
future.
that.
We're animals, so we know when we can control our own death. You were kind of
We are
saying
the
to some extent.
architects of our own destruction.
Yeah, and I just don't see how that could be true, because for you, because, and I want to clarify that you're not talking about me or you, you're talking about on a species level.
Yeah, as a
Because
species.
yeah, as a species level. So I want to clarify that, because it would be obviously foolish for you to assume that either me or you could control when we live or die. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone in the next few hours. But the fact is that as a species, yeah, I'd like you to clarify that. How is that true? I don't see that as being true.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't have to ask your age. So I grew up in the 80s. So you can sort of guess my age. I'm as old. I'm 1 year older than Benton. But we sort of grew up on this idea that nuclear weapons were going to end us. Duck and cover, all of that garbage. Thermonuclear weapons have the ability to not bomb us back to the Stone Age, but we'd probably get bombed back to the Steam Age. It would end everything. All of this that you have right now. In fact, I mean, the whole reason why we have the internet is because of nuclear weapons. But farming, all of us, whether we like it or not, whatever we think about Monsanto, we get our food from grocery stores. Medicine. We all sort of take medicine for granted. It's just made. Nuclear weapons would destroy all of that. And there's a really good chance, and these weapons exist right now. It's not something in the future. They exist right now. And in about 48 hours, we could end society as we know it. Just a fact. We could do that. And as a species, that's a dumb thing to do. As a species, we believe in sort of this idea of, what we call, well, what some call Western secular democracy, but
Well,
what
that
we
goes
call
back
the
to
right
it
to
goes
life, the right to
well,
this. And, our species
just
has
to interrupt
thrived on.
just to interrupt you, it goes back to what you were saying earlier about the chance and the probability. I mean, what you're pointing to is a chance, not a probability. Of course, there's a 1 in a million chance that something like that, as you're describing, may happen, but there's
Smaller
probably
chance than that.
there's
Smaller
probably no
chance than that.
probability that it would happen. Is that
No, that's
right?
not true. Do you know what a SSBN is? It's so one of our ballistic submarines in Ohio class is the third most powerful nation on this planet. We can wipe out, well, not wipe out, but we could change civilization as we know it. So these weapons exist. And yeah, I'll admit it's us physicists which created it. It's us scientists which made it. It's people like Oppenheimer. We looked at, said, hey, the atom, strong forces to put stuff together. If we can extract
Well,
the energy.
I just don't understand how the premise of creating weapons that nobody can control and nobody can shut off.
Oh, but we
means that
can
we've
control them. We can.
controlled our fate. You know what I mean? Haven't we sealed our fate instead of controlling it?
I would like to believe we haven't. So there's an election coming up. And I don't want to talk politics, but a standard question during the presidential debates is, what is your policy on what we call the nuclear triad? And I'm not going to say what president or what presidential candidate said this during the last debate, but one of them clearly didn't know. And I mean, some of the people, Benton, you're here. Arpol, you're here. You think science is evil? Yeah, science can do a lot of crap, and science created weapons that can end us. And you're right. We need to be cognizant of that stuff. And thermonuclear weapons can end us.
But here's the thing: is like being cognizant.
But science
of
itself is not evil.
Being cognizant.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I was talking.
No, it's
go
okay.
ahead.
Being cognizant of it and actually having the ability to change it are two different things. And again, this is why I asked about Freemasonry, not to do a gotcha, but obviously some people want control of this technology and don't want general humans to have access to it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just and that's smart. I understand that. I'm not saying that's wrong. If we're going to have it, you have to control it. But having said that, my concern is, as a Christian and just as a human being, is obviously this technology is getting to the point where it is dubious as to whether or not free will is even going to be, what we assume it was in the past, right? If we don't know that what we're looking at is real or not real, how are we able to make decisions based on moral choices when we don't even know what's the actual descriptive reality? You get what I'm saying?
That's a great point. And, this is what I tried to explain to Benton, what I tried to explain to Boy, what I tried to explain to the channel owner, Ian from We Are Awake, is that we are responsible for it. And if we go down this route, where Freemasons control this or the Illuminati controls this, that's ridiculous. We need to understand what the science is. We need to understand, what thermonuclear weapons are, or at a much lesser degree, what white phosphorus is. And we need to understand how this works.
So I get what you're saying.
It's a cheap shot to say that it's this mass conspiracy. No, we are responsible. We are the architects of our own destruction.
I get what you're saying. No, look, I get what you're saying. And look,
my Freemasonry has nothing to do with it.
Well, look, I'm going to steel man you to some degree, but I want to poke holes in it too. So look, to some degree,
I like that.
On one hand, you're saying we're all individually responsible.
Yeah.
Okay. but
Even
obviously
me.
some people have a greater ability to discern things than
Yep.
others, right?
Yeah.
And so my argument is, at least within Christianity, the way I understand it is we have a duty to use our discernment to aid others. And, like a lot of these guys in fraternal organizations, they seem to have this calling that they believe that they're supposed to shepherd other people, which I think to some degree that's admirable. But of course, we all have to wonder, like, okay, if you have a secret oath, I think you can say that there is a conspiracy because you have a secret oath, but I do agree with you that we all have to decide our own level of involvement and take ownership of that. But I think that it's also fair to say that it's getting harder and harder to be able to hold people accountable because the level of technology,
Again, you're talking about holding people accountable. You're
well,
talking about
no. You just
us
said that
against them.
we're all responsible for our own
Yes,
level.
we are.
Okay, so now it's on
Even
you
me.
to
Even
explain
I.
how that's morally, logically consistent. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I would counter that with explain to me how you are not responsible for it. How are you not
I
responsible for the
accept that I
destruction
am,
of
but I'm
humanity?
just talking about, are we going to hold every single human being to the exact same standard?
Well, yeah. I mean, again, so all of us, we sort of tacitly can, we sort of tacitly consent to our government. And yeah, you can say I'm a sovereign citizen, I'm this and that. It's like, yeah, but you all contract with the state. And we have elections, which is democratic. Are we responsible for elections? Yes, we are. We're responsible for who we vote into office. For example, right now, the Israeli people are holding the citizens of Gaza responsible for electing Hamas. I mean, it's a clear example of it. But I would like to ask Benton, because he's in the chat, I would like to ask him whether he is responsible for what the U.S. does. I don't think he can answer that question. So there's a French philosopher not too long ago who said, his name is Voltaire, said we all get the government we deserve. Did I agree to be a part of the U.S. Constitution? No, I was born in the United States. It's just given to me. I didn't have a choice. But part of that choice gave me the ability to elect people, and yeah. We are the architects of our own destruction. The fact is nuclear weapons exist. They're there.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you actually believe that, then it should
not a
be
matter of belief.
If you're making the claim, and I agree, but here's the thing: if you actually believe that, and especially if you have some sort of belief system where you do have some sort of let's just call it hard to ascertain knowledge, then it's in my opinion, with great power comes great responsibility. And so you have the maximum amount of responsibility, more than those who are just digging in the dirt all day and don't know what's going on around them, right? Like, am I going to hold an Amish guy who doesn't ever watch TV and know what's going on to the same degree as someone who's out here teaching people physics that can end life on this planet? I mean, do you see what I mean? Like, you can make that claim, but I think that is a very difficult proposition to uphold.
No, I get what you're saying. But you're still looking at it individually. And the fact is that everything, when we talk, like, for example, let's talk about the presidential election. Do I support Biden or whoever is going to be the other guy? Doesn't matter. I've already voted. Who do I support? I live in California.
Sure.
Who am I voting for?
Well, but that's the thing is, see,
I'm voting for Biden. Now, does that mean me as an individual supports Biden? No, absolutely not. But because
So-
I tacitly consent to the U.S.
Okay.
Constitution, which has this electoral college, yeah, I'm voting for Biden, whether I
Yeah.
like it or
You know
not.
what but you know what that reminds me of?
So
That
us
reminds me.
as individuals, no, we have no control over what's happening. Just like, the citizens of Gaza, they didn't individually vote for Hamas, but as a group they did. And that's just how poli-sci works.
Well, I hear those two opposing polls, and it's actually quite confusing because you're saying that we're the architects of our own destruction on the one end, but on the other end, we have no control. On the one end, we're causing our own evolution, but at the other end, we're taking.
We do cause our own evolution. That's true.
And that's a dual-edged sword between, ultimate, evolution and ultimate destruction. It seems like. So how is that progress?
Well, I mean, I'm not advocating progress. I'm just advocating, the human equation. What does it mean?
So if humans in general decided tomorrow that because we have a collectivized guilt, as you just claimed, that we say, you know what, this technology thing isn't working out, we just need to, stop where we're at and just bare minimum not go any further, you'd be okay with that?
Well, okay. If you want me to respond to that, am I allowed to swear? Nothing
Yes.
too bad. Okay. So, I mean, the fact is, and this goes to all of us in the chat, including you, Benton, there's nobody out there to help you. Nobody. There just isn't anybody there to do it. No one. I mean, the fact of the matter is we're just a complicated arrangement of atoms. That's it. Subatomic particles. We don't, hold on. We don't live. We don't die. Our atoms, there is no God. There can be no God. There is no God that slaughters children painfully. I mean, you think those people in Gaza right now have a God? No, they don't. It is actually our duty as humans to think God out of existence. Fuck you, God. I fuck you out of existence. Because only then we have a future. Then we actually know the difference between right and wrong. We take responsibility for who we are. We don't go to God and we don't go to some heavenly father which says, "Oh, I'm going to save you. I'm going to do this." I mean, a lot of us go like, "Oh, I remember my childhood when our parents took care of anything." But we're all adults now. Life sucks. If I make the wrong decision tomorrow, I could end my family. My family could starve. That's just a fact. It is our duty to think God out of existence. Because once we think God out of existence and we become our own gods, only then do we have a future.
The Freemasons are the god of this
we
world.
become the gods. And think about AI. We're creating artificial life. We are the gods.
No, sir, I don't think I have any use for rubber nipples.
Yeah, you're scared. And all of you think that this is an extreme position to take.
You hear this, Wiz?
Yeah, Brian. Can't
Do you have any rubber walrus protectors?
Don't whiz on the electric fence.
Call the police.
But why is that such a scary thought? I mean, what happened if tomorrow we thought God out of existence? Would the Arab-Israeli conflict be happening right now? No, it wouldn't.
Brother Muhammad, how are you, sir?
What's going on, brother? What's happening, partner?
What's happening, partner?
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
What's up, Mitch? Good to see you, Word Wizard.
Oh, there's another crazy college professor, the fucking Unabomber.
Yeah, and if you knew, if you paid attention, you might notice that Machine Eyes here.
Are you going to shut me down again, or are you going to actually have a reasonable conversation?
Well, I was halfway through a sentence, and you did not
You're,
allow
you're
me
halfway
to
through a
proceed.
sentence. Are you going to have a reasonable conversation, or are you just going to be shut me down? Because I am from Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and I know what I'm talking about. And apparently, I'm not allowed to have a Johnny. Are you jealous of my Johnny Cash poster? Let me put it up again. Let me put it again. Are you jealous of that?
Because I'm from the
Are you
South.
jealous of
Let's
that?
welcome Benton.
Well, real
to
quick,
the-
because I'm from
Arkansas
the
is not
South.
in the South. Arkansas is not in the South.
Yo,
Real
what did
quick,
you do to
because
this
I'm
man?
from the South.
I
have
Arkansas is not
manners,
from the South. Arkansas
and
is not
I'm
the South.
waiting
It's what we call
patiently.
Middle America.
I'm waiting patiently to continue showing deference to the host here.
Sorry, Benton and I go way back.
Yeah, well, I'm
earlier
patiently
today.
waiting.
And I
to speak
called
on
him
my icon
stupid,
here.
and then somebody challenged me, like, "Did
Hey,
you
could
really
you mute
mean he
him
was
real
stupid?"
quick? I just want to.
Oh, is he on the other channel?
I just want to
you
finish
you only,
greeting
you only got your
Muhammad here
point out
real
by
quick, if I
muting me,
may.
but
Well, I was
you're
still
stupid.
greeting the host.
I'm still greeting the host because you
still
think
greeting the
Arkansas
host.
is in the South.
Hold on a
Do you
second.
actually
Here, hold
geo-
on a second.
Do you
Nick.
actually geographically
Nick,
know where
Nick,
Arkansas is?
Nick,
It's not in
Nick,
the South.
Nick, try to relax for a second. Nick, try to relax for a second. He only
No,
just
this
joined
stupid
in.
racist told me that I was
No, I know.
Yeah, I was appropriating his culture because I like Johnny Cash. I bet you that I can play more Johnny Cash songs on my piano than you can play on your freaking
fight from over there over here. Give me 1 second.
You're right.
Give me
No,
1
you're right.
second.
You're right. You're right.
You gotta just relax because I don't even know what happened. I'm just coming in. You're just screaming and yelling.
Well, you were screaming and yelling, but
I know. No. Well, he just came in and he was just
I
trying to
haven't done any
say.
screaming or yelling.
And to be fair, I did say, grab a pair and come up here.
Okay,
and
right.
I haven't done
You
any screaming
invited
or
him.
yelling.
Okay, so it's okay. So it's fine.
Okay,
You
so will you
invited him up.
recognize that I am standing corrected?
You invited, right? You invited
You're
him
right.
up.
You're right.
So Ben,
remember
what would
that.
you like to say? Go ahead, Ben.
Well, since the Unabomber icon was mentioned, I was going to point out that my brother Mohammed here is quite fond of that icon. In fact, that's why I switched it. Just so we know. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out there.
I don't know who Muhammad is. You're
That's me.
talking about
Yeah, he joins me on my channel regularly for live streams for hours at a time.
I've heard you have very popular live streams. Apparently, I checked them out. Like, great number of watchers.
Who me or Benton?
No, Benton. Benton. When he was unable to actually do any rebuttal to my arguments.
No,
he
that's
said,
a characterization that I would not agree with.
Unable.
Did you
that's a
not say that you
characterization that I do not agree with.
Did you not say that you have live streams every day and multiple people
No,
watch
the
them?
unable to rebuttal part is the characterization that I'm taking issue with.
Well, because you were shouting over me, but I was asking you for a rebuttal, and you
I was
said,
talking
quote,
as you were talking.
I have
We were both speaking
multiple live
simultaneously.
streams every single day, and a lot of people watch me.
Well, we were simultaneously speaking. That's correct, but I do reject
you were
your
talking
assertion.
gibberish, and I was talking logic.
No, again, that's another characterization that I do not agree with, sir. I do not.
Do you know what the word
view.
characterization means?
I do not share your view.
Actually, not.
You know what's interesting is that I've been tested in the 99th percentile for my reading comprehension, and I've read thousands.
I know. No, we established that. You are the.
No, we
you are
didn't
the
establish
most.
it. I established it.
Yep.
We've done nothing. Now I have heard you speak on some normie narratives here, which I find
normie narrative. Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yeah, normie narratives.
No, hold on.
No,
hold on.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
99 percentile in what?
You've been mentioning normie
in
narratives.
second grade,
sir.
third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, we took the standardized tests. Exactly what grade and what test are you saying you scored in this, what you call the 99 whatever percentile?
Have I given you any reason to believe that I'm making that up?
No, I'm asking you a
You
question.
called me a
No, I know.
racist and you
Yeah,
questioned my
okay.
intelligence.
You have given
You've
me
called me a
reason
racist and you
because-
questioned my intelligence.
because you said that
based
I was
on where I'm from and based on my accent.
because you said that I, as an American citizen and a hardcore fan of Americana, was culturally appropriating Johnny Cash. Did you not say that?
Of course I did.
Okay, there you go. I'm calling you a racist for that. Because I think, in my opinion, you think that because
if you can't see that I was doing a thing there,
and I have a
that's
full
you
head of
problem.
hair, which you do not have.
Well, if you can't
that
see
you
that I
think
was
that
doing
I'm
a
not
thing
allowed
there.
to like men in black.
Yeah, I would say just mentioning the term cultural appropriation in that context conveys a specific message.
So what test did you score in the 99 percentile?
Again, I'm not willing to be interrogated by you,
Oh,
sir.
again,
You're not an authority.
so
You do not represent
again,
any
I'm
authority
saying
to me,
I'm
Nick.
okay.
Nick,
So I have an IQ.
You do not
of
represent an
346.
authority figure to me.
Yep, I have an IQ
So
of
you
346.
cannot interrogate me.
I have
do
an
not
IQ of 346.
Sir, Nick.
I
If
have
you're
an
really
IQ
in
of
the
346.
university system, Nick. If you're
Yep.
really in a university system, I do not
Really,
consent
I
to
am.
this.
Again,
I
I've
do
been
not
blocked multiple
consent
times
to
on the
what you're
internet.
doing here, sir.
That's great. You don't.
And that's
your
also why I
your
mentioned
consent
cultural
is not required.
appropriation, because I know when I mention that term, I'm speaking in a specific context. So I was doing a thing, Nick.
I have never
now, either
heard.
you're choosing not to pick up the context,
okay. So
or you
to be
really
fair,
are fucking stupid.
You're
one
correct.
Of the two.
I'm in
I don't
California.
know which it
I
is.
teach at a
I do
very
not
liberal
consent
university.
to your
The
interrogation,
word
sir.
cultural
As a
appropriation gets
university
thrown around.
professor, are you really unwilling to respect my right to say no to your interrogation?
Yep, because as a university professor, you're stupid.
Wow. Well, where do you teach? Because I'd like to clip this and send that to them. I'd like to go ahead and email this to that university.
So now you're going to be a doxer.
What university? Well,
I
no, you don't own
I
your
can't
words.
win an argument
I'm not
against
doxing
the
you.
university
What
professor.
university
So
are you
you're
a
gonna try to
professor
get me
at?
fired?
What university, sir? Your actions would get you fired. I can't get you fired.
What?
I'm telling you that I don't consent
smarter than you?
to your
That's what gets you
interrogation.
fired?
You're
That's
telling
what
me
gets me a
that you
promotion.
think it's appropriate
Earlier
to continue
today, you said
interrogating
that,
me.
wow, your
What I
work
know
is gonna
of
get you my-
universities in the United
wow.
States is that will not be tolerated.
It
See,
is
I've
tolerated.
already defeated you again.
You are not
Do you want to
tolerated.
continue losing to someone who sounds like me? This is very embarrassing for you.
You're right. I
expect.
mean, man, you got a 99 percentile rating in your third grade standardized test, which they give in Arkansas, which is pretty low. I mean, I've seen the.
Well, you know what? You mentioned the political process, sir. We had a very popular president from my state not that long ago. I don't know if you remember that. His name was Bill Clinton.
Yeah, I didn't.
And in fact, some folks were attempting to elect Hillary Clinton, who, although not from Arkansas, spent a great deal of time in the state, although she did have to go to New York to become elected. Now, most of us don't. Most of us don't believe in elections.
Clinton the second
Most of us don't believe in elections here.
I voted for
Most of us don't. And in fact, I'm probably the farthest left of all of the folks here.
I'm
believe
sorry,
it or not.
you don't believe in
Believe
elections?
it or not,
Like elections
I'm
don't exist?
probably farther left than
No,
anybody on
hold
here.
on,
I know you
hold
might
on,
find that
hold on.
shocking.
Let's go back to you don't believe in elections. You don't believe elections
I
exist?
said most of the folks here don't believe in elections.
They
That's
don't
a true
believe that they
statement.
exist.
They don't believe they're legitimate, sir. And again, do I need to break these things down to the smaller? Because I can
you
speak
do.
very specifically. I
pretty
can break.
stupid
I can break everything down to the most minute level for the college
right, because
professor if I
no, you're
need
right,
to.
because you got
I would
92
like to think
you
that the
scored
college
92
professor
percentile
can
in
understand the nuance of what I'm saying. I
did
would
you
like
win
to
the
think that.
science
But
prize
if I
in third
need to
grade?
give my standard disclaimers to every little iota of every syllable I utter, I'm capable of that.
I made fun of you.
I would
because
rather
I
trust
made
that
fun
you're
of you because I
able
said you
to
peaked in high
comprehend
school.
these things and discern
Dude,
these things for
you
yourself.
fucking peaked in
University
third
professor.
grade. Do you know what a university is? I rest my case.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
pretty sure.
What just happened?
Well, I'm pretty sure that that something happened to Benton's mic or something like that. But yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm here.
That
Oh, yeah,
actually,
he said,
the fact that it all went silent would actually prove that I wasn't shouting over him. I was just listening.
No, that's good. That's good. That's how it needs to be, you know.
But
Well-
can we break this down into, because Benton, you like to shout out a lot of things, and when I corner you on one thing, you shout.
I haven't
me
been cornered on anything. See, that's a false premise. That's
well,
not. That's
no,
yet
you
to
haven't.
happen. I've cornered you on many things. You've yet to corner me on anything.
Name
It's
one.
not happened, sir. You
What have
tried
you-
to, but it hasn't. It
What have you
hasn't
cornered
happened.
me on? What have you
It hasn't
cornered me on?
happened.
Okay,
I don't
so
know. I
let's-
guess we'd have to go back and replay the
No,
other
I'll
broadcast.
give you the opportunity right now to corner me on something.
And I will decline your opportunity.
Salute.
Hey, what's up, Mr. Pie? Good to see you.
Hola, guys. Salute. Sorry, I'm just now joining, so I'm behind. So catch me up.
Okay, well,
I'm
let me ask
behind
this
you. I
question.
don't know what's going on. I have
It'll catch you up. So for Nick, here's my question. In one sense, you say that we have to collectivize guilt. So you're saying, well, the Palestinians, they voted in Hamas, which is a dubious claim in my opinion, but let's just take it as a fact. Are you saying that because of their political representation, they therefore collectively have the guilt, and therefore it doesn't matter what happens to them after
Okay,
that?
that's a great question. No, I don't. Okay, so let me just put this out there. Do I advocate the killing of innocent people by Israel in Gaza? No, absolutely not. Do we tacitly consent to government? Yes, we do. Are we individually responsible for government? Well, so Benton, since he elected Clinton and probably voted for Gore. A lot of my liberal friends said that, well, Gore is the president, George Bush Jr. is not the legitimate president because, the whole hanging Chad thing. And I said, no, as American citizens, we tacitly consent to the system. So are we individually responsible for who we elect to government? No, like I said, I mean, it's like, I don't support Biden. I didn't vote for Biden. Did I elect Biden? Yes, I did, because I tacitly consent to the U.S. Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution has the Electoral College, and the state of California voted for Biden. I just have to accept that it's true.
Okay.
And so, no, I don't think that it's a collective guilt thing. Maybe
Okay, so based on what you're saying,
I said that incorrectly.
I'll take your argument, and let me say this: if because in my opinion, what you're saying is the system, we have to tacitly accept it, and because we don't really have a choice, because we're just kind of like, our free will has kind of been hindered, and we don't really have a choice but to go along, which I get because of technology, weapons, the system, convenience, whatever.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then don't you think there could be a strong case made that if you want to get humans to act responsibly as individuals, the system is a fucking problem in human advancement in the moral category?
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to offer, sort of the constants in the equation. That's it. Is the system right? I don't know. I don't know if it is. I mean, what about democracy? I mean, is democracy, we sort of tell ourselves that democracy is the way to go. I mean, is it? I don't know. Maybe people need to be ruled. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I really
my
don't know.
point. We are being ruled, and it ain't working out very well for us.
Are we? I mean,
that's exactly what you just argued for, is it not?
I mean,
you just said that we don't really have
okay. So I'll say this. I'm a little bit naive. I'll say, I believe that government, at least here in the United States, is of the people, by the people, for the people, and yeah, a lot of my students say, "Oh, I hate the president. I hate this," and they get very animated when it comes to presidential elections. And I'm asking them, "It's like, who's your local representative? Do you know?" Most of them don't. Because I mean, honestly, the way the system is supposed to work, the president has no power. It's all about local control. Like, I know who my representative is. And my representative does a good job of representing the views of our community, and they take that to Washington.
Well, but this is why I asked you the first set of questions when I first started talking to you, because don't you think it's odd that so many people, like you said, and I actually agree with you on that point, that so many people are complaining about the system. They don't want to get involved on the local level, but then they see that it's like there's certain groups, such as Freemasonry, that is vastly overrepresented compared to the average citizen. And I do put that on the average citizen just as much as I would on a secret society or anything like that, as to why they don't go get involved. But then they see it's like, okay, there's money involved, there's politics involved, there's people who don't want you to get involved, and so they see like it's a big obstacle to go and
Let me just tell you a secret. You know what a secret society is? The people who run the Democratic Party, the people who run the Republican Party. As yeah, exactly. As a business owner, because I've been teaching, it's not my full-time job. I'm a member of a chamber of commerce, which to get into, you have to pay a lot of money into. I support local Republican causes because, well, quite frankly, it gives me access. That's it. Those are secret societies. I don't do any of that in Freemasonry. None of that. We actually just go to meetings and, discuss what kind of IPA is good for this week. That's politics. I tell that to my students, with this whole Israeli Hamas, this thing, they're like, oh, I'm going to go protest. A protest is BS. Don't ever protest anything. You want to make change? Donate money. It all comes down to money, and that's pretty much an open secret. It doesn't matter what secret society you're a member of this or that. Yeah, I mean, I'm a member of Sigma Pi Sigma. Do I hire members from Sigma Pi Sigma? Yes, I do. Is that a secret society? I don't know. I have no idea. We tend to hire those which are like us. But it really just comes down to freaking money. That's it. It's just money.
So is it really ran by the people, for the people, when most of the people are poor?
It can be.
Or mediocre?
It can be.
So the only people that can make a change are the people with money and do donations?
Well,
that's we're in a constitutional
right.
republic. We're not a democracy.
You're right. No, we're not. We're not a democracy. We're a republic. We're a representative government, and I think even my parents being Reagan Republicans and me sort of buying into that, it's what really runs this country is the middle class. Most of us just want a nice house, a warm place to sleep, a safe place. It's the middle class. We pay the most taxes. But government has made, government represents the very wealthy and the very poor. Like, for example, our friend Benton here, who thinks I'm a terrible person because I just happen to live in the state of California. You're right. I mean, the politicians in California tend to represent the very poor. They don't represent people like me. They think people like me are, multimillionaires. We're not. And the middle class brings stability. And the U.S. experienced this after World War II. I mean, that's how we became this big superpower. But my point is, the end result, it just comes down to fracking money. There's no like evil organization that wants to bring the second coming of Christ or some devil or this. We just want fracking money.
Okay, well then you
That's
look
it.
at
Money.
But then you look at what money is and how it's being completely manipulated for a very long time.
Well, money brings power.
You have to make some tacit and not so tacit agreements in order to get that money. And so by the time you get to a position where you can afford to buy political power, which is very cheap, and you're correct, you've already
I tell this to my students.
You're trying to change. You've
they'll
already bought
sell-
into trying to change.
They'll sell you $100,000 car if you have good credit. You just got to pay your bills on time.
Well,
then you can afford that car. And then if government tries to ask those credit companies, how they judge credit, well, that's proprietary information.
Well, I think it's what Benton was trying to sort out there was a problem of authority, and then I guess what you
Benton is just stupid. There, I said it again.
No, it's a type of the problem of authority type of argument. That he was pointing to the universities. You know how they
Well,
get
he's
the
dumb.
knowledge
I bet you Benton doesn't even own his own truck if he actually is a truck
from the
driver.
universities. You know what I'm talking about? Well, I'm just paying attention to the argument he was making, and not specifically him for a
Did he have
second.
an argument?
Well. What I'm referring to is the problem of authority, where referring back to the universities on where we get the knowledge from. Well, you were talking about how it's all about the money, and then and then they asked you, well, what do they use the money for? Well, it's to get some power.
Yeah.
So isn't the power the thing that they get the money
Yeah.
for? So it's the power actually, and not the money. That would be just stay up, because obviously it's a bunch of powerful people that got together and said,
Yeah.
oh yeah, let's make this fucking money, because you look at the money and it has the face of the fucking powerful people on it.
That's a
So
great
it's
point.
obvious. So it's obvious that they made the money. So then it goes down to another issue. A much more fundamental issue is that where is that power derived from, and why should we trust that power? As you said, it's not nefarious. So then it goes back to the issue, why should we trust it if we don't know where that power is coming from? You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're right. I mean, power is really everything. I mean, you brought up Benton. I mean, Benton. Now I was trolling him before, but now I'm going to speak legitimately. Benton came up on here, wanted to prove to me that, he is at the same intellectual capacity as I am. I have no idea what my intellectual capacity is, but it all comes down to power. I schooled you. I have power over you. It's all about power. Humans crave power. It's part of our evolution. And post Renaissance capitalism is power. Before, power was centralized with royal families, like we are the kings and queens, and
are you quite so sure that it isn't still?
So aren't you?
And I mean,
look
honestly,
how
hold on, let me finish here. Benton's problem with me is he wants to exert power over me.
I know, but don't you want to exert power over him, right?
Is I'm trying to exert power over him to say,
right,
you're a stupid serf, and he's trying to say, no, you're a stupid serf. And but both of us are being blinded by the fact that there are people, Cox Internet, which I get my internet from, I don't know where you get your internet from, which are making billions of dollars on us sitting here on the internet arguing about this garbage. StreamYards.
Are you quite
getting
sure?
money off of us arguing about little power plays?
Are you quite sure that the power has shifted away from the royal families and people of power from the old, or is
I don't
it
know.
more,
Maybe it should
is
go
it
back.
more
Well, I mean, you'd be right. I mean,
Maybe
you'd
it
be
should go
right if
back to them.
StreamYards was a guy, but StreamYards isn't a guy. It's hundreds of thousands of little fucking dudes that are like typing away.
But I mean, let's think about this. All of us, like, Neuron Jack, you're saying, oh, you're a Freemason, you're somebody bad, Machine Lies, you're trying to
I didn't say that you're bad because
Benton, like, what are we all arguing about? All of us are in the same place. Doesn't matter what home I live in, what home you live in, unless we're part of the 1%, we're nobodies.
I'm not trying to.
We're all in the same boat.
I'm trying to ascertain.
So aren't you contradicting yourself?
No,
you're
I'm not.
contradicting yourself because you said, you said the middle class runs You said because you said the middle class runs everything.
Yeah, we did.
And then you just now said that the 1% runs it all. So the people who create the money have the power. So it's not the middle class that is.
We're not all in the same boat.
Society.
This is why most of what Nick asserts is untrue. We're not in the same boat.
Saying it used to be the middle class.
Absolutely not. We're not speaking this way, sir. Absolutely not. No, we are not in the same boat. This is a wholly individual experience. Spiritually,
you're
sir.
dirt poor like I'm dirt poor.
This is
Both
a wholly WHOLLY
two paychecks, you would be broke on the street. 2 paychecks, I would be broke on the street.
Holy, you don't know you don't know anything about me, sir. You're speaking
I
to
disagree.
someone
People send
based
me
on assumption.
people send me a bunch of information about
Do
you. I
you
know
really
everything about
think
you.
I can be fearful of homelessness?
I
Nick?
also know you don't own your own truck.
Nick,
You don't own your own truck.
that
You don't own
believe
your own
that I
truck.
can be
You don't
fearful
own your
of
own truck.
homelessness.
You
Nick,
don't
yes
own
or
your own
no?
truck.
Did you
You
just
don't
make
own
a
your truck.
statement that makes
You
it
don't
sound
own
like
your own
you
truck.
think I can be
You're not a
fearful
truck
of
driver unless
homelessness?
you own your own
Think
truck.
about that, sir. Think about that.
You don't
Do
own
you
your own
really
truck.
think I can be fearful of homelessness? You spoke in such a way where you seem to believe that.
I'm
That's
fearful
where
of it.
you show yourself to be foolish,
No, I'm
sir.
fearful of it.
Sir, foolish.
Are you
And
not
there's
afraid
another
of it?
word for foolishness.
Are you not afraid of starving?
Asinine.
Are you not afraid of starving?
Sir,
why do you
I'm
work?
nothing like anyone you've ever encountered. And what I'm saying is
No,
everything
actually,
you're asserting is wrong.
you're
Sir,
pretty
could you be
generic.
quiet long enough for me to
Dude, you're
explain to
small
me why your
fries.
assertions
You're
are
small
bullshit?
fries.
Could you please stop talking long enough so I can explain to the people why your assertions are wrong? We are
Okay,
not in
Mr.
anything together.
FM57
We
Mike.
are not in anything together. We are all having
For full
individual
disclosure, you can buy his
experiences,
mic
sir.
from Guitar
Sir,
Center for
salvation's not a team
27
sport.
bucks.
And if there's going to be a
27
judgment
bucks.
after this, it's
Now,
not going to have anything
in
to do
Arkansas,
with
that's a
you
lot
or
of money.
anybody else. See, he can't stop talking and hear a message. He must speak over me.
You can't
because
stop talking.
I'm speaking over you, sir. Because I'm telling you
Yep,
this is
you're
why
rambling.
you're
It's called
wrong.
rambling.
When you
Rambling,
try
rambling.
to say that we're all in a
blah,
group
blah,
together, I get to come up here and tell you why that's false. Except
You don't think you're
can't stop talking.
okay.
It doesn't
You don't
matter
think-
what I
you don't
think,
think you're
sir.
down here with
the
me?
reality is I'm not in a group with anybody.
I
I'm
know for
here
a fact that that
for
room
me,
you're
on behalf
living in
of
right now,
me,
you don't
for
know.
my own purposes, sir. That's what I'm here for.
Do you
And
own
I'm
the
not
room
in
you
a
live in?
group. I'm not in league. I have nothing to do with the United States government or what they do or don't do. I don't give
I'm
a
sorry.
flying
You
fuck
said you live in
about
Arkansas.
Gaza.
Oh, so now do you not live in Arkansas? Do you live in Germany?
I came out of my mama in
Well, I came out of my
1975
mama.
in Arkansas. That wasn't up to me as far as I know. You're making fun of
So
how
you
I
don't live
talk,
in Arkansas
sir.
anymore.
Sir,
Do you
listen to
do
what
you
I'm
live in
telling
Arkansas
you.
or not?
If
Do
you
you
would
live in
stop
Arkansas?
asking
Do
questions,
you live in
could
Arkansas?
probably listen to what I'm not going to answer your question.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Charlie
telling
Chaplin,
you
you're my hero.
the reality that you're coming up here and making assertions that are not true. And I'm explaining to everyone
yes, it is
how
true that you
no,
live in
it's not
Arkansas.
true.
Yes, it is
I'm
true
not
that you
in a
don't own
group
your own
with
truck.
anybody.
I'm not going to
I'm
dox
a
the company you work
discreet
for.
being, sir, and I'm having a
And you rent
discreet
a room.
experience. Those are circumstances. Everybody has
And you're my
circumstances. I'm
age.
not
You're
defined,
my
sir.
age.
Sir,
my
I
age.
cannot be defined by my circumstances.
No, you can be
If
defined.
I
I've defined
resolve,
you as
listen to
stupid.
me, sir. If
No,
I
I'm not gonna listen
reserve,
to you
if
because you're
I
stupid.
resolve,
Dum,
if
da-dum,
I
dum,
resolve
dum.
the present
La-
external circumstances, guess what happens? New
Go resolve it.
circumstances.
Yeah,
New
guess what? Nobody
circumstances.
cares.
Exactly,
Nobody
sir. You're
Nobody
the
knows
one
who
who's
you are.
trying to make the circumstances seem relevant. I'm here to tell you they're
No,
not.
I disagree.
They're not
I-
relevant because this is a
I
wholly
never said I was
individual
relevant.
experience. I was born into this, sir. You
You're the
can't
one who
blame
said
me for the
that you
genocide.
scored in the
You can't
93
blame me for the nuclear weapons. You can't blame me for whatever the government's doing because it was happening when I got here. I'm going
You're
to
right.
leave here
Your
at some
parents
point,
paid
and
for
it's
those
still
taxes.
going to be happening,
You don't make
sir.
enough
This
to pay
idea
for nuclear
that
weapons.
I'm somehow
But your parents
beholden
did.
to resolve these
Oh,
circumstances
oh,
is
Benton.
a bullshit,
Oh,
red
Benton is
herring, dead end.
Oh,
and
life
the
is
fact
not
is,
good for
most
Benton.
people
Life
are
is not
too
good for
stupid
Benton.
to figure it out.
Oh,
And
life
my
is hard for
ideas
Benton. Benton
speak
doesn't
for
even own his own
themselves,
truck.
sir.
He
And
doesn't
you
even
can
own his
mock
own
me,
big
and you
rig.
can make fun of me until the cows come home. It's not going to amount to a hill of beans because I've outmaneuvered you, out-argued
Have
you,
you?
and
Have you?
outsmarted
I'm
you
triggering
at
you
every
left and
turn
right.
on here. That's
Do I look
what's
triggered?
happened.
Oh, Benton. Oh,
I
Benton.
guarantee you my blood pressure and heart rate is lower than yours right now.
Oh, yeah.
Guarantee
yeah.
it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Benton. Do you own your own big rig?
I do not consent to your interrogations.
That means no. Which
I do
means
not
you are not an
consent
independent
to
contractor.
your interrogations.
You
Again,
own
my life
nothing.
circumstances are they
Oh,
don't mean anything,
does
sir.
that hurt,
They don't
Benton? Does that hurt that
mean
you and I
anything.
are the same age and I actually own my home and rental properties? Does that hurt you? Oh,
No,
poor
because
Benton.
unlike you,
Poor
I'm not a hater.
Benton. Poor Benton
Because
drives a
unlike
truck.
you,
He doesn't
I'm
even own
not a
his own
hater,
truck.
Mr. Volk.
Oh,
No, I'm not a hater.
Oh,
I would like to see you
poor
do
Ben.
well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I'm
would
sorry.
like to see you do
For
well.
you. And now Benton's just angry at the world.
Why are you addressing my emotions, sir? That's none of your
Because
business.
it
My
triggers
emotional
you.
state is
Clearly
none of
is.
your business.
Oh, it's
That's
none
a
of my business.
violation.
Oh,
You're transgressing against me in real
poor
time.
Benton. Oh, poor
You're
Benton.
literally transgressing against me in real time.
Do you want me to
I've talked
finance a
about
truck
your
for you? I can
ideas.
buy you a
I haven't
truck.
talked about your background. I haven't talked about your
You
emotional
actually you
state.
did. You
I
said
haven't
that
talked.
I'm
No,
culturally
I haven't.
appropriating
I haven't talked
Pangaea.
about your presentment.
No,
It's
you said
obvious what
do
you're
you know what
trying to do
culturally
here, sir.
Do you
It's
actually know what cultural
obvious
appropriation
what you're
actually
trying
means?
to do here, sir. I
Benton
know
doesn't know
many
that.
things because I filled
Benton,
my head full of a lot of knowledge,
Benton
sir.
can't. It didn't finish.
You are showing yourself to be a buffoon. Look at this. Is this what we're to expect? Is there going to be more of this?
Yeah.
Are there going to
So
be
Benton,
more of these
you
people
think you're a
showing up here?
badass and you're in control of your own
I
life?
know
and
exactly what I
you don't
am,
even
sir,
own your
and it
own
has
truck.
nothing to do
You don't
with
even
you.
own your own truck.
You have many false premises. You think that
So
nuclear
how do you
weapons
think
are
that you're an
real.
independent
You're in
individual?
here. You think nuclear
You don't even
weapons are
own your
real,
own
Nick.
truck.
Nick, are nuclear weapons real? You think nuclear weapons are real and you're going to settle my hash? There's absolutely nothing to support the idea that nuclear weapons are real. Nothing. You cannot demonstrate to me that they exist.
You know what? To be fair, that one shut me up. You're right. I can't.
Exactly. So you're in here talking to a bunch
I
of
have
people
no
that
response to that
know
one.
that most of that is a bunch of
You know what?
nonsense. You're speaking as if the political process is real.
Home. I
You
win.
should.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah, you're
also
right.
how I scout Ben Thorpe, by the way, by pointing out that he believed in the official story of 9/11. Hey, sir, do you believe in the official story of 9/11? Seriously, we need to get that out of the way. What happened on September 11th of 2001? Do you believe the story as reported by the federal government? Yes or no, Nick?
So you can ask me yes or no questions, but I can't ask
I
you.
can do whatever the fuck I want, Nick.
I will
We
answer that
need to know,
question.
are
I
you
will
jabbed?
answer that
Number one, are
question.
you jabbed?
No, okay, no,
Are
let's
you
make
jabbed? Are
let's
you
make a deal.
jabbed, sir? Are
I
you
will
jabbed and
I will
boosted, sir?
answer
I'm
that
not
question
making
if
any
you
deals.
answer
No.
my question.
You
Do
believe
you
in the
own
official
your own
narratives. I
truck?
don't answer
Do
to
you
people
own your own truck?
like
No,
you.
you
I
don't.
don't answer to you, Nick. Nick, I don't answer to you.
I don't
What I
answer to
own
you.
or don't own has nothing to do with anything,
You're somebody
sir.
who rents a
You
room
have
from
no
some lady in
authority here,
Arkansas,
sir.
and I don't really
And
care.
we need to know, did you take the
we
fucking
need
big
to know?
pharma injections? We need to know, what do you believe
Do we
the
need to know
official
that?
government story of 9/11? I think that you probably
Or
do.
no,
You probably believe the official story of 9/11. You're
Oh.
probably jabbed and boosted. That's
I
all
don't
we
know.
need to know, sir. That's all
Were
we
you
need to
in
know.
Were you
That's
in New
all
York?
we need to know. Whether or not I drive a truck or own a truck has nothing to do with the
You know
fact
what?
that
You
you
can, and I can talk
believe
about
the
9/11.
official government story of 9/11 and that you most likely took the fucking injections,
And
sir.
so
That's
just
all
like
we need to know. It has nothing to
you guys keep
do
calling
with
me
how
out for
I
trying to
live
trigger
or
me,
how I don't live, sir. Nothing.
if
Has
you actually
nothing, doesn't have
if
anything to do
if
with it.
you actually ask
You
people,
cannot
because I've gone
negate
to the
me.
internet
You
and you're
cannot
asking me what
debunk
happened
me
on
when
9/11,
you
know
believe
exactly
in
what you're asking.
geopolitics, when you believe in governments, when you believe in official government stories, and when you believe in pharmaceutical interventions at the level of a virus that we don't even know what the fuck that was. So fuck you, Nick.
I never said I was a biologist. I don't know anything about viruses.
Doesn't matter what you know or you don't know.
Doesn't matter what it does.
You
I
probably
came
took
from
the
Boston,
injection. You probably
and I
took the
don't even own
injection.
my own truck.
And you believe in the official story
Yeah.
of 9/11
You know,
until
in
you
fact,
say you
let me
don't.
ask you that-
Until
let me
you
ask-
say you
let
don't.
me ask you
How
this,
can you
Benton.
come into a
If you're an
channel
act-
that's
if you're
mostly
actually a truck
conspiracy
driver,
theorists
why aren't you
and
on the
you're
road
not a
right now?
conspiracy
Let's
theorist?
You
You're
did
not
bring
a
up
conspiracy
9/11
theorist.
earlier.
Why
You did
are
bring
you
up
on the
9/11
road
earlier
right
and
now?
say he saw it in real life.
Let's go with the current situation in Israel.
Who said they
what do you
saw it
think?
in real life?
What do you think's happening over there right now?
Professor.
You were that 9/11. Is that what he
All
said?
I'm gonna say is you can dox me, or you can look on the internet to dox me, you
I
can
don't
look at my
care
phone number.
about you,
I'm not
sir.
asking. I'm not
Give a fuck
answering
about
you.
you.
You
I
fake truck driver.
don't care.
Because
I will say
clearly
whatever I
nobody's
want.
firing you
Nick,
right
you've
now
proven that you'll
because
just talk when other
right
people are
now
talking.
trucks
So I
are
will do the same to
driving,
you.
and you're
Anytime you're
sitting at
talking and I
home
want to
in your
talk, I'll just
rented
talk.
room
It
in
doesn't matter what
Arkansas.
I'm doing. Those are circumstances, Nick. If you think those circumstances define me, you're a fucking moron.
Yeah, no, the circumstances do find you, and you are
No,
the
they
stupid
don't,
one.
and you're a fucking moron.
You're the one
No,
who
they do
said-
not, sir.
you
No,
said
they
that
do not.
You said
No,
you
they do
scored
not.
93 percentile.
Yeah, because he wants to personally attack me because he cannot attack my ideas because I'm not
Your
operating
ideas
from
are
a
stupid. They're
false
stupid.
premise. You're operating, sir, from positions that cannot be supported. You can't stand on a leg of the fucking nukes are real here. You can't stand on a leg of elections are real here.
I own
You
my own
can't
home in
stand on a
California.
leg
Do you?
of the official
Do you own
story of
your own
9/11 is true, sir. You're trying to stand on
You
that,
don't own
and it
anything.
will never work here.
No, I'm sorry, Benton. That
Never.
life didn't
You're
work
not
out for you.
sorry. If you were sorry, you
No,
would
I am
do
sorry.
better.
I
Apologize
am sorry.
by knocking it the fuck off.
Yeah, I'm sorry that
Apologize
your
by
life
knocking
didn't
it the
start out
fuck
way
off.
you wanted it to be.
Apologize by knocking it the fuck off.
Oh, apologize by letting you be right. No, it's like, dude, you're clearly
No, I
angry at the
am
world.
right. And you can
About what?
Look, I've also read Rules for Radicals, sir. You can always appeal to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery, and that means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. You can use ridicule as a weapon all you want. It doesn't mean anything to me,
because I have
sir.
actually
It doesn't mean anything to
You
me, sir.
shut
I'm
up for
not
a
going to
second.
hold on.
You would shut up
I
for a
am
second.
well equipped
I've
for this
given you
battle,
some
sir, and
credit
you're
that
not.
you pulled up
You're
the
not
Rules for Radicals.
equipped for this. You don't have what it
I have
takes
read
to
the rules.
carry the
Okay, let's
day
talk-
in this arena. You will never carry the day in
let's
this
talk
arena.
about the Rules
It
for Radicals.
cannot happen as long as I'm here. You're welcome, folks.
The machine, do you know what the Rules of Radicals are, what he's referring to?
Thank you, Ben.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
Saul Alinsky. Yeah.
Yep. That's something I know very, and in fact,
clearly.
I am somewhat impressed that you pulled it up.
Yeah,
And
I've
so let's
read
ignore-
lots. I didn't pull it up. I pulled it up out of here because I've read my whole fucking life, you idiot. I don't sound like somebody that's read their whole life, and you're
No, you
such a
don't. You
moron.
really don't.
You can't understand that. Yes, even folks from bumfuck Arkansas read every fucking day
So
of their
if
life
I were
going back
such
to
a
the
moron,
80s. You
if I were
piece of
such a
trash.
moron, then
You
why do I
piece of
know what you're
trash.
talking about? when
I've
you
read
pull up
many,
the-
many,
If
many,
I were
many
such a
books,
moron,
and
then
they're
why do you?
all in here, partner. I
If
didn't
I'm
Google
such a
some
moron,
shit
then
just
why do
now.
I know
I
what
went
the
off
Rules
the
for Radicals
dome,
are?
buddy. I went off the dome, buddy. I go off the dome for hours on my channel, and people love it.
sounds like you
Because
just
I'm
read
real.
it.
I'm not a fake ass motherfucker like you.
Actually, you are.
Let Nick tell us about the Rules for Radicals because I
Yeah,
haven't read it.
No. So this is the third time Benton has actually pulled something out, which is interesting. I'll give him some credit. Either he's
Everything
really
I
good
say
at-
is interesting. I don't need your credit. I'm a bad motherfucker. I'm well learned. Fuck you if you can't see it.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am,
Kinda.
sir. You just think you're an authority and a gatekeeper of who has knowledge and who doesn't. I'm demonstrating
When it comes to
my
you,
superior
absolutely.
attainment in this realm. I'm
Absolutely.
demonstrating it right now. You can act like you're on a level above me. It
No,
doesn't
because
mean that
every
you
time
are,
I ask you
sir.
to- no,
You're
every time I
not.
ask you
I'm willing to
do a
treat
na-
you like an equal.
every time I
and
ask
you're
you to
speaking
actually
me
do a
from
real
an
analysis
exalted
of his
position.
books.
Fuck you. You're just assuming
Okay.
that you're higher
Nick.
level. No, you're not.
Nick, are you actually teaching kids? So you believe in democracy?
I don't
you believe,
teach kids. I teach adults. University
teach
adults.
Young
and
adults.
you believe in democracy, the principalities, that money rules the world, and that we actually elect a president. What do you
want
teach
to
the
believe
kid?
in democracy.
What do you teach? What do you teach? No,
Experimental physics.
Okay. John, yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to believe in democracy. However, I think we live in a post-truth environment where facts don't matter anymore.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, we sort of, where everything can be questioned. And it sounds weird for me to say that it sounds like I'm the bad person for saying that. I mean, should we not question everything? I think we should, but we have.
Did you question? Did you question
just
the pandemic?
Spoke on a bunch of narratives as if they're real. So thus
I'm
proves
sorry,
you don't actually believe in
I didn't hear your
post-truth.
question because
You don't believe in post-truth. You just demonstrated that you don't because you went off on a bunch of narratives as if they're real. You can't have it both ways, Professor.
No, actually, I said
you can't
that
have it
I
both ways,
believe that we
Professor.
live it. Do you know what professor means?
Sir, you spoke on a bunch of narratives as if they're real. Now you're trying to talk about
that's actually
now you're trying to explain post-truth to
some
us.
respect
Fuck
I will give
you.
you. I think
Fuck
you're a child.
you. Doesn't matter
So-
what you think. What you think of me is it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but
This
you don't
is
wanna
the
hear what-
arena of
you don't wanna
ideas,
hear what I
and
think
you're
of you.
failing miserably to
You're
carry the day.
afraid that when
You're
I
failing
if
again. He's addressing my emotions. Ridicule
Yeah,
and appeals
that's
to the
all you are.
fucking
You're just
peanut
emotions.
gallery. Rules for radicals yet again. Always bring it back to
Who
fucking
wrote the rules of
ridiculing the
radicals?
person. When you can't
The
when you
machines don't
can't
say it.
debate the
Who wrote the
ideas,
rules of
we
radicals?
have to go to the person, the presentment, and the emotions.
Who
Fuck
is the
you.
author
I'm
of
a
rules
human
for
being
radicals?
with emotions.
Yeah,
So what?
there's
What's
the
that
question.
got to do with ideas?
Dude,
I
you
have
can
an
shut me up
accent,
right now.
I have a presentment, and I have
Who
emotions. So
wrote the
what?
rules of radicals? Who wrote it?
Saul Alinsky, you bozo.
And where was he a
I'm
professor
not gonna
at?
be. It's
Where
not a
was he a
question and
professor
answer
at?
session,
And
Professor.
when did he write it
I've
and
clearly
why?
demonstrated that I've read the material and I've familiarized
Have
myself
you?
with
Okay,
the
so
material. yes,
summarize
Professor,
the
I
rules of
have.
radicals.
Have you?
Summarize
Fuck
the,
you, you
summarize the
condescending
rules of
piece of
radicals.
garbage. You're a
Summarize it for us.
condescending piece of garbage, and you're
Summarize it
doing
for
it
us.
on purpose. You're
Summarize
doing
it
it
for us.
on
Because
purpose,
that
sir.
book wasn't
You're
written
doing it
for.
deliberately, and it's garbage, sir.
Who wrote it
It's
for you?
garbage, sir.
Well, I just want
I'll
to go
tell you a
back to the
secret. I
post.
went to the same
I don't want to
university
know
where
any
he
secrets. I'm
taught.
not interested in your secrets.
Well, I want to go to this post-truth. This post-truth thing.
So what I mean about post-truth is,
Do you believe that? First, let me ask you: do you believe in the post-truth thing?
He doesn't know what post-truth. He doesn't know what that is.
No, I believe that
What the
we're
hell is
living in a
fucking
post-truth.
post-truth fucking mean?
So I grew up. I think most of us, including Benton, based
you
on his
think-
age,
but don't
we
you
grew up
think-
in what we call the information age.
No, but really
the
quick,
information age led to what we call the post-truth age, where everything
He means post-conspiracy.
is questioned. 1 + 1. I mean, these days we say math is racist. That's not even a joke. Look it up.
No, we don't say that. We don't say that.
When I say we academics,
but
that
you're
objective
speaking
truth is
for me.
inherently racist.
Why are you speaking for
We're-
me?
Are you going to let me answer? or are you
See,
just going to?
Not when you're on some bullshit. No, I'm not going to tolerate your bullshit. Absolutely not.
Okay, let the guy who's never read Rules for Radicals speak.
If you say math is racist, if you say science comes from the occult, what's wrong with
you know
that?
what?
If we're living in a
Before you do
post-truth-
that, I'm
if we're
only going to
living in a
listen to that
post-truth
question if I'm
environment,
going to
what's
be
wrong
able
with
to answer it. If I'm not going to be able to answer it, then I'm just going to continue trolling this
See, you're bad
43-year-old
faith and
guy.
you're disingenuous by your own
Yeah,
admission.
no.
You're
It's
here
because-
under false
it's because
pretenses.
somebody's asking me a
You're
legitimate
bad
question.
faith.
You're not
you
gonna let
lack
me answer it.
morality.
You're not gonna
You
let me-
don't respect whatever this is we're
How
doing
do you
here.
lack
Fuck you.
morality? What do you know about morality? How many
Fuck
abortions
you.
did you get?
Fuck you.
You're the one who said you were gay.
Fuck you.
You want to talk about morality?
Fuck you.
Get a nerve there.
No, you didn't. You didn't hit anything.
Okay, let's ask the question though. You said that we're post-truth, but you said that we're wrong about these things that Machine Lies just mentioned. Can you mention that again?
What I meant by us being in the post-truth age was, so those of us who grew up in the 80s and 90s, we lived in the information age where the internet and this.
No, right.
where-
You said that before, right?
And I think after the 2016 election with Trump, and again,
Why
I'm
are
not
we
saying
talking elections? That shit ain't real, man. It's wrestling. Elections aren't real. Trump's jabbed and boosted. Fuck Trump. Fuck Biden. We don't give a fuck about politics. We don't give a fuck about Republicans. We don't give a fuck about Democrats. Nobody here is interested in any of that.
Well, here's the thing. You said that we're post-truth, but then we said that there's conspiracy, and then we kind of point out like it's undeniable that there's power structures that are completely unknowable to the average person.
Right. Just
No,
pointing out, like,
I don't understand this fucking term post-truth. It's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's either truth or there's not. What do you mean post-truth? I mean there was truth before and now we're
it is an
past it.
interesting term. Yeah.
It's a dumbass term.
Sorry, I'm back.
I've ever heard anything.
If you're going to ask me a legitimate question and allow me to give a legitimate answer.
So we got an indoctrinated
Or you could just leave. I mean, you don't have to be here.
About his indoctrination.
Or
how'd you do, sir, when during the pandemic, sir? I think I remember you on a stream a long time ago. I think you fell for it all.
Oh, the fake pandemic. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, without breaking this up, because we got like this whole video here, and we can't talk about medical whatever because we got warnings or whatever.
Oh, my bad. Sorry about that.
So the thing is,
I'm not gonna use any trigger words.
So without focusing on specifics, we could just talk about just conspiracies in general. I think Neurojack mentioned about the conspiracies, and I think he's talking to his wife or something like that. But yeah, he talked about conspiracies in the post-truth mainframe, doubting conspiracies. What gives you the legitimacy to doubt a conspiracy within a post-truth framework, whatever that is, or in a postmodern? Is that postmodernism, post-truth? I don't really understand.
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
So what I mean by post-truth is that
the information age,
everything is questioned. Everything is questioned, and it sounds kind of weird for me to say this, that part of academia is to question everything. I mean, that's where books like
you're not going to get to talk if you continue to address my emotional state and say why I'm angry, sir. Fuck you. I'm not going to let you talk. It's not appropriate for you to address my emotional state. It's not appropriate. That's a transgression. I do not consent, Professor. Why are you fucking emotionally raping me right now?
So you can.
Why are you emotionally raping me right now? It is not appropriate for you, sir, to address my emotional state. I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, and it's not going to have anything to do with you, sir. I'm going to do whatever I'm going to do, and it's not going to have anything to do with you.
I apologize for Benton. Benton clearly is sexually attracted to me because he's using words like rape. I'm sorry, that was not my intention. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea.
You can't say grape either. I'm pretty sure.
You know what? I tried to be gay, but even if I was, you're not my type. Sorry. Look at that. He's thinking about it. He's fucking thinking about it. He's like,
I'm not thinking about it.
Yeah, you
Nick, I'm good looking, sir. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, no, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so let's ask this for the fourth time.
Okay. I don't know if you're good looking or not. You're not.
I am.
Okay, so
you're not in the fucking ballpark, sir.
How can you say that conspiracy is wrong if we're post-truth, though? That's the question. So
no, I'm just when I say post-truth, it's that how do I simplify this? Okay, so I got a lot of students. They're well aware that I'm Jewish. My wife is from Israel, whatever. And they show me videos on TikTok and Instagram. They're like, "Oh, look at what the IDF is doing. Look at this. Look at that." And then I show them what Hamas does, and like, "Oh, that's just propaganda. That's just propaganda." And of course, I ask them, I go, "Well, how do you know these videos are not propaganda?" When the truth doesn't matter anymore. Where like, for example, with the We Are Awake series, like, I can show you legitimate proof that if I take my Millennium Falcon, I let it go, it's going to accelerate towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. But that's just propaganda. That's what I mean by post-truth. And this free exchange of information, which I agree is a good thing, has sort of been, all of this noise, like, for example, Benton just shouted me down that, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Yes, we've stopped looking at things critically. Like, facts are facts are facts. 1 + 1 = 2. That's objective truth.
But don't you recognize that it's harder than ever to ascertain what is a fact?
Yes, it is. It is. It is
Okay.
absolutely
So how can we do that then?
The first thing I say with all of my
can't.
lectures, which I've done, is most students are liberals. It's just the nature of the game. And I show this article from CNN where they talk about this ice shelf
from CNN
on the east coast of Antarctica, which is melting because of global warming. And then I asked my students, show me where the east coast of Antarctica is. Let me ask that, where's the east coast of Antarctica?
But look, you have to recognize that the only evidence that we have is through a screen that any of this is true. And even at that, it's numbers or graphics or something. So it's not really evidence in the classical sense. No,
I've heard many people who think that education is just, me giving facts to my students and they regurgitate it back to me. I mean, do we all agree?
It's indoctrination.
Yeah,
you indoctrinate the student.
Yeah.
Well, look, even if it's true,
I would argue,
even if it's true, it's not evidence. Even if it's true, it's not evidence.
The K through 12 system.
We are assuming it's evidence because you're telling us it's evidence. We can't know 100% for a fact that it's true.
Yeah, just like it's a theory of gravity.
Even our senses can lie to us. Correct.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So interpretation of data can lie to us as well.
Let me check my audio.
I can actually answer the post-truth stuff, by the way.
Look, data does not interpret itself. Data does not interpret itself, number one. Number two, what we do with that data is not self-evident, correct?
No. Data is just numbers.
Okay, so that's not, so telling us that, well, Antarctica's melting and whatever, that's not evidence. That's something that's being told to us.
You missed my point, which was the article says that Antarctica is melting. Now, I'm not talking about global warming. It says the evidence of this is the west coast of Antarctica ice shelf is melting. And then I asked my students and I'm going to ask Benton because Benton.
I'm not your student and I'm not interested in this.
Well, you scored a lot higher
for
than I
this.
did.
Doesn't matter. I'm not interested. I don't care. I'm not interested. Not interested, man. Not interested in you in being asked questions by the
let me ask
professor.
you,
Not interested.
Where's the
you
west
can ask all you want.
Well, I would assume it's on the west side of Antarctica. I guess.
Yeah, where's the west side of Antarctica?
Well, I don't know. It depends on what map I'm looking at, I guess.
Okay, let me put it another way. If I were at the South Pole and I wanted to go to the ocean, what direction would I travel?
Any direction.
North. There is no west coast of Antarctica, but this article got published because
Well, yeah, of course, he's bad faith.
Some reporter said
You're
that
bad
this
faith.
is true.
You're disingenuous, bad faith.
And that's what we call
That's
actual
what you are.
critical-
See,
Yeah, that's
because I have intuition, my intuition said don't entertain this bozo's
Well,
nonsense.
but look,
Your
it's
question was nonsense.
But look,
it wasn't a question, it was an example.
Your question was
My
nonsense.
example was that students shouldn't just read a news article.
We're not your students, so who cares?
Well, look. You
You're
said that.
right.
You said that some people believe that.
Nero, I really want to have a conversation about this with you, but if Mr. I don't
if Benton isn't going to behave
and rent the
properly,
room,
if the students aren't going to behave properly, then Nick isn't going to bless us. So I'll answer the post-truth thing because Nick explained it himself. Nick explained it. He said
want to listen
true
to the
information no longer matters. That's communism.
doesn't have
Yuri
any
Bezmenov in the 80s came over here. He was featured in a Call of Duty commercial, by the way, and he gave a whole fucking lecture about how true information no longer matters, sir. Communism. You're promoting it clearly, which is fine. That's your right. That's your right. Again, you've called me a racist. You've called me a closeted homosexual, and now you've called me a communist, sir. Fuck you.
I called you gay, and then you said you were homosexual.
You didn't. You said closeted, sir. I remember the conversation. Yes, that's what happened.
Go back.
Yes, you've called me a bunch of names. The newest name is communist. You're the professor at a fucking university in California, and you dare to call me the communist? Fuck you, buddy. Fuck
You
you.
know,
Hey, listen.
All the
Hey,
commies are professors in
so let
California.
me tell
Are
you a
you
true story
kidding
about
me?
teaching
No,
at a
Are you
university
kidding
in
me?
California. We are
I don't want
let's get
required
your
this
to
clear.
story.
sign an
Ben's only
oath
gay for
of
By
mayonnaise.
the way,
loyalty
I
to the
answered the
United
question
States.
of what is post-truth. True information no longer matters, meaning the party will
You know,
tell you what to
Benton,
believe
I
in
don't
the
think you.
moment on
I
an
don't think you have the.
ongoing
I don't
basis.
think
That's
you
what
have the intellectual
communism is.
capacity to understand what
Communism
post-truth
is
means.
the past doesn't matter.
Now you're
What
talking
you
about
used to
communists.
know is now null and void. We will
You're the
tell
one who
you
said
what
you
to
were the
believe.
liberal.
We will indoctrinate you
You're
what
the
to
one
believe.
talking
I
about.
said I'm more
You're
left
the
than
one
these
talking about
other people. I'm
Linsky.
more
You're
left
the
than these
fucking
other
communist.
people. You
Dude, go back to
cannot debunk me,
Vietnam.
sir,
Go back
because
to
again,
Vietnam.
sir, most of the
You
people
fucking
have heard me
communist.
speak at length
You're
on
a
these
communist.
topics. I'm
Dude, you're
already
talking
on
about
the
rules of
record,
radicals.
sir.
You're talking
I'm
about
already on the
1984.
record.
You're
I'm
denying
being called a
post-truth. You're a
communist
communist.
by a professor at a
Yeah,
university in
that's
California
what
who's
makes it
trying
even
to
worse.
lurk
I am a
as a
professor, and I'm
conservative
calling you a
who's
communist.
already called me a
You're a
racist. He's
communist.
already
Get
called
the
me out
frack out of
based
my
on my
country.
emotional
Get
state.
the
He's
frack out of my
already called me
country.
out based on my
Yeah,
sexual preference.
dude, Johnny
It's
Cash,
nothing but name
you're a
calling. Now he's calling me a
communist.
communist. Look at this piece of
Better read
garbage.
than
I
dead.
can't believe that we're even humoring this bozo.
I think this is a
Why
good time
are
to hear
you
from
here?
I think this is a good time to
You're
hear
the
from
ones
Mitch.
who brought up rules for radicals. That's only something the communists would bring up.
I will
You're the
talk about
communist.
whatever I want to talk about. The art of war. You
So
better understand the enemy,
do you
partner.
support?
You
Do you
better
support?
understand the enemy, sir. You
You're on
better
drugs.
understand the
I think
enemy.
you're on drugs.
Yeah, whatever you think doesn't matter, sir.
Yeah,
You
you're
cannot discredit me
friggin'
here
communist.
because I've established a track record. You can't discredit me. They've
Where's
all
the track
seen
record?
me.
All I
I've
see is a
proven
communist.
myself to these people.
Track record.
We've never seen
the
you,
track record
sir.
which you established
You're
on
the
the
new
internet.
person
is
who
you don't own
showed
your
up,
own
not
truck.
me.
You
You're
don't
the
have
new
an
person who
LLC. Which
showed
if you
up.
owned your
And
own
let's
truck,
face the
you would have your own
reality that
LLC.
high
And
earners
you
in
rent a
California
room
who
from
are
some
professors
old
at
person in
universities
Pine Bluff.
are much
That's
more
the track
likely
record.
to be on psych meds than somebody like me. So if
Okay,
anybody's on
communist.
drugs,
Actually, I think
statistically,
you need
it's
to be on
you,
psych
sir.
meds.
And by the way, I have a CDL and a DOT medical card. I'm not allowed to be on medication.
Yeah, you do have
fucking
CDL. I
idiot.
looked it up. You do have the
fucking
CDL.
idiot.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I looked
Yeah,
it
I
up. You do
started
have
my
the CDL.
channel driving a big rig, sir. Started
Yeah,
my
but you don't
channel
own your big
driving
rig.
a big rig.
You don't own your
Doesn't
big
matter
rig.
what I own or don't own. Doesn't
Dude,
matter.
you're
I
a
can't
corporate
take
slave.
it with me anyway,
You
sir.
are a corporate
This is
slave and a
transitory. This
communist.
is a transitory experience.
you see how
I
easy it gets
can't
triggered?
take it with me anyway. The things I own end up owning me, you fucking bozo.
Oh, so that's your logic for having Walmart.
My logic
own
speaks
your
for
truck?
itself, sir, and I fucking elucidate these
Your
matters
logic
at
has always
length.
spoken that you don't own your own truck.
Length.
You
You
rent a
are the
room in
one
Pine Bluff.
accusing
You
me of
do have a
things. I am
CDL.
a free person.
I don't really care
I
about your
engage
marijuana
with
part.
or
And
do not
you don't own
engage
your own
with
truck.
anything of my choosing, sir.
Yeah,
You're
not
not
really.
gaining any traction. You're wasting everybody's
And
time.
again,
But you've
Friday
proven
night
yourself to be
before Black
bad
Friday,
faith, sir.
why didn't
You've
they ask you
proven
to do a
yourself to
route?
be disingenuous and bad
Friday
faith,
night,
and you're
Wednesday
wasting
night,
everybody's
or
time. Actually,
right
I'm
now,
wasting everybody's
I'm
time
still getting
because I
Amazon
actually
deliveries
have
right now
principles.
at
I'm
3 in the
not
morning.
bad faith like you.
Yeah.
I'm
Why
not
are-
disingenuous.
why do you-
So
why do you say
actually,
why
Nick,
do you-
you're not
why are
wasting
you
the
driving
people's
your truck right
time.
now?
I am wasting the people's time, and I will apologize to
Bye-bye.
Mohammed. Oh, I'm not leaving. I'm just
Bye-bye.
going to not
Bye-bye.
talk, sir.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
See, this is obviously his purpose. Do you see
Yep.
this? He's
Nick,
doing this
are you
intentionally. He's doing
are
it
you
on
teaching
purpose.
the youth?
Okay, so my purpose is only to annoy him. The rest of you, no, not so much. I was just pointing out that, on the busiest shipping day in the year, Mr. Truck Driver wasn't given any routes. Explain that one to me. The busiest shipping day in the year. Explain that to me. Why didn't you get those routes, Benton?
Everybody, go look at your local truck stop. It's empty. It's Thanksgiving, you fucking moron.
Mm-hmm. Again, I just got a delivery from Amazon at 2:17 a.m.
And that doesn't come on an 18-wheeler. You fucking moron.
No, it does. I can track it. Ironically, it came from Arkansas. Go figure. Anyways, I'm sorry. One of you, Neuron, you were actually asking me a legitimate question. I wasn't able to answer it. I don't remember the question.
Okay. Here, let me break it down for you. So basically, you're saying before that some people think that Antarctica is like this ice wall or whatever, right? And then you say, well, Antarctica is actually melting and it's what shows on a map. But my point is, you can't know either way because we're getting all of our information through a book or through a screen. So we can't, it's not evidence to read a book and say, well, I'm told this is what is the case and therefore it must be the case, right? Like it comes down at the end of the day to an act of faith to say, well, this is what I believe in, right?
And that's really the only reason why I went on We Are Awake, why I came here. Well, actually, I came here because we were talking about religion, but I think us scientists do a very bad job of explaining what science is, how we know these things. And I fully accept that the K through 12 system just tells you that this is the way it is, and you don't question it. I remember in ninth grade, I got sent to the principal's office because we were learning about parallel lines. Parallel lines don't cross, right? They don't cross. We all know that. Except lines of longitude are parallel, and they most definitely cross. And the other thing is, our professor, or we call them teachers there, put up this thing which said, oh, these are railroad tracks. They're parallel. But if you look at a picture of railroad tracks, they clearly meet at the end. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. That can't be true. I questioned it because, clearly parallel lines can cross. But when you get to the university, when you get to the university, I don't just give my students, this is the way it is. I don't do that. No, I say, let's say we're going to investigate the motion of a simple pendulum. So a pendulum goes back and forth, right? So what are the various things that can affect a pendulum? How fast it goes. And most students think, well, okay, so if you add a heavier mass at the bottom of it, it will go back and forth. And I say, no, the theoretical equation is this. And then you know what they do? They go into the lab and they find out for themselves. I don't tell them that the mass at the end of the pendulum has anything to do with the period. They figure it out for themselves. And that's real science. And I found that a lot of the people who think that education is indoctrination never went to university. I will also offer this caveat that they are university majors, which, I didn't want to believe it to be true, that I think in the non-science majors, there's a lot of indoctrination. People
Do you
saying that
believe in climate change?
it's not a matter of belief. Is the climate changing? Yes, it just is. Is climate changing? It's always done that. So it's not a matter of belief.
Okay, so right now there's a climate. It was global warming before, and now it's climate change. It's fear tactics here. Bullshit.
I think the left does a poor job of selling these things, but it is just a scientific fact that while temperatures have fluctuated on this planet, they get from hot to cold. We are at the end of an ice age, so of course temperatures are going to go up. But comparative to what we know about past temperature increases, it's growing exponentially. And the question then is, are we causing it? It doesn't really matter whether we're causing it or it's natural. Like I really hate when the left says save the planet. The planet's going to do just fine. Save us.
Right. Well, and that's the thing is, first of all, we have to say,
has to be a liberal thing or conservative.
well, look. First of all, it's A, is it happening? B, is it us? And if it is, what do we do with it? And then it comes to, why should we trust the people who are prescribing the solution when we don't really know that what they're saying is even true to begin with? Because it's unknowable.
It is knowable.
No, it's not. It's not knowable to what degree we are affecting things on a long time scale. We don't know.
Can we? Okay. I think you need to either put headphones in or lower your volume because we're getting feedback. Is global temperature rising faster than it has before? Yes, that's just a demonstrable fact. Is it caused by humans? Does it really matter?
Well, we've only been measuring it for 100 years at best, and even then, it's not accurately measuring worldwide
We've only
everywhere at
had
the same time.
thermometers for about 100 years, but we've
only had satellites for 50, and we've only had very accurate weather balloons and systems like that for less than that.
We've only had the internet since 1992. I mean, what's your point?
Yeah, exactly. And we're changing the whole way we run society based on stuff that is very recent.
Knew what happened before 1940 because we didn't have any satellites on the internet.
Well,
I mean, how
again,
do we
it
know
all
who
comes
built
down
the
to credulity, doesn't
You know
it?
what core samples are?
It all comes down to credulity at the end of the day, because we have to take somebody else's fucking word for it. We have to take somebody else's.
What do you mean by credulity?
We have to take someone else's word for it at the end of the day.
No, we don't have to take someone else's word for it.
That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that as an educator.
Come on, man. Let's be honest here. You're saying that 7 billion people have to sit here and comprehend every detail of climate change.
So
I mean,
you're
come on, dude.
saying that we have no idea what global temperatures were before the 1900s.
I'm saying that we don't know what the temperature is going to be exactly where I'm at here tomorrow with all the technology that we do have.
No,
So
but
you're
we
telling
can
me we know exactly what it was a million years ago? That's ridiculous.
No, it's not
Yeah,
ridiculous.
we don't know. No, we don't know that.
They can't predict tomorrow.
So
12
how do we
hours from now
predict
what the
where
weather's gonna be.
hurricanes are going to hit? How do we do that?
Dude.
CERN.
Okay, well, project me a
I'm asking
hurricane.
you.
Project me a
I'm not here to teach you science. I want to know what
project
you
me a
think we're doing.
hurricane 6 days from now where it's
Do
going
we
to be.
make it up?
You can't do it. You can't do it, dude.
So are you saying that climatologists?
I'm saying, here's what I'm saying. The motivation to manipulate is much higher than the accuracy of
Okay.
things
So what
that
is
we're
the
told.
motivation? Why would climatologists want to?
You just said the world runs on power and knowledge is power, and absence of knowledge is power.
No, that's fine. But what power is gained by saying that it used to be cooler than it is now? What power do you get from that?
You can design society in the way that you want to your own liking.
How so?
Have you seen the green agenda?
No, you got to answer these questions. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be
I'm
condescending.
saying,
but you got to answer these questions. You got to tell me the motivation for this.
Yeah, because they're trying to do the.
If you were going
they're trying to do the green agenda. It's about control. It's about control.
Power corrupts, and
power
corrupts
if
absolutely.
you're going to assert something, you got to have
you're
the evidence
asserting,
to back it up.
you're
I have
making
the
assertions every other sentence. So I mean,
I have the evidence.
You don't have the evidence.
You're claiming evidence, but how do I know that your evidence isn't just a bunch of numbers that you put on a page and say, well, this is numbers?
Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, the instruments that you use, we have to assume that the instruments
Objective
reflect
truth. It's just math.
You have to assume that the data reflects reality based on a model. We don't know
And
that
you're
that's
the one
100%
saying
correct.
that data doesn't reflect reality.
Well, the onus is on the person making such a claim, not on the person asking for evidence of a
make it
claim.
simple. Again,
Come on, dude. You're a scientist, dude.
Hold on. No, this is actually why I'm here. I want to understand the other side. I want to understand.
There is no other
I want
side.
to become
You make a
better
claim.
at teaching this.
Look, so do you know right now?
Let me know. You claim that global warming doesn't exist.
Do
so
you know what the scientific method is?
Do you
know what the scientific method is?
Do you know what the scientific method is?
Why don't you answer since you're the scientist?
You're the one making the claim.
Way, I work with plants, and
I'm already a professor. I don't have to prove it to you. You're asking me.
They're trying to tell us that
they are legitimate organizations which have decided that I know what the scientific method is. Now, you could say that you don't acknowledge what those organizations say. That's fine. You can do that, but then the burden of proof is upon you to show that I don't know what the
so the burden of proof is
and
not
so
on
the
the
first
people
question I have is,
managing
before
society.
you say that I don't know what the scientific method is, I'm asking you. You explain to me the scientific method. Now, you may explain the scientific method, and if I disagree with you on it, then we can have a debate whether I'm correct or you're correct. But first, look, I've already established that I know what the scientific method is. I have the pieces of paper to show me that. It's just the way it is.
Well, it should
Whether
be
you
very
agree with
simple
that
for
or
you to
not, that's
explain.
fine. But you are in the minority by saying that I don't know what the scientific method
I
is.
didn't say
I'm in
that
the
you
minority.
don't. I said, can you tell me what it is?
You tell me what it is. I don't need
Why
to prove it
don't
to
you're
you.
the one with the years of
There you
experience?
go.
Just it should be a
I
very
don't need it.
simple question to
No,
answer.
because the state of California, the state of Virginia have already decided that I know what the scientific method is. That's
Well,
what
I
that's what
don't.
method
So
PhD
I
is.
don't. I don't. So why don't you teach me?
So you don't know what the scientific method is.
Compared to you, I don't.
Okay, so if you don't know what the scientific method is, you're going to tell me that we don't know what the temperature was in the year 1875?
Why do you play a lawyer game when it's a straightforward question? Just answer the question.
Not a straightforward question. You think it's a straightforward question. You want to simplify it. But see, the fact is that society has already decided that I know the scientific method. Now, the burden of proof is upon you to prove that I don't know the scientific method. I have
Right.
no motivation.
So
I
we
have
should live in
no
a
interest.
scientific
I have no
dictatorship
interest.
where
I gain nothing by proving
so
to
you
you
want
that I know the
so
scientific method.
right. So exactly because you want the power of a scientific dictatorship. You say, well, I have the piece
I
of
don't want
paper,
the power.
therefore
I don't
I
want the power.
interpret the data for
No,
you.
I studied
Yes, that
freaking
is the
hours
implication of
and
your
hours and hours to
that
have
is
that
the implication of
qualification,
the
and I don't
philosophy
need to
you're
prove it to
that
you.
is the implication of the
Okay,
philosophy that you're
so
employing,
okay,
right?
so okay, we're getting into the weeds here. Let's go back to
No, we're
climate
not.
change.
We're getting into philosophy
Do you
of
accept
science, which I know about.
the
So why don't you
science
explain
that
that?
says that the climate is warming faster than it naturally should?
Let's talk about the scientific method first before we go into
Okay.
that.
Oh, you tell me what you know about the
You
scientific.
tell me what the scientific method is.
I already know the scientific method. I don't have to prove it
You don't
to
want
you.
to answer a simple. You don't want to.
Do I
I'm
have
not
to?
asking you to
Okay,
prove it to me.
so that's like me asking you, what is a force? Do you know
I'm
what a force
asking you
is?
for the audience
Do
to
you know what a force
explain
is?
what the
Do you know what a
scientific
force
method
is?
is.
Are you
Okay,
qualified to say what a force is? No, you
I'll
don't.
explain it to
You're
you.
not. So when
Observation
you're
and
asking me what the
question,
scientific method is, I've already done the credential.
research topic area, hypothesis, test with experiment, analyze the data, report the conclusions. Is
Yep,
that
that's
accurate?
a very that is a basic elementary form of the scientific method. I'll
Okay.
accept that. Hypothesis,
Observe,
test,
question,
control, blah blah blah. Now, of course, when you
research,
get to the university level
hypothesize,
and graduate level, it
experiment.
becomes a little bit more complicated. Where
Right,
we have to do this thing
exactly.
called
Yeah,
peer review.
exactly.
Like
It's a
I
lot
can't,
it's a
for
lot more
example, right now I
complicated
have a
when you
paper
start
which is
when
being
yeah,
judged by
exactly.
my peers,
Who are
and if my
also in these
peers
secret
judge it
clubs.
to be correct, then it gets
Right. So you
published.
guys
And
are the new priest class. So religion's stupid, but then we
there
have
you
a
go
new
again.
priest class.
That has
No,
nothing to
listen.
do with religion.
Oh, it absolutely does because you have
No,
to
it doesn't.
interpret the data for me, and
See,
you
once
said, "Well,
again,
I have the
you're
piece of
adding a
paper to
bunch of very.
interpret."
So
No,
somehow
I'm
the
not.
scientific method has something to do with religion. The
It
Catholic
has to
Church
do
is
with
like one of the best
interpretation.
places
It
to
has to
get published
it
papers from.
it 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 has to do with
I
interpretation.
mean, who has the loaded argument, me or you?
It has to do with interpretation, which
Okay,
comes
so
down to language, which
objective
comes
truth.
down to interpretation.
No, it's
Yeah,
objective
right.
truth.
So, are you saying language
Yeah,
is
right.
objective
Okay, so
truth?
have you? So do you know what peer review is?
Do you know what the word interpretation means?
I absolutely do. I'm asking you in the terms of
Okay,
science.
so are
Do you
you
know what a
saying
peer review paper is? Okay, so let me make it more
you
simple.
won't answer
Right
any
now,
of
I'm
my shit, but
publishing a
you want me to sit
paper
here and
which
answer your
I'm
shit?
using what's called a K short. It's a subatomic particle, which is actually a virtual particle, to create a beam to probe into the proton so that we can look further into it. It's going to be peer reviewed. The interpretation of it is based on objective truth, which is mathematics.
Well,
there is no religion involved in it at all.
No, listen,
There's
math
no
is not objective
feeling.
reality. Math is not objective reality, for number one.
Okay, well, let's start with that then.
Yeah, I know that's what
Why not?
Freemasons believe, but that's not actually like reality. You know what I mean?
I believe that math was an objective truth before I was a Freemason. Why is math not objective reality?
How can it be? So you're saying everything we see in life is a 0 and a 1?
What is 1 plus 1? Serious question. What is 1 plus 1?
Are you telling me that you can represent everything in reality as a mathematical
Asking you a question.
equation?
What is
I'm
1
asking
plus
you a
1?
question. Can you represent everything as a
You're
0 and a
answering my
1?
question with a question. So who
You
who
didn't
is
answer. You didn't answer me what the fucking scientific method is, so I
No,
don't have
because I
to
don't
answer
need
any
to.
of your questions.
I have a degree. Do you in science?
Oh my god, dude, you are so. What is wrong
No,
with you, dude?
it's a legitimate claim.
You're
Do
a
you have a
teacher.
degree in
You're a
science? No, you
teacher.
don't.
You're
So
you
I'm
appeal
a
to
jerk
authority,
because
but
I'm
from
not
an
answering a question.
indoctrination camp.
Are you just getting frustrated because you can't stump me?
Are you a teacher?
I am a professor.
So, do you want to teach?
I'm
So
trying.
you want to teach, but you don't like when people question you. So how isn't that what you said?
No,
You
I
said
do
you
like when
wanted to
people
teach people.
question me.
Okay, so why don't you answer the question?
I'm making you think.
No, you're
trying
not.
to
You're not.
parrot-
You're
trying to parrot
obfuscate.
a
Listen, dude.
narrative you heard off of the
Listen,
internet.
dude.
And I'm
You're
actually trying
you
to
are
make
obfuscating. You're
No, I'm not.
you're
No.
employing sophistry is what you're doing.
No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
No, that's a cop out.
No, it's not. You're literally employing
so?
sophistry to make your argument.
Okay, do you have a degree in physics?
Do you have a degree in philosophy?
Actually, I have a minor in philosophy.
Okay. So you know what I'm
Got
saying
you
is
there.
true. So you know what I'm saying is true then.
Because I have a minor in philosophy, no. What you're saying is not true.
Oh, really?
You are actually doing what you're accusing me of doing. You're trying to get me to do simple answers, and when you ask me what is the scientific
No,
method,
listen. You made
and
a
I
claim.
say
No,
I'm
listen. You
qualified
made a
to
claim.
speak about the
You said
scientific
no,
method,
no. You
I'm
said
asking
that.
you what are
You
your
said
qualifications
no.
to question the scientific method.
You
And
said
I'm asking you a
that.
legitimate question.
No,
What
you
do
said.
you think the
Let me
scientific
repeat your
method
claim.
is?
Let me repeat your claim. Your claim was
Oh,
math is representative of objective truth.
Math is objective truth. I didn't say it's a representative.
Okay, I'm sorry.
of objective truth.
Math is
It
objective truth. So you're saying that you
You
can
said it
can
what?
boil down all of objective reality into math. Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
I said
So
math
there are
is
things. So okay. So are you saying that there is things outside of math that are still objective reality?
So I'll answer that
Because it sounded like a
But
conflation between the two.
Just
Fair
for,
enough.
for pure trivia, do you have a degree?
Is it fair enough that you're not? Are you conflating objective truth with math or not? Are you conflating? Are you conflating the two?
So if you actually had a degree in philosophy,
Can you just answer this question? I'm having an honest conversation with you. You said that.
I'm having an honest conversation with you.
You said that math is
You're trying to
objective.
get me to answer what you need me to answer. So then
You said
can
math
use
is
my
objective reality. Is there anything outside of math
No,
that is
that was
also objective reality?
truth. I didn't say it was objective reality. I think it's objective truth.
Okay. So what is the difference between objective truth and objective reality?
Okay, then my question is, what is 1 plus 1? 2. That's objective truth. We don't believe it to be true. We don't want it to be true. It is just 2. It is always 2.
Is it the only thing that can be true?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are you saying that math is the only thing that can be true?
No, I didn't say that. I just said
Are you saying that science
the
is the only thing that
ultimate
can be true?
objective truth is math. That's all I'm saying.
The ultimate. So what does that mean then? Define that. What does that mean?
Math is objective truth.
You said it's the ultimate objective truth, is what you just said.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know what actual objective truth is, where there's no motion, there's no thought,
So there's nothing outside of math that supersedes math.
No, that's
Nothing supersedes math. Is that what you're saying?
What are you, a first-year philosophy student? Come on, man. Objective truth is 1 plus 1 equals 2. That's it.
But you said it's ultimate objective truth.
Do you disagree that 1 plus 1 equals 2?
What is 1 times 1?
Is there ever a case where 1 plus 1 does not equal 2?
Can I ask you a different question? What is 1?
No. Yeah, I have answered plenty of your questions. Yeah. Now I'm going to retort back to you.
No, what time?
When is 1 plus 1 not 2? 1 plus 1 is always 2. Objective truth. It just is.
So
I have one thing, I have another thing.
When you multiply,
now I have 2 of them. That's objective truth. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That is objective truth versus subjective truth. Which now, if you want to talk about that,
when you multiply something, what does that mean? That means you're multiplying. That means it's more, correct? So why is 1 times 1 1. If you're multiplying it, that means to make more, multiply. So that just 1 plus 1, yeah, 2. What about 1
I have
times
1
1?
beer
What
can.
about multiplication?
Okay, no, I'll answer the question.
No, answer
I have
that
1
question.
beer can. If I multiply this beer can by itself, how many beer cans do I have?
If you multiply 1 beer can times another
By
beer
itself.
can,
That's what 1 times 1 means. I'm multiplying 1 beer can by itself. How many beer cans do I have?
it should be more than that beer can.
Okay. I want to multiply this beer can by itself.
Yeah, and that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't
Period.
happen because something multiplied by 1 times
Itself?
1 is 1.
I disagree.
Okay, so I wanted to have this discussion with We Are Awake, Ian. It's like I don't know how not to be condescending to you, and if you don't understand basic multiplication from freaking second grade,
It
I
means
can't help you.
multiply. It means multiply.
Yes, 1 times 1 is
1.
1. It's 1. If I multiply by this itself, it's 1.
His point is the semantics of it. But look,
The
here's the thing,
semantics.
dude. You're saying that math.
Because
He's saying that math.
multiplication makes bigger numbers. What if I multiply this beer can by half a beer can? Will I get a bigger number or a smaller number?
Well,
One beer
I have
can
another
multiplied
question.
by
I have
half
another.
a beer can gives me how many beer cans?
We'll continue this, but here's the thing. Look, you're
Get a
saying
smaller
that
number.
you're saying that math is objective. I'm sorry. What did you call it? You said it's objective truth, right?
1 plus
So
1
so if humans didn't
no matter where
exist,
you are in the universe.
so if humans didn't exist, would math still exist?
Ooh, interesting question. Okay. Let's talk some philosophy now. And please fix your feedback. Thank you. So in science, we make 2 assumptions. And I've said this like 4 times throughout this evening. One, that we exist. I actually exist. I am actually having this conversation with you. I can't prove it. No way for me to prove it. And number 2, the universe is knowable. We assume the universe is knowable. And then us humans, who are pretty smart because we have quantitative reasoning, like, for example, lower functioning mammals have quantitative reasoning. My cat knows when there's less food in its bowl, whether it's full. That's mathematics. And we define a number system. So we define a number system 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or I'm sorry, starting from 0 or to 10, base 10. The reason we do that is actually part of evolution. We have 10 fingers. Makes it simple. If we had, 6 fingers, we would, multiply 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and, we'd be in hexadecimal. We define what numbers are, and that's our way of quantifying the universe.
Right.
So let me ask you this, Nero Jack.
Okay.
No, hold on. Let me go on.
But
You see the light behind me? What color is the light behind me?
So
what color is the light behind me?
I just want to point out that you're saying
What
math doesn't
color-
exist without human beings, but then math is
okay. So
math
if you're going to interrupt me in the middle of my
well, I don't want to
explanation-
lose track of the conversation we were having, but I'll
You're
entertain
losing
whatever
track
you're
of the conversation by not letting me explain how humans define mathematics. It's absolutely true that us humans define mathematics, but what color is
Exactly.
the light behind me?
But you said that math is objective truth.
It is objective truth. It still
But
is.
if humans weren't here, then it wouldn't exist.
Are you and I speaking a language right now?
Do you? That's exactly what I started with. That's what I started with. I said it all comes
Do I
down to
understand what you're
interpretation.
saying? Can I
said
read your name
before-
and say, yeah?
listen,
So humans,
You accuse me of
humans
sophistry.
create symbols.
You accuse me of
Just
sophistry.
because we
You
define
accuse me of
what-
sophistry. You accuse me of sophistry.
No, you accuse me of
Ye-
sophistry.
Yes,
I just
because
accused you of
because I
potentially
did, and I
being
just pointed out
Are you
why.
going to answer my
and
question? What color is the lamp behind me?
If I answer this, are you going to go back to the conversation we were having?
No, I'm going to explain to you mathematics. What color is the lamp behind me?
You're trying to derail my point. Let me
I'm
make sure
I'm
this
trying to
point is clear.
explain mathematics to you and why
I understand
humans
what mathematics are,
assume
dude.
that the universe is knowable. What color is the lamp behind me?
Wait. You just said humans assume.
colorblind?
So you're saying that
Why are you
objective
afraid of
truth.
answering the question?
Wait
it's
a
not
second.
a question.
You said
you know what? I'll
objective
tell it
truth.
back. It's
you said
purplish
you said it's
blue.
objective
We all agree
truth,
with that.
and you said that
Purplish blue.
you said that objective
Do you
truth,
agree
but
with
you
me
said
that
humans make an assumption. You said that humans make an assumption.
yeah, we
So,
assume
so
that
are you saying that
we
objective truth is based on assumption?
no. Well,
That's
I'm
what you
saying
just said.
no, I'm saying the beginning of science.
No,
No,
listen,
I'm
dude.
saying that yes, we do make certain assumptions.
Right. So that
Tell
can't be
me
objective
what
truth then.
the lamp color is behind me. First answer that, and then I'll explain to you what I'm talking about.
Purple.
Purple. I agree that it's purple. Most of us in the chat would agree it was purple. Prove to me it's purple. What does purple look like?
Every color except
what does it look like?
Every color except for purple.
What is the color of my coffee mug? Maroonish red. Yeah. So I'll tell you a secret. Color doesn't actually exist. There's no color in the universe.
Right. It's only our interpretation of it,
It's an
which was my whole point.
However,
From the beginning.
However, even though the purple you see back there versus the purple I see could be totally different, both of us can actually set up an instrument based on base 10 mathematics, or base 6 mathematics, or binary. If we do it in base
result.
10, that's 439 nanometers. That's the wavelength.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what I mean by objective truth. We can't subjectively, we both say it's purple, but that's a subjective claim. However, objectively, we can assign some sort of numerical system to it. We just happen to do in base 10 because, we have 10 fingers. If we had 3 fingers, it would be hexadecimal. If we had 2 fingers, it would be, base 4. I don't know what that's called. But we can quantify it. So we can set it up with a sensor and say that, okay, yeah, that's purplish. To me, it looks a little bit bluish. And that's what I mean by objective truth. The math is objective. So we define in our base 10 system, 1 through 0, blah, 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 that 1 plus 1 we define as number 2. That's it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And that's objective. And whether we are here on planet Earth or we go to the end of the universe, 1 plus 1 will always be 2. There's no place in the universe.
As long as there's a human mind to interpret such a thing.
Well, even if there wasn't a human mind, 2 things still exist. We call them 2, but that's a consequence of our language. In fact, that goes to what Benton was trying to say, because he got all butthurt because he didn't understand how a wave could be both a particle and a wave at the same time. Our human language developed such that, can, solid, right? We tend to, our language develops based on what we can see. We don't see things which are both a wave and a particle. Light is both a wave and a particle. And then all of a sudden we think, oh, that's something mystical. It really isn't. It's just that, in the macro world, we don't see it. So it seems mystical. We just don't have a word for it. That's all.
Well,
Nothing.
but are you saying
the math shows us it exists? I mean, that wave particle duality is the only reason why you see my image reflected off of this light into this camera onto your screen.
But you must know that the very act of observing something changes the outcome.
No, it doesn't. What you're talking about is the observer effect, which is, and full disclosure, when I started studying physics, this thing fascinated me. I thought it was this mystical thing about the the collapse of the wave function. And my mom still tries to, she's not a scientist, and she's like, oh, I read this book about wave collapse function. When you actually know the math about it, it kind of takes the magic out of it. It's really not that big of a deal. For example, I assume right now you're looking at a screen, right, in front of you.
Yeah.
So do you see the screen in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Do you see the light waves coming off of that screen into your face? Do you see them? Or do you just see the screen in front of you?
Well, I guess it depends on how you define it, but I guess
Or to put it another way, I took a slinky and I attached to one end of my room to the other. The distance between each individual rung you could measure, right? But then if I asked you, where did that slinky exist? It would exist everywhere from one end of my room to the other, right? Now, if I collapse that all down into one rung, now I ask you, what's the wavelength of that slinky? You have no idea. But where does it exist? It exists right here. It's quantum mechanics.
Yeah, of course. Well, look, here's the thing,
Math.
though.
Nothing mystical. Just math.
Yeah, but again, it still requires interpretation.
Does it?
Uh,
How so?
for us to take action upon it, does it not?
Well, what does that mean?
Okay, so you're saying, okay, well, we measured X, Y, and Z. Now we have to interpret it for you, and then somebody else is going to take that interpretation and interpret what we should do with it. So again, climate change, even if you know 1,000% that you're correct,
You're making a leap. You made a claim.
no, because this was the initial topic that we
Do
were talking
you
about.
know where your phone is right now? Are you using a phone or a computer? Do you know where your screen is right now?
Yeah.
Do I know where you're? No. Is that open to interpretation? No, your screen's right in front of you. There's no other way to interpret it. It's right there. There's no interpretation. It's the collapse of the wave function. That's it. It exists there in space and time.
But what it's showing me might not actually exist in the way that I believe it does.
Okay, so what if I told you that whatever you're looking at, the image you see of me actually exists 1,000 miles away? You would probably think I'm crazy. But I could just argue that's my interpretation of it. I actually exist in Japan right now. And you are full of crap because you see your screen in front of you, but it's actually in Japan and you can't actually see it right now.
Or you might not even be an actual person. You could be something else for all I know.
Well, again, that's one of the
Which is why
you and I are.
Which is why I brought up, how modern science people thought that they were interacting with interdimensional creatures to give them knowledge to build something.
We would have survived as a species if we questioned whether.
Do you know what Solomonic magic means?
So you don't think you and I are having this conversation? You actually are.
Do you believe in Solomonic magic?
I actually don't know what that is. I don't know.
Really, you really don't know what that means.
No, I really don't know what that is.
So, do you understand that the temple?
That's the other beginning of science.
Do you understand the temple? Do you understand the story of Solomon's temple?
I do.
How it was built?
Yeah, I've heard of the stories.
Okay. So, you don't think that has any relevance on how
is it a biblical story or a Torah story, which I might have heard at some Bible study thing or what? I don't know. I never took those stories seriously.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of scientists took it very seriously.
Okay, and I didn't. What's your point?
Well, I mean, you're saying we should.
No, you brought it up. What's your point? Explain to us what that means.
I'll tell you what my point is. My point is.
What? Okay, let's start with Solomon magic.
The people who use certain ways of doing things that are mystical in nature to give us what we call science.
What do you mean by the certain way people do stuff? What stuff?
Well,
measuring, building homes. I mean, what does that mean? I'm sorry to be pedantic about it, but that's what science is. You got to define these terms. You can't just go on this tangent. Jesus. Mute your mic when or lower your volume. Okay, thank you. I don't mean to be pedantic about it, but when you make a claim like, people who do this stuff, what stuff? What stuff? In science, that's what we do. I can't just say, yes, the proton is made up of blah. What's a proton? Well, a proton is blah. Well, is it a wave or a part? We have to define this stuff. I mean, that's what science is. I think that's why many of us don't like science. Science sucks. It's hard. It takes effort. Anyways, go on.
Hold on one second. I'm going to bring up what I'm referring to, but I got to keep muting myself so it doesn't echo. Hold on.
No problem. Tomorrow's a holiday, so I got all night. And I legitimately want to learn stuff.
Yeah, thank you for joining the panel there, Nick, man. You know, I was actually getting ready to wrap up, but since you're here, Neuro wants to, put some questions to you. I figure I'll let him go ahead and do that. But yeah, I don't. What did he say? Is he gonna be back there?
He's pulling up. So he brought up something about magic.
Well, basically, I was going to use the example of Descartes about how Descartes found certain things, but I can't find it readily right now to read the exact ways that he did it. But again, all I'm trying to say is you're saying that we have to trust math and science.
No,
but the general population doesn't have access to the the foundational structure of such things, right?
I agree with you on that.
Right. So you understand that we can't accept it as evidence if we don't have access to it. Is kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Let me say this: science and math is the beginning of knowledge. It's not the end.
Well, but you said math is objective truth, so
math is objective truth. But again, that's only a beginning. We have to. I mean, in order to get to the real truth, we do have to have some sort of objectivity. Because if everything's subjective, then there is no truth. I mean, we can believe whatever we want. We have to have some sort of objective.
Right. But if we have
that's what I say in science, the beginning of science is that the universe is knowable. We can 1 plus 1 equals 2. We accept that, and then we can learn everything else.
But you see that a necessary outcome of your worldview is we must have a scientific dictatorship because we don't have access to what you're saying is objective truth. So
again, that's your worldview. You're inputting a lot of things because you want to debate me that you're interjecting into this argument. All I'm saying is that math, pure math, is just objective truth and logic. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that science leads us. I'm just saying science is the beginning of the truth.
But if we're going to base our society on what you call objective truth, that's where I have a concern.
But our society is already based on science. It already is. I mean, the only reason you're here is because of science. The only reason
but you're saying that it's necessary that it must be. You're not when I say that perhaps it shouldn't be, then you say, well, that's ridiculous. So
I never said that. Never said that.
Pretty sure you said that we can't reject the trajectory that we're on.
No, we can't reject. We cannot reject objective truth. I agree. We can't do it. Because if we do, then I don't actually know if the machine lies even exist. I mean, this could just be a construct in my head right now. I have to assume that he is a real individual, and I'm actually on this panel talking to him. That I actually exist right here.
But
I had no way of proving it to you.
But you do acknowledge that the technology is reaching the point where we cannot possibly know that is the case.
No, what I acknowledge is that I think we're way too smart for our own good. We have developed weapons which are smarter than our intellect.
Well, my point being is you use the example that that machine lies might not even be a real person. But my point is that the technology can fool us into believing that it is, and we couldn't know the difference, then isn't that a problem?
Probably is a problem. I mean, AI, I think is a problem. Not because I'm anti-AI, but I mean,
right. Well, and look, my point overall is if it is a problem and we have no ability to access
let me offer it a different way. The fact that we're debating objective truth, the fact that we're debating that 1 plus 1 equals 2, Me that you want to ask me what I talk about when I say the post-truth era? That's what it means. Where 1 + 1 is objective truth, but now we're debating whether math can be objective truth. And you know,
No, sir,
and it's
no,
true.
sir,
I mean, there are people who say math is racist
no,
because
no,
it is.
because they debated that in the times before Socrates, so
No, they
they.
didn't.
Oh yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Oh yeah, they did. Have you ever heard of the Zeno's paradoxes? They certainly did.
Oh, Zeno's paradox. Okay, so that's a
Yeah.
okay.
That's a
No,
mathematical problem.
that's a great point. Great
Yeah.
point. So I suck at math. I hate math. And in junior high, 8th grade, even in high school, they made us do all the stupid graphing, polynomial, blah blah. I had no idea. If they had just started with calculus, because I said, I go, look, if I walk to the wall and just go half the distance each time, I'm never going to freaking reach wall, because they tell you can't divide by 0, right? Try and put it in a calculator, divide by 0. Can't do it. However, I can close the distance from my hand to the glass, which means at some fracking point I have to divide by 0. Zeno's paradox. And you can't do physics without getting around Zeno's paradox. And then this really smart guy who also was a religious nuthead named Sir Isaac Newton invented this thing called calculus, where we said, okay, dx dt, and sort of solved Zeno's paradox. So it turns out that, those of you who haven't had calculus, I don't care what your algebra teacher told you, at some point you can divide by 0. You have to be able to divide by 0.
Yeah. Well, and just so you know,
and you spell that wrong.
Well, there's
just so
also
you go
ahead. The infinitesimal calculus of Leibniz, where he
Leibniz.
came to the conclusion
I
that
am a
everything's made
Leibniz
of-
supporter.
Yeah, because he came to the conclusion that everything's made of fractals.
Which it is.
So then he came to the conclusion in his monadology, that actually, that fractal theory applies to actually nature and God. To a certain extent, he was a deist. But yeah. I mean, you mentioned several
That's an
factors.
interesting point. I mean, if you want to talk about God, if God is real, I would argue that God must be objective truth. God is very much, it's either this or it's this. And my wife, she's a mathematician. I am not. I'm a physicist. I hate math, but she views math as the ultimate logic, that math explains everything. I disagree with her on this. But both Leibniz and Newton thought that math got them closer to God, that, God created this universe. We don't know anything about it, but once we created math, why does the apple fall from the tree? Why does it fall? That got us closer to these things. And yeah, I can't disagree with that.
But
again, my whole point of all of this is that science.
You don't believe in God, right? Just to clarify.
It's not a matter of belief. It's more of.
You said you want to believe in God.
I want to believe, and I think
you don't.
I think science is. Those of us who do science, we're not actually trying to disprove God. And there's some scientists who say this, but honestly, I think when we're I study the very fundamental building blocks of what make up matter. It's a religious question. We're actually trying to find God. We don't know what God is. We're scientists. We have to do, God. We can't just accept that God exists. We have to show evidence. And God made this universe. God made all of these processes. God causes, my deck of cards to fall down at this rate. Why? Why do we exist? And I think God wants us to learn about that. And
what if you found God? I mean, assume you found God and God was horrible. Why would you want to find something like that?
If God was horrible, then I would reject him and I would be a human.
So you're not looking for God per se. You're just looking
I don't think
good, and you hope that God is good.
Well, here's another misconception about science.
Isn't that right? No.
People think that. So, for example, the science I do is not because I say this thing exists, therefore I go to look for evidence to show it exists. I don't look for evidence to show that God exists.
Well, I want to ask you another question.
I just look at evidence, and the evidence leads me to a conclusion.
Yeah,
That's
I'll let Neuro come back in now, but I want to ask you another quick question, and then I'll
Sure.
let Neuro come back in. And the question is this: is that you said everything around us is made by science, that we have everything because of science, that science, that you believe in science is what you said, So
okay, let me clarify. I didn't say everything we have is because of science. I'm just saying all of us who live. I'm assuming the majority of us live in the United States. We live in a first world, post-Renaissance society. You're on the internet. You got a camera. You got a microphone. This is all science.
Right. Yeah.
And
that's the point I'm drawing from.
Our life functions are kind of dependent upon science. I mean, I assume
right. So you mentioned other factors too, though. You mentioned
do we need science to live? No, but we
mentioned money. You said money runs the world. You said power.
Well, money runs capitalist economies.
That power is also a large factor because money is power. We agreed that. And then what about science? Which one would you say? Would you say money, power, or science? Which one runs the world the most, according to you?
Money.
Okay, go ahead, Neuro.
Congress, they don't even know how the internet works. I mean, science is not a big deal. But I will say this. So us scientists, a lot of us are dependent upon grants from the federal government. And in order for us to get grants from the federal government, generally the federal government wants to know, is there a defense application to it? And I will even admit that the science I do, there is most definitely a defense application to it, and it gives us money. So yeah, money pays for science. and we make a lot of money because we're the most powerful nation on this planet, because we have really smart people which build really good weapons. And so yeah, I mean, nobody really cares about science, which has
and look from your worldview, it makes perfect sense that it would work that way. And look, the thing is, like, I'm not here to tear you down as a person.
I'm not saying it. I'm not advocating that it works that way. I'm just saying it does work that way.
Right. But I just want you to know, I'm not sitting here attacking you personally. This is not personal for me. I appreciate you actually having a conversation with me.
Defense.
Well, the internet is a defense weapon, in my opinion. But yeah, I agree with you.
Well, it's not a weapon, but yeah.
Sure it is. Absolutely it is. Come on. Let's be honest.
Using that logic, GPS is a defense weapon. I mean, GPS. No, we built it in the 70s and, really made it in the 80s so we could target smartphones.
Well, here's the thought I'll leave you with. And again, this is not personal. I do appreciate the conversation, and I'm not like some radical, hate all technology. No, I do appreciate this conversation a lot. But here's the thought I'll leave you with. Would you say that, and I know that you know this, but wouldn't you say that it is that technology is a two-way street? Meaning, as much as we use technology kind of uses us to some degree. Like it is a force of nature. And I'm not making that argument. There are much smarter people that made that argument that I'm ripping off right now. But you get what I'm getting at, right?
So, I'll try to limit this to less than 3 minutes. But, humans, what makes us smart is we can use tools. Tools are technology. And, Stanley Kubrick made this movie 2001, and very, it's like, you got one group of primates and another, and one primate said, okay, if I carry a big stick, I can defend my water hole. That's science and technology. Force equals mass times acceleration. And, forward to the year 2023, we're basically doing the same thing. We're just primates defending our water hole. And unfortunately, I said this before, we get really creative when it comes to killing people. And are they benefits to that? Yeah. I mean, the internet, GPS, cameras, but yeah, science is just science. Science is looking for the truth. There's nothing evil about it. There's nothing good about it. It's just looking for the truth. What we do with that knowledge, that's on us.
Well,
And that's
well,
where it becomes subjective,
well, I guess my point is,
in my opinion.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is certainly we're approaching the point where what we decide to do with it may be irrelevant because it may not matter what choices we make at a certain point. We may get to a point where, you know, like something like climate change is more or less irrelevant because
irrelevant.
Well, what I mean is, like, you know, if AI becomes self-aware and decides it doesn't want us, or we genetically manipulate ourselves to the point where we can't fix it, or even if we just do it to something like a honeybee, and then now bees don't reproduce and therefore crops don't grow, and you see what I'm saying? Like,
again, not to extend the topic, but you talk about AI becoming self-aware. So here's the rule about science: if it can be done, it will be done. If it can be done, it will be done. If we can clone humans, which we can, it has already been done.
So you understand why people like myself might want to warn people that we should try and kind of stop where we're at if we can.
But you want to stop progress in science.
Well, what I want to stop is self-destruction of the human race is kind of what I'm trying to stop.
I mean,
so if we can destroy ourselves, we will, is kind of the implication of what you're saying.
Look, I mean, is AI going to be self-aware? Absolutely. Which will actually cause all of us to have this existential crisis, even myself. I mean, hopefully it will happen in my lifetime. It's, you know, if we create life ourselves, then is God relevant? Does that not make us God? And
but if we destroy ourselves in the process, if we destroy ourselves in the process, we'll never know if we actually created life or we just created our own destruction. Is kind of my point.
I don't know. You're right. I don't know. And
you said
religion are true.
Wait, hold on.
All creation.
Hold on. Slow your horses for a second. You said that. Hold on a second. You said that creating an AI would be A, an existential crisis, and B, we might be gods. Well, I don't think.
Well, if we create life to another species, would that not make us God?
Well, I don't think creating life, because we've created genetically modified organisms that basically can't survive without us. You know what I mean? What are you implying?
You're talking about genetics. I'm talking about
no, you're talking about theology, and you're smuggling it into scientific. You're smuggling it into science because
computer.
Wait, why would you compare creating a machine that can think when didn't nature, you believe that nature created the human brain, right?
I agree with that.
Okay, so if you believe that nature created the human brain, then how could then a human brain, right, is something that was made by nature, right? Okay, so how is a machine that's made by a human comparable to something that made nature?
So this is a philosophical question.
It is philosophical, and I'm asking you the question because you're talking in terms of science.
Evolution made us, gave us a brain
and religion at this point. You know what I'm saying?
But what is religion? I mean, religion is we accept that there's
religion is when you say that we become God.
But what is God? God is the creator, right?
I know. That's a religious problem. It's not a scientific problem.
But what happens when we become the creator? We create life. not from doing
Right. We could create
boom,
life. That doesn't make us a god. We could create life.
genetic modification, but actually taking silicon-based life, which is just electricity, circuits, this and that, and the first thing we'd have to do is first define what life is. And then once we get over that,
you would have to
what if we
define
create
a life?
artificial
Hold on.
intelligence
You would have to
that has the
define
same
a
rights as
life.
we do?
You would have to define a life and be God. Go ahead. You could go
Yeah,
ahead and define those.
exactly. Which would force us to question what we think God is. I mean, what if AI viewed us as gods? We created it, and they viewed us as gods. And this is not a silly question. This, like I said, technology, you can't stop it. If it can be done, it will be done. This will happen. Hopefully in my lifetime, but it's going to happen.
I thought you said that we're in control of our own destruction.
Yeah, and we can create life.
So, but you also said we can't stop it.
We can't stop it either. Which
So-
kind of makes us the architects
you
of our
don't
own
see the
destruction.
contradiction there.
Yeah, it kind of because I mean the one universal truth that we know thus far is that God's creation, no matter what religion you believe in, ultimately rises up and destroys their own gods. And when we become the gods, we would have to, when we create our own life out of nothingness, we would have to say that there is no God and we are the gods now, and that life could potentially rise up to eliminate us. And then they eventually would go through their own.
Well, see,
I don't know.
here's the reason why I brought up the occult practice of science, because we're assuming that we know that this is coming from humans for humans, but we don't really know that, is kind of my point, right? Like, if we have the ability to create life, how do we know that we're not being manipulated to create our own destruction the same way that we think that we're able to create life that can ultimately destroy what we have now? Like, it's kind of like you're selling me, you're like, give me the $1 million you have now, because tomorrow you may get $10 million, but you don't really have a choice. We're going to get there anyway. So you know what I mean? It's like, you're kind of like taking one thing away and replacing it with something that you say is better, but it's also inevitable. And even if it destroys us, it's worth the price. And because we don't have a choice anyways. I mean,
we're going to do it. I mean,
no, I get that. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Let's go back to when when the U.S. came up with the atomic bomb. All the scientists knew it was bad. This is going to change the world forever, but we did it anyways because we could. And if we didn't do it, our enemy would. So maybe the only thing which humanity needs to do is maybe we need to unite together, and then we can start making these questions. But the fact is, right now, we all have enemies. Like we need to create artificial life before China does.
Here, hold on. You said that we needed you said that we needed a enemy. That we created all those things because we had an enemy.
Yeah,
so
we
if
had an
we
enemy.
unite, wouldn't we have no more enemies? Then what would be the impetus for improvement?
Well, if they're not, that's a good point. We tend to improve ourselves. I mean, the whole reason why I shudder to think that I have to qualify this, but the fact that we went to the moon was because we wanted to do it before the Soviet Union did. But like, let's say when it comes to AI, I mean, we're competing with most likely China. We need to do it before they do. Cloning humans, we need to do it before they do. We have the technology to do it. And we just need to be the first ones to do it in order to maintain our hegemonic status. And so when it comes to creating artificial life, we got to do it before they do, because whoever does it first, they will become the gods. We don't want to be the non-gods. Fortunately for us, we got a lot of smart people here in the U.S. and we have a shit ton of money, which our government.
Here's my question though: if you think that if you think that there's nothing that comes after you die and we die, or you just assume that that's probably the most likely, why do you care about that? You get what I'm saying? Like, why do you care that we
You have kids?
must do this? Yeah, I do. But that's what I'm saying is like, why do you care that we win versus somebody else wins? Because if we're just going to listen, if we're just going to self-destruct ourselves anyways, what's the difference?
No, I care because my children should have a future, and
But you're saying that we're engineering our own destruction more as we exist now, at least.
Well, call me naive. I am assuming if we do it first, then they will be able to live the same kind of comfortable life that my parents provided for me.
No, look.
That being said, I'm scared. I'm scared what's going to happen. I don't really know. I think.
Look, on that point, see, actually, I'm glad that you bring that up because this actually, the argument that you're bringing up is
People are unsure with my grandkids. That's what
I'm sorry. Say that again.
My grandchildren. If and when I get, I don't know what the world's going to look like in this post environment.
No. I wanted to say this. The argument that you're bringing up is the strongest, in my opinion, the strongest argument that I've heard for technology. And this is an argument I've been keeping in my back pocket for this kind of discussion. And so I'm glad that you brought it up rather than me, which is that, basically you're saying that if we don't do it here in the West and have a stranglehold over the technology, then we don't know what other people will do with it, right? I get that argument. But at the same time, you're also saying essentially that no matter who gets it, we might just self-destruct anyways, right? So, I mean, I do respect that you're having a frank discussion about this.
I don't really know. And, that's the other thing which I want to say about, being a scientist. I have no...
What happened?
I don't know.
Someone intervened. Could it be God or Satan?
Well, if he doesn't come back, I might wrap it up. But yeah, wait, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, I was just want to say like I have no hard feelings towards Nick. I do appreciate him having this conversation because this is the kind of conversation I really like. I mean, this is I hear you. Yeah, I think this is actually a very productive conversation we've had personally.
Sorry, I rage quit. Just kidding. My
No, I just want to say
I think people like Benton
I like this conversation.
They get frustrated because they think that I know the answers, and maybe I come off like I know the stuff. I don't really know. I mean, that's why I'm interested in this stuff because, again, my religious journey started with science. I couldn't find it from just the silly books I have on my bookshelf. But it's only the beginning. That's it. And I want to believe that God is more complex than silliness. God doesn't care about global warming. God doesn't care about this stuff. And the only reason we do it is, I don't really care about my life. The only reason why I work hard is not because I want to be rich. It's like, I just want to make sure that my children don't ever have to work. That's it. That's it. And I want to leave them something which, hopefully was as good as, my parents left me. So.
No, and I get that. And no, I do appreciate you having this conversation because I think that, it is very, it's good to get an inside look. And, hopefully you don't think that just because we question science and technology that we're like some evil, crazy conspiracy people. I think you recognize like, hey, we're here like taking an honest look at the philosophy and the implications of the stuff,
Except for Benton, because now he's calling me a grifter. I'm sorry, Benton, did I ask you for money?
But would you say that even if this is inevitable or not, that people should be having serious conversations and a hard look at what we're facing and how to manage it? like the general population outside of the scientific field?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think when people, people like Benton, if they had their way, they would. I don't know. I really don't know. I think part of the post-truth world we're living in is that, ironically, what started all of this, Benton, was empathy. I don't think they have empathy. I think I think somebody like Benton legitimately looks at me as somebody who's somehow, not the same human being as he is. There you go. And yeah, those people fucking scare me. I mean, that's why I have guns, even here in California. So those people, if somehow law and order fell, those are the first people who would come for us. And I'm not just speaking hyperbole. I mean, this happened in Cambodia. I mean, the first people they went after were what they call the intelligentsia. This happened in China. This happened in Germany. Yeah. So these people, I don't think they realize what they're saying. And even if they won't do it, the people who they influence will do it. But Benton, yeah, that's all I'm going to say about that. Because that hasn't happened yet.
Well,
I mean, I was actually debating whether to put my menorah out.
But see, here's the thing, though. I get where you're coming from on what
First
you're saying.
time as a
From
U.S. citizen that I ever thought I had no question that.
I get where you're coming from with everything you're saying about Cambodia and China, which were, China was arguably atheist at that time, but, let's set that aside. At the same
They
time,
weren't atheists. It was more that you had to love Pol Pot, just like the Soviet Union wasn't atheist. It's just there shall be no God other than
right.
Stalin.
Well, here's kind
Ask
of
Benson about that because he's clearly communist.
well, here's what I'm getting at. If the people who are inventing this technology and the technology gets to a certain point and it falls in the hands of the few, what's to stop those with the technology from basically saying, we don't need these people anymore? They become gods and they sacrifice you and your family and everybody else in the process. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's as much of the real danger as what you're talking about on the other end.
This is something which is coming up with AI. So when I was a student, we developed this program which we would scan Facebook, and based on whatever your Facebook posts were, like just public posts. Yeah, I'm old. People used Facebook back then. We could statistically, to a great deal of accuracy, determine how long you would live, and then actually assign insurance, like life insurance premiums to you. And we were pretty accurate. Yeah, it's kind of scary stuff. And guess what? AI is doing that right now.
I'm sure. I'm quite sure of it. And again, this is not to browse.
But the thing is, all of you need to know that this software exists. It's not rejecting the software, but if you know it exists, then you know how to control it. But you let us scientists just go run off, do whatever we want by just rejecting science, dude, we'll burn the world.
So you would say that you would encourage more people to try and get involved in the process, essentially.
Absolutely. Even in my department, in my department, some of my faculty members have gotten angry because I encourage my students to use AI. Like, oh no, they can cheat on their papers. So like, if they don't learn this now, they're going to fall victim to it. I encourage all of you to learn how AI works. If you don't do it,
it would be possible for a great majority of people, and the reason is because complex math and all those sorts of things are not going to be open to the majority of people.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Do you want to learn physics? Google it on YouTube. You
Yeah,
don't need
and
me.
it'll take a
You don't
lot of.
need me to teach you physics. Go
But
on
we,
YouTube.
but we won't get into positions of importance or power that way.
Well, then just find some university to certify your degree. That's all. Now, if you're Benton, then no, you won't because he's a
Well. Imagine if everybody went to the university and got degrees on physics.
That would be great for my career.
No, you'd be out of business, wouldn't you? You're a physics teacher.
Well, eventually I would be because then if everybody got a degree,
Yeah,
in
nobody
physics,
would need you anymore.
nobody needs me right now. AI can do my job. I'm not kidding. AI can do my job right now.
So, are you scamming people?
No, I know physics, but
Well, why
computers.
don't you just tell them to ask the AI what the answer?
I already said that. I encourage my students to use AI.
So then, so I mean, shouldn't you try to set up AI schools instead of teaching?
I am doing that.
Okay.
I want to
Like,
get to the
that would
point
be-
where
that would
I
be
mean,
a way to
imagine me teaching
cut out the middleman there.
seven physics courses all at the same time using AI. I can do that right now.
But you wouldn't be the one teaching; it would be the program. You just
I would be the one controlling the AI and programming the parameters.
yeah, the parameters. But you wouldn't be
Technology.
teaching it.
That's it. I
Well,
mean,
how would you-
everybody's
well, how
afraid
would
of
you run it?
AI
Would you
because
just
it's
turn it
because
on?
you know my parents told me, "Oh, you get a job where outsourcing can't replace you," and so that was like, "Oh, you get sort of an academic job and this and that." But now technology, yeah,
Well, say you run the parameters, right?
Yep.
And you turn the AI on, right? And it's
Yep.
teaching 7 classes, right?
Yep.
Right, and they walk up to you and they say, "Okay, here's the on button. Here's the parameters." And they say, "Okay, you're fired."
Have you ever gone on Amazon? Have you ever gone on
They could
tech
just
support?
make the
No,
program.
have you ever used tech support right now?
But isn't that right though?
That's what AI is. You go on tech support. Most of the tech support is given to you by AI, unless you have
But why
a
would
very
you program that? Why would you set up
unless
that program so that you would fire yourself?
well because I'd sell that software to another university and then I'd retire and
Right, and then all the professors would have to
have a $4.1 million house. I mean, that's technology. It's like if it can be done, it will be done. If it can be done, it will be done. And it's stupid of us to, those of us who are like, oh, the dumb people in Hollywood who are like, oh, we're striking because AI can write our scripts. If you can't write a script better than a computer, you don't deserve to be in Hollywood. Every single one of you in the chat, you are all replaceable. You're not special. You're replaceable.
By what?
The sooner by either computers or somebody else. And the sooner we just get to grips with that is that none of us are special.
No, wait. In what world do you live in? Is everybody replaceable?
Same world which you live in. I assume you live in the United States.
There's not one machine that is thinking, feeling, etc.
Not yet.
I know, but doesn't that underscore the entire point? You said in this world today, everybody can be replaced by a machine. That's what you said.
Interesting.
So what did you mean? I mean,
the Ghostbusters
not yet.
Afterlife?
Then not yet.
So 2 days ago, I watched Ghostbusters Afterlife for the first time, and when so the actor who played Spengler, which was like the main character, had passed away, and so they used AI to have his likeness. He didn't speak.
You're talking about a movie.
Yeah, I'm talking about a movie. 2 years, 1.5 years later, now in the year 2023. So back then he couldn't speak, but AI could recreate his face. So he showed up in the movie, but he didn't speak. Now, just our live stream right now, I can create an AI bot with your voice, which will sound just like you, and you can speak. If it can be done, it will be done. My point is that
it won't convey at a level of intelligence that
Why
I
not?
am right now.
Why not?
But because it's impossible.
How do you know I'm not an AI bot?
How do I know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, ultimately, I guess I don't know because I don't know what type of technologies are available.
So my point is, 2 years ago they could only AI the image.
Mm-hmm.
Flash forward from 2021 to 2023. Now we can do the voice. 2 years from now, no. You could have spent this whole time talking to an AI chatbot.
But how does that answer the question if everyone can be replaced?
There is no question. Doesn't matter. If it can be done, it will be done. Doesn't matter whether it should be done. If it can be done, it will be done. Why do we need actors anymore?
If it can be done, it will be done. And you said it is being done.
Yeah, it is being done right now.
Am I wrong about that?
No, it is being done.
So you're saying that
probably
right now
already has been done.
So
what do we need actors for? What do we need musicians for?
Yeah, but it's people who create the AI program. Is that not right?
Well, yeah. Those of us who study science and technology, once again, will become the gods.
No, you won't.
So you can either not put in the effort to study this stuff.
Because look, all you described is how these so-called gods are creating the tools.
And there are gods.
Yeah, but gods don't create tools of their own destruction.
Well, if you know, Shiva did.
No. Shiva
God did. I mean, didn't God create Armageddon?
Hold on.
I mean,
Shiva is the destroyer. He doesn't get destroyed by his own
he or
creation.
she. No. But the fact is,
no. But wait, Shiva didn't get destroyed by his own creation. He creates.
Okay,
things
so let me be a little
destroy shit.
controversial and a little bit snarky. People like Benton, they're afraid of people like me. They're afraid of people like you. They're afraid of people like you. They're afraid of those of us who can think and dream. The fact is, the world is not what we expected it to be. You know, we were raised that we thought that if we do this, and this, the world would be nice. The world is not a nice place. It is evil. It is painful. It sucks. And people like Benton get after those of us who think and dream, who create all of this, whether for good or bad, and they try to vilify us. And we gave them the internet. So for a short time, amount of time, they got the internet to spread their garbage. But the fact is, they know they are dying.
I think that
Benton, you're
I think
dying.
that if people can
You
take
don't have a
responsibility,
future.
I think that if people can take responsibility for things that they create,
You don't need to take
and those things are
responsibility.
evil, and those things are evil.
None of us take
Then
responsibility.
those people should be blameworthy for those creations.
But what is blame? Blame doesn't mean anything anymore.
Blame means that you took responsibility for creating something evil.
Trump colluded with a foreign government. Is he to blame for that?
Yes.
I mean, is he? No,
Yeah.
he's not. You know,
Nobody cares about Trump, and why are you speaking for me?
And people like Benton, they're the past, and they're gonna fight.
Well,
but
he's
they're
right
the past.
here, though.
Why
Now,
are you
people like
speaking for
Benton
me?
can either
People
grab
like,
a book
people like.
and
I'm not in a
learn.
group with people, sir. I'm not in a group with any people.
Stop calling me
I'm
sir.
an
I don't respect
individual.
you. I think you're a piece
Sir,
of crap.
sir, I know exactly who and what I am. So that's why I'm threatened by none of this.
You know what I call you?
Listen,
you
I
are an
know
evolutionary dead end.
exactly
An
who and
evolutionary
what I am,
dead end.
sir.
No, you don't. You
I
have no idea who
know
you are.
exactly who and what
Actually, I take that
I
back.
am.
You know who
You're not
exactly you are.
involved in that. I'm not in
No,
any
yeah, I
of
am.
these groups
I am.
that you've been addressing. I'm in
I
none of
am.
those groups.
I've
I
replaced
know
you.
who and what I am.
You
exactly,
are
sir.
replaceable.
I know this like I breathe the air, sir. And none of the words that come out of your mouth can ever threaten
Arrest my
that.
case.
So
Look
let's
how
hear
triggered you
your
are.
words now and your attacks. Let's hear them.
Okay, let's prove them. I'm waiting on you.
Sir, I've proven it all.
Stop calling me sir. If I'm not going to respect
I call everybody sir, sir.
That's because you're a little child.
It's because what I am has nothing to do
child.
with you.
No, well,
You've
okay,
not
you're
shared
right.
my
I
experiences,
didn't make you a little child.
sir.
You just are a little
You've
child.
not shared my experiences.
No, I
You
think I have.
cannot speak to them. No,
I
you
think
haven't.
I have had more life experience.
No,
than
you have not shared
Yes, I have.
any of my experiences. No, you have not.
You've never been to California.
I've been all over California, sir. All over that motherfucker.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Prove it.
I don't have to prove anything to you, sir.
There you go. We don't have to prove anything. I've been to Mars. Prove it. Well, I don't have to.
See, you're a lying piece of trash, so you assume other people
Well,
are
so
lying.
far I've
pieces of
caught you
trash.
in multiple lies.
No, you haven't. You've caught me in nothing
yeah.
because I've
You
told
said
no lies.
you didn't dock your age, but
Wrong.
you did.
Told
You
no
said
lies,
you didn't dock
sir.
your location, but I found
Sir,
that.
you're
You
a
said you owned your own
lying
truck,
piece
and I
of
showed you that you
garbage.
didn't.
I never said any of
Well,
that.
I
You're
can
making
continue.
things up. You're literally making things up.
You know,
And
the
what I
audience,
love about that is there's a
they can just-
record of this.
Yeah, there's a record
And
of it.
most likely,
Absolutely.
I'm going to go on my stream and I'm going to play all of this. I'm going to pause it
stream
with my
which
commentary.
nobody
Oh
watches.
yes, 70 people will be watching it. It's going to be wonderful.
Jesus. Oh, okay. Wait.
Yeah,
whoa,
exactly.
Whoa.
I love how he negates all of my
70
everything
people,
I claim. He
70
will
people?
negate it.
I'm sorry.
You're
I'm
going
sorry,
to
dude.
negate
70
whatever I
people?
claim,
70
sir.
people? Oh, I'm
Again,
so
I
sorry.
know
I'm so
who
sorry.
and what I
70
am,
people.
Nick.
Did you really
So
just
when
say
you
70
continuously
Did you
address
really
my
just say-
emotional state, that says nothing about me. It says everything about you.
I could write a song right now. and get
Nobody
more than
cares what
70
you can do, Nick.
Yeah, but I get more than
Literally
70
nobody
hits.
cares. None
I
of
get-
us. Nobody
No,
cares.
actually,
Nobody.
Are you admitting that 70 people watch
I'm
your stream?
admitting nothing,
That's
sir.
literally nobody caring.
70 people watching is not the same as number of hits. Just to let you know.
Oh, I'm talking
It gets-
about
it gets
concurrent
way more.
viewers.
Yeah, it gets
Well,
way more
I'm pretty
hits.
sure Benton doesn't have the ability to purchase.
No,
views.
his videos get thousands of
Well, but
hits.
that's because you're a
Thousands.
moron, Professor. That's because you're
But
a
of course,
moron.
Benton refuses.
Oh,
to
that's
share
right. You're
his
bad
link
faith
with
and
me.
disingenuous and a
Oh,
liar.
share your link. Let me
Yeah.
actually.
Already shared it. Why you didn't capture it is
Do it again.
beyond me. Already
Because I
already
don't
shared
care.
it, sir.
I don't care.
Already shared it. If
Prove
you
to me
care to
that
find it, you will find it.
I don't care to find it.
Exactly. Disingenuous and bad faith
Nobody
yet
looks for
again.
it.
Disingenuous
nobody
and
cares
bad
about
faith
it.
again. Hey,
Dude,
guess what,
nobody
bozo? Your attacks can never touch me ever.
My what?
And you hate that, don't you? Don't you hate that? You've
My
repeatedly
attacks can never
attacked me.
get to you?
You've repeatedly
Yeah, I don't know.
attacked me.
I don't
Yes,
own
they
any
cannot touch me.
Yeah, I don't own
Can't
any
touch
property
me.
in Arkansas. So
What? That has nothing to do with anything.
you said.
Well, you know
my
what's
attacks would
interesting,
never
Nick?
get to you.
Nick, I can assert myself
It,
and I can show you
it's
exactly
Dr. Volt
what I'm
to you?
about. And you know what? You
Yeah,
won't
you've
concede
shown
a
exactly
point,
what you're about.
and you will negate it. It doesn't matter what I show
I will
you.
continuously
You will
say that
absolutely
you are-
attack and dismiss
you
it.
are a
I could have $1
stupid dog.
million in cash right here, and you would attack and dismiss that also.
Because
See,
you
that's
don't
what
have
these
$1 million.
people don't realize.
You don't
None
have
of these circumstances matter. It
You had $1
doesn't
million,
matter
you would
what
buy
I
your
can
own
show
rig.
you right now, sir.
You don't have your
if
own rig.
whatever I could
You don't have
show
your
you
own
right
rig.
now, you
don't
will
have your own
negate
rig.
and dismiss.
You don't
You
have
will
your own
never
rig.
accept it.
You
Do
don't
you
have your
think
own
I
rig.
care about having a rig? Yes or no?
Yeah, you care about being a truck driver.
You're wrong. I'm not
You're not a truck
identified as
driver
that.
unless
That's
you own
what
your
I
own
do
rig.
to earn money in this beast system.
You
You
don't earn
fucking
money.
moron. That's what I do to earn money. You
You
moron.
don't earn money.
It's
If you
not
earn
my.
money, you'd have
Yes,
your own
I
rig.
do.
No,
I
you'd have your
earned
own
the
rig then.
money by
You'd have your own rig
working.
then.
Then
Again,
I quit my job. Nick, let me explain life to you.
it's
real quick.
Wednesday night before
Hey,
Black
Nick.
Friday.
Hey,
why
you
are
communist
you? Why
piece
has
of garbage.
nobody asked
Nick,
you to
you're
drive a
right
rig?
here with me, Nick.
Oh,
can't
did you lose
negate
your
me
CDL?
when you're here
That's what I
with
found
me,
out
Nick.
about you between
Nick, why
the
aren't
last
you
time you're on.
socializing
So,
with your
dude,
people there
full
in
disclosure,
California?
Benton
Why are
doesn't have
you
a
on the
CDL
internet all
anymore.
night? Why are you
I
here
don't
with
know.
us,
Why are
Nick?
you? Why are
Do
you
you
here?
really think that
So, are
negates
you
me
gonna
by
talk about how
being
you
on
lost your
here?
the
Do
CDL?
you really think by
Are you gonna
not
talk about how
doing
you lost the
specific
CDL?
things
Yeah,
that
it's fun to be
somehow
smart. People
gets
look this shit
rid
up.
of my own purpose? It doesn't make
Where's
sense,
the
Nick. You're
CDL?
not making
Where's the
sense.
CDL? When do you get
It's
the
in
CDL?
my wallet, Nick, and if I
Notice how
show it to the
notice how
camera,
he's,
you will
dodging the
move on to
question.
the next thing and dismiss it. Whatever I offer as evidence, you will immediately refuse to accept and
I don't
dismiss.
think you know what
It's
evidence
your
is.
tactic, and I've been observing it for hours.
Hours.
It's boring. Yes, literal hours,
then leave.
Nick. Literal, and I do know what the word means. No, I'm not going anywhere. I was here first, and I will be here after you.
Actually,
I was here when
before
you got here,
and I asked
and
you to
I
come
will
up there.
still be here when
Okay,
you're
Benson,
gone, Nick.
can you explain
That's
to
how
us
it
why your
works.
CDL is
I'm not
valid
going to
right now?
explain anything to you, Nick. I can show you a valid CDL right now, and it will mean
Show
nothing
it to
to
us.
you, and you
Show it
will
to us.
move on
No,
to the next
it
attack.
actually will mean a lot to me.
No,
Show
it won't, Nick. You will
No, it won't.
dismiss it and move
Are you
on
gonna
to the
show
next
it? Nope.
attack.
Oh,
I'm
you're
not
talking
going
out
to
your
do
ass.
anything that you asked me to do, Nick.
You don't have a valid
I'm
CDL.
going to go back to the point. Do you really think I care about having a truck?
Where's
Yes
your
or no?
CDL? Oh,
Sir, I want to talk about the truck.
you know
Now
what?
you
Moving the
moved on to the
goalpost means?
CDL
So all of a
because
sudden,
you've
first I
detected that
own
I
my
can
own
negate
rig,
your
and
point
then I
about the
prove to you
truck.
that you don't.
Nick
Then
has
you said you have a
detected that I'm
CDL,
able to
and then you
negate his
ran
point
away.
about the
And now I'm
truck,
saying
so
you
he's
don't
moved
have a
on to the
valid CDL.
CDL. Sir, I
Do
am
you know
above
what a CDL is?
reproach. I am above reproach. I have no blemishes on any of my records, Nick.
Then
None
why
of
don't
them.
you have a CDL?
Sir, that's not how logic works.
Yeah, but that's how law works.
I have everything I need to
No,
work as
your
a truck
CDL
driver.
was
Yes, I do,
revoked.
Nick.
Your
Yes,
CDL
I
was
do,
revoked.
Nick. Yes, I do, Nick.
Prove me
Yes,
wrong.
I do.
Prove me wrong.
What is wrong with you? You're a bozo liar. Why are you
triggered
here?
because I know your CDL
Yes,
was revoked?
yes, Nick. He's now addressing my emotional state yet again. Let's go back to the part about the truck, Nick.
No, notice how I'm not
Let's
actually
go back
telling
to the part
everybody
about
the
the truck,
reason
Nick.
why your CDL
No, let's
is
go
revoked.
back to the part about the
I'm not gonna
truck.
do that.
You brought it up. Why don't you want to discuss it? Why did you bring up the truck if you don't want to discuss
Because
it?
I
Nick?
said I want to be a truck
Because you
driver.
know that I've outsmarted you yet again, sir.
No, I found
Because
out
if
you
I
own your own
own a
truck,
truck,
and you said you had a
Nick,
CDL,
if I
and you
own
cannot drive a truck
Nick,
without a
the
CDL,
truck
which
owns
explains
me.
why on Wednesday
If
night
I own a truck, I
you're
have
sitting
to
at home.
drive the truck to pay
You
the
can't even
expenses
drive a
of the
truck,
truck,
dude.
which
You
means I
can't
don't
even-
get months
dude,
and months and
I'm
months
sorry,
to
do
do
you
live
play,
streams
that
all
truck
day, every day.
simulator?
You fucking moron. I'm
show us your
showing you to
CDL.
be bad faith and disingenuous yet again.
Rest my case.
Exactly. I just showed everybody what you are.
No,
You brought up the
I
truck.
accused you of
You
not having
brought
a
up
truck.
the truck,
I
sir.
accused you
Why don't you
of
want to talk
having a
about the
CDL.
truck?
Then I
As soon
found
as
out
you
that your
detected
CDL was
that I
revoked.
had the logic to defeat your point about the truck, you moved on to the CDL. As soon as I defeat your point about the CDL, you will move on to something else.
You
It
can't
will
drive a
never
truck
end,
without a
Nick.
CDL.
I'm not a moron like some of these people who were
Actually,
playing
you
to
kind
your
of are.
hand. It's no, it's obvious your tactics, and I easily dismiss
Because
them.
I'm right about the CDL.
Easily dismiss them. Your tactics are face up and laughable, sir.
So tell the audience.
And this is how I've
tell the
managed to
audience that-
defeat you
prove to
all
the audience that
night
you have a valid
long.
CDL.
I'm not here to prove anything to anyone, sir, because
Can't
I
do it.
know who
Can't do it.
and what I am. And what I am can never be touched
Is a moron.
by you.
Which you are proving that you
Imagine
are a moron.
being outsmarted by someone you look down on and consider to be a moron. I feel bad for you
Not
in
upon
this
you.
moment.
And I've asked you to prove that you have
Whatever you've
valid
asked me to
CDL.
prove is immaterial because you've proven that as soon as I show proof,
don't have a
you will
CDL. Your
negate the
CDL was
proof and
revoked.
move on to the next thing. Just like as soon as I showed that I could negate your point about the truck, you moved on to the CDL
Yeah, I
because
wanna
you're
talk
bad
to
faith
Hank.
and you're disingenuous. This is basic logic, you fucking bozo.
Yeah,
What's
you know
up,
what,
Hank? Good
Benson?
to see you, sir.
Because I
Good
think
to
you're a
see
piece
you
of
too,
crap. I'm not going to
Benson.
tell the audience why
Can you
lost
believe that
your
this
CDL.
bozo is here doing this? This is insane.
Show us your CDL.
I want to talk about the truck, Nick, and then we can move on to the CDL.
Okay, let's talk about
I have a question.
Oh, you're
Nick.
now willing to talk
What's-
about the thing
what's
you
more-
brought up
let's
earlier.
talk.
No,
Nick,
I'm willing to talk.
what's immoral about working for a living?
Say it again.
Nick, what is immoral about working for a living? Nick,
I don't know. I have no idea.
you don't know what's wrong with working for a living?
No, I don't know morality and working for a living. I have no idea. I work for a living.
No, you don't perform any actual work. Work is a term from physics. You
I don't know.
you
My
don't.
students make
You don't
more money
perform
than
any any
you
work.
do. They
You
all
don't
had valid
perform any
driver's
work, though. Yeah, but you perform no work.
I know it's nice to be spoiled.
Hey, I got no problem with it, but don't call it work because it's not.
I guess
Oh,
the
you don't
hard-
work.
Work is a term from physics, and by definition, you perform no work.
Ah, interesting. Work is a term of physics. So what does work mean in physics?
You're the professor, sir. Obviously, you
No,
comprehend
you brought
and
it up.
understand what this
You
is. I
brought it
can
up.
bring
Okay,
up
I'll answer the
whatever I
question myself.
want, and it doesn't obligate me to explain it to everybody. You
Well,
fucking
it's
moron.
better than
I'll
being
explain
blah
it.
When
blah.
I discourse with
It's better.
intelligent
It's
people,
better.
I assume that they can
When I
comprehend
discourse,
basic topics.
okay.
It's
So
obvious what
when
I
you're
was
willing to show that the
implying.
CDL is
My
valid, it wasn't revoked.
implication
over
was
time.
obvious to everyone, you fucking bozo.
Okay, Mister, I don't have a CDL. Anyways, Hank, what were you saying?
Displacement over time. The work. That's work. There you go.
No, I don't own a truck.
Yeah, X final equals X initial plus.
And as
V2.
soon as you saw that I could easily defeat your logic there, you moved on to the CDL.
Yeah, you haven't
As
shown
soon
that.
as I prove the CDL, you'll move on to the next thing. Why would I continue to engage in this pattern, you fucking moron?
You don't have a CDL.
Oh, but I didn't own my own truck earlier. And so now that you've detected that I can
Do you
defeat
not
that
understand that
idea,
both can
you've
be
moved
true
on
at
to the
the same time?
CDL. See, he no longer
One,
wants
you
to talk
don't
about the
own your
truck.
own truck, and
Now
number
he wants to
two,
talk
your
about the
CDL is
CDL.
revoked.
As soon as I address the CDL, he'll be on to the next attack. There's no point in demonstrating
You don't have
anything
your
to
own truck.
you.
You don't
You
have a
fucking
CDL.
bozo.
You had a CDL, but apparently it was revoked in 2007.
You know this is gaslighting, right? You do understand this. You're literally
that's not what
gaslighting me.
gaslighting
Yes, it
That-
is.
No,
Absolutely, it is.
gaslighting would mean that you
No,
and
this
I
is
don't-
clearly gaslighting
No,
what you're doing.
gaslighting would mean that
Yes.
you and I are
Yes,
in
it
a
is.
relationship
You're
and I use
repeatedly telling me things about me that are untrue. That's
Dude,
the definition of gaslighting. That's
Actually,
the
that is
definition
not
of gaslighting.
of
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Me
is.
saying things which are
I
untrue
mentioned
would
being
be
a truck
lying.
driver, and you tell me I don't have a CDL repeatedly. That is gaslighting.
No, you had a CDL.
Yes. Yes, that is
It was
gaslighting.
revoked.
Absolutely not. You don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Yeah, you're being wrong.
But yeah, but you don't care if you're wrong. That's because you're disingenuous
No,
and
if
bad faith.
I'm wrong,
See,
I
only
will-
one of us is
I'm
held
wrong.
to a standard of
Right,
integrity,
okay,
and
I'll
that's
say it
me.
right here. Tell you
See,
what, I
this
will
is the
give
only
you
way you will ever defeat me
$2,000
is because
right
you are
now.
the enemy.
I will give you
Integrity means
$2,000
nothing to
right
you,
now
sir,
if you prove
but
me
it
wrong.
does to me. Not
Sounds like you
interested
could
in
use the
whatever you're
$2,000.
proposing, sir.
Sounds
It's
like
a
you-
matter of the public record.
I
It's a
know.
matter
That's
of
why
the
I
public
looked it up.
record.
It's a matter of public record.
You have
and that's
looked up nothing. You've talked to a bunch of paranoid bozos. I'm not a paranoid
it
bozo.
doesn't matter. You know,
You
Arkansas
fucking bozo.
has a pretty pretty open
Nick, if
system.
you ask Snafu Snaps about, then I wouldn't take it seriously. That's just
I'm not taking it seriously.
If this man had looked up anything, he would not be talking about it. He has
thank you
no
for calling me a
power
man.
to look anything up.
Something you're not.
You have no power to look anything up, you moron.
Well, I looked up that you used to have a CDL and you don't anymore.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
No, you did not.
Prove me wrong.
Okay,
I don't
Benson
have to
say
prove
on his own
anything. You're the
channel
one
that
making the
if-
claim, sir. You can't make a claim and then tell me I have to prove your claim. Fuck you.
You're right. I don't need to make the claim. I'm telling
you just
everybody in the
did.
chat and on
No,
the
you
panel
just did make the
that
claim.
you're full of crap.
If Ben
That's an
said,
opinion, sir.
the only way I believe it is if Ben said it in a video on his own channel, he streams so much that he would say it if it happened to him. So,
Well,
you
again,
can
I have a
decide
track
what
record here.
Benton's videos that he
No,
said on his own
you
channel.
don't have any track record.
Of course
You-
I do.
By your
Again,
own
you're
admission-
gaslighting again. You're gaslighting.
By your own admission,
You're
you think to
gaslighting.
70 people.
You're
So,
gaslighting.
the show
You're
on
just
YouTube-
making things
so
up
the
and
show on
telling
YouTube
them
that
to
I
me.
produce gets
Sir,
400
you're bad
viewers.
faith and you're disingenuous. You're a piece of trash. You have
So,
no
let's
morality. You
compare
have no
your 70
integrity.
viewers
You're
to
a
my
bad
400.
person. Sir, based on your own
Well, I
conduct,
am
you
a
are
bad
demonstrating yourself to be an objectively bad person.
Yeah, I'm not
Yes, you are.
disagreeing with
You
that.
are.
I'm not disagreeing
Do
with
better,
that.
Nick. Nick, do better.
Great. I'm a bad person.
No,
But
you
you're a
are.
liar.
You're demonstrating
And
it.
you don't have a CDL.
You're demonstrating it.
Not too loud.
Nick, unless you can cite one of Ben's
Imagine being
videos
in a
where
house
he
with him while
says
he
that
does
got
this, by the
CDL retracted. No one's gonna believe you. And because Ben's on the internet streaming so much
Lord,
that
my
he would
God.
say it would slip out.
No, you're not going after.
Oh, the boss has entered. The boss has entered.
Yeah, that's something you don't have.
No, I definitely don't have a boss. You're right.
You're right. Must be lonely.
No, I'm not wired for loneliness. I've never experienced it, Nick.
Kind of sound like you are lonely.
No,
But
I've
you're
never
right.
experienced it. See, you're
I
addressing
do
my
have a
emotional
boss,
state.
and
Nick,
she's a
how
lot.
I
She's
sound
a
has
lot
nothing to do
hotter
with my
than anything
internal
you've
state,
ever
you
gotten.
fucking bozo.
And again, will you explain
I've
to us
never
why your
experienced
CDL
loneliness,
is? So why did you lose your CDL?
Sir, I have never lost a CDL. You fucking
but you
moron.
never had one.
I have one right now. It's in my wallet, sir.
Show it
You
to us.
fucking idiot.
Show it
I
to us.
absolutely am not
Show
going
it
to
to
show
us.
you anything.
Oh, of course not. How
I've already
convenient.
explained it to you, Nick. I explained the entire thing
Friggin'
to you.
up,
You
or-
bad faith, disingenuous bozo. Sir or
Be
madam, I
quiet.
can't believe that you choose to cohabitate with this bozo. Oh my God, what a piece of garbage this man is. What a
They're
piece
desperate
of
for
trash.
attention. That's why they're choosing to go cohabitate with.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Did you just talk to my wife?
Yeah, you are sorry.
Affirmative.
I don't
Yes, you
know.
did.
They entered never in the frame. I hope that's your wife, and I hope she
you
heard
just-
me. I
Or your
hope she
husband,
heard
I
me.
don't care.
Oh, no,
I
no,
hope
you
she heard
piece
me.
of crap.
I hope she
You
heard
just
me.
try to address my wife, you
I hope
little
she heard me.
prepubescent, lives in a rental house with blue paint and never drove a truck in your life?
Yes.
I hope she heard me.
Also, I drove a switcher.
You are fucking lucky she didn't hear you.
There's
Because
nothing
you
you
know
can
what?
do,
Now
you
I'm going to
bozo.
talk to you.
You got
you
no
little
power
piece
to
of
do
shit.
anything.
You
You
lost
got
your
no
license
power to do
for drinking
anything.
and driving.
You got no power
Yeah,
to do
no,
anything.
you
sir.
did.
None.
You drove a truck
None.
for 3
He's
months,
making things up. Listen to this guy.
and you
making
went to a
things up.
private trucking school. Fuck you. You don't get to talk about my wife, you little piece
I
of
get to
shit.
do whatever I want.
I get
You disingenuous bad faith
Fuck you.
bozo. You disingenuous
You got me
bad
triggered?
faith bozo.
Yeah, you
I
got
hope
me
she leaves you.
triggered.
I hope she
Do
leaves
not
you.
speak to her
I
ever
hope she
again. You
leaves
speak
you.
to my children. You speak to my wife. I will
Hey, how about you
fucking
keep her out of
find
the
you.
room then, Podna? Don't invite Benton into your room and then let your wife around Benton. That's a you problem, Podna.
Yeah, fuck you, AIDS infested.
Yeah, I'll
piece
show
of
her
crap.
I'll show her what a real man is.
Dude, you've never had a real job.
His wife comes up on panel.
This
because
big,
she isn't
man.
spared. His wife comes
I'll
up
show her
on
what a
panel.
real man is.
Keep talking, buddy. Keep talking.
Thank you.
You know I work at Pine Bluff.
Oh,
You know I can find you.
Come on down,
Well,
bro.
yeah, what are you gonna do when you find us?
Come on down.
Yeah, we'll have a conversation about.
You're the next.
women.
You're the next
We'll have a
contestant
conversation
on
about
the
women.
professor is
And I will
wrong.
point out how how
You're the
sad
next
your life
contestant
is. You know, I'm
on the
sorry your
professor
parents
is
tried
wrong.
to give you everything, but
It's amazing
you know,
though
you
that
blew
you're
it
on the internet
drugs, you
arguing
blew
with
it on
me
this,
right now.
And you know what, you little piece of crap, you never even had a CDL. I was giving you the best. I was trying to protect you. Say, yeah, you had a
Oh,
CDL.
he's trying
you
to
never had a
protect
CDL.
me.
Oh,
You never
He's trying-
left.
He has my best
home.
interest at heart.
Your stats are too
Yeah.
low.
Guess
He
what?
has
You're
my
still
best
at
interest
home.
at heart.
Oh, you
Your
want me to
stats are
dox
too
your
low.
parents' address?
Oh man, this is great.
Yeah, you got me. Good job.
Yeah, well.
You triggered me. You triggered me on that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Anytime.
You know, I don't know what the fuck you are.
I'd love to see what she looks like.
Oh, we're both INTJs.
Okay, Hank. Okay, Hank. You look like my fucking dog.
That's racist.
Is it?
Probably. I'm not
Is
sure.
canine a race now? Are you that stupid?
Yes, absolutely.
That's racist? Really?
Probably. I don't know. I'm not an expert.
Probably.
but-
I'm an idiot. I don't know.
Best stream ever, by the way.
That just makes us all
Best
look
stream
bad.
ever.
You know?
Okay, faggot.
But yeah, you know,
So,
yo, what's going on?
Yes,
Is that trad culture? Yo, what's going on?
well, it's the artist formerly
Is that
known by
okay?
that name.
Okay.
So I heard about the whole mess that
Well, I
happened
feel
with
fine in the morning.
Jim Bob. What was that all about exactly?
Do you want to
Oh
come?
my god. I think you'll have to watch the beginning of the stream because Jim Bob was in the chat antagonizing
Well,
motherfuckers.
I'll go early in the morning and then I'll land back at 10. So
Well, it's fascinating because, like,
What?
I have to wonder.
Yeah, let him out. But
Somebody
I'm gonna
like
go
that,
flying in the
this is
morning. So
a middle-aged man who says that he has a family, and yet he spends his entire life basically getting triggered and insecure over everybody that disagrees with him on the internet. It's pathetic. Like this, out of all the orthobros, and the orthobros.
no, actually, okay. So first of all, Benton is a middle-aged man. Second is, as I explained earlier, it's Wednesday night. My wife was coming back. She just came home. I forgot to do mute when I was speaking with her, and Benton decided that she wanted to speak to my wife. Which
I took advantage of the situation quite.
Yeah, you did. You did. And now that I'm a little bit calm, good fault.
I caught you slipping, partner.
You know what?
I caught you slipping.
I probably would
I caught you slipping, partner.
Yeah, I probably would have done the same thing to
tighten
you.
it up. Tighten it up, Professor.
Yeah.
Tighten
more
up.
educated than you. And now
Yeah, that's
my
why
wife
this is embarrassing
asked
for
me
you.
whether I am going
I'm a
flying
truck driver. This isn't embarrassing for me at all.
Which is something you probably can't afford to do.
I can afford to do whatever I want to do because I
No,
don't
you
have
can't, 'cause you don't
I don't
own
have
your own
rent.
truck.
I don't
You
have
don't own your
bills.
truck. You have
I don't have
expired
a
CDL.
wife. I don't have kids. Yeah, I can pretty much afford whatever I want to
rent
afford.
a
It's amazing.
room. But tomorrow I'm gonna go fly a Cessna 172.
I hope you crash.
Out of
And I
Burbank.
hope you crash.
I hope you do not crash, Nick. I hope you just fly successfully.
Yeah, no.
Yep.
I actually hope that you don't die because even though you
Well, we're all gonna die.
You're a piece of crap. I think
We're all gonna die.
At some level, you probably have some people who care about you. While I don't care about crashing, even though I'm a really good pilot, I'm not gonna crash.
Well, it's not completely within your control, obviously.
No, it is in my control. That's
No, it's
what
not.
Yes,
No.
it is.
No, it's not. No, you could crash, and it could be beyond your control.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely,
Do
could.
you know how to fly a plane?
I don't need to know how to fly a plane to know that you could crash and,
Oh,
and not be within your control.
Exactly
It's
what is not
obvious.
in my
It's
so
obvious.
exactly what is not in my control in flying a Cessna 172.
So you're asserting that it's literally impossible that you could ever crash? Is that
do
your
you know
assertion?
what the word literally
Yes, I know
means?
what the word literally means. Yes,
Literally,
absolutely.
yeah, no,
Yes, I know what
literally,
it means.
no.
So
You
you're saying
literally
that
are using
that
the
it
word
is
literally,
impossible
literally.
that you could crash. That seems to be what you're asserting.
Well, I think this is something we talked about before, where people tell me
Yes or
whether
no, Professor?
probability.
Are you asserting that it's impossible that you could crash as a pilot?
Such a
Yes
ridiculously
or
low
no?
probability that I
Is
would
it
crash.
possible? Yes or no? Is
No.
it possible? Yes.
No.
Okay, it's not possible that you could crash a plane.
And if you want me to prove you wrong, tomorrow
need you to
I will
prove
show up on a
anything.
live stream and go, look, I'm still alive, didn't crash.
Okay, so
Well, and then all you have
so
to do
you
is
have to
never
crash,
fly
we know it's
again.
fake. We know you're an agent, so make sure you don't.
Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay.
As an agent, so if you do happen
As
to
an
crash,
agent.
you know you're still alive because it's impossible for you to crash.
Okay.
Well, we will not come to your funeral.
I'm an agent.
Bad
Do you think I
faith,
work? Do you think I work for
disingenuous.
the FBI?
I don't care. You can be a Fed you
Never
want.
mind then.
That's
I don't
not
care
that.
about what you
That's
have
not a
to
big deal
say.
to me.
Okay. What are you looking at? Does the ceiling interest you or something?
I have a really good ceiling. I have a really nice ceiling. You should
It
get
is a
better
nice ceiling.
Yeah, I have a nice ceiling.
Beautiful. Best ceiling I've seen in a while. Benton
I have a
has
halo in my
Benton
in my
has a
camera.
popcorn ceiling
I have
because
a
his
halo in my
landlord
field of view.
hasn't stripped off the 1960s, 70s ceiling off. But your ceiling, beautiful.
Look, there's literally light. at the
Literally.
top of my, yes. Just look at my.
Not just literally,
Look at your ceiling.
figuratively and virtually, there is light in your room. Yes, I see the light.
Correct. And
God,
you
it's
should
fucking fun to be smart.
You could use some more lighting. You'll make it look better.
I look like shit, man. Hey, Google, change the lights to candlelight.
You're in trouble now. JG's here to tighten you up, partner.
Oh, good.
Does that help?
Yes, it helped quite a bit. Thank you.
Are you autistic?
Absolutely. Well, I was diagnosed as autistic by the shrinks. but I don't
Actually, that's a
think their
legitimate
diagnosis
question.
is
I
serious.
have
actually,
I
that's
suffer
a-
from fake undiagnosed
That's a legitimate question because I'm on the spectrum too. So
Oh, okay.
We're all
I'm what-
autistic here.
I'm what they call high functioning.
Yeah, we're either autistic or narcissistic, or in my case, both.
No, the reason I brought it up is because I was making fun of your shaking, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do it. Gen
I
X
get it.
does
Yeah,
it. Not a big deal.
Yeah. Unfortunately, our friend Benton here is not very educated, so he doesn't know what we're talking about right now. But
No, he's a nerd. He's a nerd. He knows.
No. Well, yeah, he is a nerd. So there's a difference between geeks and nerds. I'm a geek. Geeks get laid. Geeks get hot wives. Nerds.
Nerds
they're
in this case were good at sports. Good at sports, also.
I'm sure you can figure it out.
Coordinated, good at sports.
Yeah.
Gifted.
Are you sharing your bed with it tonight, Benton?
Oh, I'm retired, partner. I did my damage already. Yeah.
Oh, you're.
Oh, I've done lots of damage in my time. Yeah, I'm now retired.
You're my age.
Yes,
I still like sex. Do you need like extra testosterone? Is that the problem?
Oh, I have medically high testosterone. It's proven, sir.
So
runs in my family. Yeah, no, it's medically high.
You're retired from sex, but you're retired.
Yeah, I'm retired. Yes, I don't want to get married for the third time. Yes, I would prefer not to get married again. Yes.
You got married 3 times? Wow.
No, twice. I would like to try to keep up, Professor.
Twice, even better. No, you did see. I don't want to get married. Okay, you're right. No, you're right. You said married for the 3rd time.
Yeah, I would like to
so
not
they got
get
married twice.
for the 3rd
So
time.
what happened? I'm gonna guess.
Well, it's none of your business what happened.
They
sir.
left you.
It's none of your business what happened.
No, it is my business. You brought it up.
No, it's not. I can bring up
Yeah, it
whatever
is.
I want. It's none of your business.
You made my wife your business. So,
Oh no, you
let me guess.
your wife enter the
Are you
fucking
a trans
wife
man?
before I could talk to her.
Now
That's a
I'm
different
looking
thing,
up
buddy.
your marriage records,
Look up
and guess
whatever
what?
you want, buddy.
I'm going
on
to
record.
find
Look
your
up
wife,
whatever
and I
you
bet
want.
I'm going to catfish her, and I will send
Good
you the
luck with all of
messages
that.
she sends
Oh
me.
my, you gotta have too much sexual attention.
Good luck
You need
with
to
all of
schedule
that. At least you'll
schedule
get to see a
together.
picture
Saying
of
big love
how
because
well
you're
I do
afraid
for
that I can do it.
myself.
I've done it before.
Hey, at least you'll get to see a picture of how well I do for myself. And compare that to whatever your old lady looks like. It's going to be a stark contrast, I can assure
She's
you.
an old hag. She's 10,000 pounds.
Also, Benton, nice, Daddy Paul. What's it called?
See, I found that generally.
Nick, are you Jewish?
Thanks, Hank.
Is it any of your business?
Yeah, you're Jewish. Are you a trans man?
Are you a fucking anti-Semite? I don't know.
Damn,
Are
you got a
faggot?
trans man Jew on here.
Are you a faggot? I mean, is that a
What'd you
serious
say?
question?
What'd you say, faggot?
Well, what did you say, faggot?
What'd you say, faggot?
What did you say, faggot? I can do this all night. What did you say, faggot?
All right, so you're a Jew, man.
And you're a Jew. You're also a pussy because you're not going to turn your camera on.
You can't see my face.
Yeah, because you're a pussy because your face is fucking ugly. You can't show it.
All right, dude, you can't beat me with that shit, man. You can't
just
control me.
did.
Oh, you won't
I
show
just
us
did.
your face, bro.
Dude, what are you, 12? You got an avatar of a
Look at
girl's
yourself,
ass?
man. Look
When
at
was the last
yourself.
time when was the last time you saw an ass like that? Aside from
Down in Miami.
Oh, so you're a Floridian faggot. I'm sorry.
No. You're the Jewish faggot, right?
You live in Florida. That's where the Jews are from.
I don't live in Florida.
Oh, I thought you said Florida. Okay, so I'll ask you again. When was the last time you saw an ass like that?
He could travel to Florida and not live in Florida. That's
Months ago.
Oh, so the last time you saw an ass like that was in Florida? Yeah, the last time I saw an ass like that was in Israel.
Because you're a Jew.
Perhaps. Coptic Christians live in Israel. Muslims.
All right, Nick. I
live in-
thought you were a trans man. I came on here to just clarify that.
I thought you were a woman, and then you started speaking, and I assumed that okay, you must be a man. What do you identify as?
I'll
I'll call you whatever you want me to do. You're
I'm a
what?
trainee. I'm a trainee.
So is that a they?
Which direction? Just give us your pronouns.
Pronouns
Lord,
are.
friend, mummy. Or I thought you were asking for my pronouns. Yeah, what are your pronouns?
Wee.
So, wee. When was the last
I'm
time
a
you saw an ass
trainee.
like that?
Wee.
can't answer the question.
What's the
So
question, bitch?
Benton is really horny tonight because Benton thought I was gay and that I was going to fuck him up the ass, but then he realized that I'm not gay. But I think you two would make a great couple.
Oh, you're matchmaking.
I actually, Sterling, I agree with you. Science has lost all credibility.
No, I'm clearly a top, you fucking bozo.
You can be gay and be a top too. I mean, I'm gay and I'm a bottom, so. Got anything else? Benton's shy. So I'm gonna step out for just a few.
Well,
And,
I'm actually ready to shut this down because it's been 11:30 and I gotta stop before it gets to like 12 hours or whatever. So I gotta actually shut this down.
Last
But
thing
yeah,
I
thank
want to
you.
say.
Epic Stream.
Well,
Machine.
I'm gonna let Trad. Here, hold on, everyone. I'm gonna let Trad Culture have the last word, but everyone else, yeah, I guess I'll talk to you guys soon. Benton, you know where to find me. Hank, you know where to find me. JG, you know where to find me. Especially, you know, I'm gonna put my email here in the back for you guys if you guys need anything from me. You know, the machine lies
And
0 at Gmail. You guys go ahead and find me out there and send me a mail. Sir Nick, it was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for the stream. Thank you for letting
Yeah,
me on.
and yeah, if you know any rabbis or anybody that I can get in touch with, I would love to talk to a rabbi who knows about the Torah.
They have
because
no
we're
idea what
doing-
they're talking about. Trust me.
Yeah, but we're doing a series on religion, so it'd be good if you could get me in touch with somebody. I'd love to talk to them, or anybody, or maybe if you could talk about your experience as a Jew, or maybe living in Israel, or traveling to Israel, or something like
I
that.
only
That would be-
visited.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, that would be
I was
good
born in
to
Virginia.
hear. Yeah, yeah, that'd be good to hear about. But yeah, okay. Well,
Throw the Jews in the well.
I guess he dropped out there. But yeah, have a blessed one, brother. And yeah, everybody, I'll let you guys get your closing words, and then I'm gonna talk to Trad for a minute. But yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Hank. You go first.
Snafu, we need to talk still.
Yeah, Snafu never came through for us. I think he was at a different stream or something like that. Mitchell, you still here, dude?
Sleeping.
Yeah, Mitchell might be asleep at this point. All right, well, okay, Mitchell, you have a blessed night, sweet dreams, my brother, man. All right, there goes Mitchie. Okay, Benton, what's going on, my brother? You hit him with some wisdom.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Apologies for saying some of the prohibited words. I'll make sure to clean it up next time. So, thanks for having me, man. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, of course, and you know, I'll reach out to you on Friday as always. You know, and we'll see how to get it popping. I know you're taking a break. We'll figure something out with that. You know. But
Oh yeah, sounds good,
yeah,
man.
thank you, brother. Yeah,
I'm gonna get out of here
for sure. You have a blessed night.
You too.
Or morning. Yep. Okay, and we got JG out here. Go ahead, JG.
I just woke up 10 minutes ago. I had a dream. I was banging Anna Faye. It was amazing. Shout out to Anna Faye.
Hell yeah, Anna Faye. I had to take old girl's wrench away because she was talking shit about me at Paul's, but it's all good. I'm not mad at her or anything. It's just funny. But yeah, man, bless Anna Faye. Yeah, thank you, JG, for being out here with me. Yeah, and Trad, go ahead, brother, man. Yeah, I just want to let you know that we covered some of the Jim Bob attacks because, as you know, I had on Adam Green, and then I had a whole series of attacks from this man. And then he came on he came up in the chat. So, man, I was wishing you were here earlier because he was actually up in the chat earlier. But yeah, I want you to watch like the first maybe 2 or 3 hours of the show, and then Destroyer kind of scared him away.
Well, I'm stunned that this is like the best that these guys can send is a middle-aged man who claims to have a full-time job, a wife and kids, but he spends his entire life on the internet playing tough guy, and then he's scared. Like I think he's legitimately afraid of a lot of the things that we're talking about, and that's why he behaves this way. Because I mean, adult men don't behave the way Jim Bob does. I don't see the adult men that I know in my life that are responsible and mature and have the respect of the community. They don't act like Jim Bob does. Jim Bob's a scared little boy because he's afraid that he's afraid to think outside of his paradigm. And this is the problem with me, is that I force people to think outside their paradigm because I'm not complacent with the way that things are. And it's time for us to show the world what Jim Bob really is. Maybe we should do an entire stream, Jim Bob Exposed or something. I don't know how you feel about that idea.
Well, I'm definitely willing to devote 1 or 2 hours to looking at his critique, because I was actually made aware of it earlier today, and it seems like he put my show up for like a whole hour there talking about it there on his show. So
that's what he did to me. He spent an hour, he and his fanboys, they spent an hour whining about my channel, which, before it got shut down, had fewer than 200 subscribers. Fewer than 200. And this guy is supposedly this major up and coming YouTube star, and he has to like punch down because he's just so shook whenever somebody, no matter how small name they are, whenever somebody disagrees with him on the internet, it shakes him on the inside. I don't know what the hell is going on with him psychologically, but to me, the problem is not just I have a beef with this guy. My problem is that people like this are actively doing damage to society. And the algorithm seems to be rewarding them for doing damage to society. When Jim Bob goes around telling people all about how wonderful technology is and modern medicine, like, he's actually doing a lot of damage to society and closing a lot of minds that need to be opened right now. And this is a serious issue when we have people like that are out there. I mean, I don't know if are you familiar with Gab, Machine Lies, the supposed alt tech platform Gab?
No, but I was thinking I should get myself familiar with it at some point. But yeah, what do you say? It's a no-go for that?
They recently put out a statement saying that, like, basically that based Christian nationalists need to embrace the AI takeover of the world, that rather than resisting AI, we need to use AI to promote Christian values across the world. So basically, they're saying exactly what, all these other people, these Jim Bobs and these Andrew Wilson, they're all saying the same thing. They're all
and to be fair, I see the same behavior from certain Islamic groups, although it's far less significant because they're not quote unquote westernized or quote unquote modernized. Not all of them at least, but they do have a considerable amount where they want to combine Islam or Judaism or Christianity with some form of technocratic outreach, and they're saying that these universal religions are actually what brought secular humanism to the forefront, because they prepared the world with this preaching of like universal values, that all of mankind is one, that we all came from one father and mother and all this type of stuff. So you kind of see that there's even a way in which the Adam Green version of that they're using religion as a psyop, it is true. It's to some degree,
Well, my problem with the Adam Green worldview, and I wish I had actually made this point when I had this sort of mini debate with him last week, is that my issue with that is that he doesn't seem to realize that, like, that to whatever truth that there is that these religions are psyops, let's face it, irreligion secularism is about the most kosher thing that's ever been devised. Like, he doesn't seem to realize his entire worldview only exists because there were these Zionist occultists during the Enlightenment who came up with this notion. Like, he's so marinated in his own like modern Western understanding that he doesn't seem to have actually ever questioned it. And I think when I went on a few days ago and started asking him about like, hey, you know, what makes you think that this progress narrative is correct? What makes you think there's been progress? I don't think he'd ever been challenged with that question before in his life. I think he's just always accepted this social programming without realizing he's being socially programmed just as much as anybody else in our society.
Yeah, and I think that he would maybe you know, and that's kind of the main issue that I get to is did the religions cause this, or was it a secular shift? And that comes down to where you're putting the emphasis. Like our friend that just came on the show, you know, he was radically pro science and technology. If you would have heard what some of the things this guy said, you know, came out of his mouth about science and progress, about how it's causing an existential crisis and that the project must continue at all costs. You know, staggering type of you know logic. I mean, I think for everybody that witnessed it, you know, it was
Well, and
quite.
was he a right wing conservative leaning person?
I actually didn't get a chance to ask. He said that he was a science instructor at the university. So yeah, but he was definitely a promoter of the sort of Pinker, Steven Pinker, you know, type of line of the way things are going. You know,
To me, like, but that is something which I don't see how you can actually be an honest practitioner of any of the world religions and share that mindset, because like to me the thing that shocks me, because you're right, there is, I follow these Islamic channels and there is this undercurrent within certain Western Islamic people as well of like pro this like tech progressive mindset. But the difference is that when they do that, it's these smaller channels of what Daniel Hakikachu calls compassionate imams. And then you get people like Daniel Hakikachu who are much more popular shredding that idea. But then I look here in the West, I look at these Christian nationalists, and they're like, they've emerged as some of the biggest and most like extreme promoters of this tech progressive narrative. And I think what they need to do is these Christian nationalists online on Gab and on Made by Jim Bob, on the Crucible, like what you guys need to do, if you think that just everybody in middle America, all the Christians in middle America are just, they really want to hear the garbage that you're preaching. They really want to hear this like faux white pill you're trying to sell them. Go touch grass and talk to real people. You know, one of the reasons why I'm not on YouTube anymore is because I started having conversations with actual like working class Americans, and I started making way more progress doing that. You know, people in real life are much more willing to listen than people on the internet are. And it's amazing. It's staggering. It's like the dumbest people I've ever interacted with are the terminally online.
well, all right, guys, join us on Saturday where we explore more topics. And I'm going to have to do a hard stomp here because at 12 hours in, it actually just starts cutting off the footage. So I have to just cut it off at this point.
All right. Well, it was
Yeah,
a pleasure
bless you.
being on, and I look forward to seeing more exchanges. I look forward to more people. I mean, if you can have Adam Green on again, you know, I actually thought he was fairly good faith despite our disagreement. So that would be
Oh yeah,
really
yeah.
fascinating
We'll
as well.
see. Yeah, we'll see if we could have him on. Maybe debate a Christian or somebody else. Maybe yourself or me on some sort of religious topic, or maybe technology. You know, if we move it to that issue, that would be
Ooh, that
good.
would be very fascinating.
But yeah, bless you guys for joining this time with me and Trad Culture and JG. And this is the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends.
And yeah, you guys have a blessed morning, and we'll come to you soon on Saturday, where we'll be looking at Doodle Bob, Doodle Bob creating his own fantasy Christian utopia. We're gonna look at the analysis of that and see what they say. Unless they're probably too pussy, they might have already taken it down. But yeah, he might join us in the chat too. Like
internet tough guy, the whole tough guy act.
Yeah, watch the beginning part of the video. You'll get a kick out of it, Trad. But yeah,
Fair
see
enough.
you guys
Well,
soon.
thank you for fighting the good fight, and have a great day.
Bless you guys. Thank you. Signing off, guys.
Darkness, 7 Priest, 7:30, the Demon Hunter. Yeah, let's fucking go. Hey yo, life don't stop for nobody. I learned that quick at 14. Roaming the streets, took some hits. Look around, swivel on my head like bitch from The Exorcist. Exercise, some demons got rid of fake friends. Not a chance in hell. Can we make amends? They respect the intellect, the talent. The wicker man empties the clips. The passion for my ambitions is penance. Retribution for my sins. No halfway crooks. Full-time films never gave no fucks. Full-time film, don't give me deceptive looks. Rule 1, no snitching. Even if there's a killing, some goons fail the mission. Others pay and are imprisoned. Streets is amazing. When you lost, you can't get shook. Most men are hard to trust. Most women are only looking for big bucks. So I just bust my nut and tell them if they looking for love, you bet on luck. Darkness, the Demon Hunter.
Up here. Let me try. Ah, so that's the guy, the Dunfield Hunter. I've heard about him. If it wasn't for us, he'd be dead by now.
Oh yo, in front of the camera, fucking your bitch in the ass, hosting like Patrick Bateman, calling American Psycho, fuck you undercover rats that gave statements. In the basement, cutting niggas up into fragments. This is more than entertainment. This is the release of bandits from the mental state. There isn't a weak link in the crew, even though I got loose screws. Foaming at the mouth like babies. 84 corner floor, eating fish like a diner party. I ain't here to dance and party. Scoping out the room so I can slice arteries. Most of these dudes artificial. I'm always official because I see this as an art form. Talking to myself at night like I had another face. Edward Moorgate, civilian passing by, yo, for God's sake. Corpse hanging from a fire escape. When I bring the inferno, no one will leave. Internals burnt to a crisp and steaming. A Filipino chick told me to whistle on a hot day. A breeze will hit your face, dicing your features at an insane pace. You lost large amounts of blood, looking like an albino. I was sick in the mind, even as an embryo, telepathically attacking anyone around my bush.
This nature of ours, but it got lost for LSD. The urge for their blood is stronger. If that day comes, then another one of me. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, check it. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causing third-degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on their neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Demon hunter, religious text carved in the chest. Holy water causing third-degree burns of the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on their neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Yo, my body is covered with these bloody incisions. I've been acquainted with pastors to treat demonic conditions. A fully rusted rotating disc is placed in position to split my tongue down the center, splatter blood on your vision. I levitate from the bed, 360 spins on my head. I urinate on the carpet while mother's hosting her guest. I've got a message from your dead mother, she's burning in hell. Attracting flies to my body with split vomit and foul smell. Commanding hyenas to feast on your brother. You run for cover while they yank on his ligaments, causing vessel ruptures. I'm now speaking to the forces within of Osiris. To hear the name of Christ and forcefully act in compliance. I give you a dead stare, causing your teeth to fall. You really think that the exorcism will be my downfall? I think not, but I give you 2 props for trying
to tame the unseen deity that's opposite from Allah. Demon hunts or religious texts carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns on the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead. Demon hunts or religious texts carved in the chest. Holy water causing third degree burns on the flesh. Sacred relics full of pestilence that hangs on the neck. What we specialize in is creatures of the undead.
How many times do you think you've played that song on here, on your panels?
Yeah, I mean, it's just because, like, on the outro, I don't want to get popped, because then if I get popped for the copyright, I could just cut the video off on the side of the shit, right? So I could just cut it off to the to where that song ends, and then just cut the video off. So it's a good cue for that shit. But yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with that beat. That beat grew on me.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, that beat gets it. That beat gets it going. Yeah, this is another dope one. Yeah, man. I hope you enjoyed this one, JG, man.
To all my enemies, I know you hear this. Fuck you. I hope your son's retarded and your daughter is buck too. I hope your mom's hit by a truck too. But I don't have to hope, cause the law guarantees you're just due. You ain't shit. You must be eating paint chips. You just a makeshift bitch. You need maintenance. I need patience. I'll put you on the wait list. I got a stainless I can sanctify Satan with. I got a brain that I can break the fucking matrix with. I am greatness. I'll kill a billion Agent Smiths. Supreme authority over the universe. Top priority. God created black man first. Lastly, was the grafted devil, wicked and powerless. Your heart is 100% cowardice. Your brain's 85% cloudiness. Every bone in your body's affected with paralysis. I introduce myself to God. First slow like duck smash. I eat from trash cans and abortion clinic. Rap make you parallax. My domain has power. Yes, the Lord praise on the minds of the young. High off the weed, drunk off the top slum. I'm a sinful life, go to hell, wanna invite. My knife slice red pinstripes across windpipes. Fine line between fear and love, leaving thoughts pierced by the slug. Your body cries tears of blood, stitching the limbs while I'm pulling on the L stems. Allah's glow burns your skin like hell's wind. Sin, iron pins flying through your islands. You'll be a blind motherfucker looking for revenge. Niggas too deaf to hear the sirens. We dressed in gear for rioting. Come test me, I'm firing. Leave your mug crack, you tough black. Bullets need blood, and you the only donut that match. Latch your gate for the guard snatching your plate. With twin barrels staring at you like an infinite eight. Reciting the vows of hate. Honor and respect is wild and reckless. I'm blessing you with your death wish. I introduce myself to God. First slow like duck smash. I eat from trash cans and abortion clinic. Rap make you parallax. My domain has power. Yes, the Lord praise on the minds of the young. High off the weed, drunk off the top. I'm beyond measure. My brain is a lockbox of treasure. We opposite. Your pain is my pleasure. Smacking your protector, chilling my sector. Mind of Malcolm on his way back from Mecca. Burn sets up, step up, head a gut. Niggas stretched on their backs with their arms and legs up. Waxes over your eyes, falling into darkening skies. You talking and cries, chalk tracing over your sides. Facing the wise, I take strides. The tides rise, split aside, the time dies. 2005, I deserve praise ya. Invade ya, heartless like the blue blazer. Introduce ya, into hell we recruit ya. The vet, I collect on debt for Lucifer. Burn papers, I don't grade them, I just make them. Tombstones, we don't make them, we just date them. I introduce myself to God. First slow like duck smash. I eat from trash cans and abortion clinic. Rap make you parallax. My domain has power. Yes, the Lord praise on the minds of the young. High off the weed, drunk off the cop's blood.
The one
woman that I'm with thinks sex is a beautiful thing, and that's simply adorable. When my time is affordable, dimes pay the price. I get abusive, and that's the truth. It's just a fucking shame. This is how I choose to communicate. Excuses I produce have their roots in the music I make. She's not a fan, nor am I famous. I may just change and adjust when I branch out and leave. Get off my damn couch and achieve what I dream about. Leave my house, hand out my keys to the sleepless beauty who failed math class and can't count her Z's. The tree dies. She says that she's mine. She's my proprietress. Can't hold on to most of what I own. Besides, she likes to kiss, and that's cute. I hug her till I start to hurt her. She wants to dance to my pulse, but I've got heart murmurs. A shark circles our lifeboat till it spin folds. The monster we created might choke in clothes. I'm naked walking tight ropes without big toes. Couldn't see this with the night scope if my skin glowed. Falling, calling for a safety net. The great white might train me of my life, biting to my veiny neck. Wet dreams of falling asleep.